and disappearing back to the horizon, even though it is perfectly level the whole time, appears to us to be doing a curve, right? That's what it appears to us to be doing. A big curve over the top of us, right? That's optics. So things could be doing just a straight line, but appearing to be doing something they're not, just like the whole Coriolis effect. So you need to
actually,
verify
I
things to
think
say
I
this is
might
actually happening
disagree
this
on the
way.
plane thing because if you were to get a sufficiently powerful telescope and keep looking at that plane, you should be able to see it no matter how far it goes. But eventually, it would actually be physically blocked by a horizon if I had to, imagine.
Okay, but
Whereas,
that's your assumption that if we had a more powerful device, that eventually the curve would block it. Now, we don't have this device, do we? We are very limited with our optical devices, and
well,
the
actually, maybe
Atmos
we do. I
gets in
might
the
be able to
way.
find some footage right now. Who knows? Let me just take a look.
No, well, you won't. Not at ground level, not where we see with our eyes. You might be able to go up to 30,000 feet and find something on the top of a mountain where you can see further, but that's just going to be because it's clearer, not because there's less curvature.
Optics will always reduce the distance to which you see things. Always.
Especially at ground level. Fuck yeah. Horizontal shit.
I know.
If only we had a bigger fucking lens to still be obstructed. Like the light still needs to get to the lens, mate. It's still got to get through the atmosphere to the lens, no matter how big the lens is. Still distorted on its
Well,
way.
the light from the sun makes it to us.
Okay, yeah. Okay, and that is relevant to us being on ground level, looking in front of us. How?
Well, because I assume that you would, assume that the sun is pretty far away, right?
Oh, looks like it's
Or
off. It's a
next
fair
door.
old distance. Looks like it's a fair old distance. I'll grant you that. Yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, I'm not saying that the atmosphere works the same way vertically as it does horizontally per se, but like even given that, I mean, there's quite a bit of atmosphere between us and the sun, and there's absolutely no obstruction there.
Okay, so
There's plenty of obstruction.
looking at the sun or the moon or the stars is equivalent to being down here on ground level and, I don't know, looking at a boat or a tree or whatever the case may be. That is comparable and the same. Interesting.
Yeah, looking at the sun on the horizon when it's setting or rising is similar to looking across the ocean.
I'm not
Those
talking about.
effects that you see.
Go ahead. Just go ahead.
No, I'm just saying, like, if you want to pretend you can look out horizontally with the telescope and keep seeing forever, the anomalies that we see with the sun, the different colors, because the fucking, it's all the frequencies are being shifted. So it's too anomalous to think that you're going to be able to see anything just with a bigger, more powerful telescope.
Yeah. And
well, now that you're talking about the sun, there's actually another interesting thing that sort of comes to mind.
Here we go. Cool.
Which has to do with where the sun sets in the perspective of different people.
Oh, yeah.
Here we go.
We're not talking vertical height at all, are we? Burj Khalifa, perhaps?
Actually, I'm not talking about verticality. More two people standing at different parts of the earth and where they witness the sun to be setting.
Okay.
So, like, on a round earth, it would make sense that two people would see, like, from a certain spot, the sun always setting, like in the west / rising in the east or vice versa. I mean, but on a flat earth, it seems that the sun is like almost setting in two simultaneous places, like in some scenarios. Let me just like pull up maps and let me just sort of draw this out for a second so I could get my thoughts together.
I don't know. You do.
Because you can't be in two places at once. You know that. So it's obviously an observation that two people have to do. And
Yeah, I
given
know.
that those two people are looking through separate personal atmospheric domes, I certainly wouldn't expect them to any way ever be able to triangulate the sun to be in the same spot. That's very interesting.
Well, they don't
Concept
have to
you've brought
like
up
get
there.
fucking phones and talk to each other as it's going down. They just have to like report where they saw the sun setting, and then the other person has to report where they saw it setting, and then like geometrically compare. You know what I mean?
Where do
Yeah,
you
but you're trying to say triangulate, but you can't do that. Sorry, go on, Bandy.
I was going to say, where do you usually hang out, Fallen? What servers do you usually hang out at?
Well, I just downloaded Discord like 5 days ago, and I've joined like 10 different servers. But
Okay, because your
This is the
bag
best one.
of your bag of tricks is impressive, I must say. You seem well seasoned.
thanks, I guess. But
You're welcome.
I think it was sarcasm. I was trying to. Was that sarcasm, Bandy?
Me sarcastic? Come on.
All right, cool. You're too nice for sarcasm. It wasn't sarcasm. It was. He's too nice for that.
Am I ever sarcastic? Come on.
okay, so I think after drawing this out, I kind of have an idea of what I was like thinking.
Okay.
So I kind of actually wish I could show you this drawing, but
Take a
you can
photo
have.
of it and post it in chat.
Yeah, take a photo and post it.
Oh,
It's very
let's see.
easy.
Oh, actually,
Bandy will
take
sort that out.
yeah. Hold on. Yeah, I'll sort that. Well, actually, you can. You seem okay, Fallen. Well seasoned,
Uh-oh.
but okay. I can. I'm taking a risk.
I just looked at the time. I got to go to bed, but I'd like to pick up this
Oh,
conversation tomorrow. But
sure,
it
Fallen.
was
Yeah,
cool
yeah, yeah.
talking. I don't know if you
Yeah.
guys will be on tomorrow, but I gotta go.
Oh, we're usually hanging around.
Right.
Thanks for the chat in good spirit, Fallen. It's
Yeah,
been
sure. Anytime.
Flat
See y'all
dreams.
later.
it's been pretty cool. Thank you, bud. Bye. There we go. He did seem well seasoned though.
Yeah.
Very,
I mean,
very
there's not
well,
really other arguments.
very well prepared, I must say. Very well prepared.
I don't know. He didn't have any photos ready or pictures.
Oh no. Well, he was about to go down there. I thought he sounded a little bit like one of B-Ball's proteges with all these flight paths and everything that he was kept on banging on about.
Yeah, but I mean, he can't. He's not well. In my book, he's just green. He's full green because he's come in and he's not even appreciated that there could be a jet stream. I mean, that's just ludicrous. Come on, has he not seen the bloody oh, what's it called? I can't remember. You know, the little fuck AE map with all the winds on it.
Oh yeah,
You know,
yeah,
the
yeah, 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 yeah.
null school.
Yep,
That's right.
yep.
Yeah. So fucking hell, they were ripping on that thing. Jet streams all over the joint.
Actually, that the AE map demonstration of the winds and whatnot. When you look at that, to me, it makes logical sense. And then when you see the same thing projected onto a globe where they are just totally random and all over the place and don't seem to follow any sort of natural direction, looks very unnatural. Very unnatural. I think Gio's got that in one of his gifts. It's a I'm surprised I've never saved it actually. I should have saved it at one stage, but it's definitely a favourite of mine. That particular gift that that shows all that. I think actually too it was taken down from the
It
store.
was. Jaren did a
Yeah.
whole thing on it, and then it was fucking taken down. And he
There
wrote
you
letters
go.
to him asking why, what's going on, and they wouldn't
Yeah.
even give a good reason.
No.
The only reason that they gave, from my memory, was that, there was no real particular reason that we chose to make it North Pole centered. Like, so we've just decided to change it, and then they changed it around to South Pole centered. So you can still get
Yeah.
the South Pole look, where the North Pole's all around the edge, sort of thing, the other way around.
Right. Yeah.
Which is obviously very different. But they won't show you the way that we were talking about shit.
It's funny.
Yeah.
Yo, how'd it go with the?
Oh, how do you reckon, Nate? How do you reckon?
He's a flatty already,
It sounded
man.
like he was turning you guys into Glovers. You guys sounded convinced.
Oh, it was very convincing, Nate. Very convincing.
It wasn't. No, you guys sounded so bored and uninterested in what he was saying. It's funny.
Oh, look. Look, it was look, the guy took he took my attitude in good spirit. I must say, so kudos to him for that.
It was really nice of you guys
He's a
to
good lad.
entertain him.
Sorry, Nate?
I said it was nice that you guys entertained him for so long, even though, I mean, you both clearly didn't really care much for what he had to say. It was nice that you guys let him go on.
Oh,
We cared.
Yeah, and look, Nate, it wasn't hostile, so.
No, it wasn't hostile. Honestly, you guys.
Look, at the end of the day, if you can, I don't mind those conversations if they're, in the vein that we just had them. It's all good in love and war. Now, obviously,
It's all good.
well, obviously, Nate, as you heard, he is very confused and disillusioned with what he believes. And he is gone back with his tail between his legs, having to ask himself some hard questions. Why does he personally assume so many things? Because he's realized that he assumes everything. No. We have
Some of them may be safe assumptions, but we don't know.
Possibly, like I'm not disregarding them, but he is now aware that he himself assumes these things when he draws lines and assumes different things. I think he was absolutely fascinated, actually, when I described to him what you would see outside the airplane window when you are flying across Australia, and what you would see. So I think that had him fascinated, actually, and perplexed, right, scratching his head.
Nothing but kangaroos shagging. That's all you see. Just kangaroos just going for it.
Pretty much.
Right. Oh, look left, look right. We're either boxing or shagging, mate. Seriously, it's all they do.
pretty cool.
Yeah. Well, you know you're in Australia for sure.
Mhm.
That doesn't
Well,
happen in any other
he did
country.
he did start off the question with like on the AIM at how Australia is really elongated and out of proportion. So what would I expect to see out the airplane window? I think he was disappointed that I didn't see an elongated, out of proportion Australia. Actually,
Oh,
very much so. But what can I do?
oh yeah. Yeah, but he sounded like a good kid.
He sounded like a man that does have some old school arguments to bring to the table. Definitely, he was far from
He's just got to
ignorant.
work through them. He's just got to work through all the same old thoughts that everyone has to work through. He's got to work through them, and instead of doing it just quietly on his own and getting through, he's decided 5 days into this to come in and
Yep.
just put them all out there and see what everyone's talking about, which is good.
Oh yeah, no, I think he's definitely got some more information, and he'll be back tomorrow for round two. Round two.
Alright.
Same ball time, same ball channel.
And Nate will be in the background, ready to pounce, ready to save him.
What?
No, I think
Yeah.
no, this guy's honest. He actually is looking for truth, I think.
Yeah. He is. It's Nate that's in question. Yeah. Right.
Yeah, I'm a pretty dishonest fellow.
Yeah, no, you're not, buddy. No, you're not. You know that.
I think it's like, when you're paid, you've got bias. So whether it's dishonesty or just plain old bias, I'm not really sure, Nate. I haven't met you personally.
That's
Never know.
yeah. I mean, definitely. I guess maybe I don't have a dog in the fight with regards to the shape of the Earth, but when it comes to science and how we go about doing it, definitely, I get paid to do that. So it would make sense why I would be a bit,
Bias.
defensive and dishonest around that. Biased, yeah, biased is.
Yeah, no, and look, you go into your profession, Nate, with good intentions, thinking that you are doing a particular thing, and good on you for that. Everyone in your position does exactly that, and when you feel that you are being attacked, your profession and all that sort of stuff, of course you are going to defend it. Why wouldn't you defend it? Are you a man or are you a mouse at the end of the day? Of course you were going to defend it.
Gee up. Gee up.
Wouldn't expect anything less to defend your observational science that you do. Yep.
All right.
It'd be pretty cool though to walk around some of the places that you walk around, I must say, and have access to. That'd be pretty cool.
Yeah, it would be cool the first time, but after that, it gets pretty boring, Ben. So,
Yeah, okay, for
machine.
you because you do it every second day. Of course, it's going to be boring. But for someone like
trust
me,
you would. It's like me doing your job, Like I would be interested in the plumbing systems the first day, but if I'm looking at the same thing all the time.
No, I get that. Yeah, but for me to go on a Nate Bandy swap jobs for a day type of thing, it'd be interesting. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah. For a day,
yeah.
definitely.
Yeah, definitely. Looking at all that stuff and vice versa, it's like wow, like your eyes are open to something new, and you take it all in. So yeah.
But I mean, have you never done that before? You've never tried to go to a university close by or an observatory or I don't know, some big scientific structure close by the way you live? I mean, I'm sure they got a few down in Australia.
No, I've definitely been to a observatory in parks and whatnot. Been down there years and years ago, before any of this. Done that, and but to go to a like knock on the university's door for an open day type of thing. No, I haven't personally done that. We'll be doing that very shortly though, with my boys, because they're going to uni, so they're gonna go and check out.
I don't know, like are you or your boys in Melbourne or close to it? Like I don't really know what the map. You all right? You know, in Melbourne they have a particle collider, right? But they kind of call it like a
not
synchrotron.
Melbourne. I think it's CERN. Not CERN. Stall. Not Melbourne itself. I think it's Stall. Like the underground one you're talking about.
I don't know if it's on the ground. It's in the building. It's the synchrotron that you guys have in Australia.
Oh, maybe. Look, you know what, Nate? I don't know, to be honest with you, buddy. I don't know. I know.
Okay, but yeah, just look into it. You know, and you should go there with your boys. Let me try find it.
Sleep it up.
Well, that's if they're interested. I don't know. That's not their kettle of fish, so to speak.
Oh, I thought they were into like all the science stuff.
Oh no, they are, and they are definitely following a scientific field, but I don't think it is down that particular path. Well, Mikey, you know, he wants to work for the Australian Space Agency. I'll check that out. Thanks, Nate. I'll check it out. I'll actually. Oh, okay. There we go.
Yeah.
Cool.
So you know they have the synchrotron particle accelerator. So if you want, you can always go and check it out.
Might do that, mate. Might do that.
Yeah. It is fascinating, the stuff that goes on in these buildings. Yeah. The problem is, you know, it takes a long time to get any experimental data that's worthwhile, that's worth publishing. It does take a long time.
But when you say a long time,
like long.
Like long? Like, are we talking years or?
Oh yeah, years. Like yeah, there's a project I'm working on now, which we started in 2018, and like we're not even halfway. Like we don't have data that can be published. Yeah.
Okay.
It's a lot of
That's a great scam.
Everything's that's pretty good for your tenure when you don't get results. Isn't it? Pretty good for your tenure.
Not even any data. That's brilliant.
We'll just make sure everything is inconclusive and we need another 10-year tenure.
Exactly.
Good
We've
on you.
almost got some data.
Yeah. We're so close. We just need another 10 years.
The process takes so long, man. You know?
Yeah.
Of course it does, man. Of course.
Yeah, because I mean, we can only. Yeah. Because for example, you know, like if I'm trying to use the Caesar facility at Cornell, right? We would have to book that out for like a limited period of time, depending on our budget. You know, so maybe like there's like a set of experiments we want to do, but because time is limited, we can only do a certain number of them. Then we're gonna have to wait for an open slot again, and that might only be next year or like the year after. There's also the whole factor of COVID that happened. So like, that we can't. I can't do that. I'm not an engineer. So also with COVID, you know, so the whole 2020 we didn't do nothing. Also, once you get data, you got to compare it to what's predicted. It'll never line up the first few times you do it, so you got to do this, these detection tests and experiments more than once, and even once it's
Of
done, it
course.
still needs to go through a whole review
Yeah.
process, and that takes
How
forever.
else can you cherry pick?
So
You need lots of data to be able to cherry pick the right stuff. You can't just do it a few times.
Damn.
I appreciate that.
This
Sure.
place that you just sent me, Nate. Actually, I'm reading
Yes,
the
man.
website. Reading the website now. It does everything, doesn't it? It specializes
Yeah,
in techniques that have applications in advanced materials, agricultural biomedicine, defense science, environmental sustainability, food and food technology, forensic science, energy industry, mining, cultural heritage, and planetary science.
yeah. I've
Damn.
worked with people in that facility.
Now,
It's
I've
pretty
got to
advanced.
ask. Well, I've got to ask one question that comes straight to mind. This particular place, how do you do science on cultural heritage in something like this? I've got to ask.
I'm not
Good
sure.
luck.
I don't know what culture. I don't know what they mean when they say cultural heritage.
Well, neither do I, but it's definitely part of the things that they do there.
Okay,
Do they
I've
whack
never done any science into cultural heritage. I'm not sure, Biz.
Do they whack a
You can collect
person
data.
in? They whack a person into a particle accelerator and see what comes out the other end. Is that what they do?
No, they wouldn't be able to do that.
Data gun them at the end of it. Damn.
I think the Red
Oh,
Indians would go faster.
yeah. Well, possibly the fastest Indian. Yeah, the red ones.
Red ones always go faster, mate.
It actually looks like a really cool facility, Nate. To be honest with you.
It is. Yeah, and it produces really bright light, basically because it's a particle accelerator, but a special type of particle accelerator.
Yeah.
So it accelerates light really fast, and it becomes really bright, and then you can use this light to illuminate or give energy to things which are really hard to see.
Apparently,
Creates
1,000,000 times brighter than the sun.
Wow.
Jesus.
Okay. I didn't know it was that
And that
bright.
happens just by speeding it up.
Well, that's what it says on the
Yeah.
website. I'm not going to argue. It's on the website.
Wow.
When you
Oh,
speed
you
something
go-
up,
Oh,
you give
damn,
energy
and
to it.
You go further down, and when they built this thing, they had to take into consideration also too the curvature of the Earth.
Does it say that?
No, it doesn't.
I would have been surprised if they had to take
I
that
know
into
you wouldn't
account.
have been surprised.
No, I would have been surprised. I would
Oh,
have
you
not
would've?
believed that. I would have questioned. Yeah, I would have questioned it.
Oh, well, it's on the website for, is it CERN or LIGO? It's on the front page. The curvature of the
Yeah,
Earth.
LIGO makes sense. LIGO
Yeah.
definitely, but something like CERN or maybe CERN? If it's, I don't know. What is the diameter of CERN? Not sure.
17
Yeah,
kilometers.
Yeah, I don't think this is big enough that it's going to worry about the curvature there.
No, it's only 216 meters in circumference. So not
Okay,
very
yeah,
big at all. Yeah, it's tiny. It's tiny compared to CERN.
Yeah, but you should go, Benson.
But well, no, I've actually just sent the link to my boys.
All right. Make it a family trip. Go down to Melbourne.
Well, if they want to go.
Get up the. Yeah.
For sure.
Well, you could go by yourself, right? Like, would you do that alone?
You have to involve a pub
Go
run,
with
wouldn't
White.
it?
Yeah.
Yeah, go.
I'm just actually
Go with
looking.
White. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure they have a bar and like an entertainment setting there. You know, so
I'm
if you don't
sure they
like
do.
it, go
A few pool
yeah,
tables and whatnot.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
Um,
Let's go down, have some fun. But yeah, I'll be back a bit later, but I'll just be listening on the live stream, man.
too easy, Nate. I'll talk to you later,
Awesome.
buddy. Talk to you later, mate.
Thanks.
So at this particular facility, White, they have events, right? So you can rock up to one of these events, and two of the events that you can rock up with and do are Lego workshops.
Fuck me.
Now, who would have thought that would be if I thought of taking my kids to a Lego workshop, the first place I would have thought to go to would be this place. Not to show them any sort of science or anything like that. The first thing that would have popped into my head would be Lego. That would have been the first
Well,
thing.
Lego is science. It's real physics, real tangible science. No curves, all straight edges, fucking boom. You know, that's legit. If
Well,
you want to take them to a world of fantasy, take them to a fucking one of those Stellarium places.
Lego is definitely well, I think like almost like an essential tool when it comes to your child's development of motor skills.
Oh, and Meccano, mate.
Oh yeah,
Meccano.
yep,
Capsella, that was another brilliant. That
yep,
actually, that's probably even fucking better because you've got all the gears and motors and shit that are
yep.
involved with that. But yeah, either way, yeah, I agree. For boys, even girls that are interested,
Mm.
usually they're not too interested, but some are. My sister was one of those. She's a qualified mechanic, a qualified fucking electrician. She fucking has built fucking, motors and stuff for cars. Used to race Geminis. She was a full tomboy, man, a redhead. It's pretty funny.
Mm.
But yeah, some girls do that shit. Boys, definitely. Fuck yeah. But you do need that curiosity. I mean, some boys just don't. I don't know what it is, I mean, we are all different, but some boys just don't have that curiosity about fucking how shit works. Like they don't care about what's under the bonnet of their car. It is a bit. I find that odd because I've just always had that curiosity just to know how shit works. Indulging. Clear. Oh, yep. That's how you do it. That's how you do it. What's up, sweetheart? What you doing? You want to cuddle? Come here. Come on. So how much do you get paid an hour, mate? Like not in your normal work, but in to come into the server and do what you do. Wouldn't pry into your personal life, mate. Do you get bonuses depending on like how many people you sort of get involved into each topic? So if it's like you and 4 flatties going at it, you get paid a bit more than if it's just you and 1 flatty.
What do you think about the Georgia guide stones being nuked, White?
Some people are claiming it's hooked up to Sam Bandy, going by the Q-tard shit.
What, have we got a tea drinker here?
Sorry, mate, didn't get that.
Hello?
Nobody here but us chickens.
Ah. How's it going, Moyak, man?
Who is speaking?
That's Lewis.
Hello, Lewis.
What's going on, Lewis? Didn't expect you here.
I show up where I'm least expected. And least wanted.
I forgot I was still in here.
Least wanted. I'm not wanted anywhere.
That's true.
That's right. I appreciate the support from those who support me. And let's make a toast. All right. Let's
White or wheat?
what's something that people here value? Let's toast to where we've all come from. We've come from different backgrounds, and we have different struggles that we've gone through. But we're all here. Whatever it is has brought us here. So a toast. A toast, if you have a drink, raise it. If you don't, pretend you do.
Sadly, I do have one.
Wonderful. That's great.
Hey, man, did you hear about the Georgia Guidestones?
I did. I heard they were blown up. Something happened, and some of them have been destroyed. Is that right?
Yeah, that's right. You should have heard the crazy theories they were saying last night. But
Energy weapon.
I think I think it's pretty obvious. It was probably just somebody who was, really against them, like really offended by them.
All right. Well, that's whatever it is, that's fine. It doesn't matter. I am drinking a Templeton Rye whiskey, a 6-year Templeton Rye. I have a suspicion that that's the most common Templeton Rye out there in stores because it's the one that was most easy for me to buy. But Templeton Rye, I'm pretty surprised with their product. It's not very expensive and it's also not bad. So Templeton Rye, that's what I'm drinking.
So, Joe, I'll try it, man. But eventually you're gonna try Rich and Rare. You're gonna settle on it.
On what? Richard Rare?
No, Rich and Rare.
Rich and Rare. Who is that? That's the name of it?
Yeah, that's right. They got different flavors, but
I'll keep an eye out for it. What's the price point on that bottle?
Anywhere from $8 to $12.
Okay, I'm not going to settle on that. That's a virtually a guarantee.
No,
okay?
yeah, that's what you think. That's what you think. Curve was even saying the other day, 'cause that's the only reason I drink it, is because there's nothing else that costs that price that tastes just as good as $40 bottle.
Okay, well, $40 is actually low as far as I'm concerned, but let's move on. If I'm assuming you have a Rich and Rare in your hand?
No, I'm drinking Earthquake.
Earthquake, I'm not familiar with that, but it doesn't matter.
Malt liquor.
A malt liquor. Well, okay.
I have water.
So we've been all kinds of places. Here's a toast to where we've been, but also to where we're going. We're mostly men here on the internet, brought together by a common subject, different points of view, but none of that matters. We're all here, and there is somewhere we're going. And we all just want to enjoy the time that we have left before we die. And here is to enjoying that time the best that we know how, whether it keeps us here or we move on. Cheers.
All right, it's a pretty good toast, man. It got bleak at the end, but I think it was all fitting. Mr. Moyak, you got to get a drink now.
Okay. I have cheersed. I'm out of liquor.
Oh goddamn!
That was the last of my liquor.
You don't like Johnny Walker?
No.
Not even Blue Label?
I haven't tried Blue Label.
Black Label's fine, but Blue Label's, yeah, it's also too expensive though.
There is a time coming where I will try Blue Label, but it's not now because I don't have a job right now.
Oh damn! I told you about the Walmart thing. I heard. I didn't look into it, but it sounded like a good gig. It's like 3 days on, 4 days off, same route every week.
Oh, trucking. Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
the issue with Walmart gigs is that they want like 2 to 3 years experience, and I don't have it. So that's the problem. If I had 2 to 3 years, then I'd give it a go, and I wouldn't even hesitate because they do have a good gig. Walmart is offering a good gig.
That's not what I heard. The person told me you could be brand new, but what do I know?
Well, if you got if you hit all the right notes and you're missing just a couple, they're probably going to be fine with it. But it's really unlikely that you'll hit that. They have to like you. The right people have to like you.
And nobody likes you.
And that's kind of the problem, isn't it? So no one likes me, so they're not going to give it to me. One of the qualifications that they'll have is 2 to 3 years over the road experience. And if you don't have that, you're not going to get it. And that's fine. That's A-okay. I'm coming to
Lewis.
no. I hear you, man. I hear you. I'm coming to grips with the fact that in order for me to get another job that's better paying than what I have available to me, I'm going to have to do 2 to 3 years over the road. And by that time, I'll be 30, 31, maybe even 32, depending on how things pan out. So, that's still relatively young. It realistically is. But I don't know. I'm still in denial about a lot of things in life. I'd like to have a family. I'd like to have kids, and of course that means marriage. And if I'm going to get married, I got to meet somebody. And I'm getting old for that, People might think that 32 isn't old, okay? I think statistically it is old. A lot of the people who will say that 32 isn't old are they're old. Exactly.
Yeah, you know what though, Lewis? From my perspective, something I can't do because I'm always worried about girls and shit. If I was more focused on developing myself and then finding a woman, you have much better selection, right? So I mean, I don't think it's a big deal that you're focusing on work now, anyways, because if you were to go the other way, like the route I've went, your selection is kind of is narrow, and even then, even the women you're with are going to think you're immature. So might as well just focus. Yeah,
it doesn't matter too much because I don't have a choice. This is what I have to do to make money, so it doesn't matter. Now, if we take a step back and think about what it would take for me to make more money, it would have meant that I would have had to make different decisions in the past. But when I think back about myself in the past, I know I wasn't in a position to actually make those choices differently. So it's tough. It's tough because it makes you think in this present moment, what's the best thing for me to do? And the answer to that question is always what do I need to do to survive? And if you don't need to do anything to survive, then the right answer will be to educate yourself to make more money in the future. But if you can't afford to do that, then the right answer is to do what it takes to survive.
And man, as long as you're progressing.
I'll tell you what, if you want to take the easy route, don't have kids. They're mad expensive.
Yeah.
I hear you, Jeremy, but you've got kids though, right?
Jeremy, they're not that
Banging
expensive.
my wife. I mean, I knew her for like 20.
They're not
Look.
that expensive if you just keep them in a closet.
Look, it's you guys. It's you might say kids are expensive, but they're also what everybody wants. That's the whole point. The whole point of everything is to have kids. The closest thing.
Up in a second.
Like, look, you guys. Some of you guys believe in heaven, right? I don't. Okay. Kids are the closest thing to an afterlife that you get. And if you don't have kids, you kind of, effectively, if you don't have kids, you lose. This whole game of life, you're alive. The whole game of life is to have kids. That's the game.
I think to some extent, I think you're right what you're saying, because the kids equals a legacy. Jeremy's got a hot mic. He never gives a fuck about having a hot mic, but yeah, kids equal a legacy. But a dude like Leonardo da Vinci or something like that, if you can create your own legacy that it will surpass your kids, then you don't need to have kids. But
Yeah, but most people aren't going to do that, though. Most people are just going to leave behind kids. Also, you just came from, thousands of years, maybe more of a genetic line that went unbroken for
Right.
all of time, and then you're just going to end it by not having kids if you don't have any siblings. Like if you're an only child and then you don't have any kids, your whole
Exactly. That's exactly right. That's another part of it. If you don't have kids, everything stops with you.
You can just screw around and just leave your kids all over the place.
No.
And that'll improve your odds, and you'll actually have a better genetic legacy.
Yeah, I've wanted to have kids for like 10 years.
Kosher, you're not manly enough to have kids. You're shooting blanks.
Is that right, Mr. Mike? Hey, Mr. Mike, let me ask you a question. We were talking about that fucking George Guidestone, and what do you think about tannerite? Do you think that tannerite could have been like a possible way that they could have made that thing explode?
You could. I don't know enough about tannerite to know if it do a lot of staining and stuff like that. I know it makes an orange smoke with nitric oxide and acids and stuff. So it may have stained the stone, but I'm not positive about that.
some of those stones that my bad.
I don't think that it's that. Just putting tannerite on the outside of the ground, though, would take a hell of a pile of it to crack that stone. You'd have to put it inside somehow, in a hole or something.
Yeah, what do you think? What do you think did it then?
TNT, high explosive.
TNT. Okay, crazy guy. What are you saying, Jeremy?
Some of those stones said some good stuff. Like the one that said limit the population of 500 million. That's a little weird. And it said talk about world governments and shit. But some of the stuff was like live at harmony with nature, and it was some of the shit was like good shit.
Yeah, I actually liked the Georgia Guidestones. I was hoping, like, before that happened, you would think that it would outlive most other artifacts. I think that was the point. Was that this like outlived all of us? Of course, it didn't.
Yeah, when we drive ourselves to extinction and another race comes here and finds the stones and reads them finally, can say, they should have stuck with 500 million.
Sure, yeah. Well, somebody blew it up anyways, so I hope somebody just redoes it. I mean, obviously, it was a conspiracy theorist type person, right? Like somebody who, you know, thinks it was the Freemasons or something, or thinks that they wanted to kill people. But limiting the population isn't akin to killing people.
But it could.
Well, there's already 7 billion of us. So what do you do?
Well, those Georgia Guidestones aren't a guide for the people who are living right now. It's obviously a guide for people who, you know, outlived some apocalypse and have no record of anything else passed down. It's meant to be.
Yeah, but of all the stuff you could chisel in stone, that's what you write. Like, you should be writing some critical information down. Like, I don't know,
I think it's important.
Pythagorean's theorem or some kind of like how to build a fucking computer. I don't know, something.
But I think that population number is important. It's a sustainable number.
Oh, dude, the more people you have, the better off your society is going to be. You have more heads. You ever hear the thing, 2 heads are better than 1?
Yeah, 2 heads are not always better than 1. You
When
ever
it
heard
comes to, yeah,
Like imagine,
you ever
Sharon,
heard the expression "too many cooks"?
imagine you're on a boat with a ship full of flat earthers and you're lost at sea. Okay, there you go.
I'm just saying, if you got a problem or you're trying to come up with something or invent something, like it's definitely better to have 7 billion minds working on it than 500 million.
Okay, imagine 100 flat earthers trying to invent something.
It's just not analogous, Moyak. Not even terrible analogy. It's worse than Kosho's analogies.
Bad analogy? If you're saying many heads are better than one, flat earthers are not.
I don't know. Your mic cut out. It might be me.
That said, if they're all flat earthers and you're many heads, it's not going to go well for you.
That's why you want 7 billion people. That way you have all kinds of different groups of people thinking about things in different ways, and that's how you come up with the good shit.
I think 7 billion is too many.
Why? We should have 100 billion. We could fit the whole world population in Texas right now.
You really think out of 7 billion people, there's going to be 7 billion good ideas?
No, there's going to be probably 1 though.
Yeah.
Out of 500 million, there might be none.
I don't know.
And all the greatest inventions happen when the population is under 1 billion.
What?
That when they invent the internet.
That was not a good invention. It was a bad invention.
That was the best invention in the world. We can now share. That was the best invention in the world. We can now share ideas freely, instantly across the whole world.
And how did we squander that? We sit here chatting about flat Earth.
Yeah, but some people are sharing ideas on technology and trying to advance humanity.
Some people.
It's also made us become more efficient. Look at email. You don't have to have a guy fucking create an envelope and then another guy create a piece of paper and then 2 more guys got to deliver each of those things to your house, right? And then you got to write a letter and send it out, and then another guy's got to come pick it up to a whole place where they got tons of people sorting mail out, and then another guy's got to deliver it to the other person's house.
And using that method gave us nuclear energy, rocketry, most of the great inventions of the world, except for maybe the internet, which is dubious value because it seems to be a place where conspiracy nuts and people share poop videos.
But we're advancing at an exponential rate because of the internet.
Are we though?
I thought we were.
Advancing towards mediocrity?
Just advancing technologically. If there weren't these evil people trying to like shut shit down, we'd be way more advanced right now.
I forget which evil people we're talking about and which is the subject we're trying to squash.
The Illuminati, Freemasons, all the wackos.
And what are they trying to squash?
What's up?
And what are they trying to squash?
I don't know. Probably any ideas of free energy or world peace. These people thrive on non-efficiency and corruption and war and all kinds of bad things, right? People in prisons is big bucks, man.
Yeah, I'll be right back.
Sick people's probably the biggest one. You got big pharma.
Yeah, that's one of the technological advances that we have is coming up with new and better ways of keeping people alive.
Nah, I don't know. I think there's something very sketchy about big pharma.
There's a business end to it also.
Yeah, well, that's where it gets sketchy. If there's something that could some natural thing that's just growing in a rainforest somewhere that could cure cancer that costs nothing to make, they're not going to let that out. They need to get their $100,000 of chemo treatment or whatever they make.
Well, when you think about cancer, and when you think about it really, what it is, cancer is many things. There is nothing in the rainforest that will cure cancer. Cancer is in many different systems, would require many different methods of curing it. There is no cure for cancer.
Yes, there is.
Okay, Dr. Moyak.
Yeah, cancer is not a disease. Cancer is a natural function of your body. And if your body is not healthy, then it's going to not be able to eliminate the things that it's supposed to. And then you get the negative effect of cancer. But your body is always getting rid of death, eliminating death. But cancer is preventable through healthy lifestyle and healthy eating. So it's not that there's a cure for cancer out in the rainforest somewhere. The cure for cancer is in your backyard through the natural world, in what you put into your body.
That's a cute thought. I mean, and somewhat factual.
It's more than somewhat factual.
It's somewhat factual because cancer comes in many flavors. There's kids out there who get it. There's healthy people who get it, and of course, you can just say, well, they weren't really that healthy. But it happens in all walks of life. Every dietary methodology, every exercise routine, everybody. Every group is represented in cancer.
Yeah, but you're addressing the issue on this side of big pharma, right? So on this side of introducing toxins to the body at infancy, right? So my oldest son was diagnosed with what was first thought to be leukemia when he was 3 years old. And then they figured out that it was what they call ITP. That's the abbreviation. I can't remember how to pronounce the whole thing. Okay. We don't know what causes ITP. We don't know what causes ITP. It happens in young children, blah, 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 blah. Well, lo and behold, you look into what the side effect of the MMR is, and the side effect is ITP. So I know what causes ITP. Absolutely. Okay. So childhood cancer is not a natural occurrence. It is the introduction to a child of toxins that its body can't handle. Now, does every child react the same way? No. And we all know that delayed responses, you know, something is in your body that's toxic and it's hidden away somewhere, you're not aware of it, and then 30 years later you get sick and die. But that thing was introduced to your system when you were a child. So we live in a world where we're on the other side of all of this unhealthy toxicity. But that doesn't mean that if we went back to a natural way of living without the introduction of toxins and chemicals into our systems, that we would be able to live much healthier, longer lives.
Again, partially factual and partially not.
Whatever.
If you could show me the group that's doing it right.
Oh my God, dude. That doesn't take away from the fact that I can't point you to a group. It doesn't take away from the fact that simplicity of a natural lifestyle is going to be more healthy. If you don't introduce toxicity into your system, you're not going to have those same problems. It's as simple as that.
You won't have the same quantity. You'll still have the same problems.
No. If you don't introduce toxicity into your system, you're not going to have dis-ease as a result of toxicity.
Show me the group.
Whatever, dude.
I think that would be if you go to, I don't know, maybe somewhere in Africa where they don't have that much like factories and pre-made food, like processed food. Maybe there's lower cancer rates there then.
Yeah, that's why I said we're on the other side of all of this industry and big pharma. We're on this side.
I'd be interested. This like I would pick like an Amazon tribe or something like that. I'd like to go and see the life expectancy of those. So I'm going to go and do a little quick search on that. Because if you don't live past 40, your cancer risk is going to go down quite a bit. $53 years, I think. No,
Seems like
something else.
In 2018, there was 8.75 cases in Northern Africa versus 3.9 cases outside Northern Africa per 100,000 inhabitants. It seems like it's much more cancer in Northern America than outside. Actually, yeah, 3.9 in average in Africa, outside Northern.
Cases of what?
Cancer.
And I'm sorry. I'm. Could you go through that again?
Yeah, it's 8.75 cases in Northern North Sahara, like north from Sahara, Northern Africa. There's that much, and 3.9 in the rest of Africa. I'm trying to find Africa versus the whole Earth.
Yeah, but Africa has a lot of different lifestyles now.
Yep. And there's also, it says that only about 0.25% of the population of sub-Saharan Africa is covered by accurate death registration system. So no one even knows. They just die. It says no country on the mainland of sub-Saharan Africa has data of sufficient quality for the estimation of national mortality rates. So no, don't even have the numbers. This would be interesting to see how much cancer they have versus, like, say, Finland.
Yeah, look at this one article. There's one article about the Amazon. It says, in contrast, modern populations have a life expectancy of 79 to 82. But then they go on to talk about, brain function, but they never talk about the Amazonian life expectancy. You can't do a contrast unless you put up the other one. It does appear, though, that Amazonians do have very healthy arteries.
Yeah, there's a lot of carcinogens and toxins on things that we use and eat and drink.
Oh, absolutely. In fact, it's almost unavoidable in our modern.
Yeah, and if you want to wash yourself, shampoos and conditioners, and soaps.
One of the ones that I think everybody thinks is so benign, they spray their hand, they put these little wall air fresheners in, and I don't think anybody looks at the chemicals that they're pumping into their air in copious quantities. It's like amazing that people do it. I hate them personally, so it's like every time I go into a room and there's an air freshener, it's like I gotta run away.
Yep. I've never used one. Like the Glade One Touch and things like those,
Yeah, if something, if somebody cracks a rat or something, I don't mind occasionally spraying something, but. But also, what do you sacrifice? Like if you're an Amazonian and you're living your lifestyle, it's a taste thing. But it seems like most people who live in these tribes, when they're exposed to the modern world, choose the modern world. So, is it better to live without a heart attack in the Amazon, where you're going to get eaten by a panther, or is it better to live a modern world where you're at the top of the predatory chain and watch TV and die of a heart attack at 82? Another thing that you have with Amazonians is you also have evolutionary pressures still in effect. That guy who doesn't run quite as fast, he gets culled. The kid who's born with diabetes dies before he can breed. Okay, there we go. The TSIMA tribe of Bolivia has a life expectancy of 53 years. So maybe a good 53. They don't have heart attacks in that time, but they sure as shit don't live very long. 15% of their children die before age 5. Those are probably the weak ones. I don't know if I'd want to live in that world. I think I'd rather have my sickly child live. And how many Americans have heart disease that's causing them problems by age 53? Although the life expectancy is also a very interesting number. Like, by 53, you're going to assume that some of those people got eaten while they were young. So that's going to lower the number. But what is the average person who's lucky enough to live to old age? What is their health? If you could eliminate predation and major diseases, what would their life expectancy do if they kept the rest of their lifestyle the same? It seems like that's a statistic that should regularly be posted. I found out there is a statistic. It's life expectancy eliminating accidents and injuries. And I might even put in there preventable disease. If you take all three of those out of the statistics, I'd like to see these other cultures and how long they live.
God, would I give up 10 years on the arse end of my life? Not a chance. When you're old, all your joints are all worn out, walking frames, wheelchairs. Damn, who wants that?
The whole thing. It's like, yeah, at my age, I'm starting to see where I don't want to say I'm bored with life, but I can see where I could reach a point where uh, life becomes less important to me.
Mm. Like if I could have a guaranteed 10 years of fruitful life, like healthy, energetic, being able to be mobile and stuff, sure. Yeah, I'd take those sorts of things. But things tend to wear out, I must say. Well, look, I know with, my working life, doing stuff physical, um, I have joints and aches and pains that I wish I didn't.
Like, how old are you?
I'm in my early 50s, mate.
Yeah, okay, I'm 56, and
Yeah.
I get these stupid little pains, like my heel spur that
Mm,
kicks up, and I have to wear shoes now all the time because when COVID first hit, I was spending so much time at home. I walked barefoot for the better part of 2 years, and then all of a sudden I couldn't walk anymore.
there you go.
And it's like, holy shit, I'm 90.
Yeah, yeah. Like, I still think, for my age that, I am relatively fit and active. Like I don't look at someone else my age and go, oh my God, I wish I was like them. Like I feel quite, fortunate that, I'm still as agile and as strong as what I am. I still have the advantage over my youngest boys where I can still beat them in an arm wrestle. So
Yeah,
I'm still the world reigning arm wrestling champion of our household. But I tell you what, it's getting to be more of a struggle getting
yeah.
that.
No,
So
you got to have that one last wrestling match with your son when
exactly right,
you're
exactly right.
16. You whip his ass really good, and then my father did this to me. I remember,
Yeah.
he just tossed me around like a rag doll when I thought I was young and spry and was tough. And it's like from that point forward, even when he reached up into his 80s, I know mentally I could kick his ass.
Yeah.
There was still that other side of me that sat there and said, I ain't fucking with him. Even though I
Okay.
could see that he was old and frail, it's like, yeah, he's still scared me.
It's quite funny, like with lots of things. Well, with everything with my kids, I've never let them win anything ever. And um, my second eldest son, he's an avid chess player. Loves chess. He's part of the school chess team and all that sort of stuff. And we've played chess on and off, for years. And I'm no chess master or whatever they call them, and at all. I'm a fairly
You
basic
play
sort
for
of.
entertainment.
Exactly right. But I've never let my kids beat me at any game, but chess in particular, and it came up at a conversation one night with a group of friends that we had over, and we were just talking about these sorts of things, and it came up in conversation. I said, yeah, no, I wouldn't let them win anything. And they go, oh, but you've got to let them win. They've got to learn how to be winners and win gracefully and all that sort of stuff. And I said, well, no, that's not how they learn at all. I said, one, for one, it's kind of cheating, and number two, they're actually not really going to feel what it really feels like to win on their own merit. So not only am I depriving them of that feeling, right? I'm actually depriving myself of witnessing that feeling like the first time they beat Dad. And it was about 18 months ago. Jeff and I were sitting down, and he brought out the chessboard and challenged me to a game of chess, and we sat down and anyway, the first game, it was a fairly lengthy game, but I ended up winning that. And he goes, best out of three, and I've gone, yeah, mate, I'd quit while you're ahead, pal. Right, even though you're behind. Anyway, we racked them up again and had another game. Well, blow me down, Moyock. He got me in checkmate in about 5 moves. Bang. And he was literally gobsmacked. And the reaction that came from him, he was running around the dining room table, doing his little happy dance, pumping his fist in the air. It was a magnificent thing to witness, right? Now, I would have never, ever have got that reaction at all if I had let him win. Just cause. So I was pretty about that.
Did you analyze how you lost? How could you lose in 5 moves? I mean, I know that the moves are there, but did you see where your misstep was?
No, I didn't really care, to be quite honest with you, Travis, and to be quite frank with you. Like I said, I'm not a person that sits down and goes, okay, then rook from A1 to B4 or whatever, and calculate all the moves and where you went wrong or anything like that. But my son had obviously done a little, he does play online a bit and stuff, and has these classic starting maneuvers and whatnot. And now he's really good. He plays at a very high level now. His chess and good on him. But yeah, no, I didn't analyze anything.
With my kids, I played sort of like the 90-10 rule. Like if I was playing chess with a 5-year-old, 10% of the time I would sort of 5, whatever, 6, 7. I would, 10% of the time I'd throw the game, or I'd give them a hint that, are you sure you really want to do that?
Yeah.
You don't want to dishearten them. Also, take away their competitive nature. Like, oh, I just can't play. So I did let some winning. At least that was my thinking on it, was to let them do it. But then as time went on, I played harder and harder, and I think now kids realized that when they were 5, they never really beat me. So when my son beat me in earnest, he became a better chess player than me, which didn't take much. He still had that sense of accomplishment of, I kicked Dad's ass. Then I just told him, well, I suck at chess.
Yeah. Look, I definitely did give him the heads up in regards to, was he sure about that move that he was going to make? And, in chess, when you make the move, if you leave your finger on the piece, you can actually move it back to where it was.
Right.
It's right. So he learned very quickly that if he took his finger off, that's where it stood. Like there's no takebacks or anything like that. So I taught him very quickly, that sort of thing. So he would he would move his piece and leave his finger on it and whatnot. And I would say, are you sure about that? Have you looked at all the options? So I definitely encourage him to. If I could see that he was doing something wrong, I'd definitely say you might want to think about that move again. And yeah, he would definitely notice that there was something waiting in the wings for him. So he would change his move. But no, once he made his move, that was it. It was cutthroat in our house. No. I didn't give an inch at all to him. Not at all.
Yeah. I'm trying to think what my old man would do. He didn't play a lot of games with us, so I'm trying to think if there was a time when he through a game or anything. And for the life of me, I can't really think of a game he played with us. Maybe he got stuck into a game of Monopoly once or something, but I don't think so.
Yeah.
He was more of the dad. Here, come out and hold this flashlight while I work on the car, and you're doing it wrong. Yell at you for that, and then you, through osmosis, you learned a lot.
Yes.
Of things that you know that are bad for you, what have you given up for longevity? Let's say in the past 10 years.
What have I given up that is bad for me?
Smoking, drinking.
No, nothing.
Yeah, most people I don't think are willing to change their lifestyle as much, even though they know that they're doing bad things. Yeah. Now I don't know. Do you still go out and occasionally have some fast food?
Actually, no. Well, fast food. We don't really do fast food. To be honest with you, we have never been fast food people, and no, don't get me wrong. We have done it and whatnot. But it's generally something like fish and chips or pizza. It's not.
Right.
Yeah, it's not like McDonald's or Hungry Jack's or these sorts of things or Kentucky. Not this sort of fast food. It's probably more wholesome fast food for one of a better terminology. And where we live at the moment, we don't even have the option of fast food. So the closest fast food chain would be about 60 kilometres away from us, which is about 40 miles. So we don't even have the option of that sort of thing. So yeah, no, not giving up anything like that, fast food or smoking or alcohol. Probably if nothing else, like our lifestyle has got more healthy in the last 10 years than more unhealthy. So yeah.
Right. That's more of a byproduct of where you live. You didn't choose to live there for a healthy lifestyle, did you? You didn't choose to be far away from McDonald's because it's like I want to get away from McDonald's. You
No,
chose
no,
to
no.
do a
It had
job
nothing.
or
No, yeah, no. It had nothing to do with McDonald's. It just had to do with the quality of life where we moved to, away from the rat race type of thing. We had certain things on our bucket list that we wanted. We wanted to be close to the ocean and have nice views and all that sort of stuff. Downsize slightly to what we had, so to make it a little bit easier on us.
well,
But
if you got a view
yeah,
of the ocean, you have to downsize.
well, yeah. But we are blessed. Where we are. Like I live in a town that has a population of about 100, and like I said, it's about 60 kilometres from the nearest town, and that's just like a little country town anyway. The closest town. It's not a major city. We are an hour and a half from a major city. An hour and a half, hour and 40 minutes. So it's good. Absolutely perfect where we are. But yeah, no, I can honestly say that we haven't necessarily given up anything deliberately to try and live a healthier lifestyle or whatever. So yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I chose. I lived in New York. I lived, up until about age 28 in New York, and it was really, it was suburbia. It wasn't the city life. But I ran away from taxes and everything else, and I moved down to where I am now. I wanted to have property,
Hmm.
so I got acreage and stuff. And I guess by proxy that means that I have to work a lot harder to maintain the property. So I got some healthy living choices out of that.
Yep.
But that wasn't the reason I did it. Pollution is probably a crap load less, although I drink water out of the ground, and God knows what the farmers are putting in that water.
Exactly. Yeah.
And I've never had the water tested. I really should, but it tastes so damn good.
Oh, well, we collect all our own water too. It's all rainwater that we collect.
Oh, really?
Yeah. We only have rainwater as an option. We don't have mains water as an option where I am. You have to collect it. You don't collect it, you don't have water where we are.
No well water?
No. Not even a. Well, look, if you we're too close to the ocean anyway for that to even be a possibility.
Oh,
And
salt
if
water. You can get salt
yeah,
and cheese water. Yeah.
exactly.
How much rain do you get?
Oh, we get more than enough to fill up the tanks and then some. So we're actually thinking about putting in a fourth tank at the moment. Not that we need it, but it'll be purely for irrigation of the gardens and stuff. Because we're putting in quite a bit of effort into getting gardens and whatnot. When you are on nothing but rainwater, you are very particular on how you use that water and where it goes. But
What it carries out of 500 gallons?
Oh no, we've got 3 tanks. One of the tanks is 75,000 liters, whatever
Okay,
that is
I
in
don't know what that
gallons.
is.
And the other 2 tanks are about 45,000 thereabouts. So they're decent size. And then we have two other tanks that are on the garage that are basically, or they're ICBs. The tanks, they're a meter by a meter by a meter. They're white and they have the metal cage around them. They generally tart chemicals and stuff in them. We have a couple of those attached to the garage, and that's what we use at the moment for the irrigation for the garden beds and trees and stuff. So
I got to stop you for a second. 75,000 liters is 19,000 gallons.
there you go.
I'm not sure if that's right. And that's bigger than an Olympic-sized pool, isn't it? Is it? You sure it's not 7,500?
Yeah,
No, it's definitely 75,000.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
That seems huge.
Yeah, they are big. Yeah, we've got one very big one, and like I said, we've got two slightly smaller ones up the front of the house. Yeah, they're massive.
All right. Could you dimension them for me? Roughly.
Moyok, an Olympic-sized swimming pool has millions of liters, not thousands, mate. Come on.
All right. I'm just thinking 19,000 gallons. I would think that would be. I'd have to go through my numbers carefully, but I got well water and I use water willy-nilly. And I used to have my water softener used to give me a count of how many gallons I used a day. That was I was like 130 gallons a day. It seems like 19,000 would be overkill.
No.
No, not when it's your only source of water. You want to make sure you got
Yeah, and
water.
half the year is bone dry almost.
Okay.
And where we are, where we're situated, right opposite Kangaroo Island, even though we see a lot of storm clouds coming towards us, 50% of the time those storm clouds blow around us and we don't even get the rain. So when the rain does fall, you want to make sure that you capture every single drop of it.
Hey, Bandy, have you seen those setups for rain harvesting where they have like an automatic, so the rain's obviously censored by something or sensed by something, and then these massive tarpaulins roll out just above the ground, and then they're all like obviously funneled in a certain direction to go towards the storage, but instead of everything hitting the ground and running through the ground, these things
Yep.
just like fan out. It's amazing.
Yeah,
They can also work to capture the dew as well. If it's going to be a dewy enough morning, they can actually catch the dew underneath, and it still runs down underneath into the catchment. It's phenomenal.
Now, what do you do to treat your water? I mean, you get rainwater, but of course the birds pooped on your roof, so the you get bird poop in there and stuff, and other
Minerals, mate.
stuff.
Yeah,
What
it
is
adds, it adds nutrients to your,
and flavor?
to your water. Exactly. The only we have a very basic filter on the water. Just basic carbon filters. And that's only purely because my wife found a dead mouse on the top of the water tank on the inlet, and it freaked her out. And I go, baby, but it just adds flavour. Like it didn't bother you before today. Why is it bothering you now?
Oh yeah. So you don't do any
That's why the
chemical
water
treating
tastes
of it or anything like that.
Yeah. Like when you have a glass of water and you've got to pick out some fur between your teeth or whatever, it's like, whatever.
Yeah, I've got a UV filter in mine. So after the carbon filters, it goes through a UV.
Really?
Hmm.
Okay.
Yep.
Fair
These tanks are about 12 meters by 3 meters by 3 meters. That's huge.
They're round.
Yeah,
They're round. So
I'm
I've got
looking
one
at.
that's 14. I got one that's 14 meters in diameter and 3 meters high.
Wow.
So you can work
That's huge.
that out.
when
Bigger
you
than
when
a
you're
swimming pool.
when you're only relying on rainwater, you want to overkill the catchment capability. You don't want to waste it.
Oh, you don't want to miss out because this year it ran a little bit short. If you had a drought and you did run out of water, what is the solution to that in your area? I mean, I'm sure you don't just pack it up and leave. Can you call tanker trucks in and?
Oh yeah. Yep. You can buy water. To half fill my big tank, I think is around $220 thereabouts to get it half full of water. But the amount of water that we've got, if we didn't get another drop of rain, right, and you kind of go through just using the water that you normally do, and then all of a sudden you start hitting a dry spot. So you probably start to conserve a little bit of water. Then we could probably get through, I would say, 2 years with what we've got.
And if you get like an inch of rain, does that replenish you completely? Do you have many storms? Like if you run out essentially with the surface area that you're dumping into your tanks, how much does it take to refill?
Oh, to refill, I don't know, because our tanks are pretty much constantly full by the end of summer. All of the tanks are about half full, right? Because we siphon the two top tanks down to the bottom tank, so they're all about maybe half full, thereabouts. And if we have 2 decent rains, they're full again. They're overflowing.
Okay, look at my water usage. Okay, the numbers are a lot different than I thought. Yeah, because looks like I use about 47,000 gallons a year, which is quite a bit. And I would have to conserve a lot to be on your
Mm.
in your category.
But see, I suppose things like, well, I don't know. Look, I do my bit for water. Like, I'm always pissing outside, so to speak. Like, I don't use a toilet there. I'm always outside doing whatever I've got to do, and we do. I shower every second day, not every day, but I do. You just have a like a bird bath the other days. Yeah, you do things like this, but this is just general, I don't know, country living. I've done this sort of thing all my life, Mike. So it's
Right.
nothing strange at all. I grew up on a farm, and pretty much all my life lived in country areas where we've had nothing but water tanks. So I had to collect your own.
Like on the boat is the only place that I have, really, and I've been boating my whole life. So
Yeah.
I always had the super conservation mode, that we could go into if
Yeah.
need be, where you want to take 25 gallons and make it last a week
Yeah.
with 3 people.
Mhm.
It's doable, but I in my old age, I enjoy going in that shower, and I have low flow shower head, but still, I
Mhm.
probably use 30 gallons on my shower.
Oh, look, I must say, if we go out somewhere like we'll go into town, and you'll get a hotel or whatever. I must say that is one luxury that you do use. Like, you'll go into the shower, and like for half an hour you'll be under
Yeah,
there.
exactly.
You've just got no guilt at whatsoever in regards to how much water that you do use. So that's like a guilty sort of luxury that we do. But things like having showers and stuff like that. Once again, all the low flow stuff. But well, we have a bucket in the shower as well. So you have your shower, and so not all the water is going down the drain. Some of it goes into the bucket, and you take that outside to water the garden, and use it that way. It's just it's simple kinds of things in the kitchen sink. We have a plastic bucket as well. So you do your dishes and stuff, and those plants, like wife doesn't mind her succulents and stuff. That's the water that they get. So you're not using your usable water or your drinking water, just willy nilly on the garden, to try and keep it green.
Hey, if it gets too annoying, tell me. But I'm going voice activity instead of push to talk. So if it gets too noisy for you, yell at me. I'll go back
Yeah,
push
yeah.
to talk.
All right, mate.
It's too noisy. Hey, I was actually talking to people about this yesterday, and I was wondering, have you ever seen those? I've only seen it once in a YouTube video, but these people did like a they dug out a big area, and then they did like have you ever seen those Adobe sort of homes where they have like a cloth sack and they fill it with sand or dirt, and then they just sort of like make a dome out of it?
Yep.
So basically, they get that sock, and they've dug down a meter or two, and then they around the outside of it, they do this cloth sack or just tires or something, just make a good foundation or like a wall, and then they build up a meter or two, a meter and a half above that again, and then they just line it with plastic. Seems like the way to go, because it's sort of if you're going to be pumping and you don't need it to be gravity, then I could see you getting a lot more capacity by by doing something like that without it being in the way so much. You could even possibly do something on top of it.
Mm-hmm. There's definitely plenty of ways to use Mother Nature to its fullest. That's for sure.
Have you seen them, but
Yeah, no, I've seen what you're talking about. Yeah.
what are they? What would you line it with? I mean, it'd just be some sort of UV resistant, or I mean, it wouldn't need to be UV resistant, but like just something that's not going to dissolve, or is there something?
Break down.
Hmm.
Break down. Yeah. I like the Earth ships. Have you ever seen those?
Hmm. Yeah, I imagine.
Mm-hmm.
Just designing a home so you've got all natural advantages.
Now it
I
sounds like
think
you live in. Do you have air conditioning?
no. Yes. Yes, we do. Yeah, we've got windows and doors that we open up.
So I guess your humidity isn't horrible.
Oh, we're quite lucky here where we are because we're so close to the ocean. Now, even if you get a stinking hot day, at night you get the cool breeze coming off the water. So at night you just open up, the windows and the flywire door, get all that cool breeze into the home, which cools down that thermal mass that's heated up during the day. And then you start the following day off with your house just normal again. So our home doesn't really go through that cycle of 4, 5, 7 days, 2 weeks solid of constantly warming up and never being able to cool down. It does it all naturally.
Yeah, up in New York, it was a very rude awakening moving down here. Because up in New York, there was maybe a week of oppressive humidity in New York.
Oh yeah.
In total. So it was, you know what? You open up the windows, and mom and dad had an air conditioner in their bedroom. They would let us come in their room for that 1 week.
Yeah.
And then fans did the rest. But down here, you get 4 or 5 months of oppressive, brutal, can't breathe humidity.
Yeah. Yeah. We don't suffer from the humidity here, and even even in the midst of summer, once again, because you are so close to the water, it's not quite as hot, a little bit further inland. It's generally, or where I am especially, it's probably 1 or 2 degrees a little bit cooler than say where White is. I've noticed when I've looked at the weather, and when it comes to places like Adelaide, like I said, which is for about an hour and a half from where I am, it can be as much as 5 or 6 degrees difference in the summer.
And that's in the non-freedom unit degrees. So they're about 2 degrees apiece. That's almost 12 degrees on it.
There you go. Yep. But we have ceiling fans all throughout the house, and as long as they're on, as long as you have that moving breeze, I find even when it's pretty hot, it's still comfortable. It's still comfortable.
You know what, man?
Show what?
Good Shepherd's in here. Somebody with some fucking common sense.
Common sense.
Beyond y'all. Yeah, go ahead, sir.
Seeing as you talk non-common sense,
Go on.
I would find it hard that you and Chesper will find common ground. But
Vespa?
give it your best shot. See if you can get him on the same wavelength as.
His name is Chepa, and we're pretty close, dude. I've seen his penis.
Look, your fetish for seeing other men's penises is well known, Kosho, and I don't particularly want to go there again.
What the hell's going on? I'm watching a YouTube video and I hear this shit in the background. What the fuck's being talked about here?
Banso's being weird, dude.
Oh, I'm not the one mentioning seeing other men's penises.
I'm just telling you, I'm close with Chepa. You're not going to pit us against each other, bro. Nice try, though.
I seriously, I wasn't paying any attention to what was being talked about. I was watching a video.
Yeah, luckily, because Kosho was.
I'll catch you up. Bandsaw thinks your name is Vespa.
I said Zespa.
No, it's Chepa. Like Czechoslovakia. CZ.
Well, you should.
It's all right.
You should spell it Chepa instead of Zespa.
Yeah, I should actually, but
yeah, exactly.
I can't. It's sentimental value. I can't.
I pronounce things the way they are presented.
Yeah, Chepa.
Yeah, it sounds like one of those strange European names to me.
Yeah, it is.
Exactly. Which is cool.
Yesterday, my buddy, his name's Howard, a.k.a. Left Lane, a.k.a. Move, bitch, get out the way. Anyways, he was talking to, I think, Travis about Eratosthenes, I believe. I could be wrong. It could be two totally different people who was talking about it, but.
Oh, you probably are wrong again, but go on, continue the story.
Regardless, the fact remains that somebody was asking for proof. Somebody was asking for proof of the globe. Actually, you know what? I think it was two different people. Yeah, I think it was. George. Not George. What's that guy's name?
Which one? George?
Not George. Greg?
Gregory.
Yeah, Gregory. There you go. It was Gregory.
It was Gregory and Paid, probably.
That's right. Yes.
Oh, okay.
Paid nasty shit.
God, that would have been
two totally different people. But regardless, the point remains that he was asking for proof, or how Eratosthenes would have known back then, even. But the proof is literally in the pudding. Okay, because
really,
yeah, literally.
Well, come on, let's hear it.
Well, it's the same issue with the celestial navigation. The problem is that you can tell right away whether or not you're getting angles due to the object that you're getting light from, being close and just making different angles depending on where it's touching on the surface, or if it's making those different angles because of the surface itself. So you can actually, there's a huge difference between those two angles, and you can tell right away which one's which. Like in 50 miles, you're already going to get a different angle for a 3,000 mile away sun. Okay. Right? So this is a lot sooner than it would on a globe our size. So.
And how have you established that something 50 miles away from each other is a different?
Say that one more time.
How would you establish that something 50 miles, let alone 500 miles, is at different angles or the same angle?
Well, you could guess, but if I were gonna do it, I would just measure them. I don't know what.
Okay, and then what? presume or assume what?
You wouldn't presume or assume anything.
Really? You wouldn't? Nothing. Okay,
You'd
interesting.
have to assume something.
Yeah,
No,
man.
what would you have to assume?
I don't know. I'm asking you. You're the one doing it, telling
The
the story. I'm just asking.
behavior of the angles are vastly different. So
Right?
so where you would have 1 degree difference at 50 miles, it's not going to change in a linear fashion as it would on a spherical surface. I mean, you already know this.
Okay. I do.
Well, if you don't, I'm afraid you might be in the same boat as a lot of people.
Uh-huh.
And I don't think that's your fault, but somebody better than me has to express this in the correct way. You know what I mean?
That's just about anybody.
Yeah.
I'm bigger than you, and I'm better than you.
Yeah, maybe. I've seen your penis, as I said earlier, and I beg to differ.
Exactly. Once again, there we are.
Uh,
The shadow cast of one's anatomy has demonstrated what
okay, check this out. Check
I
this
do
out.
not want you to DM me any private pictures that you have had. I'm just putting that out there now.
Fair enough.
Do not.
So I told you for 1 mile.
I was
What
just going to send you one.
These conversations are private. You begged me for it.
Okay, man. Okay, so for 1 degree, I already told you it's 50 miles on the 3,000 mile away sun. However,
Can you set out the example again? Because I wasn't listening to the start of it. Like, what exactly are we looking at here?
we're talking about Aristotle's test.
Right, go on.
Yes. So he measured, I think it was 7.2 degrees. Okay. But the difference in the angles. So for a 3,000 mile away sun, 7 degrees would be about 368 miles. Okay. Whereas on the globe, that 7 degrees is 480 miles. So it's 120 miles greater, or about 133%.
So you're assuming geometric assumptions and applying them to two models.
Now, I'm using geometry and applying them to reality.
Right, but to two models. So your assumption is if I assume flat, this is what if I assume globe, this is what.
That's correct.
Okay. Continue.
Well, no, that's just my point, is that
Oh,
you would be able to see just by taking the measurements whether or not you were actually on a flat plane or a globe by the way the angles change and behave. They don't change in a linear fashion, and they actually change much quicker.
On a flat plane, why should they change in a linear fashion?
Well, no, they shouldn't, but in reality, they do.
They do? Really?
Problem is not with the flat model and understanding it. The problem is with the reality and the flat model and not being able to connect the difference.
Damn.
There's another thing that's been assumed here, right? You're assuming that these north to south measurements are correct. I mean, because think about it, right? Your latitude and longitude, or your latitude, right? For absolutely your latitude, is an understood point that is based off of previous observation. That says, we've previously at equinox, we've previously demonstrated and measured that this point here is 32 degrees south. That's my latitude, right? And if you you can't deviate from that because that's demonstrable reality. And to say, that they it's linear, well, how do you know? I mean, have you gone and measured? Seriously, have you actually gone and measured a latitude point and measured to the equator? How would you go about doing that?
I think one thing you're assuming, just one question I have is, do you think that we can't measure 50 miles at least somewhat reliably?
Right, 50 miles is not enough to say that there's a linear or any other kind of relationship. No, it's not.
That's the difference between the two models. One requires 69 miles and one requires 50 for that 1 degree change.
Okay, this is okay. Is this the complete understanding you're trying to paint? Because I mean, with 2 points, this is like the Eratosthenes problem that we've talked about in the past. You can't, like in trigonometry, right? You need 3 known pieces of information to calculate a fourth. You can't have 2 pieces of information and calculate a third. That just doesn't happen.
Okay, so
Sure you
one of
can.
the angles you have is 90 degrees.
Mhm.
90 degrees to the zenith. So you have 90 degrees, right? You have the zenith. You have the distance between you and the second point, and you have the angle of that second point.
Angle of the second point to the sun
That's right.
versus
The angle from the first point to the sun, which was 90, and the distance between the two of them.
there's 2 separate triangles, and you've still only got 2 pieces of
It's not
information.
2 separate triangles.
It is.
It's not. They share a base. They both point at the sun. The sun's the third angle, or the third point. It's a triangle.
Draw this on a piece of paper, Kosho. I think you'll still see that it requires a point to be directly under the sun, which there isn't. I mean, no, actually it is. It's Alexandria, right? Or am I wrong? But well, what I was getting at there is when you said 50 miles versus 69 miles, right? The point that I was getting at there is you can't just take one measurement and say, oh, look, it's not a linear relationship, or oh, look, it is a linear relationship, because you only done one measurement there. You would need multiple different measurements to say to be able to, and you know, I would prefer that it be along the same longitude as well. To be quite honest, so that would make it more accurate, and if it was done at the same time, but. You'd need multiple points to be able to establish whether there is a linear or non-linear relationship between, your observations.
Except that was my point. My point wasn't just the one point. I mean, it wasn't just one measurement. It was when you continue to take measurements, you would see that it's not linear. Okay, I said that you would see a glaring problem right away with the 50 miles versus 69, but when you moved out to 7 degrees, there's a 133% discrepancy between what you'd expect, and so that
And
would be a huge error, and you wouldn't get as close to Eratosthenes got to the actual circumference.
Do you want to know why it's not linear?
I mean, it is. We use it as if we use it as it's linear.
As if it's linear, right?
Yes, we
And
use it as if it's linear because it works that way.
Right, that's why the maps are distorted.
No, it's why we get whenever you do celestial navigation, you pinpoint your location by using linear.
It's actually a lot better than measuring the sun, because you've got a lot less refractive qualities. There's more consistency of air temperature along
No,
the.
you have the same amount.
Huh?
You have none in both cases.
No, absolutely. Well, I mean, if you're looking directly up, no, actually, no, you still do, because you're going through different layers. Whereas when you're looking at the stars, it's generally dry and cold, and you've got that direct line of sight isn't impeded as much. It's not. There's not as much refractive trickery going on. But I would say, right, even if you do have perfect conditions, right, the relationship is going to be non-linear, because you have a different level of total refraction over larger distances.
And we don't worry about refraction in these cases, because refraction is only going to cause the object to be 5 arc seconds out of position if it's well above 30 degrees. So it's
Well,
not.
if you're at different latitudes, right, you're looking at different angles of incidence. It's a huge factor.
Yeah, but we don't use, in both cases, both tests, whether it's celestial navigation or Eratosthenes tests, at least in the cases when I did it, we were never to where it was 30 degrees or below in the sky.
May I ask, do you know where the nautical mile came from? Like how we figured out how far a nautical mile is?
Yeah, that was based on the degrees in the sky, man. It was 1 minute of arc.
At what latitude though? Because an arc
Danny.
minute would be a different distance at different latitudes.
It's great circle circumferences.
No, that doesn't mean anything in relation to what I just said. But yeah, I mean, this I had my mouth full, so I couldn't respond. But there was something you were saying just before. Oh yeah, what's it about? You said something about under. They don't do it under 30 degrees.
I don't. But celestial navigation, they usually don't.
So it's got to be 30 degrees above the horizon or greater.
It's going to be more than that. Yeah, you're going to pick 3 stars that are pretty high in the sky.
Righto. Yeah, that makes sense. Because the when the angle of incidence is greater, the refraction is less. You want to be closest to 90 possible.
Well, the position change doesn't happen until, like I said, below. People say below 15, but I'd say below 30 just to be safe.
It also depends on the accuracy that you're looking for. I mean, like you could use something closer to the horizon, you just have to realize that you're not going to get super accurate navigation. Yeah, you're going to be off by 10 miles, 15 miles.
Yeah, but no, well, you can be off by half a degree, which could put you off by 35 miles.
Yeah.
Well, I don't really know what the point was that you were you bring the discussion up, right? Like what's the argument there?
My point was I was going to bring this up yesterday about, like I said, somebody had asked him how did he verify that it was a globe versus flat? Like what validated him to make that assumption? And as I said, he would have found out real extremely quickly if he was wrong about that by the measurements he took. And regardless,
How would he find out really quick? He only did one
because
measurement.
I told you the nature of the angles and how they change.
No, he only did one measurement.
Yeah, but
that's all he required for what he was trying to describe. It's been done millions of times now.
If it was done on a flat plane or a globe, the results would be the same. You can put people have shown this. You can put where it's easy to imagine, understand. Put a flashlight, above the table, right? You put your stick or 2 sticks on the table, right? And you move the flashlight over, right? Obviously, you don't tilt the flashlight; you just keep it pointing down, and you kind of move it across, and it would do exactly the same thing as what Eratosthenes observed.
Yeah, I know. We've told them this numerous times.
Okay,
the problem is it doesn't do exactly.
How high would the sun have to be? How high would the sun have to be?
Okay. Sun doesn't have to be at any altitude. It's just
actually
where
it does. It has to be at a very specific altitude.
No, it doesn't. No.
Well, then it's not going to do the same thing as.
I think altitude is the wrong word there.
It's not.
Well, it is, because I mean altitude really apply to like things within the atmosphere, and your claim is that it's outside the atmosphere. 93 million miles is not an altitude. An altitude is like measured in like feet or thousands of feet.
Or degrees, whatever.
You can use feet if you want to, man. You can use miles. You can use centimeters if you'd like. But there is a very specific altitude that the sun would need to be in order for Eratosthenes to measure, for it to be the same in both cases. There's only one single altitude. Any other altitude, he would not have gotten the same thing in both cases.
Right. Okay. Right. But again, this simply goes back to first principles with this model. So if you were, and this was the first thing I researched for was Eratosthenes, and the thing that I came across with is something that we've always had in this discussion, is that he assumed three things. He assumed the Earth was a sphere, he assumed a distant sun, and he assumed parallel daylight. Okay, so the question then still remains: if he assumed it was a sphere, how did he, or whoever it was before that, establish that it was so? Because all we're going on every single time are observations. If I observe something and then think this is the reason, am I going to test it, or am I just going to assume it? Right? So if all he's doing is assuming that he's on a globe, then anything he observes is going to be confirmation bias. He's just going to plug it in to what he thinks is the case.
Yeah, but as I just told you, that the whole point I was talking to Chepa about was he would have found out immediately that it was not a sphere, that he gotten that wrong. And he would have found that out by the nature of the angles he got. If he would have gotten, if it were a flat plane, the angles that he got, the way that they, the way that they behave with one another.
How many measurements did he take in his area? How many measurements did he take in his proximity?
At least one.
One. So one angle is going to tell him, right? No, and then you got what, 500 miles of distance, and you have another angle. So you have two angles, and again, this is what I think, I can't remember. Chepa, is that how you say it? Chepa?
Yeah, Chepa.
Okay, so again, if we are on a large warehouse, and we put up one stylus and we put up another stylus at a different distance, and we put the light over the first stylus so that there's no angle, the other stylus is going to have an angle. And then if you move that light in any other position, it's going to give each of those styluses an angle.
But that's ignoring the fact that we currently have millions of measurements. He had his assumption, which was in actuality they had already decided it was a globe by doing his measurement. He wanted to know how big. So that's all he was trying to prove, and he proved with one measurement to his satisfaction that it was the size in question, that whatever his number he came up, 24,900, whatever.
I don't think that he had a hypothesis. I mean, what was he thinking would happen? What was he aiming for?
They don't know.
What was he aiming for?
No, he was simply aiming to measure the circumference of the Earth. That's all.
Which wasn't proven. So he's assuming whatever measurement fits into a circumference. He's assuming something that hasn't been proven.
Yeah, to him it was proven. He didn't give a shit what we think today.
I don't give a shit what you think he thought, right? The principle that you guys are now, again, just dodging and weaving on this is that your entire model, I don't give a shit what you think you can do today.
No, sorry, we don't have a model.
Whatever is being done today is being done because you suppose something to be the case. So of course, everything that you get today, which system you didn't create this system.
No, that was geometry. That was produced by somebody else. Yes, you're right.
Okay.
But also, Travis, you agreed yesterday that our map and model work in reality. So I don't understand what the big deal, if we make an assumption or not, is if it works every time we use it for celestial navigation. That's the proof in the pudding right there.
Yep. You can go ahead and believe that all you like.
Yeah, also, Travis, the point...
Oh, wait, hold on. Does celestial navigation not work now, Travis?
Oh my God. I'm not having these discussions with you when you make non sequiturs, okay?
The point, though...
What about
Go
the
ahead, Coach.
azimuthal AE map? Being able to put it on any location or whatever.
Yeah, so the point, though, about the Eratosthenes observation let's assume that you're right, Travis. Let's assume that it would have been the same in both cases, and that his assumption was his failure, right? If that were true, then he would have indirectly calculated the altitude of the sun, and it could be no different than 3,936 miles high, and that would be the height of the sun. If that's the case, then the nature of all the other angles, any other angle that's measured, would be based off of a sun at that altitude.
It's actually more than that.
No, it's not. It's actually that exact number.
No, it's more than that because you're not taking into consideration that at a different angle of incidence, you've got a different refractive things happening.
We've
So
already talked about
something that's observed as a 1 degree latitude change is it may actually be the apparent position versus the actual position. There may be like a huge discrepancy there. And
it's not though, Jeff. It's not. It's not more than 5 arc seconds off of out of position, so it's just not going to change the distance.
Right, but what he's saying is its apparent position, meaning not its actual position. You're trying to stick with the linear relationship with an exact location, and what he's saying is an apparent location. And I find it funny that the height of the sun could be the exact radius value, right? So you could reverse engineer it either way, but we know that the sun's location is an apparent location, meaning its zenith isn't going to give you a good exact accurate height, and neither will any of your other angles to it if it's an apparent location as opposed to an actual location.
I just addressed when Shep had said that pretty directly. I mean, several times to him, and I'll say it again. It's not going to be more than 5 arc seconds out of position. And if you want to calculate what that distance change is going to be, the position change, so 5 arc seconds, I'm sure you know what that looks like. The position change that would cause the distance across the ground is going to be fuck all. It's not going to be. It's not going to be anything that's going to change this number. So 3936.5 miles is the height of the sun. In this idea of Eratosthenes getting it wrong and forgetting to and using it as a globe when he should have been using it as a flat plane.
Let's try to actually tease apart the actual bones here, because you're saying that they're on a flat plane, that there would not be a linear relationship, and that there is a linear relationship between the latitude change and the distance, right? So you're saying that as the angle changed, your latitude changed on a flat Earth. You're saying that the angle change, the distance would get greater and greater the further out you go, per degree. And I'm just going to say that that's a fair appraisal to make. But how do you know there's not other things going on? Like if the sun moves in a circle, you're obviously going to have higher pressure in the north. And with high pressure, you're looking at different refractive properties. Especially when you're looking north at the sun, when it's coming across, say making a quarter of the circle, say, versus being in the south and looking at it just move across. So like there may actually be discrepancies that you're not taking into account.
We're not going to use things that nobody's aware of, that nobody has any evidence of, and nobody knows that happens. We're not going to use those as evidences. So
we could do a test, right? We could test your assumptions, or presumptions, sorry, let's say assumptions, because you've got this test you did, and you use that as reliable data to go off of, right? But what about doing the Eratosthenes experiment with the moon, like I've been wanting to do?
That would be foolish, Trevor.
Why would it be foolish?
Because then you would create the kind of errors that we're talking about you would get if you were on a flat plane and the sun being close, because the moon is close. The moon is too close to use it the same way you would use the sun.
So close. It's fucking. You think it's 250,000 miles away? That's not close.
It's close
Very
enough.
close. They will have angular errors.
So
what errors are you
what,
talking about?
what distance is too close?
Anything below
Right.
a million miles, 3 million
A
miles.
million. That's a nice round even figure. So we've got to have something a million miles away. If it's a
million miles
million,
would be less than an.
isn't that convenient?
I'm not going to continue to engage in this conversation if you're not honest.
I mean, I'm being as honest as I can be, Chepa, and
Yeah,
correct.
what's
as
not
well.
honest about it? What's not honest about it?
Well, hey, Kosho, can you explain the discrepancies that would take place with doing the Eratosthenes experiment with the moon, right? If we're throwing out all assumptions and we're saying it's a flat stationary plane, what reading would we get in the Eratosthenes experiment on the moon as opposed to the sun? What would be your prediction as to the angles of the shadows if we're assuming a flat plane and we're just doing the same exact thing with the moon as we would do with the sun?
And because the moon's close, the parallax on the moon, you could use it as you would use the sun, but you'd be off by 1 or 2 degrees, depending on how it was moving and where it was in your sky, because of
due to what?
How close it is. That means that when it moves across the sky, you can't use it as if the rays are coming in parallel, because they're not coming in parallel from that point.
That's what I'm saying. Let's throw out all assumptions as opposed to, assuming far distance to sun, assuming the exact distance that we allegedly know to the moon, and we throw out the assumption of the Earth's curvature. What would our readings be in the shadows if all we're doing is we're measuring shadows at specified distances for these two objects, and we make no other assumptions, and we just read that data? How different would the data be if your alleged sun parallels or sun rays are parallel and the moon's close enough to where they will not be parallel rays? Can you accurately predict what we would get in both scenarios if we reran the Eratosthenes for the sun and for the moon, assuming a flat plane and parallel rays for the sun? Can you run that math at some point, and maybe we can put this together?
Yeah, I'm not the only one capable of doing that, though, so I'll do it right now, but I'm pretty sure you're capable of doing it as well, and probably anybody else in this room. It's very simple.
Yeah, but I don't know why you're poo-pooing his suggestion that you participate in this, because you're the one that brought it up.
Like, I don't exactly understand your claim here of the rays not being parallel. I mean, the sun's rays aren't parallel because it's the same parallax. But when you say parallax, there you're kind of using it wrong. But you're just talking about like the difference from the left side of the moon to the right side of the moon, aren't you? Just that.
No, you're talking about the difference between two different spots on Earth. So as I said before, just as I just calculated, you could get the same. You'd get similar results using the moon, but you could be off by about 1 or 2 degrees, 2 degrees maximum if you were at two ends of the Earth. But depending on what two positions you're using on Earth, if they're near enough, you could get away with using the moon. But yeah, like I said, there's going to be an error. There's going to be an error no matter what, and a maximum error of about 2 degrees.
It has almost nothing to do with the parallel light from the moon either. It has to do with the fact that you're physically moving in your triangle much further for something that's only 200,000 miles away.
So what we're going to do is the same exact experiment, meaning we're taking the reading at the same time, right? We're just doing it for the moon and the sun. And when you say that you'd get an error or you would be off, error in relation to what? We're going into this this test, right? Eratosthenes experiment on the moon, making no real assumptions. So when you say errors and we'd be off from what figures?
Well, if you try to use those numbers to calculate the circumference of the Earth, and your angle was 2 degrees off, then those angles aren't going to correspond to what to the fraction out of 360, because you're 2 degrees off.
Why would you be 2 degrees off?
That's the maximum. That's the maximum of two observers.
No. Why would you be 2 degrees off?
Because the moon's close.
You're saying so from one side of the Earth to the other side of the Earth, they're both looking at the moon. What would be 2 degrees off about it?
The angle that they're receiving on a flat plane.
It would no longer be 69 miles per degree.
Oh shit! Why not?
Because it's closer. Triangles are smaller.
But what if we got the exact same shadow readings, right? So we'd have to pick a day where it would be a full moon, right? So we do the Eratosthenes experiment during the day, and then we would do the Eratosthenes experiment on the moon during the night, right? During the full moon. What's the predicted difference in the shadows between the two experiments based on your model?
Depends on where the two locations are.
I mean, because if you're going to talk about like how the moon is on like a it's not on like an equatorial orbit, so they say it's like it's 5 degrees off or something. If it's all done on the same day, right, that doesn't matter.
What are you talking about?
You know how there's like it's not an elliptical orbit. What do you call it? Where it's like the sun can the moon can be like 5 degrees above or below the equator, depending on where it is in its orbit.
It's 5 degrees above or below the ecliptic.
Yeah, that's right. So I thought that's what you were talking about with this. It's going to be 2 degrees different.
It's close. If you had a light that was right above your head, street light, for instance, and me and you took sticks on the ground and measured angles, we could be right next to each other, 10 feet away from each other, and we'd be receiving two totally different angles because that light is incredibly close. If we move that light far away enough to where the light that reaches us, both of us, is just about the same angle, then we can use it as if it were parallel. And that's why we use the sun as if it's parallel, because the light that reaches the Earth, it's coming to the Earth at just about the same angle. A slight difference. Not enough to cause an error.
So, Kosho, how do you know?
That? Because if you're talking about the angle that you're observing that light at, we're not talking about like taking a synchronous measurement and then try to like tell something from that information. You're taking. You're using like if you were to do the experiment, you would use like a presupposed angle, right? So you'd say, oh, the sun is going to be 90 degrees overhead at this exact time at night because that's what timeanddate.com says, right? So you'd be using that supposed angle as you'd be taking it as gospel, or when it's as overhead as possibly going to get. Now, if you're saying it's going to be 2 degrees off what it says, why would that be?
Said it's 2 degrees off maximum for being useful. However, if you're at two, that's at the most. That's if you're at two antipodes, basically. Okay, which is not going to be the case. So somewhere within 2 degrees, depending on where how far away you are from the other observer.
Okay, maybe we should draw this.
Just give me a distance. How far away do you want to be from the observer? The two observers, how far apart are they?
I don't know. Let's say 1,000 kilometers.
Let's say 1,000 miles.
No, more like 3,000 kilometers. Let's say.
How far away were they in the Eratosthenes? Why don't we just find points that would just recreate the alleged distance in that reading?
450 miles. 480.
Yeah, we're going to do this an easier way. Here's a whiteboard link.
If you're 480 miles, you're going to be off by point about 1/6 of a degree.
Wait,
So
can you just click the whiteboard link and draw it for us?
So you're saying with the sun angle at that distance, so our shadows would only be off by 1 point something degrees?
Yeah, if you would take the sun, the angle you get from those two positions, the angle that you got, and you would use the moon from those two positions, the difference between those angles would be about 1/6 of a degree.
What would the difference in the angles be between the two locations for the sun experiment? So what was the
7.2 degrees.
7.2 degrees. Okay. And to figure out exact zenith times, you'd obviously look at time and date to get an idea, but you'd want to be ready and taking your measurement within a time frame before and after that, so you could utilize this experiment to get an actual, for your specific location, an actual zenith time when you see zero shadow. Could be slightly off from time and date. So your prediction, Kosho, is that the angle in the shadow at the non-zenith locations between the sun and the moon would have a difference of 1.6 degrees between the two tests.
I fell asleep a little bit, but I was taking a nap for a second. But no, yeah. You said 1.6, 1.16. Is that what you said? So 1/6 of 1 degree,
that
which
was
is
my
about
question.
1.16.
So 1.16 degrees would be the
So like
difference.
if the angle's 7.2 degrees with the sun, using that same observation with the moon, and the moon's at the zenith of one place, the other position would be 0.16. So it'd be 7.36, something like that. It'd be plus or minus 0.16, so it could be 7.36 or it could be 7.04.
And you're getting that difference based on the globe model's predictions, is what you're saying?
No, based on the distance that the moon is.
Which the distance to the moon and the distance to the sun in these two would be the claimed 93 million miles for parallel sun rays, and then 239,000 or whatever it is miles for the moon, right?
Well, you don't need the distance to the sun for the parallel to understand that the rays are parallel, but yeah, to calculate what the angle would be from the moon, yeah, the distance, that distance you said.
I keep on hearing parallel sun rays. Why is that significant? I don't think that's significant in this measure. Well, I guess.
What did you say? I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
Oh no, I was just trying to think why we were talking about parallel sun rays again, and what is the significance of that in this measurement. The non-parallel nature of them is going to represent just the fuzzy edge around the shadow. The shadow, if you pick the center of the shadow, will still be about dead on balls accurate, whether the sun is parallel or not.
So if we decided to do this experiment, right, we would eliminate the fuzzy portion of the shadow during our calculations, is
You
what
would
you're
measure
saying?
for the center. So the center is going to be fuzzy on either side because of the non-parallel nature. The center will still be the center from fuzzy side to fuzzy side. You'll still have a very accurate center. And then, of course, I like to throw in always that, anytime you have a question of distances and stuff, I think that was validated in March by several people, including myself, that the world is exact, all the continents, all the oceans are the exact distance depicted on the globe. And their relative positions is exactly correct, as was demonstrated by the volcano that blew up in Tonga.
How did the volcano demonstrate the exact positions of the continents?
Well, that's the here. Let's see. I thought I had the video still. Oh, I did it from. Essentially, what happens is that with the assumption of 24,901 and the assumption that the shock wave moved at 682 miles per hour, which I derived from the fact from one or two measurements around the world, where I took the time it took for the shock wave to reach like California, and from there I derived the speed of the shock wave. And after that, those assumptions, it was able to predict both the primary shock wave and the antipode shock wave as they traveled around a great circle route. And the direction of arrival is also verified because you can see how it went across the countries and stuff, across all the barometers in the world. There's thousands and thousands of barometers, and you can watch the shockwave travel across countries. If you look at any of those individual numbers, you can tell when the first shockwave will hit and the second shockwave, based on the assumptions that I had before.
So this is the shockwave that is traveling through terra firma wire,
No,
or through
atmosphere.
water.
Through atmosphere.
Through atmosphere. Okay. Yep.
It's corroborated on a much smaller scale,
barometer.
the tsunami that came from this also on a much smaller scale is pretty accurate.
Okay.
Is the speed of these shockwaves? Sorry, guys, quick one. Is the speed of these shockwaves? I've just joined, by the way, so I have no idea. Is the speed of the shockwaves the same at any altitude?
No, actually, it's not. And that's actually evidenced in the fact that the shockwave, when it's close by, you can hear a really sharp shockwave that hits the place is only 75, 80 kilometers away. You hear a loud boom, and it's a relatively short duration. The difference in speed, I think, is something like about 34, 35 miles per hour between ground level and any reasonable altitude.
Yeah, but they refract. They refract depending on the densities in the Earth too.
But that had nothing to do with the Earth. Absolutely zero to do with the terra firma. It's only atmospheric that I'm talking about.
Well, are you talking about the sound in the air?
Yes.
Oh, okay. I thought you were talking about the S&P waves.
And I think that the beautiful thing about this one was that when I compared it to the globe, I found that the numbers were extremely close. It is measuring a shock wave, so it did spread out over something like several hundred miles, but the lower atmospheric waves are going to travel fast because the speed of sound is higher in higher density. So you will see, you will get the maximum speed will be what we experience at essentially sea level. And so the shockwave will travel about that speed, some portion of it. So you'll get that initial incident will happen, and then it'll spread out over the time for that 30-mile-an-hour lag in the upper atmosphere. So it'll become a much longer sound.
So I've got no idea how they measure these things, Moyle. Now, did you say it was a barometer? Or
Yeah, it's a barometer.
Okay, and the change of pressure
Yes.
at that particular moment is an indication that the shockwave is traveling past. Yeah.
Yes.
And does it change dramatically? Like, is there I presume the closer to the volcano, there would be a bigger change, and then it would dissipate the further away it got. Yeah.
Bigger, and it spreads out. It becomes a longer impulse over time.
Yeah.
And over distance.
Okay.
I mean, watch the video. I mean, the video is really. I did it, just on a lark. Like I said, hey, I wonder if I could make any predictions based on this. So I made my assumptions. Measuring California, getting the speed of that pulse was moving, and then I checked, several locations around the world, including Sweden, Switzerland, Seattle, Washington, New Jersey. I didn't do an extensive list. There was only 9 places I checked, but I was able to reasonably predict the first incident of the shockwave. But I found more interesting was the second incident, which was the leftover distance. So, like, I would measure Tonga to Seattle, and let's say that was 9,000 miles. I don't remember the numbers at all, but that leaves another. The remainder of the 24,000 for it to go the other direction. And I was able to predict that second impulse as it came around the antipode direction. Okay. And I think my numbers came up within like maybe 20, 30 minutes of the anticipated shockwave. But then when you look closer at it, you'll also see that the direction of travel, like the primary that goes across England, comes up from the south first. Actually, I don't remember which one's first, but it comes up from the one direction, and then it goes the other direction, exactly antipode. It goes across the country again, across all those barometers, like 4 or 5 hours later.
Moya, question for you. Your claim is that this wouldn't work on a flat Earth, and you said you modeled it out. Did you use an azimuthal equidistant projection to do the modeling?
That was wonderful, yes.
Okay, so within that
I should say that was, and I did not do that. I only did the assumptions of the globe. The video that I posted was somebody else who I like their video way better than mine because it tests a lot more places than mine did.
And they used an azimuthal equidistant map, right? So in that analysis, why would there be any difference between the globe and the azimuthal equidistant map?
Because directions are all hosed up on an AE map.
So the person modeling this isn't doing it correctly if they know the scale and how that map works, right? It should be the exact same readings.
No, I mean, if the world is laid out like an azimuthal equidistant map, if it actually physically is a dartboard or a pizza planet with a ring around it,
hold on a second. Is anybody claiming the?
It would have
is anybody claiming the as? Is anybody claiming the azimuthal equidistant map as the exact map?
No, absolutely not. But I just said if the azimuthal equidistant map is some semblance of what you describe as your model, meaning that it's flat with a sun circling around it, crossing between the tropics. That has implications. And all I'm saying is that the distances, the actual distances without any adjustment, match the globe, the physical globe, as measured with dental floss and with my one uniform scale. And I use dental floss.
I can actually picture you doing that, Mark.
So no special scales, no adjustments to the numbers. As far as I'm concerned, that pretty convincingly proves that distances between the continents, oceans, everything relative to each other, the relative directions, all match the globe. The AE map, I wouldn't even know how you would go about the formula to try and adjust that to make it make sense. But it would have your shockwave doing loop-de-loops.
Yeah, the way the AE map is laid out is that it's centered on the North Pole, meaning that it's equidistant from any location on that map to the North Pole has correct distance, right? But when you're talking about side-to-side distances, it varies.
Right. Like I'm all up for it, but right now the fact that it coincidentally measures perfectly to the globe, and it gives me what I consider to be fairly accurate distances, plus or minus a few percentage points.
You can use that. You could use that equidistance azimuth map and turn it into a cone. Fun, but and you would have a different shape to the ball, but yet it's equidistance, etc., etc. Could be useful.
I take a look at the video. See if you want to go back to any of his resources and validate any of his resources. But I'm pretty happy with the information I've gotten, and I really challenge you to think of any cone that could deal with the multiple locations and having the primary shock wave prediction, the direction the primary shock wave predicted, and the antipode. If you can do that on any description you can think of without any adjustment to scale,
I'll have to take a look at the video because there should be, if it allegedly works, perfect on the globe, there should be no discrepancies in any longitudinal directions of propagation of that wave within the azimuthal equidistant map, meaning anything that would be traveling, two cities that are directly north and south of one another on the same latitude, there should be zero discrepancies when mapped out on an azimuthal equidistant map.
I'm not sure about that. I have to think about that because you are still with almost every direction. I mean, maybe a place due north of Tonga, you might get an accurate answer, but if you're traversing the Earth diagonally in any direction, which will represent 99.9% of all the measuring, I think you would get differences.
Well, the difference is there should be none traveling north to south. Those distances should be equidistant. So you should get no deviation in mapping that out on an azimuthal equidistance as opposed to the globe. The only way you would have...
Tonga is inconveniently placed, though, for that measurement, because I think it's basically out in the Pacific Ocean, and there's nothing due north of it land-wise. But I'd have to look at that carefully, because what happens with the antipode and stuff like that? It may hit, it probably hits Europe or something. You could validate a couple places along that. But the direction I think of north, I think is almost free and clear of nothing due over it.
Yeah, when you look at the azimuthal equidistant map, you just need to think of the squares created for latitude and longitude. If you look at it, the distances north to south, meaning the longitudinal distances, are all equal. It's only the latitude differences. So when you're looking at that map and you see 2 points, the though you have to think of those squares as being actual squares in reality, meaning that the north on that map, any distances between two longitude lines is going to be the same all the way throughout that entire map.
Yeah, it looks like
You
the
latitude
first
lines, right?
the first real land with population on it that is encountered is from Hunga Tunga. It's conveniently placed just about bisecting the Bering Strait. There's nothing in between Hunga Tunga and Europe. So, like, Great Britain might be a pretty close distance. Would be like one of the first places you could see it. And then Africa would be a secondary measurement. You know, places in Africa you could do a secondary measurement.
Now I have a question because I mean, how does shockwaves travel? Right? Do they confine to the Earth, like curve around the
They
ball?
travel in a medium, so they travel in air.
Speed of light. Speed of sound.
So the further up you go, the less transfer of energy you're going to get.
Yeah, so when you look at that azimuthal equidistant map, he used the one from Wikipedia. So if you're looking at the Wikipedia azimuthal equidistant map, even in the north there, as you're getting close to the North Pole,
yeah,
the distances between the longitude lines, all of those distances are going to be the same throughout the
Right.
fidelity of the map.
I think you mean
Right, I
latitude
would
lines,
think
though.
that would be accurate. Like in Alaska, you should see it arrive almost exactly at the same time. However, if you wanted to go to California or South America, those times will vary wildly. And I think his depiction, when he shows the actual arrival times, does match that. But I'll have to check to see whether the Alaska ones are almost exactly when this.
Don't you mean the distances
correct.
between the latitude lines? Because longitude lines, they vary the whole time.
Along a line of longitude is what he's saying.
Oh, so you're saying along a line of latitude, the lines of longitude are consistently spaced.
Should be, yeah. You have to think of the.
I agree
So,
with that on both models for sure.
yeah, the lines running north to south are going to be equal distance between them, right? So when it's put in this model, if you look at the azimuthal equidistant map and you look close to the equator, those squares there are going to be the closest to actual squares, meaning that's going to be the closest to a real depiction of the terra firma within those squares, right? And it gets distorted inwards as you go towards the north, and it gets distorted outwards as you go towards the south.
All in all, like if you want to do a cert, and here's where where you have to have a model. So I mean, I tried different models in my head, like if it was an ice ring with a dome around it and the shock wave hit the dome and reflected off, how could I get it back to that location on time, on schedule, predictably? And really, I'm way beyond me to actually come up with any method that would work. It would have to have a dome that moves, depending on where you are on Earth, just to make it work.
Way
Some type of
above.
reflector.
It's way above Mr. Mayak's pay grade.
Fucking way above.
I don't even pay him, so.
So you would get off of a dome, you would get a ring. You would get a secondary impulse, but it would come at wildly varying times. So I don't remember if this video has it, but I also love the way that they showed like all the weather stations. One of the videos I watched across America, you can see such a clear pattern of that ring expanding across the world. And you can see it come across Japan. You can see the ring, very pronounced shoot across Japan. And then I saw one from Great Britain, which kind of counterintuitive to me. I think it came the wrong direction because I didn't take a measurement. So I just assumed that I was closer in one direction. And it came up the other way. And so I started measuring. I'm like, oh, shit, no, that makes sense.
Yeah, that's what you call cognitive bias.
What, the fact that I thought something and I was wrong about what I thought that the globe depicted?
No. That when you when circumstances correct you in these misunderstandings, that you assume that you were right all along, and that it conforms with your model regardless.
No. My model, I had incorrectly pictured where Great Britain was related to Tonga. So I mean, basically, my internal bias was that it should have come from the south first. But when actually I compared that to the model or the map, the globe, it showed me that I was wrong. That's the opposite of that cognitive dissonance.
No, I didn't say cognitive dissonance. I said cognitive bias. I'm not saying it's a bad thing. Everybody has cognitive bias, but it's a demonstration of it.
Again, the only thing that I see that I did wrong, and hence my bias, was my anticipated direction without measuring it. It's sort of like me saying, I think that guy's 6 feet tall, and then somebody breaks out a tape measure and he's only 5'7". I'm like, oh, I guess I was fucking wrong.
Hey, is that caloric? Caloric. Are you multi-dum-dum by any chance?
No,
My
he's
who?
not. No,
My
he's
what?
not. He ain't.
Whoa, what did he ask me, Basil?
If you're multi-dum-dum or multi-tom-tom.
Multi-tom-tom, that's correct. Yeah. Sorry, yeah. He sounds exactly the same.
No,
I
he
think
doesn't. He
multi-tom-tom.
sounds nothing like him.
What,
Who
Greek
is it?
and sounding? That's.
I sound
Well, maybe,
Greek?
No,
the
you don't.
one guy. No, well, maybe it's not caloric. It's I couldn't see who was talking earlier. There was a guy who sounded like Greek.
I haven't been talking at all, man.
Yeah.
I just got in here now, man.
No, then it's not. It's not him. Then I was trying to see who else was talking. He spoke about 2 minutes ago. Anyway,
You're Cespa.
That's Chopper.
Or Cheppa. Cespa.
Wait, that I'm multi-dum-dum.
Apparently.
He thinks
Apparently.
you are, yeah. But who is multi-dum-dum, Basil? Is this someone that they use it?
It's multi-tom-tom.
Um,
He's a well seasoned, long time
Seppa, yeah.
That's been in the realms for many years. Many years.
You guys, I'm gonna try and find it now. There's a map that when the guy said about the azimuth equidistance map, I thought of one that looks like a horseshoe. Maybe is the quickest. It looks like a C. Maybe it's got a hole in the middle, but it's like an azimuth map, but it's got bits missing, taken out of it.
But don't you have
that?
with this? I was able to predict, to my satisfaction, the arrival of both the primary and antipode. Now, with that map with a hole in the middle, are you able to think of any way that you could get that primary and antipode shockwave to come in? It just doesn't seem to make any sense.
If you join the sides together, you would end up making a cone in either direction, right? And that hole at the top there, you could easily fold the sides in a bit and make that into a flattened sort of like volcano. You can make a volcano out of it. The question is, are you in the volcano or are you out the volcano? You could look like an ice cream cone with that map there, but it'll be a flattened where the ring is because you're kind of pushing it.
Right, but
Would you?
get concentric rings to work on that volcano, on that cone. Get concentric rings to do that, and I don't see any way to do that. Not in a physical
Moya.
world. Now, if you want to assert magic or something, yeah. I mean, there's a teleporting portal on the other side that makes it skip all that distance and just arrive at the other side. Yeah, you might be able to do that, but I don't believe in magic portals.
Moyak, I had a question for you. The azimuthal equidistant projection, right? The one that's displayed on Wikipedia, the one the gentleman used in the video. Is there any difference in everything from the North Pole to the equator between that projection and the globe?
Yes.
The
only thing that is
not even
not
sure
different-
how to answer that.
When it comes to
There is.
measuring
The only
distances, right?
thing-
So if we were to measure distances,
Oh, just straight north?
Yeah, the only thing that is not different is the distances to the North Pole and the azimuth. That's the only thing that is the same. That's what keeps being the same. That's what's designed to do.
No, it's not the same.
The distance
Really?
to the North
the
Pole are.
distance is, yeah, on that map from any point to the North Pole, those
Yeah, no.
distances are going to be the same between the AE map and the globe.
No, the AE map. On the AE
100%.
map, you treat the distances as if there was a circle, the circumference of the equator, the size of the equator, and
I don't
everything
think
within the
you're
circle.
listening to me, man. So if you take any point on the azimuthal equidistant map and you measure from the North Pole to it, it's
Yep.
the exact same distance as it would be on a
Not.
globe.
No, one second.
Trying to tell you, man.
The proportions would be the same. I think what Scotia is doing is picking a specific scale, which is using the equator. If you pick the equator as yours reference, then all those distances are going to be wrong, right?
No, yeah. No, in either case, the equator is the same size, and so if you use the equator as the same size, and on a
Why would
sphere,
you?
why would you what?
Why would you use the equator to be the same size if the equator is not like the distances around the equator is not a distance from the North Pole? So that's not
No, I know.
reference, right?
Okay, so what I'm saying is you can't treat them the same because on the AE map, you would be treating it as if the circumference of the equator is the circumference of a circle, and that the North Pole is the center of that circle. So that distance would be a radial distance from the North Pole to the equator, for instance. Whereas on a sphere, you treat it as half a sphere. So it's gonna be there's gonna be different sizes all around.
But you're picking a reference that is just wrong. Like if you the thing that we want to keep, which is the proportions of distance from the North Pole, what's gonna be the same is, let's say, the distances in difference of latitude. So you pick 1 degree of latitude on the AE map, and you treat that as 60 nautical miles, for example. Then all the distances from the North Pole are going to be correct if you pick that scale. Of course, if you pick the circumference, the size of the equator as a reference, then all of them are going to be wrong. But that's just a bad scale for this map.
Okay, so if you
hold on a second,
you were measuring the distance between 2 points.
Bacon, you and I agree. Should we mark this on the calendar? You and I agree.
I don't think we have the most disagreements. Like, I pick you to talk to because I think we have less disagreements than most flat earthers, for example.
Okay, so
but you and I agree that Kosho is incorrect when he said that my statement saying that all the distances measured from any point towards the North Pole, from the North Pole to those distances on the AE projection are the same as they would be on a globe. And he said no. But you and I agree that that would be the case with the azimuthal equidistant projection.
I think the answer is it depends on the scale, right? Because if I have a map the size of a sheet of paper, then all the distances are wrong. The Earth isn't the size of the sheet of paper, right? So I need a scale. And there
Right,
is a
that's what I'm
scale.
saying. That the scale on the azimuthal equidistant map, like the one that's provided in Wikipedia, all the distances from any point on Earth to the North Pole are going to equate 1-to-1 to the globe.
I agree with that statement.
Yeah, yeah.
You said from the you're talking about strictly from the North Pole to the
Yeah.
to that point?
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's what I was saying. And I mean, I know you see me as a flat earther, so you want to just disagree, but
No,
what
I
I'm saying
disagree. I
is
disagree that the distances are the same in both cases. But if you're saying from the North Pole to a single point, will the
That's what we're
distances be the
saying
same?
so far. Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
the
all.
distance will only be the same as if you treated the equator as the actual size. But
No. No, you can't. If you treat the equator as the actual size, then that's going to be wrong, right? Because the distance around the equator isn't a distance from the North Pole, so it's not going to match.
Now, I think the thing that I find most interesting about this is, this is another method of confirming, there's always questions like with air travel. Well, we don't know how fast an airplane went because there could be a jet stream moving at twice the speed of sound. Therefore, the plane could arrive at the exact same time expected, even though the distance was greater. And so those kind of arguments are made. This one seems to be relatively impervious to jet stream, ocean currents, and everything, but it confirms the airline traffic distances. It confirms the globe, measurement, physical depiction of the globe is reliably accurate. So how do you feel justified that it is not an indication of sphericity?
so what I'm saying is that all of these projections, right? You can take any projection, so you can map out the waves that were received from the volcano explosion, right?
Right.
You can map those out, and you can determine the times in which it hit all these points. And you can take any globe projection you want to take, and as you mark those lines for the radiation of that wave coming from that point, all of those maps will be correct.
no, but that's what I'm saying to you. If you say from the North Pole to some point south of that, then that's a special case. But if you're talking about 2 points moving along the surface, then it's not the case anymore. They're definitely going to be different because they change at different rates. One
Right.
changes.
What I'm saying is, if this gentleman that was mapping things out on the azimuthal equidistant map was taking into account that all of the distances between the longitude lines should be the same distance, right? So
But they're not.
I'd like to end just as one thing that's interesting is you have to admit that the world is a physical place, that the physical direction from any given point on Earth is always uniform, right? That everybody who measures it, if I go from New York to California, that if I could measure a perfectly straight line, that straight line would always be the same straight line, right? Because it's a physical object. So I have a physical.
I don't know if I can agree with that statement. I mean, it is said that there's no straight lines on a globe, right? So we'd have to determine what we would consider a straight line and what we're calling some type of
shortest distance along the
Short
surface.
distance. Yeah, short distance between 2 points. In spherical geometry, only the surface exists, right? You don't have the inside or the outside, so it's just a line on the surface. Like from a 3D point of view, it's going to be curved, but in that geometry, it's a straight line.
And it would have a physical relationship. I mean, whether it's globe, flat, whatever. The world is physical. There is a physical direction, one physical direction. This one is a physical event, and the arrival times are there. I look at the one depiction of Earth on a physical map, a physical 3D sphere with a map overlaid on it, and that matches the observation of the arrival time.
Question for you, Moyak. Based on the center of the volcano, were there any readings taken to the south of that?
Yes.
Okay.
Only
So, like,
indirectly. The antipode shockwave that comes around from that direction.
what was
reaches
the
the
reading
destination.
at the? Was there a reading at the Antarctic station that should be pretty much due south?
I don't know. I didn't see whether they got an Antarctic measurement.
Because those would be the ones that I would be curious about, right? Because we we are doing air quotes science at Antarctica, right? At various points. So we should be taking barometric readings. So they should have picked this up like any other stations, right?
Yeah, no, I would say that there probably should be an Antarctic measurement. It almost certainly is. I would have to go and try and find that measurement, and it's becoming more and more vague as history goes on. I'm not sure we'll be able to find the time and date graph for that.
Yeah, because I would be
I'm sure
curious
it's out
as to,
there.
like
But
the
the point that I try and make is let's go with the depiction of Earth as an ice ring. I've got to go south from there, and I have to arrive in Africa from the south at a given time. And you got to now try and depict that on your representation and make that work on your representation, whatever one you want to choose. The globe matches. If I just take my dental floss to Africa, measure the distance one direction, measure the distance the other direction, plug in 600 miles an hour, and I get the arrival time of both shock waves and direction of both shock waves. Now, I don't see how you can pull that off with any other depiction I've seen on a physical Earth, on a physical map, physical object. Yeah, you can take a flat map, a physical flat map, and assume that it's flat, but there should be some direction that works.
Oh. Yeah, I'd have to take a look at the data for sure and see.
There's quite a few videos on it. This one I thought was just a particularly elegant mapping of it that really showed a lot of points. But then there was other depictions, like I said, where you see North America and you watch it go across there, the direction of travel. Now, the only place where I could see, somebody could have fabricated the data, but I don't think that's a fair assumption.
Sure. Hey, Moya, would you agree that really the main discrepancies between if someone is claiming that the Earth's layout is pretty similar to an azimuthal equidistant projection, would you be in agreement that the really the only discrepancies within distance and travel would really be south of the equator?
I don't know if that's true. I think it is. It's screwed up
It's not
all over
true.
the place when you really get down to it. Yeah, everything's squished up at the top and everything's spread out at the bottom.
Post it right now. Hold on.
Yeah, but that's kind of the case on the globe as well, right? This is just projecting out the globe. So the stuff in the north within the azimuthal equidistant projection.
This represents the difference right here between the distance between the longitude lines. On the globe, it's just the coastline of the latitude, and you divide that by 360, and that'll be the distance between any two latitude lines anywhere in the northern hemisphere and the southern hemisphere. But in the northern hemisphere, on the AE map, that's how they change the difference between them. You got to create a new circle depending on how far you are from the North Pole, and then you got to use that circumference and then divide that by 360 to get the distance between the longitude lines.
Yeah, for example, in celestial navigation, when you're fixing your position, there's a chart you use as a reference for the size of a longitude, right? There's like a small scale you use for the size of a longitude in the plotting chart, and that tells you how big should be a longitude given your latitude, right? And that increases as you go south from North Pole, but then it starts to decrease as you go south of the equator. So it's flipped, it's mirrored with the equator in the middle, right? This isn't how you should do it on something like the A map. It will just keep increasing as you go past the equator. Well, why does it flip in celestial navigation? It wouldn't make any sense, right?
Who's the other guy I was talking to primarily? Because we talked about this Tonga volcano a while ago, and I've never got your name.
Are you talking about me?
Okay, Napalm. Okay.
Napalm, yeah.
Yeah, it's just the other day I wondered if you'd ever get a chance to look at the video, and then I forgot to ask you about it. I
haven't.
it to you.
I've been super busy, but I might have some time today to check it out. But yeah, I'm curious about that, to get the readings, because in my opinion, the real discrepancy between something close to an AE projection and like the globe model, the real discrepancies come into play south of the equator, right? But that's also where we have the bulk of the oceans as well, right? Meaning we have less land between the continents of South America and Africa, and really the only other point that we have to reference there would be Australia. Whereas in the north, we've got a bunch of land, we've got a bunch of different points, right? And there's not a huge discrepancy between the AE projection and what the map predicts in the north.
Well, it's not as huge as in the south, but it's there. Like, for example, if you try to solve Toon's challenge using the E map, you get like 100 miles off instead of 6.
Because I always, when I imagine what a map may be, like an actual map, if it was a like a flat stationary plane, what I envision is that there is some missing space within the north, close to the North Pole. Not a whole lot, but a little, which would kind of splay out the continents a little bit in the north and pinch them in a little bit in the south. And when I say pinch them in, I don't know if there's a specific direction or if there's little pie slices that could be cut out in the ocean, because we don't have, if we're all being honest, we don't have a lot of good data points for distances in the far south, right? Because it's a lot of travel via ocean, right? Which it's not really, we don't have good accurate mapping from boats as far as distance is concerned, because you're dealing with current and stuff like that. And with air travel, you're dealing with headwinds and tailwinds, right? So you're dealing with jet streams. So these two things aren't necessarily something that we would consider an accurate measuring device, right? Because if we're just taking distance traveled based on assumed speed, but we're assuming speed based on distance traveled, yeah. So
that's the whole point of my argument, though. My whole point of my argument is we find the distances claimed by shipping routes, airlines, and everything matches the globe. But we have this question of whether or not the current is somehow magically caused this to happen. So now we have another measurement with using non-optical, not something that's subject to jet stream, not something that's subject to ocean currents, and it corroborates it. So we have co-witnessing going on.
Yeah, I'll have to take a look at the data there. But
Also,
you
I would
understand what I'm
disagree
saying.
that
Like,
we don't have. Sorry, go ahead, Napalm. I didn't mean to cut you off.
yeah, no worries. I was just going to say, I think both sides would have to agree that we don't really have like shipping channels that go across the 65th south parallel or anything like that. We don't have a lot of travel in these areas, so we don't have a lot of good data points as far as distance is concerned. The further south we get from the equator, everything tends to come up towards the north. Understandable, the bulk of the population of the world is in the north. So
I would strongly
we do have
disagree with that
hundreds of
statement you just
thousands of
made.
data.
There are many yacht races that go in the southern hemisphere. It's actually a very popular place for yacht races. Those yachts are producing immense amount of data on their location, the water, the wind, everything else around them. We are very capable of tracking those, and I would disagree that we don't have that information.
I don't know. You didn't listen to what he said. He said the 60th. He said 65th, but I think he meant the 60th degree parallel.
said
They
60th.
absolutely don't go there.
Kool-Aid.
The
You wouldn't have a
problem
yacht.
already manifests itself quite evidently before the 60th parallel. The fact that you have increasing size as you go south of the equator, and that's depicted by millions of tankers, ships, private yachts.
The entire Antarctic yacht racetrack is below the 60th parallel, so yeah, that race is run every 2 years.
The problem shows up well before you get to that.
Sorry, which short race are you talking about?
It's called the Antarctic Yacht Race. It
Antarctic
leaves
yacht
from Australia and returns to Australia.
Is it an Antarctic yacht race or an Antarctic icebreaker race?
Antarctic Yacht Race.
Okay.
I thought it was
It doesn't go onto the land.
something Globe was the name of the race.
You're talking about the Vendée Globe, which
Yeah.
leaves from France. There's
okay.
There's lots of different races, but the Antarctic Yacht Race specifically is done almost exclusively below the 60th parallel.
Yeah, well, I just wanted to say that the problem actually exists before you even get to the equator, though, because the two models, there's actually a huge difference, like 15,000 miles by the time you get to the equator, and then much more once you get below it. But if you're using the AE map, the distances they're glaringly different.
Not even in a ballpark.
At 30 degrees north,
You got to start physics breaking air currents and wind and ocean currents in order to try and make it work.
at 30 degrees north, it's already 5,000 miles. There's a 5,000 mile difference.
Shit.
So you guys know Chepa actually helped me when I did the Aristosthenes test. He gave me more data than anybody else.
Uh-huh.
But didn't Chetpa deny the results?
Say what?
He
did not. Yes, he did.
He denied the
He
results.
denied the
He
results.
did, right?
Yes, he did.
Mm.
He's I'm not gonna make fun of him for being a
What do you
flat
think?
earther, but he is Australian, so what can you do?
I accept the results 100%. It's that go ahead.
No, go ahead. Yeah.
I just don't understand what you mean by I didn't accept the results.
Didn't the results show that Earth is a sphere?
No. The results. That's the problem that you would come to if you were Hang on, I'm just playing chess here, and we're in the dying throes of this game here.
Who are you playing?
Some context again.
But the basic thing that you're pointing at here is that you're not considering the information. You're saying this is the information. I'm told that the information means this, so I've got to say that it supports this idea. When instead, right, a scientist should really think, hey, this is the results. This is what the common explanation for those results would be. But hey, what are all the possibilities that could explain these results? You should be open-minded about the results.
And you
And-
should be also what you should be is honest to the predictions made beforehand, because before the test was done, predictions for both models were made, and then if the predictions weren't right in either case, it would have been
Damn.
inconclusive. And so if the predictions happen to be right for a specific model, 100% of the predictions. So
Well, there is always the chance that God could be lying to us and make all the numbers and everything appear to be spherical, but in actuality it's flat. But that requires that somebody provide evidence to that effect. It's not a likely scenario.
Yeah, that would still make the globe the most reasonable position, right? Because that's what the evidence we have points to.
Right. That would make our conclusion at least reasonable to come to.
I always respected Shepard for that, though, because he was willing to help out with different tests,
That's what's up. Yeah, I mean that's how you do science, and the evidence
My
speaks for
prediction
itself.
before the
I like that.
My prediction before the experiment was that we were going to observe exactly what we were expecting to observe, because those latitude lines were established based off actual observation. So of course it was going to be what was expected.
So confused though. I thought Chepa expected to see what we would see if Earth was flat, and Kosher expected to see what we would see if Earth was a sphere, right?
we made predictions for, like I made all the predictions. So I made predictions for both models and showed them beforehand. But I made predictions.
And Chepa accepted the predictions. Or?
I mean, they were available to everybody. Yeah, I mean,
okay.
Yeah. Actually,
so Kosho made his predictions and his results fit the globe. Interesting.
I didn't make that.
What?
Yeah, I didn't collect the results. I didn't take the results. The results were taken by.
Yeah. Oh.
Peppa was one of the people that I made predictions for his measurement.
You designed an experiment that would only come out one way. That is interesting.
Yeah, that's right. That was supposed to be one way or the other. That's right. And it came out one way.
One way.
Yeah,
so
the
for
one
instance,
way.
I knew where
But
Chepa.
Kosher, break it down though. Like let's take Chepa's location as an example, because I'm sure in the different locations you did the same things, right?
He lives in Perth. I knew where everybody was. I knew what the size of everybody's stick was, and I took measurements a couple days before, so I can get a baseline to make predictions off of. So I took my measurement from where I was, and I used that measurement to how did I do that? Right, yeah, I used that measurement to determine how far I was from the subsolar point and the angle that I got. And then I basically did that to Chepa. So I realized how far Chepa was from the equator, and whatever angle. Basically, I did that to calculate each person's angle they were going to get. So, if I got, 31 degrees at X miles, basically 69 miles per degree. So, if I knew Chepa was this far from the equator, but divided his distance by 69 miles, and that determined the angle that he was going to produce.
No. But you were supposed to calculate the Oh yeah, righto. Yeah, and then by extension of that, then you'd know the shadow length versus.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So I did. Yeah, I had, and I basically was predicting the shadow angle. But then for the flat model, that's why I had to take the measurements beforehand, because for each depending on where I took those measurements from, I would have a different height for the sun, and so I would have different set of predictions. So actually, I made 3 different sets of predictions for the flat model, and yeah, they were all wrong.
See, we could do the same thing for the globe, though. We could say, okay, we're going to all, let's say get like a group of 10 of us together that are all committed to this, and say we're all going to go out on the, at midday on this exact same day, and we're gonna take a pair of binoculars, and a camera if we've got it, and we're going to look out towards the ocean, in a place where there are boats, and we're going to see at what distance, or yeah, but then you'd have to know how far away the boat is and all the rest of it. But see if you can.
There's markers out there. Yeah.
You understand there would be variance there, so your prediction would be wrong, no matter what it is.
That'd be a shit test. I agree. That's why those type of tests aren't great, because refraction can cause,
And Kosho, how many locations were there, you said? Aside from Chucky?
I had 23, and it's really weird because Slice Barcane also did a very similar test, and he had 23 people as well, and I didn't do that on purpose. But everyone always brings up Slice Barcane's version.
But so all 23 were accurate for the globe. Not a single one.
I allowed for 1 degree of margin of error, and everybody was well within half a degree. But I allowed for 1 degree just in case of people were taking their measurement slightly not at their solar noon, or use their error or something like that, and even refraction. I think I allowed for half a degree. One of the two. Either way, it didn't matter because the predictions on the flat model were out by, in some cases, 10 degrees.
And you have this all documented, right?
Yeah, I have a paper.
So when you say flat model, can you give what that flat model was that you're saying is out by 10 degrees? Because as far as I know, nobody's necessarily claimed a model. So I'd like to see the straw man that you're saying is not accurate.
Not a straw man, because in this model, this very simple model, for the Earth, I used the Earth, the size of the Earth we think it is, and with a sun that has rays that come to the Earth nearly parallel. That's all I did for the Earth model. And for the flat Earth model, all I did for the flat Earth model was the plane of the Earth. It was flat and motionless, and the sun rays were close and local. So there's no specific height for them, but they're not far away enough to come in parallel.
Yeah. So if I get it right, one of the tests assumes that the difference in shadows is due to Earth curvature, and the other one assumes it's due to the sun being close, right?
That's correct.
Yeah.
That's the only assumptions, not any specific.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah.
Okay, within either of these models, did you account for the sun's apparent location? Due to refraction or anything like that?
No, refraction. Yeah, refraction. The only thing that I did as far as refraction, because I knew it wasn't going to be a factor, that's why I allowed for the 1 degree error, though, was, if you put that 1 degree error in there, then there's no way anyone could claim refraction is a problem, because,
Yeah, it doesn't reach a full degree, even when it's setting.
Well, there's large claims of refraction, especially when it comes to the sun, right? So we have something called the selenium eclipse, right? And that within that model, within the globe model, we have.
No, you cut out.
I think that selenial eclipse only requires a half a degree of error on either side, which is a full degree.
And that's on the horizon too. I think, Kosho, your experiment or observation was done at noon, right?
Yeah, but it would have even counted. It would have even accounted for that one, though, because that's even half a degree.
The sun's on the normal line, there's literally no refraction. It's so small. It's not going to do anything.
And that half of a degree is still, I think, in would be at sea level. If you're higher, then you don't even need that much. For example, one of the recordings of selenium is in an observatory that is in mountains, so that's pretty high. You need a lot less refraction to be able to have a selenium effect there.
Oh, right, because you're going to be up a degree.
Oh, wait, but half a degree in terms of being half a degree away from the sun. Geez, if that's huge, it's a huge distance. You wouldn't.
No, that's not a distance. This is the apparent position of the sun. This is the elevation angle of the sun. It's not.
It would be approximately half a degree would be 400,000 miles off.
No, before we get there, right? Why are you saying half a degree? Like, this is a point where you can see the sun, you can see the moon, but apparently somehow the Earth is meant to be eclipsing the moon.
They require less than that, so they can accomplish that with less than half a degree.
Sorry, so what do you mean half a degree of what?
Of it's from being out of position. So, like from your position viewing the sun or the moon, when it's on the horizon, it can actually be a half a degree below where it appears to be.
Oh, you're saying you're invoking refraction?
That's the subject. That's the contention. Napalm brought up refraction, how we're accounting for it. And then as an example, he quoted, he mentioned the selenium effect. That's what we're talking about.
The half a degree is, or the degree of error that he allowed as tolerance that's to account for user error, refraction, and so forth and so on. And everybody came within half a degree ultimately.
Oh, you mean half a degree of the Earth's rotation?
No, half a degree in your visual angle, like the
elevation angle. Yeah. The elevation angle would be half a degree different than if there was no atmosphere. It would be half a degree higher. I mean, half a degree lower if there was no atmosphere.
You're talking about like azimuthal.
No, elevation angle. There's no azimuthal. It's the zenith angle or the elevation angle.
Yeah, that's like.
Yeah.
If you map this out, Chet, because I've done this before, it doesn't seem like it, but they're far away enough that you can move it by half a degree from when it's supposed to be halfway. So it's already supposed to be like at that perpendicular point of the Earth. You can move it by half a degree, and it's definitely visible.
Yeah, no, I'm just saying like so refraction can. So what are you saying is happening? You're saying that the light is being refracted downwards. I have a problem with that, right? Because the sun. This would be during a sunset, right?
Always.
Nope. High noon, solar noon, right?
Solar noon, and you've got a selenium eclipse.
Oh well, okay. I'm sorry. I thought we were still talking about Kocho's experiment.
Sorry, I got a phone call. Yeah, I brought up the selenium, right? So you have a extreme amount of refraction to pull both of those bodies above the horizon for a viewer.
How much?
I don't know.
Essentially, the sure to get one of them's from a mountain, so 14,000 feet. That's going to be like 1.5, 2 degrees of increase in elevation or of elevation drop to the horizon, and then you have a half a degree.
Well, let's be really charitable here. Let's say it's only half a degree, right?
Hold up. Before we move forward, I just want to make sure that these numbers are based on actual observations, meaning we had people observing the selenium eclipse and doing measurement angles from the horizon to the objects in the sky. If not, we're just throwing numbers out there where it's only a degree of variance, even though we don't have any actual data of somebody measuring how far above the horizon these objects are and where they should be.
Required.
From what vantage point?
We're seeing how much is required in the globe model, because if the claim is that there's a problem in the globe model, that this is how much refraction that it would be needed to account for the selenium effect. It's just half a degree. That's what we're saying.
Okay, so you're saying that's how much would be needed, right? But just for clarification, right, we're talking about like at the time of like a sunset, right? At the end of the day. And have you ever seen a blue sunset?
No.
And would you also agree that red light is refracts the least from the other
Less than half a degree, but yeah.
like compared to blue light and other colors of light in the visible spectrum, that red light refracts the least.
Yeah, but it refracts more. Is it more or less?
No. Well, I'm just trying to keep us on the same page here, making sure that we agree on things we're talking about. We've got some common ground here. That red light refracts less than blue light. Red light refracts the least out of the visible spectrum.
Right, but that's in like arcs.
We're agreeing on that, yeah.
I always get confused if it's more or less.
No, according to Pink Floyd album.
We're talking about the same thing, right? The red light refracts the least, yes? Would I got an okay on that?
Yeah, according to Pink Floyd logo, yeah.
Right, so sunsets are red and not blue. We agree on that?
Yeah, because there's something called scattering.
Right. So at what time, what is it in this freak incidence of a selenium eclipse? What is it that's causing the refraction to be in the opposite direction to what it usually would be?
It's not.
Not the opposite direction. It's the exact direction. Both objects are elevated.
No, I think he means the position of the shadow, right?
If the sun and the moon are being brought up, right, that means that the light would be getting refracted down.
Correct.
Yeah.
Right. So why would it be being refracted down instead of being refracted up?
Because if it was refracted, go on.
Because we see light where it's single incident, which is it appears up. Because we're seeing the light that was supposed to emit, and I like using this term "supposed to." If it followed a straight line, it would have gone over my head. But since it's bent down, it appears to be coming from above.
Yeah, if it's bending down, it's going to reach your eye from a higher direction, right? And if it's bending up, it's going to reach your eye coming from below. So when you have up bending things, they appear lower, and if you have down bending light, you see it rising. That's how it should happen.
So look at the picture that I just posted in Livestream text. That's basically what's happening, yeah. In the for the sunlight, right?
No, why?
See, the red light is refracting least, and the
no, this is not I don't think that's about refraction. I think that's about scattering.
Yeah, okay, but what I'm trying to say is that red light, because it's a lower frequency, it's a higher bandwidth. It's a higher what do you call it? Wavelength, a longer wavelength. It refracts less. It's less it's knocked around less by the things that would usually impede light. Just like attenuation in low frequency radio signals.
Yeah, I mean, blue light is not just refracts more, but it also scatters more.
Yeah.
And that's
So what I'm saying is that if you're seeing red light and you're seeing red light that's refracting upwards in a general sense, what exactly about a selenelian eclipse would make you think that it's now doing the opposite? It's refracting more and it's refracting down.
No, it's always refracting down. What you're talking about? Well, how exactly we concluded that it's not refracting down?
So
because colors. Because if you're using the colors as your evidence for that, I already said that that's not due to chromatic aberration. That's just scattering.
Sorry, what's due to scattering?
Yeah, blue light gets scattered, right? So if when you look up, you see the light is being scattered from the atmosphere. When you look in the direction of the sun,
That's red light scattering. I know, but I was saying, have you ever seen a blue sunset?
I answered that already. No, I haven't.
Yeah.
But I think the thing that's interesting here is, again, we're talking about sequence in most cases. So I mean, like, you're going to see colors that, like, if I was looking at an object that was, say, I'm trying to think of a color, purple. So it's got blue and red in it. That color would become washed out because the blue and red would start to deviate a little bit from each other. But it's still in fractions of a degree, way less, tiny fractions of a degree, the difference between red and blue over large distances. You're not going to see this huge movement of the sun of 4, 5, 6, 7 degrees because it's red light.
No, I'm saying basically what I'm saying there is that if it's being refracted down, why would it be being refracted down?
Because if you look at that prism that you put up there, you'll see that all of the light is bent down. Red, blue, yellow, green, and purple.
It's bending up in that example.
It's refracted down because that's what the atmosphere is dictating it to do, right? Because it's.
But why? How so? Under what?
In the atmosphere.
Because light bends towards the denser medium. Red light bends a little bit less towards the denser medium.
No, that's so simple and reductive, and it's false. If you're going to use that question, if you're going to use that argument, be prepared to have it completely decimated, because we're not talking about sugar water, we're talking about the atmosphere.
Yep. Chet, but side note, did you know that you remember Litchwick, right? Our buddy.
Yeah.
He used to do tests with us. You know, he passed away, man.
Bring the argument down, you bastard.
Well, he's saying dumb shit now.
It's not stupid. I mean,
yeah, that's Snell's law, man. That's how refraction works. It goes.
No. We're not talking about a denser medium here. We're talking about a medium with a higher refractive index. So the light
density, though, man.
The light is going. The light in the sky, the sun, is above us, right? And the sun is traveling down.
Well, no. Oh yeah. The light would be going above us. That's right.
Yeah. So the light is coming from above us, and
No. It's coming from below us. It would be going above us, and then it's.
Okay. So you're saying that because the atmosphere is curved, then so that's the light.
No.
I'm saying the sun is in front of us and is below us. The light is coming at us, but it's going. It doesn't reach us. It's going above our heads. However, refraction causes that light from the sun that's below us to go up and then curve back down so that we can see it.
Not because it's curved, but because there's a gradient which is denser at the bottom.
Yeah, that's right. It's going into a more dense medium, right? So it's going to.
Medium's on the bottom.
Yeah. So it's going to refract.
Down.
Yeah, this makes the sun loomed up.
Yeah. So that's what would happen. That's what would happen if you're looking at the sun coming against those, but we're talking about it coming laterally, like across them. So
what do you mean?
Well, you're looking at columns of differing temperature.
Columns of different temperature?
Well, what Kosho just described is the sun like setting close to the horizon. What do you mean laterally? That's
He's saying that if the sun is traveling at 3,000 miles per surface flat across a flat plane.
Excuse me?
He's saying if it's traveling across a flat plane at approximately the same elevation. So it's still way up above us. What would that do? What would refraction do to that?
It's hard to say. The whole observation would be different. So,
I mean, you've got to sort of try to substantiate why you would think that the light would be refracting downwards.
Because of the density.
Absent atmosphere, I would say that something going across a flat plane, absent atmosphere, would be about 26 degrees when it's 6,000 miles away, where the ground position is 6,000 miles away.
Sorry, you're not making sense.
Using straight trigonometry, at about 6,000 miles, you'd be at 26 degrees elevation for an object that's 3,000 miles off the surface and 6,000 miles away.
No. We're talking about the globe Earth here. We're talking about how a solar alien eclipse is visible on a globe Earth.
Because it's looming.
Right, you're saying it's looming up, so that the light is being refracted down.
Yeah, because the atmosphere is denser at the bottom.
You can use standard refraction in these cases.
Does standard refraction account for selenium?
Half a degree. It's roughly half a degree.
It's like no, you don't even need half a degree. If you have half a degree for the sun and the moon, let's say at the same time, the moon could be raised up 2,000 miles. Let's say it's already halfway at the halfway point. Perpendicular to the Earth. You can raise it up 2,000 miles in reference to that position. But the sun, for half a degree, it can raise up almost a million miles.
800,000 miles for half a degree.
Yeah.
I'm not getting it.
Yeah, so I was saying that half a degree.
What are those miles you're referring to?
Say what?
I don't get it. What is those miles you're referring to?
So let's say like on the Earth, 4,000 miles. Like if you're on the top of the Earth, these objects, if they were parallel to the, if they were all in a straight line, they would technically be, that straight line would be 4,000 miles below where you are. Okay, so if you raised.
Oh yeah, I'm completely lost here.
Yeah, I mean it's a weird way of thinking about it. I'm saying like if you are the observer and you're observing a solar alien eclipse, and the eclipse is occurring at that moment, and the sun and the Earth and the moon are making a straight line, then that straight line would be going into the center of the Earth, and you would be 4,000 miles from that straight line.
Oh, get it.
Right. So if you raise up the moon half a degree, you would raise it up 2,000 miles, which is not. I mean, it kind of would help. But the sun, if you raise it up half a degree, you'd raise it up 800,000 miles. So you can see that half a degree for the sun is more than enough to bring it back into view at the same time as the moon for the eclipse.
Half a degree over what distance? Over how much? Through how much atmosphere?
All of it.
Yeah, I mean these are pretty wild things to consider because, I mean, Flat Earth has got a much better explanation for the solar alien.
What is it? I never heard it.
Yeah, I'll try and draw it for you. I mean, there's the whiteboard link I posted before. How about we why don't we all go on the whiteboard link, because that'd be a much better way to explain.
I'll go into the whiteboard link if you're going to draw the solar alien eclipse on the Flat Earth.
You got the sun here. Oh, wrong color.
This would be new. I've never seen the whiteboard link. Where is it? Looking.
Where did you post it?
I posted it like a long time ago here. I'll just.
How did Moyak get to it so quickly?
Oh no, I'm saying I don't know where the whiteboard link is.
Yeah, there it is. I just posted it again.
Ah.
I thought you were just letting Moyak get there. Okay, so there's the red sun. Okay, because we are on Krypton. Okay.
Krypton. Okay, so and here's the moon, and we'll say here's the well, whoops, like that, or hang on, it's more like this. It's not working, is it?
See a line keep on forming. You're trying to just hit this on a
Trying to draw a flat plane, but he keeps on drawing a curved surface.
Okay, so yeah, they're not really. Yeah, we'll draw it a bit different so that it. So So you've got these layers of atmosphere, right?
Yeah, I see those things. Yeah.
Sorry about my little red line. I just wanted to see if I could draw.
So as the
Is that the ISS? What are you doing? What is that?
parallel ray.
Oh, those are the like. Oh wait.
Yeah, until it actually has to
Okay.
all right.
Those are being refracted upwards for some reason.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, they have to, right? Otherwise, how you get a horizon or a sunset? I mean, a sunset.
I mean, light can't propagate through nothingness, right?
That's actually demonstrably false. At least it seems to propagate better the less stuff that's in it.
So you can demonstrate nothing?
Like I said, I can demonstrate that it propagates better.
That might be the truest thing you've ever said.
Hold on. We're going with this is a little bit deductive, but I think it's a reasonable deduction, which is the less air that you have in a vacuum tube or in whatever medium that you have, the less, the better it propagates.
Look,
It doesn't propagate better when you put in a high pressure, high density gas. But as you get low and low down to a few parts per million, it propagates closer and closer to the speed of light. So you could make the assumption that suddenly, when the last molecule leaves the vessel, that it stops propagating.
Stops
I don't
working.
think that's the case.
Well, what happens if the molecule's there, but it's just not in the way of the light, right? I mean, it creates some weird paradoxes.
Right. Or you figure like inside of a vacuum chamber that's like a meter across, that single molecule is going to be bouncing around in there. It's going to eventually, through probability, cross your path, but it won't be constantly in your path.
So this direct light, this so-called direct light from the Earth's atmosphere is blocked because this is a time when they're far enough apart from each other, far enough away. But it's in that sweet spot where it's far enough away for the light not to reach it, like a normal eclipse, but it's close enough where we can see both of them. So it's like at this sweet spot where it's like we are right.
Where's the moon?
Down on the right.
Where is it?
On the right.
No, it's not.
Yeah, that little blue thing.
It's the black thing in the sky.
The selenilium. Selenilium.
Well, he's drawn it in the sea. That's where he put it.
It appears on the horizon on the opposite direction.
Yeah, I've actually seen one before.
Oh, depending on the scale of your browser, you won't be able to see the moon. Like you have to make it more horizontal. Like you have to.
It's at the end of those red lines.
Yeah, but
sorry. I've got quite a because I've got like a three rows of tabs. So it makes quite a.
That's cool.
Yeah,
Maybe
you might be able to. Oh, sorry.
Let Shepard say his answer because he's not saying the answer you guys are saying.
You might have to zoom out to see the moon.
Yeah, hold control and zoom out. Scroll out. Scroll back in.
Can you zoom
There's
out?
a
of this?
red.
No.
Oh, no, I fucked it. Yeah.
I've been trying to figure out how I delete things since I put them on there, but you did it for me.
Hey, just so we're clear then, Shepard, where are you going to put the moon once you zoom out?
The moon's there.
Wait, where's the moon?
It's on the right.
Okay, because you just put it on the left.
No, the moon's on the right.
The green thing?
Blue
thing.
thing. Oh, you're blind
Zoom out.
colorblind.
Zoom out. Control scroll. Hold control and
Alright,
then scroll.
I don't think the purple thing was the moon. That was supposed to be the atmosphere.
No, it's like a blue circle. Sorry, bro. I forgot you were colorblind.
That's not blue, dude.
That's blue.
Hey, how can you see that?
Because I have eyes that work.
Zoom out, Kosho.
Oh wait, I see. I can zoom out myself. I thought he had to zoom out.
No, yeah, I was talking to you.
He's got a big heart around everything. That's kind of weird.
Who drew the boobs?
I didn't draw any boobs.
I'm saying that there's like this shadow effect, like the light that would usually bend up through the atmosphere and reach the moon is no longer. So there's like a shadow created from that, or like that light is no longer reaching. I just drew those green lines to sort of.
How'd you guys zoom out?
Control scroll.
Hold control and scroll.
That doesn't work.
Are you using Chrome?
Yeah, control and roll the mouse wheel is works for me.
What browser are you using?
Well, I think you can actually you can use the arrow keys. Arrow keys does it. Yeah, you can just scroll around with the arrow keys.
Yeah, oh yeah. Can. Shift.
Hey, there's a big heart around everything.
Oh shit, I pressed the wrong button. How is this a Selenian eclipse though, dude?
Well, it's just a lunar eclipse in general.
Oh yeah, I know, but that's what I'm saying. How is this that?
Well, my argument is that a selenelian eclipse is when you're standing in just the right point
During a lunar eclipse, yeah.
During a lunar eclipse, where
Terminator line. I agree with you. That's actually my description of it too. But that doesn't change the fact that the eclipse occurs on our model. But how's it occurring in your model?
yeah, that's how I've just drawn it.
What? How is the sun? How is the Earth blocking the sun?
That's an eclipse. That's a lunar eclipse on a flat Earth. The light that's not traveling through the atmosphere. I mean, lunar eclipse. You can still see the moon. Right? It's just a Well, I mean, you really shouldn't be able to. Yeah, it should be just completely dark. But there's a penumbra and a umbra and a whatever else.
Why is it even a little bit dark on your model?
Because see the light that's going through the atmosphere is the moon is too far away from the sun for that light to the light that usually would be less of the light is able to reach the moon. More of the light is hitting the ground before it can actually reach the moon. Usually they're closer together, so you can so the light that's traveling close to the Earth's surface is able to still.
Okay, but how much sleep have you gotten in the past couple of days, dude?
Fuck all. I've been working pretty hard.
Yeah, well, I got stuff I have to do later. I didn't go to sleep last night either, man.
Yeah, I know. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to waste his
No,
time.
you're not wasting. I can tell when you're tired, dude, because you don't put any effort into what you're saying. I mean, not what you're saying, but the way you say it is just making me sleepy.
No. All right, sorry, but that's how I reckon it works.
I feel bad now because I wasn't listening because I was tired. But
yeah.
I'm sorry, Chicken. Yeah, you're probably right, man. I'll just give you the benefit of the doubt.
I mean, why would light travel through through a something that's devoid of anything that's able to propagate that light? It's an electrical effect.
Good question. But you know, light, you know the way it behaves. Like, you ever seen a laser pointer, for instance?
Yeah, sure.
You ever seen a laser pointer and you shine it at something very far away, like a fence, and the air is clean or something? So you can only see the laser pointer if you see the source or if you see the fence where where it's reflecting off of. But since there's nothing in the air, you can't see the path of it or whatever. And so without a medium, the light is still capable of being seen from where it started, from where it's ending. The only thing that you don't have, because there's no medium, there's no environment, no atmosphere, or whatever, is you're not going to see it. You know, you're not going to see anything. You're not going to see the light as it's traveling there because there's nothing for it to scatter through or propagate through or anything like that. But it doesn't stop it from being able to propagate. You know what I mean? It just stops it from you from seeing it.
I mean, if there's nothing to actually propagate, like let's say you have a copper cable that you're using to rig up a motor to a battery or something like that, and you take away the copper cable, right? It's not going to work anymore, is it?
Okay. But let's say you have a magnet on the other side of the room, and you have an electromagnet in your hand, and the magnet flies towards you because you turn it on. Doesn't matter if you're in a vacuum or if you're in water or anything. The medium's only getting in the way of that field. The field exists there without the medium.
We're not really talking about a vacuum. We're talking about like a vacuum, so intense that it can't be reproduced or even fathomed. Like this is like thousands of kilometers above the surface of the Earth. So these are extremely low pressures. How do you know that it doesn't get to the point where it's just you see the aurora borealis, right? Where it's just like this ionic effect, almost like how flame is like a plasma, like fire is a plasma. It's like that same kind of thing because it's so expanded, it's so low pressure. Everything boils and turns to ionizes so quickly, right? It turns to a plasma that how when like a fire is almost going out and the flames are only just licking up the glass of the fireplace, and the flame is just barely it's like the propagation of that light is slower. It's if it doesn't have the required if it's running out of the things that are necessary to make that plasma propagate or to help that light propagate, you like I know people say, "Oh, light travels through a vacuum," but like, yeah, I don't like you haven't tested it. There's it's not been demonstrated.
Absolutely, it's been tested.
Where? When?
Anytime you've seen something inside of a vacuum chamber,
Yeah, no, that's
you
the
saw
vacuum.
light propagate through it.
I mean, the term vacuum chamber is kind of a misnomer there, because it's not actually pulling a vacuum, is it?
Yeah, but are you claiming that the difference between a vacuum chamber and a vacuum, a perfect vacuum, that this difference in the amount of air, this is what's allowing for you to see things, even though it's basically causing you to see just about the same as if it was full of air?
I mean, why does the light, these perturbations in the ether that we call stars, or like the sun and the moon, these things, we see this light because it's like it's an electrical interaction, it's an electrical effect. It propagates through something. It's an interaction of things. Like path of least resistance sort of thing.
Well, most of the people in the room probably assume that light travels in waves but has no medium in which it's waving, so that's probably why they're silent.
I hear well, I'm sorry if I fell asleep again.
I'm just hearing claims that light is electric somehow.
I mean, do you deny that light is electric?
Yes, I deny that.
Okay, so radio waves are also I don't know. They what are they? How do they propagate?
Well, light doesn't get affected by electromagnetic fields, for example. Electrons do. So, for example, you know the old tube TVs? Those, the light you see on the screen, it comes when an electron hits hits the screen, and then it glows. Those electrons are directed by an electromagnetic field, which is how they produce the image. They just shoot a ton of electrons, and then they direct them using electromagnetic fields. You can't do that with light. You can put a laser beam through as strong as you want electromagnetic field, it doesn't do anything. So no, it's not electric. Otherwise, it would be affected by electromagnetic fields, and it isn't.
A laser has nothing to do with vision.
I'm not saying that.
But that's exactly what this equation is. Because a laser does this, therefore light does this, therefore our vision does this.
You can, no, I'm not saying about, I didn't even reference our vision. I was talking about light, and he's saying light is electric.
No.
If you don't accept laser beam, if you don't accept laser beam as light,
when you think of light, what do you think of?
If you don't accept a laser beam as light, we can
Well,
use another example. Like we
well,
can
now-
just get
say
a dark
now
room.
is light vision? To you, light is the ability to see, right?
I don't feel that that's related to what I'm trying to get to.
If you're going to deny that
Into the
light,
conversation.
if you're going to deny that light propagates electrically, then how does it propagate?
I don't know.
This is
Yeah,
philosophical
I don't
right
have
now.
to have an alternative answer for you to be wrong. You're just wrong, demonstrably.
I mean,
Epsa, could I rephrase that? Instead of electrically, we said energetically?
no, electrically. You can't say no. It has to be electrically, because any electrical effect is an effect of, it's like of charges being displaced, or
Right.
there's like a flow of high energy state to low energy state, and it's
Right.
a path of least resistance, and things are
Right.
I don't see how light can propagate in any other way.
Right. I
And
think they
doesn't
just
matter.
may be confused with the term electric as opposed to energetic. To me, the two are synonymous, but typically electric is used when we're talking about electricity in conventional terms.
like everything that happens in chemistry, that is all like electrical, like an electrical effect.
I agree. But I would state it as an energetic effect, and what we call electricity is an energetic effect as well.
Well, then they're going to start saying, oh, okay, they're just going to calculate the total energy contained and what charge is doing this. That. It's not. It's
Okay.
It's
okay,
just the way
okay.
that it
Let's
propagates.
see if I can get there slowly then. So if I have two charged particles, they with the same charge, they repel each other, right? Say I have two negative charged
Sure.
particles. They repel, right?
I'm not saying
that repulsion does.
I'm not saying that light is a particle or that it's a charged particle. I'm
Yeah,
saying
no,
the way
I'm not talking about
okay,
light. I'm not talking.
the way that the waves propagate is electrically.
Yeah, I'm not talking about. I'm not talking
How do
about
the magnets push each
light.
other away? Like,
I'm talking about
what's the mechanism of
electrostatic charge.
repulsion and attraction?
Yeah, that's. I was gonna ask. Do you think that requires a medium for that repulsion to happen?
It's magnetism.
Yes, it
That's
requires a
electrostatic
medium.
charge.
Well,
Yeah. So what's the medium of electrostatic? What's the medium of electrostatic force?
Ether.
Okay, so let's say there's an
electrostatic field.
Okay,
Isn't
no,
it
let's call
electrostatic
that
field?
ether. Okay, let's call that ether. Okay, so there's something called ether that carries the repulsion or attraction of electrostatic charges, right? So if I move an electron up, and there's another electron, instead of being attracted to that initial direction, now it's being attracted to a different direction, right? And because that attraction is being carried by the ether, right? The speed in which that spreads across the ether, it's going to be the speed in which that interaction spread across any distance, right? So as I move an electron,
I wouldn't call it a speed. I would call it a rate of induction. But sure.
No, I'm saying how fast that propagates over time. That's basically what speed means, right? So
I think there's differentiation between speed and rate of induction, but they're both timed. So go ahead.
Oh, okay. So let's say I have two electrons separated by a mile apart. So they're repelling each other to a certain direction, so away from each other. As I move one up, that direction changes, right?
What do you mean move it up? Move it up. What do you mean?
What would two electrons
place it higher in space
to do with each other?
Just place it higher in space. I'm changing how they're repelling each other. Now they're repelling.
How does an electron pull? How does a particle pull? If you have a ball, which is a particle, how does that pull? There's no way it can pull. It's impossible.
Because mass attracts mass. That's why.
But that's we're talking about how. Hold on.
Repel.
If you have a charge, it can't pull.
You're breaking up.
Yeah.
It can push.
Oh, we got out of that
Everything's
with
a push. Everything is a push. There is no pull.
Okay, so then,
ridiculous.
so how does a magnet pull? How does a charged particle pull if the
Because
only thing is push?
Opposite charges attract.
Yeah.
So they model it by
Attraction is a pulling towards. How do you pull towards without the pull?
Well, don't they model it by using virtual photons in the other direction?
Oh, virtual protons in the other direction solves this problem for everyone.
It's not a pull.
Virtual protons
So
in the opposite direction solves the pull.
Hold up. So a magnet creates a vortex within the ether, inward and outward flowing, dependent upon the pull.
Oh my word!
Oh my
word!
Yeah, but the way Kosho
okay, so now we're at an ether vortex.
Yeah, dude. I mean, it doesn't matter. He's making his explanation.
What the fuck is an ether vortex? How does that explain pull? If I was to explain, hold on, wait. Let me finish my sentence.
Right there, you gotta let Napalm finish.
Yeah, you asked the question. Now let someone answer.
No, but I didn't ask it. Let me just. If I was to explain how I pulled a rope, I'd be like, I took my hand around the rope, I tightened my hand, and I started walking backwards. How can you explain that process with vortex magnitude or whatever you?
Why would he?
So a vortex can be simply.
And what's the point of saying it?
So a vortex can be simply explained if you want a real world example. It's the difference between a faucet and a drain, right? So the drain creates a vortex in which water is inward flowing, whereas the tap creates a outward flow of the water.
Like a
So
sword's gonna sink. Yeah.
Right.
Can
Okay,
Joe?
but
One second.
what is
Like,
in
just 1 second.
magnetism? There's no hold on. There's no sink. There's no water. There's no medium. What is doing all this? What is creating this vortex? And what is acting as the drain? And what is acting on the water in magnetism, which has neither of those? This is like, that was an amazing magnet trick. How you just swapped, right? We swapped from something that has no physicality in your model and is doing something with no physicality. And then when asked how it does it, you give an example of something doing it with physicality.
Well,
But
let
no,
me
that's amazing
explain
that
it
you don't
to
see
you.
this. It's amazing that I had a
Bro, if you would calm down for just a second, I can further explain it to you. The movement between magnetism, when you're talking about two poles attracting, they're not moving one towards the other. They're moving towards a null pressure point. So it's pressure mediation between the two. So you have this kind of vortexual inflow and outflow within the magnet, and it sets up a field, and there's a pressure point between the two magnets, and they both move towards that null pressure point. It's the same as high moves to
No,
low.
hold on. So you have no pressure point. Would that be the water or the drain?
I was just giving you an example so you could visualize a
just
vortex. You
No,
seemed
hold on.
confused about a vortex.
You said null pressure point. Hold on. We don't know what null pressure point is. That's a zero. Then you said what you said force. You were just saying words that really.
I'm not gonna interject. I just want to say one thing. It's not about the it's not about the discussion.
Let me get it out.
Can we just get Brandon muted?
Let me finish my thought, please, without interruption.
I have to interrupt someone at some point.
I know, but I'm talking right now.
Can we
So
just get Brandon muted? That's all I'm asking.
Okay. So
Yeah, you're getting close.
I grab a rope with my hands. We can all visualize this in my head, right? I grab the rope with my hands. I grasp the rope and I'm walking backwards. We all see this, right? And that's how I would drag a big stone with a rock. Now, when you just said that entire phrase that you said, I could not visualize anything, right? You said vortex. I'm thinking about like spinning water, but there's no water. Then you said the pull of force charge, but there's no force charge, right? So what am I visualizing? Can you help me visualize in my head like I can visualize pulling a rope? Or are you just going to say a whole bunch of words, don't create any picture, and just satisfy your ego?
What do you mean?
Well, hold on.
Let's let him respond, man.
You're talking about
I'll address that, man. Just let me speak. So, in your idea of a rope, are you under the impression that you're pulling that rope?
My feet are pushing against the ground, but the concept is that the rope is the mechanism. So let's not get into let's first identify. Hold on.
You asked about a push and a pull,
speaking,
and I
bro.
said
I'm
it's
still
a push.
speaking. Before.
I think it's your turn.
We're going to establish what is doing the push and the pulling, right? So I have the rope. Okay, what do you have?
So it's a pressure differential established within the ether, right? So you have high and low pressures within the atmosphere, right? And the way that these two would interact would be something similar, right? I'm not saying it's the exact same thing, but everything moves based on pressure, high to low, right? So when you're establishing a magnetic field, you have a vortexual nature to that magnetic field. You have an inward flowing and an outward flowing, right? You have that hyperboloid, and then you have the torus.
But with air, it's air, right? When you say pressure of air, you're not talking about pressure. You're talking about the air. So you're saying it's like the pressure of air. You just remove the air. And I'm like, but then you don't have pressure of air. So your analogy is not matching up. Because you're trying to say it's like this thing that has physicality and creates pressure differentials. Hold on. I'm almost, bro. Come on. So the way air creates pressure differentials is with the physical nature of it, right? Now, once you remove that physical nature, you also remove the ability to have pressure differentials. So without the
Is this longer than
physical
his explanation?
magnetic field, without the physical nature of a magnetic field, you cannot have a pressure differential. So this is why I'm just not following what you're saying.
Because it's an energetic field, right? So I'm trying to equate things so you understand. So the disparities between energies would be analogous to the disparities between pressure within the air.
Can I ask you a quick question?
No, but air is a physical object. Energy isn't. So you're using a physical object, air, to quantify a non-physical object, energy. That's
Nope,
reification.
I'm giving an
That's absolute.
analogy so that you
No,
can comprehend.
no. It's not an analogy because you have a process. Hold on. You have a process.
I'm asking him a second ago if I could ask him a question.
Let me get. You have a process in reality.
Yeah,
You have a
right the
process
hand, man. You're taking a semi-progressive conversation and putting the brakes on it, and we cannot get past this
No, that's
bullshit.
your opinion. That's your opinion.
But yeah, but other people
it is.
want to speak too, man.
Yeah, but you're dominating.
Well, everybody talks when I'm talking. I sit and listen. I let you guys talk when you're done.
I was totally thinking why is this dude? Why are you screaming, man? Chill out. Why are you screaming?
This is how okay, so now it's all about me. See how you've changed the conversation.
I'm just asking.
Let me just say what I'm going to say, and you can respond. So again, let me just reiterate so you know what you're responding to.
I'm not responding to you at all. I'm waiting to ask Napalm a question.
Okay, but I'm talking then. But I'm talking. Don't just interrupt what I'm saying so you can talk over me and ask somebody something that's totally irrelevant to what we've just been talking about. So when you talk about the magnetic pressure differential, right? The pressure differential in air is caused by the air. So if you're not reifying magnetism or energy as a concept into an object through air, what are you doing when you bring up air to explain magnetism?
So to you, energy is a concept and not a thing?
Well, it's not a physical object.
I would agree with that.
Okay, so then we agree that it's not a physical object like air. So then it cannot do what a physical object does. Yet you're going to say that it's doing what a physical object does. And then people are like, why do you have it is what? What is the it that it has?
There, let me finish before you start going on some
but it can affect
erratic tirade, man. So what I'm saying is energy has effects on physical things, even though it may not be physical. It's non-physical with effects on the physical. These conversations are difficult to have because, in my opinion, there's two sides to the coin that we call reality. One is physical, one is metaphysical. There's a layer between them, a blending. There is an influence between the two. I feel like that influential barrier between the physical and the metaphysical is what I would call the energetic realm, and what I would call ether would be the energetic field in which everything exists. And within that field, you have disparities between energies, right, which can cause differentials, and things move towards the difference within the energies the same way that physical things would move towards a differential in something like pressure.
Can I ask you the question?
Hold on. Let me respond.
Well, I'm trying to ask.
I know, but let me respond.
Now you've been responding back and forth. It's Coach's turn.
Me.
Very, very quick question. Based on what you're saying, Napalm, and you're just describing the source and the sink and that whole thing and the mediation. It's not really pressure mediation, but energy mediation. The only thing I'm asking is this disparity? Is it related to the charge? Is it these opposite charges that's causing this disparity?
So disparities can be caused by charge, yes. And something like a magnet, we don't create that standing field without charge being introduced into the physical thing in which we are magnetizing, right? Because nothing changes within any properties of the magnet between it being non-magnetized and magnetized, right? Nothing that we can quantify within that piece of material physically can be quantitatively different. What is different after the charge is passed through it is its creating a standing energetic field. Nothing has changed physically with that object. The only thing that has changed within that object is within its energetic field.
I gotta say, I liked your description a bit ago when you said, your idea about the metaphysical and the energy thing. So I like that description, but I think what you just said though, just a second ago, was incorrect. Because there is something that's like when you create a magnet,
I was like talking. Am I
something
going
that's
to
quantified.
or I'm
There's,
just
there's something that's
or am I
quantified.
gonna get muted and then like kicked out of the conversation?
There's something that's quantifiably different.
Ocho, can I get back to what I was saying?
Just trying to finish this one sentence. Just like 2 words left.
Hey, you got to let him finish, man. I tell you what, if you want to play and participate, right the hand, you're going to have to be respectful.
2 words left.
I hope you do that both ways from here on out. Go ahead, Coach.
Well, I don't
I don't know if you were here, but Right the Hand had the past 20 minutes, so I'm just the 2 words.
Can we bring the conversation back to where it started? Like, you were
Just
saying
let
that
Coach finish, please. Just
you
let
were
Coach
saying
finish.
that light isn't
All right,
electric.
but just let Kosho finish what he was saying, right?
I'm just saying that, although, like I said, I liked your description before, but then the thing you just said, that there's no quantifiable difference measurably. There is a quantifiable difference in the case of like magnetizing an object, because you're going to polarize the charge in the object. So they're
Right.
so you can actually measure that
Right. You can measure that energetic change, but can you measure any type of physical change to that object once it's magnetized or when it's demagnetized?
Well, I mean, I think so, yeah, because the individual like the individual particles, like the electrons, they're all gonna have a similar what do you call that? They're all gonna have
similar alignment, right? So if that's the claim,
Can we
then
bring this back? Can we bring this back? Right, like this just left. Can we bring it back?
No, yeah, it's going back to where it started, Right the Hand, before you came
It
in.
started. Oh, no, hold on. So metaphysical, right? If you said that the cause is metaphysical, how is that different than saying God?
Yeah, this is bringing it back. All right.
Well, hold on.
Do you want me to answer that? Are you gonna give me the space to answer that?
Jumping on me.
If you want to equate the term metaphysical solely to God, that would be on you. I don't make such a claim. I just have the understanding that there is a physical world and a metaphysical world that we live in. Not
What
everything.
is this metaphysical world?
Well,
that beyond the
you're
physical.
you're gonna ask for
Can we
some sort of
quantify this? Can we quantify it?
Yeah, wait,
Would you let me finish? Hold on.
If you can't quantify something, can it not exist?
That's the point. Is you're going to ask for
when they're quantified or when we think of them.
You're going to ask for me to quantify something that is unquantifiable, right?
Like God.
It's not like God. It's a different.
But it is like God. You replace the term God. If you replace the word God with metaphysical, nothing is. If I said, well, metaphysical is the reason that plants grow, and you're like, well, can you demonstrate? Hold on, I'm not done. Don't interrupt. Let me. Come on, man.
Dude, come on, man.
Let me know when I can talk.
Okay, because no one here is saying that metaphysical is synonymous with God. They're two different words. God's a personification.
What is the difference? Is
non-reality. I'll tell you, God's a personification of some type of designer, a personification. That's not synonymous with metaphysical, okay? And if you're saying that you can't talk about the metaphysical because it's equivalent to God, as in it has the same amount of verifiability, you're wrong, okay? You can prove that there's a metaphysical influence. And you can't quantify the immaterial. So pretending that since you can't quantify it, it's not real is ignorant. And no one here is going to ever say that God equals metaphysical, as in they're synonymous. That doesn't make sense. Okay.
Right. So for
I'll
Right
pray
the
for you, man.
Hand,
I'll pray for
can
you.
I give Right the Hand an example of something that we can probably all agree would be considered metaphysical, and then the quantification of that?
Go for it, Nathan.
Yeah. So can you give me a unit of measure or a specific quantity in which you can gauge my love for my wife?
Okay, hold on. I will answer your no, but let me say that when he says, hold on, please. When he says metaphysical, he's talking about not physical, right? Now, when somebody says the soul or God, they're talking about not physical, right? Because you can't touch the soul, you can't sense
Only
the
you
soul.
said it.
Hold on, please.
No, only
Bro,
you said it.
like
You're arguing.
you gotta be civil. You just gotta be
Leave
civil.
James.
Okay, let me know.
Let him
Let me
finish.
know when
Let
I
him
can
finish.
Hold on.
But it's always me, right?
Just try to be
No,
concise.
go right the hand. Go right the hand. Just go.
Okay, so fundamentally, when we say metaphysical, right, the fundamental root idea of that is not physical, right? It doesn't matter what your beliefs about that not physical. It's just it's not the apple, but it's still influencing the apple. That's the base premise. Not the apple, but somehow the apple, right?
Okay, but let's clarify.
Hold on, fuck.
You just go forever without making a point. That's why people keep interrupting you, dude. No one's saying God is okay. God is
Bro, you're not even letting me finish what I'm saying.
Talking past everyone. God and soul are examples of something metaphysical.
Tell me my
Yes.
argument. Now, there you go. Tell everyone my argument since you won't let me say it.
I will. I'm happy to do so. Okay, so you're trying to say that it's the same thing because God and soul are examples of metaphysical, beyond the physical. No one here disagrees with that. So you just keep talking past everyone. You have no intentions of listening to what people are actually saying.
Okay, now
you
go
just want to
personal.
lecture.
Now it's personal. Now it's a personal attack and nothing to do with the topic. Very good, Witsit. You're good at baller shit.
No,
Okay, so
this
can I
is
finish my?
specific to the
Okay.
topic. So you're not going to rebut what I just said. You keep
I'm waiting to speak. I'm waiting for you to stop talking so I can rebut it.
This guy's a shit show, bro. What? Okay, let's see if you're going to try not to talk
And he
past
didn't
everyone in
stop
the room this time. Let's see if you can do it.
Okay, so the whole idea of a soul, right? Like if I was to say, why are you alive? A Christian would be, well, because you have a soul. Now, a spiritual person would say, well, it's a metaphysical life consciousness. Okay, now the base premise is exactly the same. An invisible, unquantifiable concept that is influencing the quantifiable. Now, if you want to label one particular word metaphysical so that you can put a line between it and religion, fine. If that's your personal preference, go ahead and do it. But don't interrupt me when I try and point this out, and don't say nobody says that. Yes, I say that, and I'm a person. So
okay, so now I'm going to respond now, okay? So no one in here is saying that God is not an example of something metaphysical. Everyone in here knows that. We're saying that metaphysical is not, the term metaphysical is not limited strictly to religion or God.
I never said it was.
Okay, so then you're talking past everyone. That's my point.
No, I said it's the same thing as, because they are both hinged and contingent upon something you cannot quantify being the cause of what you can quantify.
So they have a similar quality. They are not synonymous. They are not literally the same thing because God is an example of metaphysical.
I never said they were the same thing.
Therefore, you're talking past everyone to try to make the point that we can't talk about metaphysics because it's synonymous to religion, and that is wrong.
But you said it's the same concept. Hold on. It is the same concept when you apply an invisible, unquantifiable cause, whatever you call it, whatever name you call for it, gravity, black hole, whatever you call it. If it's invisible, unquantifiable, and non-physical, it is in the same category as God. That's all I'm saying.
Are your thoughts God? Is your love for somebody God?
Well,
is intuition God?
What do you, when you say love, what do you mean? Because
you just asked a question, let me answer. So are you familiar with what's called the rice experiment, where you put rice in 3 different jars and you just think thoughts based on the label that is put on the jars? One is thoughts of love, one would be thoughts of anger, and the other is a neutral. And you see the quantifiable difference between just your thought. Are you familiar with this experiment?
Have you done this yourself?
Yes.
Okay, so you sat in front of rice and you thought, and what were the differences in the rice?
Nope, I didn't sit in front of rice. Anytime I looked at the rice, I gave them thoughts based on the label that was on them.
Okay, and what was the results of what was the difference in the rice?
The thoughts of anger towards that specific rice made the rice kind of like black and moldy very quickly. The neutral just kind of slowly started to get a little bit moldy, and the other one pretty much almost remained the same throughout the three-week experiment.
Okay, so the only explanation for mold growth irregularities across rice is thoughts.
No, he's saying you can repeat this over and over and over, and that you get the same results, and the independent variable is the thoughts that are introduced to the rice. This is a well-known test that has been done hundreds and hundreds of times.
I don't know why you jumped in, but okay, so
this
you
dude
agree
is
that
such a gamma. What is wrong with you?
No, can you not let me talk? You're the gamma. You're not supposed to speak.
Well, this is the thing. This is an open forum,
okay,
so
now
everyone
jump in.
can talk. Yeah, I am. This is an open
I was
forum.
talking, but
Everyone
whatever.
can talk, right? So all I did was add a 4-second comment. You don't get to control everyone here. This isn't the whatever your name is show.
Just let me
you're
talk.
being really
I
combative.
don't care if you talk. Just let me finish when you do it. So
You
we
weren't
agree that
talking when I talked.
So we agree that the only possible cause for that mold distribution, the only cause is not thoughts, right? There are other possibilities that we have not eliminated in that test.
So with sterilized jars in locations receiving the exact same amount of light, temperature, everything, what would you think would be the contributing factor?
Have you done that? Okay, hold on. Have you done that particular test yet?
So you get to interrupt people and then say,
he asked me a question. He said, "What about if
you got to calm down, man? You're making the whole vibe lame."
Okay, so have you done the test that kept the temperature, the humidity, and all that, and started with sterility? Did you do that test?
They're located within the same area.
I'm asking you. You said you did it with rice. You said you took rice, you put it in a plate, and you prayed. Now I'm asking you, did you do it when you started with whatever? I'm asking you, did you do it when you started with sterility? You kept the temperatures the same and all that.
Correct.
He just said that.
The jars were cleaned and sterilized all at the same time in the same sink with the same solution at the exact same time. Rice was placed in them the exact same time, the exact measured quantity, and they were placed in an area that had the exact same temperature and light scenarios.
Okay, I'm just trying to steel man your argument, okay? So what you're saying is that because you did, so all those things are the same, and the only thing that was different was you standing in front of them and thinking, so therefore that must be the cause. That's
What
your,
he's saying is
argument.
You're not in control of this room. I don't know how many times I got to tell you about the mute.
I was asking him if that was his argument. I was trying to steel man his argument, and you jumped in.
He said it 7 times. Everyone in the room knows that.
So when I repeated it back,
So about 20 minutes ago, the conversation completely changed when I went to research something that I had a lack of understanding about. And what the conversation originally was about, and it was a very pleasant conversation, very respectful conversation about why is light not affected by magnets, or how does light actually propagate through the atmosphere or propagate through the ether, right? And now it's devolved into this whole thing of, no, I've got the conversation. No, I've got the conversation. Hey, this is the term that I define it this way, and you've got to go by my definitions. Fuck's sake! Like, you're like, what do you want to talk about? I'll come over the whole conversation, but if you want to go back to the light thing,
yeah, can we please? Because it was a very cordial conversation. A lot of us were having good conversation about a lot of different things. There was just a common denominator that was placed into the equation that seems to have derailed it.
Well, I come across this interesting information here. It says, well, there's a couple of different comments from these scientists here on this news article, and one of them is saying that individual photons, especially at high energies, may undergo what is known as pair production to create an electron and its antiparticle, a positron. These pairs can be scattered by a magnetic field, but you couldn't detect this without special equipment. So I think what they're measuring there is that the ether is able to be scattered or affected by magnets.
All right, I'm gonna go. Let me just say something before I go. Everybody was saying, "Oh, the conversation was so great." The moment I came in and disagreed with somebody, and then everybody started jumping on me, screaming at me, saying personal things against me. So you're going to be like, "Oh, it wasn't us." You're going to take zero responsibility in over talking me and doing all and calling me names because it's me, all me, right? You guys did nothing.
Besides,
Hold
what's it
on, I'm
called
not
you a
done.
gamma?
She
Who called
did
you
it
a
again,
name?
bro. I'm just trying to. I was trying.
No names were
Well,
called. Anyway,
yeah,
go
well,
on, guys.
if he was directing that towards me, I didn't call him any names, and
No.
I did, but like I did. I shouldn't have called him a name. But what I'm saying is, I was trying to
did
hear
you?
like some thought. I said that this dude is acting like a gamma, but all I'm saying is being so contrarian and like combative and interrupting. You know, what I'm saying it's stupid. He was making a point. We've all heard of the Rice experiments. You can replicate it. It's an interesting phenomena. If you've never heard of it, you can't impulsively interrupt and be so combative. It makes the whole vibe lame.
Anyway, let's get back to it, guys. Come on.
But like with the we have tons of evidence that there's an ether drift. All evidence has shown us that. So if we actually go there with that framework, then like you're talking about magnetic effects, of course that's magnetism is motion in the ether. But because of heliocentrism, they've thrown that out. Right? So we have all the evidence in the world where you do the Michelson-Morley and then the Michelson-Gale, and you'll see that you can detect up to 98% of the sidereal motion between the Earth relative to the quote-unquote universe of the sky, and it's consistent, and it happens every time within 98% accuracy of that sidereal motion. When you use that same tactic and try to detect the motion of the Earth allegedly in orbit, you don't detect anything throughout the entire year. So they had to throw them both out and just say, "Oh, user error," or just let's not talk about it. But we do have evidence of a vortex ether drift by looking at light, and then propagation of light in different directions relative to that drift. So, it's not really like this metaphysical woo-woo. It's close to religion. You can't prove it. Even the flat earthers say stuff like that, but that's wrong, actually. So either you can hand-wave dismiss the experiments or you can acknowledge them, right? I mean, the truth is heliocentrism has thrown out the clear-cut evidence of the etheric background.
Yeah, but that 98% that you said, isn't that related to the rotation of the Earth?
That's the whole point. So there's a sidereal rotation between the Earth and the sky. And the question is it the Earth or is it the sky? Heliocentrism treats the sky as the absolute frame of reference, as if it's at rest. But the reason that heliocentrism does not, tout victory with the rotation being detected in Michelson-Gale is because it didn't detect any orbit motion. So they just sweep it under the rug. It can't prove rotation because the same exact methodology was used and didn't detect any of the revolution. So therefore it's just thrown away and disregarded. But it consistently shows within a 98% accuracy the sidereal rotation of the sky, quote unquote,
Yes.
universe.
Yeah, so what you're saying, Witsit, is within the heliocentric model, not only do you have a rotation of the Earth on its axis, but you also have an elliptical orbit, both of which should be detectable within these tests, right?
Correct. And you can't have one or the other. So they had to just hide the rotation experiment.
Yeah, but I don't think the Michelson-Gale was thrown out. Like that 98%, they use that as a result.
Einstein himself explained that if his if he was correct, then he would be wrong. If Michelson's experiments were correct, then Einstein was wrong. He himself said that.
Yeah, but I thought he was talking about the Michelson-Morley test, the first one.
Talking about that combined with the Michelson-Gell. Because and he even has letters that I've found that I'm not publishing yet. I'm not putting out yet, but it's just really bad for the Glovers. But anyway, so can you explain it then? If you're going to keep the rotation results, the sidereal rotation recorded consistently, predicted with an ether, then if you're going to keep that rotation result, then where's the revolution result using the same method?
Well, I mean, isn't it much smaller?
20 miles per second. And
but if you're using something like this, this interferometer, which acts like a gyroscope, basically, and you can use it to measure to see if you're rotating upon an axis. The axis that you're rotating on in the orbit is much more subtle than the rotation of the Earth.
Well, again, it's claimed to go 20 miles per second, but even Michelson-Morley was sensitive enough to detect all the way down to 2 miles a second. So it was plenty sensitive enough to detect it. That's the whole conundrum that sparked relativity. Einstein himself said he created special relativity to respond to Michelson-Morley. Like he himself says that point blank. And then he had to I actually found a quote from him where he admits there could be an ether because he can't propose general relativity without acknowledging there could be an ether. That's Einstein's own words. And general relativity, of course, combats special relativity. They do not just cohesively build off of one another. They are different. He changed it. So the question is what's up with this religious bias, this philosophical bias of the Copernican principle, where we just throw out the Michelson-Gell because it should be a victory lap for the Glovers. We proved rotation, 98% accuracy of the prediction. Look at this. The sidereal motion has been proven, blah, blah, blah. They don't, though, because you can't say that, because then you look at Michelson-Morley, it showed no orbital motion. And, of course, the Earth can't just rotate. It has to orbit and rotate.
Yeah, but why do you say it's thrown out?
Because it's not taught in school. This isn't like, hey, this is whenever we prove the Earth rotates. It was just disregarded.
I don't think it's disregarded at all. As far as I know, the Michelson-Gale, it's recognized as observing the rotation of the Earth, and this is why they use interferometers for the same reason today.
But it can't prove the motion of the Earth because it didn't show the revolution with the same methodology, though.
Yeah, but I don't
Michelson
think
himself writes about this as well.
Yeah, but I don't understand why you're saying that it's thrown out or it's not used to describe the rotation, because it is used for that reason.
No, it's not. We're not taught about whenever the Glovers go to prove the Earth's rotation, they don't talk about Michelson-Gell. I've been in this for 7 years, and all you hear is the pendulum and the gyroscope. You'll never hear them say anything about Michelson-Gell. Proved it.
Yeah, but they'll bring up Bob Nodell.
Okay, yeah, that's right. They act like after hundreds of years they needed a flat earther to prove the Earth rotates.
No, but they're using the same effect, the exact same effect that you said is being thrown out by Michelson-Gale, but I don't think it's been thrown out by anybody.
Well, why can't we detect the revolutionary motion then?
I said it's much more subtle than the once in 24 hours.
You do understand that Einstein said that objectively it's a relative relationship. So based on relativity, you couldn't prove whether it was the Earth as the fixed frame or the sky. They're exactly identical. You do agree with that, right?
Yeah, except for the test shows you that it's not the sky.
No, it does. What test?
Michelson-Gale.
It literally doesn't. That's what I'm telling you. Einstein said it could be the sky or it could be the Earth, because with it being relative, you would never be able to distinguish the difference. All you're measuring is the relative relationship of sidereal rotation. That's all you're doing.
Yeah, but then what's the Michelson-Gale test picking up on?
The motion of the sky.
How?
What do you mean how?
Like, how is it reaching out and having a connection with what's happening in the sky? It makes sense why it
drifts with the sky.
In space.
It's called the Mach principle, the Machian principle. Einstein even wrote to Mach, explained to him that if the universe was actually the one rotating, we would experience an effect of that motion on the Earth with the Earth as a fixed frame of reference. I have a letter from Einstein that's going to make the Globers literally throw him under the bus. And it's been like eliminated from Google. I had to use DuckDuckGo, search for hours, could only find it in German. It's hilarious. And he literally writes specifically what I'm saying. He says that if in fact, I have to admit, people have ridiculed you when he writes to Ernst Mach, people have ridiculed you, but unreasonably, because I've now come to find out that in fact, just like you said, if the universe is actually what's moving relative to the Earth as a fixed frame of reference, we would have the same exact phenomenon. Then he uses some very specific examples the Globers really aren't going to like to hear, because they still to this day pretend it proves the Earth spins.
Okay, do you have this quote?
I do, but I'm not releasing it yet. I actually have 3 different German people that are all going to go interpret it or translate it from the cursive, so I can have 3 different people input. And I have the, Google Translate won't even pick up the cursive that it was written in, and it took me a long time to find it. And so I'm not preemptively releasing it until I have it just bulletproof, where you guys can still try to handle dismiss. You guys will just say Einstein's wrong. That's what you will do. So, but anyway, I'm just saying facts. And so the truth of what happened was, if Michelson-Gell actually measures the rotation of the Earth, then it would have to have detected the revolution in Michelson-Morley. That's why Einstein said, if Michelson is correct, I'm incorrect. And look, see moment, which has secret knowledge. Objectively, this is a real letter written June 25th, 1913. So if you can go find it, then there you go. How's it secret information? Einstein to Ernst Mach, June 25th, 1913.
I'm seeing here that it said Einstein abandoned this principle.
Okay, so I just explained to you that there's a letter written from Einstein to Ernst Mach.
Right, yeah.
Okay, now it was basically removed from the internet. It took me hours to find it. If you want to find the letter he supposedly wrote about the nuclear bomb, it's all over the place. Any type of letter that goes with the current paradigm, it's all over the place. You want to find where he point blank debunks modern day anti-flat earthers, point blank debunks them. Directly contradicts what they claim on the internet. You won't find it. Yeah, you gotta look all over the place to find it.
Well, it says here that Einstein first, it says right here that Mach's principle in cosmology, that the inertial forces experienced by a body in non-uniform motion are determined by the quantity and distribution of matter in the universe. And Einstein, he used this supposedly to help with his hypothesis in general theory of relativity, because it was a connection between geometry and matter. And then it said,
do you know what that means?
Yeah, it's the same thing that that Ernst had said before. But hold on. But then it goes on to say that somebody else, George Berkeley, came up with this first. But then it said that Einstein later abandoned the principle when it was realized that inertia is implicit in the geodesic equation of motion and need not depend on the existence of matter elsewhere in the universe.
Okay, so we'll use Einstein's actual word and what he's explaining before he finishes his general theory of relativity, which actually I might have the dates wrong, because I think it was right when he proposed it, but maybe it was just special. Anyway, he references in the letter, but he's explaining that you've been ridiculed by advocates of mine unfairly because of your proposal, because I have to admit that you are correct, and that if the motion in the universe is relative to a stationary absolute frame of reference of the Earth at rest, then we would have the exact same effects. It's either the Earth's at rest or the sky is considered at rest. One of them are the absolute frame of reference. They're interchangeable under the relativistic paradigm. And modern day Globers pretend that if you get a gyroscope, it proves the Earth rotates. So it's going to be hilarious whenever we have Einstein himself telling you you're just wrong. And like I showed you guys the other day, where he's point blank saying that no terrestrial experiment can prove the motion of the Earth. And you're like, oh, he's just talking about the motion, the revolutionary motion. And I'm explaining you can't have rotation without revolution or revolution without rotation. He's talking about the motion in general, because he's talking in the context of could the Earth be at rest? And this is then you guys just, no, he's not talking about rotation. He means at rest, but still rotating. Well, wait till he point blank talks about rotation and all the evidence you guys invoke to prove it. you will throw Einstein under the bus. That is a clear cut sign of a religion, where it's like no matter what it is, if it's contrary to what you've been saying, the pride of what you've been saying, the belief that you hold, you will throw it out. You will hand wave dismiss. I think it's better that we can progress to an honest conversation. If people think the Globers have better arguments, go with them or whatever. But lying about it is super lame. Relativity says you can't prove the Earth is moving. That includes rotational movement.
Actually, it doesn't. Especially with this sentence that I just read that says that inertia is implicit in the geodesic equation of motion and need not depend on existence of matter elsewhere in the universe. And so rotation, there's even a quote from Ernst Mach that's clearly wrong, because he's talking about like rotating and looking out at the stars, and you know, if the stars are rotating or you are rotating, you can tell the difference. But that's just not true. And we know that now. I don't know if they knew it then, but if you're rotating, there's consequences to that. And that's not because of the outside frame.
Are you just going to say things? You're just going to baselessly assert things?
No, it's an absolute fact. If you rotate,
what is?
If you rotate, if motion in general is not detectable on its own, you could be going 1,000,000 miles per hour, you wouldn't know it. However, if you're rotating anywhere, any speed, there's consequences to this. So there could be nothing else in the universe, and you could be rotating, and because of this fact, you know, there'll be centrifugal forces and all this other type of stuff.
All this other type of stuff. Okay, so the actual fact of the matter is that Newton proposed the idea of gravity, and of course he said actually that was proof of God. Hilariously enough, he literally said gravity proves God, it's a force of God. But anyway, so the idea of the Earth spinning and revolving, Newton also candidly explains and openly admits that you have to apply fictitious forces if it's the Earth that's moving, but if it's actually the universe, then they would be actual absolute forces, which you brought one up, centrifugal. So it's a difference between absolute preference frames. It's just subjective. It is identical. You cannot prove one or the other. Either whatever you claim to detect precession or movement is because the sky is moving relative to the Earth stationary, or you're going to attribute it to the Earth itself and claim that the sky is stationary. They are the same. Relativity says they're the same, which means Globers don't even understand their paradigm. They don't even understand relativity. And that's the fundamental postulation of relativity, is that they're the same.
Oh, Newton calling those forces fictitious, isn't he attributing to like other sources? It's just saying, well, if you move to this frame of reference, and you
the frame of reference we're using.
I wasn't done. If you try to work from this frame of references, or from this frame of reference, you're going to find pseudo forces, because this frame of reference is non-inertial, right? So if you have a accelerating frame of reference, that acceleration is going to be experienced as if it was a force, right? But you won't find any cause for that, because that's actually not happening. You're the one accelerating.
I just said that. So what do you disagree with exactly?
Yeah, to your interpretation, like
my answer
isn't like. I'm trying to understand. Okay, maybe I misunderstood your interpretation of Newton's words.
No, I'm saying, okay, but if the Earth is the rest frame, absolute frame, then they're actual absolute forces. That's the difference.
Okay, I mean there are forces.
Okay, well, that's all I said. So. See, I've now figured out that the kryptonite for the modern anti-flat earther is to just use their top sources, because what we have gotten to is a position where they've shadow banned and censored the flat earth conversation, misrepresented it on a massive scale to the mainstream. And then the only people that are really trying to defend it are people in this room and places like this. And they're actually going against what the entire belief system is, what the famous people that brought it to them say about it. So all you have to do is show the world what the actual position is, because the anti-flat earthers are not doing that. They are actually making up their own version of a malleable, fluid version that just changes debate to debate. But that is not actually the case.
Well, how are we contradicting Newton exactly?
You're contradicting Newton, Einstein, and Hawking when you say you can prove the Earth is rotating.
What we're saying, we can, if Earth is rotating, there should be pseudo forces. That is completely under Newtonian.
That's what I said,
Newtonian
though.
mechanics. Yeah,
That's
so
what I
that's
said, though.
yeah. So if that's completely under Newtonian mechanics, then how is that contradicting Newtonian mechanics?
You're contradicting all three of those people when you claim that you can prove that the Earth is in motion.
Einstein has since then, I mean, shortly after then, already retracted his agreement of that principle.
Dude, in
He doesn't
33,
agree with the
Einstein
principle.
said you can't detect the motion of the Earth, dude.
He wasn't talking about the rotation.
He was talking in context of could the Earth be at rest? And if the Earth's at rest, it's not rotating. And if it's not rotating, it can't be revolving. And if it's not revolving, it can't be rotating. So now you're saying Einstein was an idiot, but simultaneously you're claiming that he's a genius. Now we all know he wasn't actually that stupid. He knew
So he didn't
objectively
say that.
if the Earth's at rest, it's at
You
rest.
think he did? So he didn't explicitly said about rotation. You just think he did because he says not being at rest, right?
No, I have his letter where he literally talks about rotation. You guys are going to cry about it and pretend that it was fake.
No, I already agreed with you, dude. It's like you set up the biggest straw man ever. Like I never said what you just said about Einstein a second ago, and then I already agreed with you that he had said that. I mean, I've said that he says that he agreed with Mach for a short time. It influenced him and when he was writing his general theory, but he soon left that argument because
Cite him saying that.
several people had shown how there's holes in it. It doesn't
cite him saying that. Then
okay,
you're just making it up. You're reading a mainstream article, and I'm talking about a letter that the mainstream hid, and I read his own words. And in the 30s, he said there could be an ether. The quotes I have from Einstein are so damning. Dude, you guys objectively contradict what Einstein said.
How is the mainstream hiding what you are claiming that you have, right? Whenever I'm telling you, the mainstream, whatever I'm reading says that.
Then why can't you find the letter? Why can't we just read the letter? Why is it so hard to find it?
Because it's not showing the letter. It's just showing that he agreed with it and that he is.
It's just showing what someone else wants you to believe about it. But what's the actual
the
letter?
same thing that you're saying.
No, I'm reading the actual letter. Dude, I'm reading the actual letter. You're reading an article. You've never read the letter. You're telling me what the letter says.
No, I'm telling you, we're agreeing on the same. I don't know what. There's no disagreement about what's in the letter. Okay, there's no disagreement about that.
What's in the letter, Kosha?
You said it was a letter from him to some other person in German where he's agreeing with Mach. And
I haven't even said everything that's in the letter, though. It's super damning to your side.
So why are you disagreeing then?
Well, what? No, I'm asking you why you're pretending you know he had turned it. Can you cite Einstein saying that he's now going against what he said in the letter? You're not going to find it. It doesn't exist. I don't care about your mainstream article.
The letter first, wouldn't you?
Okay, well, I will whenever I get it finished. I'm not giving it to the Glovers preemptively.
However, the part that talks about him agreeing with Mach, this is what I'm stating, that whatever else it says in the letter, who knows? But him agreeing with Mach, he did for a short time, and then once people like Godel and other people showed the obvious flaws in what Mach had said, it was discarded.
Okay, that's what's up. So that's a cool claim, but it's just a made-up story, and all you've done is Google an article and read, and now you're telling me I'm supposed to believe what the article says. When I actually read him, and I read him in the 30s talking about the same thing. In the 30s, so when does it say that he decided to go against it? Was it 20 years after he published Relativity? Because if not, that's not going to help you. And let's just play a hypothetical intellectual honesty test, okay, for the Glovers. If I prove that Einstein said you can't prove the rotation of the Earth, neither the rotation nor the revolution, are you guys going to say that he was wrong, or are you going to agree with him? Which one is it?
Are you talking about in reference to Mach's principle?
In general, if he says you can't prove that the Earth is rotating, are you guys going to say that he's wrong?
If you're talking about in reference to Mach's principle, then you already know my opinion on it. So
I think it might be a lie because all Einstein said is based on his beliefs. He said that he believes that there's an optical way to verify it.
Well, he said he believes there's no optical way to determine it. But he also said in another quote that there's no terrestrial experiment that can prove the motion of the Earth. That's what he said. So he has 2 quotes, one of them about optical experiments, one of them about terrestrial experiments. He has about 4 other letters that are so damning to the current anti-flat Earth argument, it's insane. So I'm just asking the Globers now for intellectual honesty. It's hypothetical. If Einstein says you can't prove the rotation of the Earth, what's going to be your response? That are you going to throw him under the bus?
I mean, no, I would just say that, okay, I think regarding the physics, you can take the Earth as stationary and everything revolving around the Earth in weird, fucking impossible ways. But if you assume that that's possible, then sure, yeah, I mean, it can happen.
Well, I'm talking about the claims that you guys have proven that the Earth rotates. Okay, those don't actually prove that the Earth rotates.
I haven't said that. Just all the evidence point to it rotating.
You guys do say that. You guys say the pendulum, the gyro, that weight distribution measurement.
All evidence.
According to Newtonian mechanics, you should be able to detect rotation with a pendulum or with a gyro that is sensitive enough.
Right.
So
First of all, that's also not
that.
true.
If according to Newtonian mechanics, if Earth is rotating, then pendulums should precess. This is absolutely true.
According to Newtonian, if the Earth is stationary but the sky rotates, it would also do that. So you don't understand.
No, that's not true. Newton isn't providing a way for the sky to do that. He's just saying if, at least taking your quote as true, I'm just taking you for your word. Even if Newton said what you said he did, it would just mean that, well, if Earth isn't rotating, those pseudo forces that we experience are actually forces. It wouldn't change the fact that if Earth was rotating under Newtonian mechanics, then we should experience those forces. It
Okay,
wouldn't change that.
First of all, we're not under Newtonian mechanics anymore. Secondly, Einstein, again, I have a quote from him that says that Newtonian mechanics, it says that Newtonian mechanics has fundamental flaws that he must correct. No, fundamental flaws, not like, oh, it just stopped and the math gets better with Einstein, which is what you guys say. And you can boil them down to the same equations. That's a non sequitur. He's saying it's fundamentally wrong. It cannot be used. It cannot be correct. That's a letter from Einstein.
Einstein said it cannot be used? Can you back that up?
He's saying it cannot be accurate. It cannot be used as the explanation. As the explanation. Math,
as the explanation, yeah, but neither can relativity.
So you're talking about
relativity doesn't work for quantum.
You're talking about something in your own paradigm that isn't even considered admissible. So if we assume Newtonian mechanics, which isn't even my actual claim, then blah blah blah. Well, we're testing your claim. No, we're testing your actual claim. And again, if you apply Mach's principle to Newtonian dynamics, you also get the precession from the universe. That's just objective.
No Glober is saying Newtonian mechanics is the fundamental explanation for reality or anything. We all know it isn't.
So it's wrong. It doesn't. So it's irrelevant to the conversation.
Yeah, and no, it's not irrelevant because
why not?
Even being fundamentally wrong, it still should work for the scales of Foucault's pendulums, for example. So if it still should work at the scale of Foucault's pendulums, then we can still apply it. And that's the whole point. That's the whole argument, that when we're talking about pendulums, we are not going against Newtonian mechanics. And going with Newtonian mechanics is still not a problem, because even with Einsteinian model, for example, they should work the same at this scale. So this
if
is
you
not
apply Mach's principle to Newtonian dynamics, then you get the same result if the Earth is at rest.
Okay.
Okay, so you're wrong.
No, why?
Because you're claiming the opposite of that. So if you don't know what Mach's
I'm not
principle
claiming
is,
the opposite.
you're claiming that Newtonian dynamics says the pendulum will pick up the Earth rotating and the Earth rotating alone. And I'm explaining
No, I didn't say that.
No, it could be the sky rotating.
Can we go through this point by point and just slow it down a little bit? Like, you said at one point, I did hear you say that gyroscopes precess, and I know that to be false.
Okay.
You know that to be false.
Yeah.
How so?
A mechanical gyroscope. I mean, I don't know how an electronic gyroscope works, and I haven't had encountered anybody that could, properly explain how they work. So I'm not going to, trust some electrical output from some machine with all this circuitry. But a physical mechanical gyro does not precess. Leon Foucault was wrong when he claims that it could, because the gyroscopes do not precess. It doesn't show anything. They do not precess.
Yeah, they talk about the ring laser, right? So, yeah, the mechanical gyro, they say that it's not sensitive enough to pick it up, and that it's not expected to. And that was like 1909, really originally proposed in like 1852. And then it's 1905 or 1909 was when it was really attributed to the invention. And when we're talking about the ring laser, that's like 1952 and then 1976. And so they try to say, oh, well, that was before, because they say you can't detect the motion, so they can't invoke mechanical gyros because that happened long before Einstein said that. Then they bring up gyroscopes, which are ring laser, which use interferometry, laser patterns. And of course, this was many years after Einstein said you can't use an optical experiment with light to do that, but they still say so they can anyway, and they act like they're not contradicting Einstein. And then in 2007, Stephen Hawking said you can't use terrestrial experiments for the motion of the Earth, citing Einstein in 2007. So yeah, I mean, they say ring laser gyros pick up a precession, and they do. They do seem to pick up a precession though, ring laser gyro, which just goes to show that you're detecting an ether drift based on the light's propagation relative to the motion of the ether drift, which is exactly what Sagnac said, which ring laser gyros used the Sagnac effect. He said it was a vortex of the ether. It's exactly what Michelson-Morley and Michelson-Gell showed. So all evidence shows that you have some type of a vortex over top of the Earth. But they just take that, hijack it, claim it's only possible on a spinning ball. It's so laughable.
Are you saying that the ether affects the pendulum too, or is pendulum fake?
Well, so the pendulum is not super consistent. You have to start the motion anyway, but there does seem to be some correlation with precession and latitude, although not completely consistent. And again, it's attached to the Earth, so you don't even have an independent frame of reference, and you have to start it. But yeah, I think it's the ether drift is connected with the motion of the sky on tangent in a vortex. And yeah, you would detect that. That would explain the Elias effect, which the Glovers just try to act like just isn't real. But it's been detected by over 10 people. And that is during the eclipse, the pendulum goes the opposite way, which would make sense if it's the sky causing the precession. It would make sense that a phenomena in the sky would change the effects, right?
But
So,
would you then
yeah,
say,
go ahead.
would you then say that we can detect with ether and with the pendulums and the ether affecting the pendulums, you would have a Coriolis effect based on the ether affecting all objects moving on Earth?
Well, that would be the claim that's accompanying with it. If it is the ether, then yes, there would be an actual Coriolis effect that isn't fictitious.
And you agree that there is a Coriolis effect now?
Well, no, I'm not saying that, because there is no actual evidence other than you looking at the pendulum itself. But like when we shoot bullets and all this stuff, like no, I've seen no evidence of actual Coriolis that strong that moves objects.
There you go. You just falsified the ether. That's good.
Well, I mean, actually, I didn't falsify the ether, because you'd have to. I haven't never shot anything far enough to where it actually affected. So I don't know.
You can see the Coriolis effect just by driving a car down the highway. You look out towards the mountains. The mountains are sort of moving forwards.
What?
What?
So it's like all the
do you mix it with perspective, or
all the land between you and the mountains is rotating counterclockwise when you're looking out the right side of your window. Oh, or clockwise when you're looking out of your left window.
Is it
What's this guy talking about? And when we're talking about Coriolis, be sure not to conflate the effect with the force. If you're talking about the Coriolis force or the Coriolis effect, please make sure you're distinguishing between what you're talking about.
Yeah, and in this case, there would be an actual force. So it's like if you can prove it. Like if you have a hollow sphere and you have something in the center of the sphere, and the sphere is rotating, whatever's on the inside will also precess. That's the Machian principle, effectively, in layman terms. Now, what they've done is they've pretended that the hollow sphere, in this example, I'm not even claiming that the sky's a sphere, I'm giving an example. They're claiming that that sphere is stationary, and then the circle, the ball in the middle of it is moving. And they say it's a fictitious force. But in reality, it's the actual absolute force from the rotation from the outside. So now the anomalies in the south are easily explained because people think the Earth's a ball. And there's huge anomalies with the pendulum in the south. The pendulum does not always work, and you have to move it yourself. That makes sense if you're on a rest frame, absolute reference frame, though, right? Like if the Earth is at rest, that would make sense. You have to start it.
And have people built their own Foucault's pendulum? Is there many people that have?
I've done that. Yeah.
Yeah, I know a few Glovers that have done it, and they think it proves your spins, which is why I'm trying to show them. They should read their own freaking priests, man.
Because I'm really interested to think about it, you know, because like where it's the point of what do you call it? The hinge point at the top, right, where the rope is tied off at the top. If the rope's tied off on a
Yeah.
on like a piece of round bar or something,
You
and
got to be
it's just,
careful.
you know, what's it swinging on? You know, like
You got to have a ball pivot.
right, yeah.
And then burn the string. So, like, what I'm going to do is I'm going to do a Foucault's pendulum, and understanding that there's actually I'm going to try to do it during eclipses. I'm going to do the Cavendish, which no Globers actually replicated the Cavendish because it's like 348-pound balls. I know for a fact that no one had a 12-inch, 348-pound ball looking at it with a telescope. But
You don't
anyway,
have to do that, dude.
yeah, you don't have to do that.
Dude. Blue did it, and so did what's his name?
But he didn't actually do it. He didn't actually replicate the test.
Yeah, he did Cavendish. You don't have to use the same masses they use. You just have to.
Well, you have to use the same percentage force. So whenever you move the torsion, then it has to be 1/50 millionth of the weight of the ball.
No, you don't. It doesn't have to be the same ratio.
Okay, so you can just make up whatever you want.
No, you don't make up whatever you want. If you know the weight of the masses that you're using, you can compare those weights, which is the force that they're enacting with the Earth, and you can compare that to the force that they're enacting on each other.
No, you have to have a ratio between the force introduced and the weight of the ball. There's a ratio, and it's 1/50 millionth.
It doesn't have to be 1/50 millionth. That just happened to be the case in Cavendish's. But you can use much smaller, much bigger objects. You just have to know, like I said, what the weight of what they are, and then you have to compare that to the force they're acting on each other.
All right. Anyway, so this is again.
If it was always the same,
I'm going to
if it was
actually
always the same
measure.
ratio.
Okay, so I'm actually going to measure. Oh my god! I'm going to actually measure. Yeah, go ahead.
All right. So if it was always the same ratio, it would be actually a worse experiment, right? Because it wouldn't vary the variables as much.
Well,
we don't
my
have
point
to.
was
Keep,
that,
go
go ahead. My point is just that no Glober's ever actually replicated the experiment. So if you want to get hyper specific, let's get hyper specific. You have different ratios. You don't even have the same setup at all. He explained that he had tons of anomalies. It was very difficult, and he had to use telescope. You guys act like you just do it first time. It happens every time. And every time I press you on, you say, oh, well, it didn't happen the first 5 times, but then I finally got it right, and the rest was user error, blah, blah, blah. Long story short, my point is that I've objectively demonstrated you guys don't account for electrostatics and pretend that you eliminate the variable when you don't. So I'm going to do Cavendish, and I'm actually going to manipulate the variable of electrostatics and make the balls attract more.
How are you going to do that?
You just
how are you
watch
going to eliminate?
See, buddy. No, I didn't say that. You were so impulsive that you wanted to interrupt me. You didn't even listen to what I said. I'll repeat it, though. So I'm going to do Cavendish, and then I'm going to manipulate the variable of electrostatics and show that effect being changed based on my manipulation of that. How do you manipulate a Van de Graaff generator?
No, but what is that going to show? That's like saying I'm going to push it myself and show you that I can affect the test. Of course, if you introduce some other force, you can affect it.
Listen carefully, okay? So I'm going to show that if you increase the electrostatics, you'll get the effect even stronger, okay? So what
you're
that's
going to introduce new forces.
You're going to keep interrupting me. I bet the Earth will start spinning.
You know what else you could do? Just as an idea, if you do it, you could try to connect wires to ground them so that they'll so that they're discharged.
That's right. I'm going to do it better than the Globers. I'm going to ground it and put it in a ferro cage. Okay. But that doesn't eliminate electrostatics. So you can look up the best ferro cages you can buy in the world, and they know they don't attain zero. Okay. You can ground it. Everyone knows that doesn't literally remove all charge. It just disperses into the ground. Okay. So you can't eliminate electrostatics. But the point is, I will minimize it as much as possible with both the ferro cage and grounding it. And then I will show that fluctuations in the electrostatics will get the effect. So what that objectively proves is that variable, electrostatics, will cause that effect objectively. Now, in addition, we can also prove we didn't eliminate that variable. So if the same effect happens with the same variable still present, then I've substantially proven that the variable I know causes the effect is present. Yet you guys are claiming a variable that you can't prove is there is actually the cause of it, and that what we know is there isn't present. And that will
Sure do.
intellectually refute you. You
Sure
guys
do.
can cry about it
Hey,
on the
listen,
internet all you want to.
hey,
Come on
listen,
now.
I agree with you. You can cause it to what you're saying to happen if you want to introduce electrostatics. What kind of cage did you say?
A Pharaoh cage, or whatever it's called.
Faraday.
Okay.
Faraday,
Good
yeah.
luck.
I mean,
Good
Thank you for your good luck wish, because you can't refute what I've said. So
like if you
Of course,
short
you
out,
don't even know the name of the damn thing, Witsit. It's a Faraday cage, for God's sakes.
we've already got that covered. Yeah, Faraday. So now do you have a
Yeah,
rebuttal?
you got it covered after I corrected you.
Do you have a rebuttal now?
hey, if you short out a capacitor, that discharges it, doesn't it?
It certainly does.
So it removes all charge?
It'll shock the piss out of you.
And
It
what you could
removes
do,
all the charge?
If you turn the thing, if you install the thing inside a Faraday cage and ground everything, you will have no electrostatics in there.
You're wrong.
You're wrong.
You'll have none in there.
You got to prove it.
Do all the Glovers agree with them? You'll have none in there because this dude should go be a
No.
billionaire.
All matter is inherently electrostatic in nature, so anything
Oh, don't
inside
start
that
down that
cage.
path.
this
Yes,
dude
I
is
know it
God,
matters made
bro.
out
This
of
dude's
electrons
God.
and protons. We understand
all
that.
matter is
Nothing in there is ionizing anything. Nothing in
Well, the
there
matter
generates
didn't
any
disintegrate in
electrostatic charge. There is no electrostatic charge involved as long as you've got it all tied together and everything grounded.
How
You
is there
can't
no
put an electrostatic charge on it. Do everything
How
you
is there
said,
no-
Witsit. Ground it the way I did mine, and then induce an electrostatic charge in it. I want to see you do it.
Okay, so I want you to answer the question: how, if all matter is intrinsically electrostatic, how did you eliminate electrostatics?
Witsit, we're talking about two different things. You're talking about charged atoms, ions. You're talking about atoms with more or less electrons than they have protons. In that sense, yes, everything is electrostatic. But any atom that's not ionized has no electrostatic charge. It is
Okay, well,
neutral. The
well, that's
charge
a
on
cool
a
story.
proton is equal to the charge on a proton, and when they're equal,
No, it doesn't have a
there
net
is
charge.
no charge.
It
There's
doesn't
no
have a net charge. It doesn't have a net charge.
That's
That doesn't
right.
mean
No
zero
net charge.
Net charge does not equate to zero charge, dude. Are you
Net
serious?
zero equates to net zero.
Hey, listen carefully, buddy.
Neutral.
Okay, electrostatic potential still exists within the matter, even if you attain it to have zero net charge.
And it has no attractive or repulsive effect that can be demonstrated. Coulomb proved it.
Okay, so the fluctuation of electrostatics. Here's what's objective. Okay, if I put it in a Faraday cage and I ground it, okay, we haven't completely eliminated electrostatics, not even the surface charge,
Yes, you
and
have.
certainly not the intermolecular. No, you've nullified it
you
as much
most
as you've
certainly have.
minimized it as much as possible. Okay, you haven't eliminated it.
this is how you do it, right? You ground a capacitor, and you put the positive side to the the big balls, and then you put the small balls. You have that connected to the ground.
Well, electrostatics is always attractive. So incoherent electrostatics or dielectricity is always attractive only. So that's your problem there, right? Like positive goes to positive with incoherent electrostatics.
But like if you've got like dislike charges attract. So if you've got one side connected to ground, and you've got like these like electrostatically charged like lead balls, for example, and then they're going to want to go to ground. Like it's the charge is just going to want to say equilibrium, so it's going to attract.
What I'm explaining is that with incoherent electrostatics, it's attractive only. So you can continue to compile an incoherent mass regardless of positive or negative. It's attractive only. It's not repulsive. And these are just colloquial terms because there's no such thing as magnetic attraction anyway. But anyway, the point is that if I manipulate the variable of electrostatics, once I ground it and use a Faraday cage and it moves, okay, it proves that the fluctuation of electrostatics, even with the Faraday cage and with it grounded, can cause the effect that you're attributing to gravity. So what we've done is we've proven that there's a variable called electrostatics present. We've manipulated that variable and proven we get the effect. Now you guys are going to have to prove that gravity is the cause of the effect. Yeah, you can't verify it, manipulate it, prove it. You'll just claim it.
So
You
far,
take it
you've
all
done is
away
talk.
and it still attracts. You take all that away and you'll still get the attraction.
You
Then
can't
what?
take it all away, dude. How is it that you don't understand that simple of a concept?
Yeah, that's simple. That's right.
It's easy. We understand science.
No, okay. First of all, you don't understand science because you said you can eliminate electrostatics. So you
Yes,
don't
I did.
understand the fundamentals of electrostatics. Secondly, you think that if you just minimize electrostatics, that you don't have to prove your cause claim. You can just reassert and reify that it's there. And then you have the audacity to call that
What you're
science.
doing. That's
Yes,
what
I
you're
do.
That's not
doing.
Listen,
what I'm doing can be
certainly do.
measured and proven. Yours is just a theory.
Electrically tie two objects together and then generate an electrostatic charge between the two of them. A difference in electrostatic potential, please. Can you do that?
Can I
Because
do
that's
what?
what you're saying you can do.
You can measure it. You can measure the difference. You can measure the difference in potential, right?
Yeah, duh.
Between two electrically connected. Oh, good God.
Yeah,
No,
dude,
not-
you're
not-
so
not
lost. And by the way,
Yeah,
dude,
you can measure a difference between those two objects that are electrically connected to each other and some other object, but not between those two objects.
yeah, you can. And check this out. Whenever you ground something, you create a circuit. So how is it that you're eliminating the
That's not
electric
true.
variable?
That is not true, man.
Or
That's
you
not
create a
true.
closed system. You create a closed system.
No, you don't create a closed system.
So you're not doing Cavendish in a closed system?
It is not a closed. What are you talking about? A closed system?
So you're not doing Cavendish in a closed system?
What are you defining as a closed system? You saying putting a
Not
ground
open.
rod in hooking a wire up to a ground rod creates a circuit? Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying, is the Cavendish a closed system?
Is that a closed circuit?
Is the Cavendish a closed system?
I don't know what you're defining as a closed system
When you
because
did your
you don't know what you're
Cavendish, did you
talking
have
about.
a
Name it.
container? Did you have a closed system? Or did you just do it out in the open?
Yes, it was outside. It was inside an enclosure. It's closed in that sense.
Okay.
The enclosure was lined with copper. That's the Faraday cage.
Okay, and so is the ground inside the enclosure, is it electrostatic?
Is the ground electrostatic? No, the ground's a piece of fucking copper and a wire running to a ground rod.
No, like the actual ground. That's why it's called ground, by the way. But anyway,
That's
the actual
called ground because that's what you stand on.
Okay, so is it electrostatic?
Is it? You're asking me, is Coca-Cola electrostatic? What the hell are you talking about?
Okay, you can't answer. So the answer
You
is
have
yes.
no idea, do you?
So the Earth is electrostatic. Okay, and if you have concrete floor, it's electrostatic. Whatever it is, it's electrostatic. So is the air electrostatic?
Is it? No, air is air. With it, can it be charged? Yes, you can easily charge air. Yes.
Air is intrinsically electrostatic.
Yes,
buddy.
you can. You can do that.
No, it's not. You can. It's intrinsically electrostatic.
We would have lightning constant if that were the case.
Oh my
Yeah.
God! Are you guys hearing their arguments? So are you guys claiming that some air isn't electrostatic?
The air is actually the reason why you don't have a huge current is because it's highly resistant.
But is it electrostatic?
There is an electrostatic potential. There's electrostatic potential in the atmosphere. That's
Thank
because of the charged particles in the upper atmosphere.
Oh, so you're saying the lower atmosphere, those particles aren't electrostatic?
No, I'm saying that's why there's electrostatic potential. It's because of the charged particles in the upper atmosphere and the lack of
What
them
about
in
the lower atmosphere?
Yeah, the fact that there's a difference is what causes the electrostatic potential. But
No, I
there's
disagree.
resistance.
But is the particles in the lower atmosphere?
Particles themselves can impart charge on things. It's like
Dude, they're all charged. It's just objective. It's all charged. It's just objective. So anyway, the air is also electrostatic. So I know you didn't do this in a vacuum. See, the truth is you guys didn't even get close to controlling the variable that we know causes the very effect.
You don't
I just want to lay this
understand
out one time.
electrostatics.
Let me lay this out one time, okay? We know electricity.
Let him finish, man. Let him finish so we can.
You guys claim that the smaller mass gets attracted to the bigger mass. Okay, we have a phenomena that we can tangibly prove that we know causes that effect. It's called electrostatics, okay? Now, if you don't fully control that variable, but then you just claim to know that the effect has nothing to do with what we can prove causes the effect, that is pseudoscience.
Biodual did do it in a vacuum, and I think he did control for the electrostatics. And the paper I posted did it in a vacuum and then controlled for electrostatics as well.
So can you send it? So they did you might have already sent it. So they did it in a vacuum. They did it in a vacuum, and they did it with it grounded, and they did it in a Faraday cage. I'm assuming those are the first 3 prerequisites.
That's
paper. They describe it in the paper.
Been done many times.
I don't think it's that important really to put all these constraints on it. I mean, I'd be really satisfied just to see something done to like a higher scientific standard. You know, like use materials that aren't known to hold electrostatic charge. That resist or have a low capacitance, and then like ground these materials. Measure just make sure that it's all done. Like take some measurements before you start. Make sure that everything is resting and it's been standing there for a long time. Make sure that the fucking copper wire doesn't have a fucking torque on it. You know, all this sort of shit that you see. So all these fucking videos on YouTube are terrible.
That's exactly right. I would like to refer you to Blue Marble Science's YouTube channel. You'll find
But from what I understand, though, guys, from what I
He
understand, you
proved
can't
it,
have
he
a
proved mass attracting mass.
you can't. From what I understand, you can't have a perfect vacuum, and you can never totally eliminate electrostatics. Is that correct?
Neutrons are
Yes.
electrostatic.
Yes, that's correct. You can
That's
never,
a reification of
never.
the
You can never totally eliminate electrostatics. No matter if it's a
Neutrons
vacuum.
aren't electrostatic. There's
Doesn't matter.
That's a
You
reification of
you
the
can't totally
subatomic scale.
eliminate it, so it's always going to be there.
No,
That's
the
correct.
neutrons are not
That's
electrostatic.
correct. Okay, first of all, you keep saying it. That's a reification of the subatomic scale. Secondly, even if your reification was real, but it's not, it's pseudoscience. Okay, even if it was real, it still isn't all that's there. So his point still remains, which is you can't have a perfect vacuum. You can't fully eliminate electrostatics.
Listen,
Now,
dude,
but if you laugh at it,
it's
somehow
not a
it'll go away.
reification. And if I were to say that this is not electrostatic, it doesn't matter if it's not the only thing that exists. All that matters is that it's not electrostatic, and that totally disqualifies whatever was said that everything's electrostatic.
But you can't eliminate electrostatics, Kosho. You can never
First of all,
totally
all
eliminate
natural-
electrostatics.
Here's the thing. It's not necessary to eliminate electrostatics. If you just change the electrostatics and there's still no effect on the overall experiment, then if you change something and it has no effect, then that doesn't affect the outcome.
But then how do you know the effect is not? How do you know the effect is not electrostatics? Sorry,
What I said was I was going to do the listen carefully. I initially said I'm going to do the tests. I'm going to do all these different things to try to minimize electrostatics. And then when I vary the independent variable of electrostatics and I make the things attract, that proves that that independent variable causes the effect because I manipulated and isolated it and then got the effect. And that is exactly what would happen, and everyone knows it.
That's right.
Then take it
That's right.
away
But
and see what happens.
If you talk about lifting. Yeah.
If you can
No, so,
reproduce
and
it,
on Chep, hold on.
then,
Man.
yeah, and then you take that away and see if you still get the attraction.
Well, but
And you
also,
can't take it away is the point.
Exactly. You'll get a much less attraction and you won't ever be able to fully take it away, which also is exactly what you would expect to see. If you minimize it but can't fully eliminate it, then you minimize the effects but can't fully eliminate it.
yeah,
Wow.
but you can add anything at all, any force that you want that's going to increase the effect, and
increase the
of course,
effect
that's gonna
or
be the
cause the
independent
effect.
variable, but it's not what's actually causing it in the actual.
You can't. But you don't know that that's not the cause. You can't never say it's not the cause because you never eliminate it.
Don't include it when you do the actual Cavendish, and then see that you still get an effect.
You can't not include it.
You can account for it as much as possible. Like in the case of the paper I posted, they counted for it, and they knew exactly how much was present.
Okay, and how much did the ball move? How much did the ball move?
I mean, I'd open the paper and tell you, but it moved
it
enough.
barely moved.
It moved enough that it calculated the same big G as all the other Cavendishes.
That still could be electrostatics, Kosho, is the point. It could always, the cause of this thing moving could always be electrostatics because you can never eliminate it.
So it doesn't matter how much electrostatics you remove, it's always going to produce the same amount of force.
That's incorrect because if I add electrostatics to it, it'll move more.
Okay, but he's saying it doesn't matter how much you remove, that you'll still get the same result. How is that possible?
I didn't
Well,
say
it's
that.
so weak. First of all, it's not even true. So that's what I'm telling you, I'm gonna actually do the test. Because see, there's a guy right here that actually wants to know the truth. So I'm actually gonna do the test fairly, not just to reify my beliefs and claim and tout victory afterwards. So what you would do is you would fluctuate electrostatics along a huge spectrum, and you would see very intricate measurements of what changes based on the effect and what's the ratio. And when you prove that ratio, a proportionate relationship, you guys will hand wave dismiss it and claim that bending and warping concept still happens. So who's really trying to find the truth then?
Yeah, but what happens when you remove enough of it that no matter how much more you remove of it, you still get the same effect? Doesn't that tell you that it's not electrostatics?
Well, first of all, you have to get hyper specific because electrostatics is super weak. So if you get to such a small amount, the effect's going to be very small. So you can't fully eliminate it. You're going to eventually get to a point where the effect's going to be as small as you can eliminate.
Yeah,
So that's exactly what you.
I asked specifically, if you get it to that level and you decrease it and you keep decreasing it, but you don't get a variable difference, you get the same consistent difference, the same acceleration, masses going together, even though you're decreasing it less and less and less and less. Wouldn't you expect if it was electrostatics that would be changing too? If it was the
Didn't I just answer this, Coach? Didn't I just say that what you would have to do is you'd have to have a huge spectrum of the electrostatics present, and you'd have to measure very intricately the proportionate relationship, and then keep decreasing it and decreasing it. And if you were able to measure intricately enough that you could decrease it more than would allow for it to stay the same, then you'd have an argument. They didn't do this in this paper. You can basically claim they did, but they didn't. I know for a fact they didn't. They never even measured introducing electrostatics and then watching the effect change with electrostatics. All they tried to do was, quote unquote, eliminate it, which they can't. So you would have to have that spectrum in the exact relationship very intricately mapped out. You would have to have the effect very intricately measured. Very, very intricately measured.
So what would you conclude though?
So how are you
if
gonna do that?
you decrease it, you continue to decrease it, and you saw no change?
He's so funny. He
Well,
doesn't think
I
that
would
we have
have
the
to see that
technology to remove
happen.
electrostatics.
I would have to see that happen because it
What is
doesn't
this?
actually happen.
You're
What is
so
the
clueless.
spectrum?
We have the ability to deal with electrostatics.
Can you remove it completely?
Not completely, but we can
Okay,
remove.
thanks for playing.
Yeah, but isn't it funny how you use that argument for yourself, and then when we start talking about, well, we can't have an absolute perfect vacuum, or we can't get to absolute zero, then all bets are off. You never seen absolute zero, so your whole.
I think Blue is trying to get in there.
It's whenever it works in your favor, Whitsitt, you use that argument. That's ridiculous.
I have a Blue.
No, listen carefully, Xanax. So they're claiming that Cavendish proves mass attracting mass. First of all, that's not even your paradigm. So it doesn't matter because electrostatics results in mass attracting mass, and that's provable. Secondly, we know that
Marvel talk for a
electrostatics.
second. Blue is trying to talk
Yeah,
about
because
something.
I'm going to eliminate all your bullshit.
But that is our paradigm.
No, what's it's talking about? The electromagnetic or the static electrostatic spectrum. What spectrum are you talking about? What measurement are you talking about making with
Buddy,
it?
I was talking about high volts all the way down, like a high amount of electrostatics, a lot of electrostatics, all the way down to as low as you can get. You would measure the effects change relative to the change of electrostatics.
You're talking about voltage, right?
Sure.
Making voltage measurements. What are you going to measure the voltage between, Whitsitt? Between what and what?
Oh, just the
What
amount of
measurement will
electrostatics
be
introduced
done?
itself.
Wait, you're confusing voltage with electrostatics. Is that Mike?
Yeah.
Okay, so we're going. It's this simple. Okay, we're going to see how much electrostatics there is, and we're going to put a lot in there, and we're going to work our way down to as little as we can get, and we're going to record the relationship between the effect and the manipulation of electrostatics. Which part of that isn't understood?
Most of it. I still don't understand exactly what it is you think you're going to measure. Between what and what specifically?
Okay,
well, what's the effect that you're measuring?
Maybe you should tell us why a balloon sticks to a wall. Let's just start at the very basic.
Let's change the subject. Hey, Blue, what effect is it
that's a force. That shows a balloon sticking to a wall. There's a force called electrostatics.
Trying to
Static
save
electricity. Hold on.
him.
You can't. You panic when you start losing. So just
No, you're trying to
stop for a
save
second.
him. You're trying to save him.
I'm not diverting. I'm just saying, let's get back to you're talking about measuring something. Blue and I are confused what you think you're going to measure. And then you mentioned voltage and electrostatics in the same breath. And I don't think you really know the difference. So let's just talk about the basics. A balloon sticking to the wall. Can we start removing the static electricity from the balloon and the wall to see what happens there? Is that possible?
It's going to start decreasing itself.
What's going to start decreasing?
The electrostatic charge.
What do you mean it's going to start?
Okay, thanks for your diversion. So back
no,
to
what
blue,
do you
when you
mean it's going to start? Are we going to reduce the voltage?
You didn't know that?
What are we doing? What are we doing with the balloon on the wall to help it to reduce the static
We
electricity?
increase electrostatic charge, then it sticks to the wall. It slowly
How do
starts
you
to
do
decrease
that?
in
How would
electrostatic
you do
charge
that?
by friction, rubbing it on your head.
That does what?
Increases the electrostatic charge.
Okay, that gives you static electricity. Yes.
Okay, so we're gonna go
And
back to
stored
before
it,
you try to save
and
blue.
we have it.
So blue, what's the effect that you're measuring? Is it that the smaller mass is attracted to the bigger mass?
There's an apparent force of attraction between the masses. Yes.
And blue, could that be electrostatics? Could that force be electrostatics if you don't eliminate them?
If you don't do something to control it, yes, it could be.
Okay, so there you go. There is a possible cause that we've already identified that could be causing this. Now, you can't eliminate that cause, so we have to assume that could be the cause. We're not just going to start throwing in the warping of space-time as the cause, as a made-up cause, because we're not isolating that whatsoever.
I didn't throw warping of space-time in.
Gravity is what gravity is, right?
You brought that in, but no, wait a second. I didn't ignore electrostatics. I put the damn thing in a Faraday cage, and everything's at the same electrostatic potential.
Correct.
Well, Faraday cages, would you cite the one you used? Because I've looked at the most expensive ones in the world, and none of them claim to attain zero. So can you please cite it?
Earth is Life has a nice article about what in industry, in the technology world, what we do to eliminate static electricity.
Can you cite a Faraday cage that claims to attain zero,
no, I know that's
please?
one way, but there's other ways too. Hold on, just a second. Don't get so fired up. There's ways we can start reducing it, and it was mentioned earlier by Kosho, I think, is we see the effect as we start removing the static electricity, what the effect is on this attraction, this apparent attraction. If there is none, then it doesn't matter if you go to zero because nothing's changed along the way.
Okay, but we know there is. It isn't that there is none. You can prove there is some because if I hooked it up, if I did this inside of a giant Van de Graaff generator and started turning the wheel, then the objects would be attracted more and more as I increase the charge. What that proves is there's a proportionate relationship between the attractive force and the introduction and manipulation of electrostatics.
Okay, now here's another. Great. Now here's the deal killer for you, real quick. And we've gone over this before. Do you know these forces, these electrostatic forces and magnetic forces in most kinds, they reduce by the cube of the distance, not the square of the distance. The square of the distance is what we see with gravity. Well, this cube of the distance is what we see with most magnetic forces.
Most magnetic forces.
Dipole magnets, for example, and static electricity will reduce by the cube.
Electrostatic doesn't have a cube, a square relationship.
No, a cube relationship.
Are you sure about that?
Yes.
Can you cite the equation for electrostatics, please?
I'll see if I can get it. Hold on.
Oh, that's crazy. This is not going to work for you.
Anyway, you think it's the same? It'll reduce.
It would
the
be
same
Coulomb's law. Just
Coulomb's law.
Coulomb's law.
Yeah,
it's the same.
Have you heard of this before? What's it? It seems like you're laughing it off because you haven't heard of it before.
Coulomb's law?
Have you heard of Coulomb's law before?
Yes.
What does it mean?
It's about electrostatic attraction, the inversely proportionate relationship between the masses and the distance.
And what is that
it's
relationship?
The same as gravity, except you put a little g in there.
Same as gravity?
Well, it's the same equation.
Yes, exactly the same
equation.
The
only
There are distances different.
The only difference between the two equations, right, between Coulomb's law and the universal law of gravitation is that Coulomb's law is dealing with charge, whereas the universal law of gravitation is dealing with mass. And there's a different constant that is found when dealing directly with charge and then dealing with an overall quote-unquote mass, however you want to define that.
And the distance is not from the centers, it's between the objects when you're talking about Coulomb's law. The surface, not the center.
You come across like you know what you're talking about.
Hold on.
It's pretty funny.
Can you prove within the universal law of gravitation that it is towards the center of the mass? If the two masses are attracting together, wouldn't they be moving possibly the same way that two magnets move towards one another, which is towards a central point or a point between the objects, not to the center of the object itself?
No, you can show that that's not true.
How?
You do the Cavendish.
Yeah, you can do 70 for one thing.
Yeah,
So
you can do
Cavendish
you
is
have
the
to.
center of mass.
Hold up, guys.
You can compute the forces and see where the center has to be.
Yeah.
Real fast,
So-
Zeta,
Yeah,
would you like to admit you were
the
wrong when
force
you said that
doesn't.
it has a cube relationship so we can move on? Would you like to admit you were
Yeah,
wrong?
the force doesn't dissipate
Dipole
when
magnets
you
have a
get to
cube
the
relationship.
surface. You still have weight.
Yeah.
Zach, are you going to admit you were wrong?
Dipole magnets have a cube relationship with magnetism.
Are you going to admit you were wrong, though?
I just said that.
So say you were wrong.
Dipole magnets have a cube relationship with.
Does electrostatics have a square relationship?
What's he saying about dipole magnets? What are you saying?
Dipole
He tried
magnets.
to say that electrostatics has a cube relationship, not a square relationship, so they're entirely different.
He
You won't
specifically was
concede
talking
he
about
was-
magnetism.
Well, we were talking about
Talking about
electrostatics. He
magnetism,
actually
attraction.
said electrostatics when I asked him to clarify.
Yeah, I might have
did.
incorporated electrostatics, but I don't know for sure if that's the case. Dipole
So
magnets.
just say
for
you were
sure.
wrong. Just say you're wrong.
I don't know. I'm trying to looking up right now. I'm trying to find out.
Okay. Well, then don't teach me about it next time. And so
Dude,
we can
you don't
move
know
on.
what you're talking. You have no idea what you're talking about. None.
You just said that the reason they can't be the same, it can't be electrostatics, is because electrostatics has a cube relationship, and then this mass attracting mass due to gravity has a square
Right.
relationship.
I was referring to magnetism in general for dipole magnets.
But
you
I
see
asked
that
you-
attraction
I
looks
asked
very
you
similar.
about
It looks very
electrostatics.
similar to. It looks very similar to other attraction, as in
quadrupole
gravity,
magnet.
and the force is due to gravity. But we see a cube relationship rather than a square relationship with magnetism.
But
Well,
now
a quadrupole magnet, which is what you're trying to explain, it's not a dipole; it's a quadrupole magnet.
A quadrupole magnet, really?
Yeah,
You're talking about
it's a
dipole, like a
quadrupole
magnet. Most magnets
really
are
quick.
dipole, like the ones you use in your motors, in your cars, in TV sets. Dipole magnets, pal.
Okay, so
Hey, since Winston has claimed he's going to do the
regular old
since
magnet.
Winston has
I'm
Show
talking
me
about
what a dipole. Show me a quadrupole magnet.
A quadrupole
since
magnet,
Winston
they're
has
fairly
claimed-
rare and expensive, but you can still find them.
What are they used for? You just
Well-
did a search on Google and found out a new word.
I'm driving. No, I did not do a fucking search.
Okay.
Is this how you interact?
Why don't you tell me what is a quadrupole magnet?
It's essentially 4 magnets positioned in a certain configuration. So you could look it up.
Yeah, I know how we can have multi-pole magnetism. We use that in stepping motors, for example. There's 52 poles. There's 52 pole magnets, or 50 pole magnets. But that doesn't mean it doesn't mean the magnet or the electric field that's created by the copper windings are not dipole magnets. Those are all dipole magnets, and they're configured in such a way which makes it multi-pole. So you're confused again.
No, I agree with that. I don't.
Okay,
I don't have
thanks.
an issue.
Thank you
with
for that. So what I'm saying is all these magnets we use in magnetism are dipole magnets, and they react with their attraction forces in such a way which is very different than what gravity does.
But that's not relevant to the conversation.
The forces are reduced by the cube of the distance, not the square of the distance.
But that's not relevant to the conversation, though. So I have to get out of here. But objectively, the conversation was about electrostatics. You said that it couldn't be electrostatics in Cavendish because
You're right.
it has a cube.
And yet, you're right. I overstepped my classification of magnetism with electrostatics.
So now you understand that Cavendish doesn't
I don't
prove
know for
mass
sure. I'm
attracting
taking
mass
your
due
word
to the
for it.
bending and warping of space-time.
I don't know for sure, but I'm going to concede that I don't know on that.
You guys are going to get really salty when I do this experiment and prove that when you manipulate
You're not
electrostatics,
going to prove anything.
Whenever you manipulate electrostatics, you're going to increase the attractive force proportionate to the amount of electrostatics, and as you decrease it, you decrease the effects, and you're going to get really salty.
How are you going to increase it? How do you increase electrostatics?
Van de Graaff
generator.
Since Winston has claimed that he's going to do this Cavendish, since Winston has claimed he's going to do this Cavendish experiment, I cannot wait until you present this, and we'll all be waiting. Since you claim you're going to do it, we'll all be waiting for it.
Yeah, just so you guys know, because I'm getting out of here. I was actually explaining to you. Sure, I'll expose you with the Van de Graaff generator. So I don't know where you are, but I'll be in South Carolina. So, but here are all the experiments I'm going to do because I got to get out of here. I'm a dentist appointment. But I'm going to do the Foucault's pendulum. I'm going to do Cavendish, and then I'm going to do Michelson-Morley and Michelson-Gell on both the horizontal and the vertical axis. Okay, and you guys are going to really not like the results. And I'm tired of hearing that you guys think you proved the Earth spins.
Oh, we're
and
going to
that you
love the
proved
results.
gravity.
We can't
So we're
wait.
going to debunk you guys.
Oh, we're going to love the results. We can't wait.
What's it? With a 3-ring laser gyroscope in most all modern airliners, they all make sure the Earth is spinning before they take off. Do you know that, right?
No, they actually make sure that they have an accurate reading with the sidereal rotational movement relative to the sky and the Earth. One of them is a fixed reference frame, but they're interchangeable according to relativity. So they just detect a sidereal rotation. Thanks for playing, though.
Austin, I got the lead balls. Hold on before you go. Austin, I got lead balls already made up, man. I was gonna do some shit with it, and I've just been stalling. But I got two big ass, like 50-pound, two 50-pound lead balls, and like two little 5-pound lead balls, man.
No, they have to be exactly the same as Cavendish. He's got to do them exactly the same as Cavendish was.
Well, first of all, if you guys think you can just change the ratio, I was just explaining that none of you guys have actually replicated it because it's 348-pound freaking 12-inch balls. But if you guys want to take the ratio, we'll take your ratio and still debunk you. That's my whole point. I'll take your ratio and debunk you by manipulating electrostatics, and you're going to handily dismiss it. But what's going to be objective, no matter how much you crown the internet, is that we prove that when you manipulate. What's going to be objective is that we. I believe.
All the efforts of science is the last 100 years in his bedroom. I love it.
Okay, Zanuck, we get it. You're so much smarter than me. But here's what I'm saying.
I can't hear nothing.
Zanuck, let him finish.
Everybody quiet. Everybody quiet. I'm going to moderate this. Witset's going to say one thing. He's got to go to his dentist appointment. One last thing, Witset, please.
Yeah, okay. Just all I want to say is what it's going to show is that if what you do in science, you have an independent variable, and that's going to be electrostatics. Okay, so that's the presupposed cause to the effect, the presumed cause to the effect. We're going to manipulate that independent variable. It's going to show that the balls get more and more attracted to each other based on how much electrostatics you introduce. So we're going to prove that causes that effect. Then we're going to try to eliminate it, right? And we're going to try to measure and detect that there is still electrostatics present. And we're going to show that there's a proportionate relationship between the attractive force and the electrostatics present, therefore proving that is the cause. And you guys will then have the burden of proof to show the bending and warping of space-time. Okay, thank you.
We're looking forward to
Do you want
to that.
the Van de Graaff generator with it, or do you want me to get the University of Tennessee to supply it for you? I think they probably have one. And I would love nothing better than to kick your ass down there at UT with your experiment. We'll be glad.
I'm pretty sure that it's probably open to any suggestions, like legitimate suggestions that you guys have as far as possibilities that he may be overlooking, right?
No, I'll be happy.
I will think about it. Why do they attract in the first place, right? If there's a charge difference, right, it's because there's like it's flowing from one to the other, right? And that flow is like
no.
They attract each other because mass attracts mass.
No, we're talking about I'm
gonna love. I'm sorry.
We're talking about electrostatic attraction. Yeah. Like
But I'm gonna love.
Like what really interests me is like what if you made like a capacitor bank or something, and you put both of the torsion bars and the copper wire that you suspended the lead balls with. What if you and then you ground them with separate grounding rods into actual dirt, and then you put the capacitor bank and have it switched so you can switch it on and introduce a charge.
Why would any of that be necessary? Why not just use something that doesn't have any of that charge, and then that charge, electrostatic charge, would never pull together?
To see if you can change it. To see if when you add.
I know, but of course you can.
Right. I want, and then you want to see how much attraction is caused by that specific amount of electrostatic charge.
Magnetic attraction.
The differences.
That all.
Yeah, if I blow on it,
that's a misnomer.
You're roboting bad.
Yeah, you
No,
are.
I'm gonna get that.
If you
Roboting
blow,
or muffled?
no, you roboting.
Roboting.
But yeah, if you blow on the balls, no pun intended, but if you blow on them and they get pushed closer together, and you blow on them harder and harder, and you say, okay, well, it looks like blowing on them actually pushes them together too. You can't stop the air from existing unless you do it in a vacuum, and then just claim that's what's happening. But you're obviously introducing a force to it to make that happen. So it makes no sense. The only thing that makes sense is to take that force out of it as much as possible, and then record how much it changes when you take more and more of it out of it.
Kosho, your claim with blowing of the air is you're imparting motion to the air, so you can eliminate the motion, right, of the air within a closed system.
Then you can eliminate the electrostatic potential.
So that's no.
You can't ever eliminate it, Kosho.
That's
You
not
can't ever totally eliminate it.
You can eliminate the electrostatic potential.
You can.
No,
I
you
didn't
can't.
say eliminate electrostatics. I said you can eliminate the electrostatic potential.
Okay, but so we know electrostatics can cause the effect that we're talking about with the Cavendish, right? We already established that.
No, I'm saying,
well,
there's
Blue Science said yes, that can cause this
magnitude that will make that.
If we had a high charge of electrostatics, right? If we had a high amount of electrostatics, that can cause the effect, right?
Sure.
So now you're saying, okay, so that electrostatics is causing that effect, plus gravity is also causing it.
No. See, this is where
so gravity has nothing to do with it when it's electrostatics
now. Because you just
I'm
said,
not trying to be dishonest. I'm trying to ask you if this is right.
No, you just said if you introduce a large amount of it, a high amount of it, this will have an effect.
Yeah.
Then you said, okay, so gravity's doing it and this is doing it. No.
Well, that's what I'm asking you. Are you saying that gravity as well as electrostatics is involved? I'm asking you, is it when they have a high amount of electrostatics and that's causing the effect that we see in Cavendish? Are you also saying that part of that is gravity, and now we just have to eliminate electrostatics so we only have gravity left? Is that what you're saying?
I would say to you is that test that was just conducted, whoever would do a test like that, they just did a bunk test, and I wouldn't accept any of its results. I wouldn't.
No, I'm just saying. Like you wanted to show that it was electrostatics, and then we wanted to make sure it was electrostatics, which we all agreed electrostatics can cause that effect, right? Just by having a high amount of it.
If you increase any of the other variables that are meant to be controlled for, and they have an effect, and you somehow get surprised about that, then you're just wasting everyone's time.
I'm not saying no. We wouldn't be surprised. We would know it's electrostatics, right? Because we all agree electrostatics can cause the effect if there's a high amount of electrostatics. But what you're saying is, okay, electrostatics may be causing it, but gravity's also involved here.
No,
so we just have to eliminate it.
I just told you I would not say that. I just said
okay, I'm asking if you would say that. Okay, so gravity has nothing to do with it when it's electrostatics.
Again, listen to what I'm saying to you.
Dude.
Listen to what I'm saying to you. I would not make a claim on the results to a test like that. That's what I'm saying to you.
What I'm trying to do is trying to separate the two. You're saying the cause is gravity. When you eliminate electrostatics, the cause is gravity. Therefore, if we have a high amount of electrostatics, is gravity and electrostatics, or is gravity erased when we have a high amount of electrostatics? You know what I'm saying?
Let's set up a timer. Since Winston said he's going to do the Cavendish, let's set up a timer and see how long it takes him to actually do it. I think that'd be great.
Whatever.
Well, he has to get together the resources, so give him time.
Yep. We'll time it. We'll see how long it takes.
Yeah.
That really matters.
We'll see if it ever actually happens.
Okay, so when we do the Cavendish and we have a high amount of electrostatics, we know that causes what Cavendish shows. So then gravity has nothing to do with it.
How is it?
Gravity has nothing to do with it when there's electrostatics causing it.
Epa, what are you doing, man?
Somebody's hot mic.
Who's that?
No, Chip is
your hot mic and stuff. Hot mic and can a mod just mute him in the meantime?
Just do that on purpose.
I'll get him here if I could get to him.
I got it.
We got it.
Thank you.
I wouldn't call a test like that the Cavendish new perspective.
But the point is that you have to eliminate electrostatics. You have to eliminate electrostatics so it doesn't cause the effect, right?
You're
trying to do that.
Why can't you just reduce it and see the
Yes,
effect?
and every proper Cavendish experiment does that.
Right, but you're saying that if you don't, then electrostatics can cause the effect that we see, right?
You don't control for
anybody can build a broken experiment, buddy.
I'm not trying to say it's broken. I'm just trying to say that electrostatics can cause that effect. So we can have a high amount of electrostatics and see the same effect.
There's a situation where that could be possible, but there's no problem in removing it.
Well, no, there is a problem removing it. You can't totally eliminate it.
We can measure the effect.
Electrostatic charge in there.
We can measure the effects of reducing these electrostatics in that environment, and that's what we do.
Okay, sure. Okay, so you're saying that at some point we eliminate the electrostatics. So what's causing the torsion bar to move?
You said
reduce it, right? Reduce it as much as possible, so that then we believe that now it's not the electrostatics causing the torsion bar to move; it's gravity doing it.
Right? That's the experiment. So we start removing it and seeing the effect. And if there's no change in this particular test, then we know that electrostatics is not a variable that is causing a change in a dependent variable. being the independent variable that it is.
Yeah, so you would have. So you'd have to. So you're saying gravity and electrostatics are both part of the effect until you eliminate electrostatics.
Yes.
Are you fishing for a gotcha?
Okay, good. That's all I wanted to know.
Right, and
it's easy to
why
eliminate.
did somebody in this conversation earlier say you cannot eliminate
Blue's trying to talk. Hold
electrostatics?
on. Blue's trying to talk real quick.
All right, let Blue talk.
You can't totally eliminate it.
We don't have to.
It is easy to eliminate by simply connecting everything together electrically. When you bring everything to the same electric potential, there is no electrostatic force between.
But I thought we agreed you can't totally ever eliminate it from the air.
I told you how you eliminate it between two objects.
You can only reduce it as much as possible.
No, that was bring it to fucking zero. All you've got to do is connect the damn things together electrically.
Right.
Yeah, but then you're just completing the circuit.
Between the two.
There's no circuit.
Completing the circuit. They're all
by
at the
grounding
same
it, right?
electric potential.
Yeah, there is
no potential. It's neutralized because you haven't connected to each other.
Yeah, there's no potential between them at that point.
But you can't totally eliminate. When Winston was here, you guys agreed you can only reduce as much as possible.
No, but we know there's still electrostatic elements in that environment, but when we connect the two objects together, they are now zero. They are not. There's no potential.
No, zero is totally eliminated. You said we can't totally eliminate it.
Well, you're missing the point. Could there be electrostatics in an environment in a room?
Yes. There could be electrostatics
zeroing out
inside that case potentially. I can think of a way you could have electrostatics inside the cabinet, but they're going to equally affect everything metallic in there. And as long as all of that metallic stuff is tied together electrically, they'll all be at the same potential.
In the electronics industry, they've known these concepts very well for at least 100 years, and they have equipment to remove electrostatic forces between objects. They need to in order to build the things they build.
All I was trying to clarify is that
to neutralize them is a little bit naive and ignorant.
Well, all I was trying to get to clarify is that gravity is always going to be part of the, in your guys' mind at least, gravity is always part of this effect. But then if you eliminate the electrostatics, you're left with just the gravity causing the effect, not the electrostatics, right?
That's right.
Okay, that's all I'm asking.
You know, there's a way that you might be easier to agree with, but instead of claiming that you're measuring gravity or something like that, you can, when you're doing a test like that, just make sure that the independent variables are either the distance or the masses. And these are the things that you're changing, and the effect is going to be based on that. It's either the masses or the distance, but just the masses, for instance. So you don't have
there's a direct relationship between electrostatics and mass, though.
What?
No.
Yeah, there is. I found a bunch of quotes about that. I was just looking into that. There is a direct relationship.
You can have an object with unchanging mass with differing amounts of charge. Clearly, they're not directly related.
Correct.
Yeah, well, that's debatable, but I'll post what I found.
It's not debatable. Clearly, you can have different amounts of charge on the same object. There's no debate there.
I was saying that there's a direct relationship between electrostatics and mass.
Right, and I just showed you why that's wrong.
Okay.
Does 1 liter versus 2 liters of water, does 2 liters of water have double the electrostatics? Or is it the same electrostatic charge?
I'm on my other. I'm looking for what I was just looking up. I'll post it.
The point is, in perspective, it's the same as the potential in the atmosphere. There's a potential in the atmosphere because there's different charges in different places, and if everything has electrostatic, electrostatic charge in them. But if you have two objects and they're either connected or they have the same charge, there's no potential between them, then there's no electrostatic potential. So you're going to eliminate that problem.
This is a weird thing. Like, why would flat earthers accept that masses attract apparently due to electrostatics? Because they said it's relative density. So this will shit all over the flat earthers.
Wait a minute. You're saying now you're conflating the claim that electrostatics have an attraction to us claiming that gravity is conflated with density?
You're saying he doesn't know why you don't accept it.
No,
Yeah,
because
you're not
electrostatic,
accepting
the
what he said.
electrostatic potential, the electrostatic attraction has nothing to do with our claim that you're conflating density and gravity.
Is it buoyancy and density, or is it electrostatics? Which one is it? Buoyancy and density, or electrostatics?
I'm not making any claims. I'm just saying that there's a relationship that we're talking about.
Of course.
And
Of course
it's
we
not
don't
like
make
flat Earth. It's not like now you're trying to straw man and say flat earthers are saying that it's electrostatics, not density. Like they both can't have a possible
That's
effect.
what it sounds like. That's what it sounds
Well,
like.
that's what you're straw manning it to be. There's no claims on the table like that. You're just trying to straw man it.
Hold on.
Say there's no
Which
claim.
which causes weight? The electrostatic charge or relative density?
I'm not trying to say I know one way or another yet.
So the claims on the table, right, is that gravity is causing masses to attract one another, right? Masses attracting to one another is the same as a gravitational force, right?
Well, no, that's a result of whatever's truly happening. It'll give you it'll give the effect of a mass appearing to attract other mass, but
so what is truly happening is that what is the claim of what is truly happening then?
The most general way to put it is masses accelerate towards other masses.
Right. So when Kosho said that there was something else other than just the mass that was causing that, what is that something else? What is the
What's
claim?
the underlying cause for the masses to accelerate towards other masses? I'm not exactly sure yet.
Yeah,
Don't
that's
need to,
probably-
because we
claim
can
be
verify
gravity?
that the masses and their presence do cause other masses to accelerate towards them. That part needs to be agreed to first.
Most likely a fluid understanding.
If masses are being attracted to one another, right, or moving towards one another in some way, shape, or form, do you guys have a claim as to what the cause of that effect that we see is?
We don't need one. We can measure it happening.
Einstein has a claim for it.
So measuring it
See,
happening.
you're confusing. You're confusing what we're seeing is that could be called whatever you want it to be called, but we see it happen. We don't need to know what causes it. That's independent. It's a whole other discussion.
Do you
We
call
call it
that
gravity.
something? Okay,
We call
so
that concept gravity.
Right.
Einstein
So within
claims
the
that
concept,
Einstein-
hold on. So within the concept of gravity, what are you doing to manipulate this gravity to prove that it's the cause of the effect? And when
That's easy. That's easy. All we have to do is we match that acceleration, like drop something in a box and see that everything neutralized. There's no forces, no attraction at that point to the ground. So we now neutralize by given the exact force that we think is claimed to be created. We counteract that and show that in fact does not happen anymore. All these objects, like relative density, don't affect these objects with respect to one another in the presence of gravity now, because we've matched the acceleration. So now we know that's independent variable we can change
when you
to show
say
that.
Hold on, man. When you say in the presence of gravity, so you've eliminated the gravity and then you've reintroduced it.
We've matched that acceleration, and to show that that is the force that actually is causing it to accelerate.
You've matched that acceleration with what?
Yeah. So we have 9.8 meters per second squared, right? All we have to do is move something downward 9.8 meters per second squared, and then we can actually see everything float with respect to one another. All the objects: water, jello, a lead ball, gold, a feather, balloons, helium balloons, oxygen balloons. All of them will be floating equally, and there'll be no change in this accelerate downward.
Right. There's a big ass.
When you say that they're floating, how are you floating these objects?
We observe this floating. We observe all the objects having no preference to direction downward over each other. There's no advantage. There's no change. All objects will fall at the same exact rate.
There's an agreed upon average as to the rate in which things fall, right, in an alleged vacuum, or as close as we can get to a vacuum, right?
Right. That's why we're going to match that in a closed container with all these different objects and see that there's no preference in accelerations.
Yeah.
There's no change.
Agreed upon isn't really the right word.
So
Measured
the cause,
is the right word for that.
Measure,
so,
it's a measured
so
acceleration.
so the cause of this motion, how are you manipulating that?
We call it gravity. We call this cause gravity.
Right, but we've never substantiated what causes.
We don't need
right?
to know the cause of the cause. We just know that's the cause. We're calling that the cause, gravity.
Cool. So if somebody else calls it electrostatic acceleration, then you'd be cool with that, right?
As long as
No, because electrostatic already has a definition.
Right.
So with Witzett's claim or what he's going to try to do, he's saying that he's going to manipulate electrostatics to get a different effect.
Right, and it will
Of
not
course,
change.
electrostatics can cause attraction. The reason why we ground everything together to get it all at the same potential in the Cavendish experiment is to eliminate that thing that we know about.
Right.
Why is this
So
so hard to
within this
understand?
drop test, hold on, within this drop test, is electrostatics eliminated?
Drop tests. Depends. They usually do these tests on things that they're trying to find out new information about. So they usually apply their own potential difference as to things falling.
Well, don't confuse the attraction
Especially
between
that drop tower in particular.
All matter is inherently electrostatic, right? So we can't really eliminate that, but we can introduce more
But we
electrostatic.
know that's not the so why would all these objects have the same rate of acceleration in a vacuum falling with that acceleration matched in the box?
Mm-hmm.
See, the
Because
point is we're showing that
right? So,
if there was
let me ask you a question.
hold on. If there was electrostatics, then they would be attracted to each other, which is not what we're measuring, by the way. But we would see that. So these objects are not accelerating to each other now. If there was electrostatics, they would be. So if that force was there, we would see that in the demonstration. We don't.
With coherent electrostatic acceleration as displayed by Coulomb's law, why is there a constant called Coulomb's constant?
Coherent acceleration?
What is
What do you
that?
mean by that? Yeah, that's a new term.
Coulomb's
It's
law.
incoherent.
electrostatic.
Incoherent. That means that the positive and the negative can both attract.
That would be within the universal law of gravitation, but applied to Coulomb's law, we're talking about the poles aligning based on opposites. So within Coulomb's law,
objects, there's no attraction of any of these objects to each other. There's no attraction to any of these objects to each other. They're floating freely. If there was, hold on, if Coulomb's law, if we're applying Coulomb's law to this attraction, we wouldn't see this happen to all objects. They'd all have different forces.
That's why I'm saying
they all have the different electrostatic potential.
They all
but when we drop them, they don't. They all float freely. They don't get drawn to each other. Just talking over me is not going to make a point.
understand.
Zanny,
If you
you gotta
just
quit
continue
tagging
to
me.
talk, jeez. So yes, the difference between Coulomb's law and the universal law of gravitation is you're dealing with mass as opposed to charge. In Coulomb's law, you're dealing with charge, and when you're dealing with these different specific charges, you have what's called Coulomb's constant. And within the universal law of gravitation, when we're dealing with a mass of an object, not just its charge, then you're dealing with the gravitational constant. These two act very similar, actually the same. So when we're talking about removing electrostatics from measuring various masses and their
If we took the
acceleration,
independent variable of gravity and we matched it, we actually matched that force with acceleration, so that's not a factor. Then if it was electrostatics, then they would be drawn together. They've drawn to each other. They're not.
the relationship between the masses is the
Did you miss
same
that
as the
point entirely?
relationship between the charge.
I think you just missed that point entirely.
We
We have an independent variable. You say it's electrostatics. We want to manipulate it. Or we want to manipulate gravity. So we manipulate that by matching it in the opposite direction. So now we're accelerating everything at the rate that we measure this to have an acceleration of. We now have all these objects floating in a box. And if there's electrostatics was actually one of the forces or another independent variable, then they would be found to be attracted to one another, yet they're not.
Can you link me to the experiment where gravity was manipulated? You say that you're matching the accelerated force and then you have floating boxes, objects floating in a box. Can you link me to where there were objects floating in a box and how it was determined that you were counteracting gravity or manipulating gravity?
They've measured the acceleration. They've matched
Who's
the
they?
acceleration.
Who is they? When you say they,
Whoever's
who is
done the
they?
test.
I would
Who has
answer that
done
with
the
the vomit
test?
comment.
I can show
Do
you
you
video of
have
many tests.
do you have
Answer that with the
any
vomit comment. Vomit comment.
Vomit comment's the easy one to look at.
everything's vomit comment is just everything dropping, right?
That's exactly what he's
vomit
describing.
comment
So
is
how are
matching
you eliminating
acceleration to
gravity when everything is
Hello,
falling?
are you listening?
And just measuring the acceleration doesn't
Are you
give you the
listening?
right to call the acceleration gravity. You haven't isolated it as gravity.
We've
Correct.
matched it with the vomit comet. We've actually had the plane have a trajectory, a parabolic path, such that on the way up and the way down, you've matched that falling rate, which is 9.8 meters per second squared. We see everything floating, and everything's not moving toward each other, because if it was electrostatics, which was the cause of it falling, then everything would be then falling toward each other and clumping together, which we don't see that. I don't know why this is so hard to conceptualize.
No, then anything that you would drop would have to be attracting to one another, because all you're
If it
doing
was
is essentially
electrostatics,
dropping
correct.
things.
So we've dropped the plane. The plane is dropping. Everything inside of it is now in that plane being dropped, matching the acceleration due to gravity. 9.8 meters per second squared on the way up and the top and the way down. It's all falling. But yet all the objects in the plane you can see are not, not being attracted to each other. So if they were, you could say, well, that's evidence that there's electrostatic forces involved. But also, that have to be attracted in such a way where we can measure that force, and that force would equal to what it would be present when it's not falling or on the ground, for example. We don't see that.
That's just
we see everything floating independently. Nothing's being attracted to one another.
Because
we know that it's
when
not
things are
electrostatics.
dropping,
It's
you're
causing
not
things to go to the ground.
eliminating gravity. You're just
Oh
having
my God!
the
I've matched gravity.
take place.
I've shown
You're
with
just
this
talking
experiment
about a
that we have an
reference frame. You're
acceleration of
not
9.8 meters per
matching
second squared.
gravity.
You're both
So what
talking
is
at
the
the same time.
Dude, what is wrong
Hold
with
on.
you? What is your malfunction?
Zanuck,
Zanuck, hold on a second.
what is the opposite force that's being applied to counteract gravity?
It's
All you're
not
doing is
opposite. We've induced an acceleration, which matches what we see in the presence of gravity. The force is what is required to accelerate mass. Can we get things straight?
Zanuck.
F equals ma. We all agree that that's a true. It's a law.
Zanuck, you're missing
Nathan always talks about laws and don't break any laws of physics. Well, there's one of them. There's three.
Come on,
There's three of them, right?
Zanuck, you're missing one crucial point here, is that in citing Coulomb's law, they forgot that opposite charges are required in order for that attraction to occur.
That's also key. Good point.
Yes, that's the distinction between coherent and incoherent.
Unfortunately, we have nothing that is describing or displaying incoherent, whatever that is.
So this can be also displayed within magnetism, right? So when you have incoherent magnetism, both the North Pole and the South Pole will attract to the larger magnetic mass.
That's not incoherent magnetism.
Yeah, I don't know where you got that from. Why do you come across
ferromagnetism is sort of like that in the sense that metal can be attracted to either end of a magnet, but we already have a word for that. That's called ferromagnetism.
Also correct. Napalm, why do you come across like you think you're an expert here on this topic? I mean, I don't think you have any formal training on the topic at all, but you somehow—
He's asking you to clarify what your claim is. He's not acting like he's an expert.
My claim is that we can match the acceleration of gravity.
Okay, regardless, he's not acting like an expert. He's trying to clarify what your claim is. That's all. He's not coming across like he's an expert, bro.
When we match
why is he
that,
introducing words that nobody agrees to?
They don't get attracted to each other. Right there, why wouldn't that make a light bulb go off in his head and realize, okay, maybe things fall not due to electrostatics?
No,
But
he's asking you to clarify what you're not doing.
Hold on a second. Zanuck, within your example of the vomit comet, you still have masses within that vomit comet, and those masses should be attracting one another. So you would really need to take like a Cavendish experiment up on said vomit comment
God,
and
yeah.
proved
I was
he
waiting
was
for that.
eliminating.
I think Left Lane and I think Doofus, we all were waiting for that particular
Why
statement.
do you keep cutting this guy off?
Yeah,
Xanax?
you guys gotta let
as if
people
you have
finish,
some
man.
fucking higher ground or something, dude. I've been listening to it for fucking far too long.
Say that the ISS would be the one place that you could do that, because 25 seconds of free fall is not enough for Cavendish to react in any meaningful way.
Well, it's not
Right.
just
The period of oscillation is usually, I don't know, 10 to 18 minutes, depending on how you've set up the experiment, and you don't have that kind of time. In addition, that oscillation is only occurring due to torsion. That torsion balance has to be under tension, which without any falling, there's no way for that to occur.
And you have to remember everything else in that test is meant to be controlled for, but usually in reality, there's, even though you're not falling because of gravity, or you're not on Earth dealing with Earth's gravity, there's still other stuff that's affecting your movement.
You have to have a whole different set of
Your
parameters
example of the
involved with-
vomit comment isn't
I was
really
just talking,
proving
Dice.
anything.
You see how he jumped over me? So the torsion is how it's designed, right? You can't have that torsion on the ISS. You need to have gravity. You need to have sitting on the ground in some room on the Earth to have the torsion and have this system set up to be able to test for and validate or invalidate the Cavendish experiment claims.
Well, I disagree a little bit with you on that.
You could make another test. You could probably develop another test.
It's called
I
a
think you
torsion
could put both
balance for
masses
a
next to
reason.
each other and they would affect each other. So you could do it.
You could make
Now, there
another
would be a
test.
way of doing it. If you really wanted to do that in microgravity, you could do it. You could simulate that, the gravity portion of it, by putting the torsion, the beam at the center of the torsion wire, and putting the torsion wire under spring tension. That's a possible way of doing.
Yeah, you'd be effectively making a really sensitive accelerometer at that point.
Yeah. I wouldn't say it couldn't be done. It would be difficult.
Difficult
My
as
point was
hell.
it'd
You
be
got the
different.
ISS all around you.
The point is, it just would be a very different test.
Well, I would just say gravity and electrostatic clinging are literally the same thing.
Why would you say that?
So many differences between them.
Why would you just say that again?
You would be wrong.
Because the only difference being within the attributional difference between the so-called gravity and magnets mutually accelerating, that being that the magnets are point source, not additive rather than multiplicative objects, whereas gravity, the phenomena is a non-point source mutual mass acceleration towards the same low pressure point vortex center, because mass doesn't attract mass. Mass attracts mass at the lowest.
My God, and that showed. I just showed that that's not true by the.
So because you don't agree with me, gives you the right to fucking interrupt me and talk over me.
Let Dice Low finish.
Guys.
This is ridiculous, dude.
Yeah.
Well,
the thing, what you described there, to me,
you guys stay within your little fucking circle jerk, dude. Echo chamber, okay? I'll be over here, bro.
No, listen, Daslow. What you just said indicates to me that when you get to the surface, there would be no more. Oh well.
He'll take any opportunity he can.
Yeah, he doesn't want any resistance at all. He can't take any resistance.
No, he's
but
being
the thing,
talked
what
over.
he said,
He's being talked
No,
over.
I think he wants to finish his point.
Yeah, the thing.
I think he wants to finish his point. He wants to finish.
You
his
should have
point
seen him.
without getting
You should have seen him
interrupted.
yesterday talking over the left lane when left lane was only
And now
monitoring.
Kosho's going for it. Let the guy finish his point.
He's gone. I was telling people to let him finish his point.
Right, and the thing is, we've already heard Ken Wheeler say what he's saying. That's fine. We don't need to hear it again.
I was fucked up yesterday when left lane. He was the only person in here, and they basically walked over him.
Yeah, that was partly Paid NASA's Shill's fault on that, but
he was a part of that.
Right, and when somebody says gravitation and electrostatic cling are effectively the same thing, no, because as has been mentioned in this conversation several times, electrostatic requires opposite charges in order for that attraction to occur. If they're the same charge, you don't get that attraction. You get a repulsion.
Right. And what Geisler was saying is that it's the point source versus non-point source, or the coherent versus the incoherent. That's all he was saying.
That doesn't make any sense in this context.
It doesn't solve that problem.
Yeah, what do you mean by point source? What do you mean by point source?
I thought gravity was a point source.
It is.
I guess,
like a magnet, right?
No, it's the counter space specific field modality, toroidal field or ether vertex.
Yeah,
actually, I liked what you said earlier, Napalm. I was actually getting into it before right the hand messed all up. But I'll say the same thing to you I said to Geo and Lemon, but they didn't listen to me. But you probably already looked into quantum field theory, but the way you're describing your idea of what you said, like the metaphysical and the energy realm and that kind of stuff, and then what the ether field was in that context, it's a lot like what quantum field theory describes as the quantum fields. So I don't know. It's just I don't know. That's just, like I said, you probably already looked into it. So
yeah, and my whole idea around these conversations is that 95% of what everybody's talking about is in agreement. The 5% that is within disagreement is really just how we're calling things, right? So, or explaining certain phenomenon. But everything functions as it does. Everything that we experience does what it does, right? And at least in my opinion, and I'm not going to be able to go into a whole bunch of detail with this, right? Because I'm not intellectual enough to have put it all together. But what makes sense to me is that a unified field theory is nothing more than the theory of an ether field. And the different fields that most of the time get implemented, like I've had conversations on here with Jace where he's talking about, gluons have their field, and photons have their field, and electrons have the electron field. My contention is that it's all the same field or the same background energy. And the only difference that we have as far as how these interactions take place, and the reason that we can predict the specific interactions in what we are calling different fields, is because it's all of a vibratory nature. And when things are vibrating in the same rate, then they're going to have harmony. And the scale just goes up and down, but it's all contained within one ether field. And right now, science is just kind of pulling each one of those vibratory nodal points out and calling it its own specific field, which, in my opinion, is just a field with, it's within one field.
Does your hypothesis still hold true, knowing that those fields interact with each other? Like there's separate fields interacting with each other some of the time?
Yeah, like I said, I wouldn't necessarily call it separate fields. I like to equate this because it's easy for me to conceptualize it. I conceptualize it in the form of vibrations that we have in sound, and within the scales of music, we can find harmonies between various pitches of G and D, right? So we have these different things within one scale, right? You have the normal scale, and then you can scale it up an octave or decrease it an octave, and we have harmony points, things that sound really good when we're playing notes together within the one scale, within the one octave, and then we can mix and match those between octaves. And that's just how I look at this whole energetic field that we're in, right? We can separate these harmonies within music to a specific scale and then various octaves, but all of that is all contained within the noise that we hear, the vibrations or the perturbations within the air that we interpret as sound. And I just equate what we're talking about with ether and energy and all of that. I just, in my mind, think that it's the same thing as that with air and sound, just on an energetic level, because it's similar vibration, oscillation, things like that.
Yeah, well, I mean, I'm not saying I agree with you, but at least at least you can say you've thought about your concept.
I get a little
Yeah, and
confused.
that's just how I conceptualize it, and I feel like you've got people that are saying, you know, if you take my analogy between music and this energetic field, and you have people saying, well, we've got this one octave and this octave is that, and it does interact with these other octaves and we do get harmony points, but these are two totally different fields in which things are being played. It's a totally different octave. Yeah, but the octaves are all still contained within the same vibratory nature, meaning it's still perturbations in the air.
How do you drag all this together into the physical world? I mean, like, different octaves are vibrations. Both of them are still vibration. How do you go from vibrations to physical material?
Well, I think when you break everything physical down to its smallest parts that we've been able to somewhat isolate, we realize that all we're doing is categorizing those on different vibratory scales, meaning that all matter in existence, in essence, is moving. It's vibrating.
Right, but it's steel. We can change that vibration. Steel remains steel whether I vibrate it really hard or if I vibrate it very little. I still don't get the
it
the
doesn't
fact that I
change.
can vibrate
I think there are introductions that you can do to steel with vibration that can cause it to bend. There's certain energies that can be imparted into steel that can cause it to melt, right?
Yeah,
So
you heat it up, you increase the temperature, and it will melt at some point.
right, but what we're calling steel at its base constituent parts is just what that thing is when it's in that state.
What state is that? When you have iron that's liquid or iron that's solid or metal vapor? I mean, what is changing as far as vibration? Well, I can answer that. You can answer it too. We have a temperature, and a temperature is that the speed of those atoms oscillating.
Right. When you increase it, decrease it, right? So we can take water, and at its slowest vibratory nature, it becomes solid.
Where is
ice,
where's the slowest vibratory nature? Is it not vibrating even at freezing? Even when it's solid?
Yes, but we're taking a material. So let's take liquid water, right? I would like to think that, at least in my opinion, that might be its most neutral state, or its state that it tends to be is in liquid form. And then when it's either imparted with more energy, it becomes vapor or steam, or if it's imparted with less energy and you're slowing the vibration, it becomes solid. So there's these three different states that water can have, and it's all based on its energetic level.
So do you understand when it changed? What happens when water, for example, changes state from liquid to a gas? Why does it change that state? What is those coulombic bonds? Why are they broken?
Just off the top of my head, I would say that it would be the increased vibration. The increase in energy or its vibratory nature that would break those bonds. I could be incorrect.
Well, we can increase the temperature and still have it not change states, or we can increase the energy and have it change states, and the temperature doesn't change.
Yeah, so things tend to have kind of their breaking points, right? So when you get it off into
Not really. It needs
specified
energy. It needs more energy to break. So there's a point where it'll be at a temperature, and you increase more energy, increase the energy into that system. You said inject or impart energy into it, That's partially true. And then at some point, the temperature doesn't change, but the energy is used to break those bonds, and it changes states.
It changes
I don't
states.
know. I don't know why are you trying to reinvent the wheel when we all kind of agree that this is what happens. You're trying to give it some different classification or different
I'm
names.
not trying to. Zanuck, I'm not
we
trying.
know this. We know these. I'm
just trying. Hey, I'm not trying to reinvent the wheel. I'm just trying to say that like I said, most of the time it's an agreement upon what happens within the world. My disagreement is on the possible explanation as to the cause of these things, right? So
you just gave us the cause. We kind of agree. What you said is true. You're agreeing with the convention that these atoms are moving around, vibrating, oscillating at certain velocities, and when they have more energy imparted to them, they can actually break those bonds and change the state of that matter.
Right.
So that's exactly what we all say in science and physics.
Right, but
what is the difference between your view and in the world view of that particular phenomena? Atoms of water are oscillating. You impart more energy, they oscillate faster, they break the bonds, it changes states. Temperature didn't change, but now it's a gas rather than liquid. That's exactly what we see. I mean, I think, do you get that? I mean, did that make sense?
Probably worried about responding, and then you just interrupted.
Yeah, I'm saying that all takes place, right? And I don't think you listened when I said that my contention is when these things are pulled apart into their own quote unquote fields that interact with one another. And what I'm saying is that these fields are just.
Wait a minute. How does something pull apart into a field?
I don't think you listened to what I prefaced.
I was listening to everything. Dude, you're making up words and terms. I'm just trying to follow. I mean, I get it. You don't have the conventions that we all have. Maybe that we were partially. I don't remember all of it.
No, I don't think you need to speak.
But you're making up things. I don't know what you're saying. Atoms are pulled apart into fields. What does that mean?
No, that's not what I said. Kosho, are you following what I had initially said and how that equates? And I don't know what track Zanuck is trying to go down here, but I'm not going against anything that I said.
We're saying.
I haven't been sitting here the whole time, to be honest with you. But Zanuck, I gotta be honest, man. He's gotta disengage from wanting to speak with you because you keep interrupting him.
Well, he starts going on tangents, and I want to follow. I'm proving to be listening because I'm trying to follow.
I would try to clarify, but I did walk. I'm packing up my room, so.
He described in a rough way what happens when certain matter changes states. And he talked about energy injected. I didn't disagree with any of it other than the terms and the way he explained it. But I get where he's coming from. But my problem is,
did you hear what he said though about
So now you're interrupting me. now you're interrupting me. I'm just kidding.
I didn't know if you wanted it, but yeah, if you don't, I mean, I'm not trying to interrupt you. I'm just like you, Zanuck. Okay,
I know. I'm kidding.
We're just as bad as each other. Okay, but
no, it's not bad. It's about people talk whenever freaking go. But as long as you don't make it obnoxious about it. And we all have our limits and get over the limits. I agree. But all I'm saying is he's saying everything that we say, just using different, more clumsy terms. So nothing he said, I disagree.
I didn't say that I had a disagreement with that, right? That's why I said with my initial point that we really agree on the bulk of what we're talking about. I'm just looking at it from an overarching perspective, right? These energies are here. They transform, they move. They seem to all interact within a overarching field.
Well, So what are you saying? That energy is a field? That we have energy that's a field that's interacting with all these elements?
Energy is right. This would be the ether field, the background energy that is present, that allows for all these energetic things to take place, which would allow for energies to become material within space create the space. And in order to create space, you have to have the opposite of that, which is the counter space, that in which all of it is drawn from.
I'm not trying to get you to stop talking or say anything like that, but I just find it very interesting that you want to, with you and both of our levels of understanding, you want to reinvent what's currently known. And I find that bizarre. I mean, I wouldn't really consider myself in a position to reinvent what's known. It's such a hypothetical level.
You know, there were some disagreements. He said, like when we were talking about quantum fields and the ether field. He expressed the singular field. And, you know, we're just currently interpreting it as multiple fields or whatever. And the truth is, no, I don't know enough. I'm not adept enough with quantum field theory to even, debate that. And, they're going to find out new stuff. So, I mean, stuff like that, I don't know if that's even, if speculating on stuff like that is not even really, not really an issue, I don't think. But you have to also know that you're speaking for yourself, though, when you say that we're agreeing about 95% of things, because there's plenty of people in here who fundamentally disagree about fundamental things in a fundamental way.
I'm just thinking if how left side I would feel if I was if I wanted to go from my position in life to go and say, no, gravity doesn't work that way. Or that I think that gravity has an alternate answer. I don't get how you can be that left-sided.
Zanuck, could I ask you a question?
Shoot.
What's the difference between a Higgs field and an ether field?
I don't know what an ether field is.
There's no definition of an ether field.
Well, you don't know the definition of an ether field, and you don't believe in the ether field.
They have just about as much in common as...
Yeah, beliefs is pseudoscience. We're not into beliefs in science.
No, but wait a minute. But what was it, right? What was the ether field or the ether described as? What was it? What was the description?
The background.
The way I always look at ether is it was a placeholder like dark matter.
No. Well, it was actually it is kind of right. Right now, what's the Higgs field? What's the difference between a Higgs field and an ether field or the ether?
Got nothing in common with it. They both have the word field in their names.
No. I was talking to Zanuck there initially.
I'm not Zanuck, but if you were talking to me.
I mean, you weren't really talking to Zanuck. You said something to Zanuck. He hasn't responded.
No, I asked him a question.
Okay, Kosho.
I was talking to him.
So, how would you define a Higgs field?
I wouldn't.
It's a field that the Higgs.
Oh, he said a Higgs field or a Hex? I thought he said a Hex field.
That's why
you say a Higgs field.
Oh, it's my accent. It's my accent. Yeah. What is the difference between a Higgs field and ether? The ether. What's the difference?
You there? Okay, you want to know what I don't know what an ether field is. You want to know what it was thought to be back in the day? Is that what you're looking to find out?
Yes.
Okay. I don't know what that's been just
so you don't know, but
and
well,
completely.
yeah, listen. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, the ether field is now old news. They don't use it. They don't refer to it. It's been disproven, so they don't.
Yeah, but
they don't
what
use it in
was it?
science
I'm
anymore.
not asking you what they don't agree with. I'm asking you what it was described as.
I don't remember what they actually, as someone mentioned. I think it might have been Doofus or somebody or whomever. It was a catch-all for things they couldn't quite explain. So like equivalent to dark matter, dark energy.
Well, no, the ether field, the ether came before dark energy and all that kind of stuff. Dark
I know
matter.
it was
a placeholder.
We didn't learn it. Yeah, placeholder, exactly. We didn't know all this at the beginning. We learned it in steps along the way, and that was one of the steps. Ether was one of the, hey, maybe it's this thing we'll call it ether.
That's most
Yeah,
commonly.
but what is it? I'm asking you specifically. What do you understand the ether is? Not as a replacement or a placeholder or anything like that. What did, when Maxwell wrote his equations and what they believed in the 1800s, what did they actually see the ether as? How did they describe it?
I thought it was
Higgs
a
or the ether
substrate.
field? Because both were referring to energy. It's everywhere. And I
Yeah, it
think
was a medium.
Higgs field, Higgs referred to certain particles that had I can't really remember. There was like particle.
No.
Energetic
Higgs
particles
field
that
isn't
actually.
particle. But the Higgs field, or what I understand
It had
as
had a particle associated with it, didn't it?
the Higgs boson, right?
What's that?
Yeah. A Higgs boson.
Yeah, boson, right.
Yep. So, but what I was
that's been
asking specifically,
dispelled.
but the Higgs boson comes out of the Higgs field, right? And I was asking you, do you know what the Higgs field is, or what a Higgs field is? Yeah.
I told you it was energy. Then it was associated with that particle that you just mentioned, the Higgs boson.
Isn't it supposed to give particles?
No, it was a medium.
Particles mass.
Yeah,
but it was a medium.
It's not a medium.
It was a medium. Yeah, the Higgs field is described as a medium.
It's not.
That produces
not a medium.
It is a medium. It's a field.
Fields are not mediums.
A magnetic field is a medium.
It's not.
Not a medium.
Wasn't the Higgs field?
It can exist within a medium, but it's not a medium in itself.
No, a Higgs field is the medium, right?
Why are you educating us on Higgs field?
Stuff that you don't know.
Why don't you tell us your point?
That's why I'm educating you, because you
give us
don't
like
know.
a Google. What are you Googling things now?
No, I don't. No.
Do you know about?
Not at all. No. I know what a Higgs field is, and I know what the ether is. The ether field, they're the exact same.
Okay, what are they
thing.
made up of? What I do? The Higgs boson. What is that made up of? What is the field made up of?
Little tiny Higgs.
All right, wait a minute.
Are quarks a part of them?
Boiling mass of particles.
Are quarks a part of the Higgs field?
No.
Yes, they are.
Well, no.
Are gluons?
A quark is part of
the
an atom,
the Higgs
right?
field? No.
Quark isn't.
Well, yes, because they're
a quark is a result of the Higgs field.
No, I think those things react.
No, they're made up of quarks.
Well, wait a minute. A quark operates within the Higgs field.
No, it's made up of quarks.
Not the Higgs field is what gives those particles.
No, a Higgs field not made up of quarks. An atom
yes,
is
they
made
are.
up of quarks. No,
they're
it's
made
not.
Up of gluons
an atom.
And quarks.
An atom. Wait a minute. An atom is made up of quarks.
What about gluons? Are gluons and quarks not part of
gluons,
the Higgs field?
Right, wait a minute. No. Gluons.
Oh, they're not. Huh? Okay. I love that we have a particle physicist here on our. The esteemed.
Can I
go
finish?
ahead.
Yeah, let me finish.
A gluon is the thing that transfers energy between quarks. That's what a gluon is. It produces its movement from one quark to another, produces the energy that creates the atom.
Yeah, I'm going to have to disagree with you, Zanuck.
That's not true either.
it does look like the Higgs field is not unless I'm misreading this, it doesn't mention anything about quarks or being made of quarks. It's talking about it being an energy field. Sort of like, again, a substrate, like it's electromagnetic.
Yeah, exactly.
field.
It's a medium. It's a medium that creates the Higgs boson, which what do you call it? Higgs bosons is the intermediate between the Higgs field and the atom. It tells the atom or the quark or whatever that part, because a quark's not part of the Higgs field, a gluon's not part of it. That's to do
Yes,
with
it
an
is.
atom.
Of course it is. When they discovered this in
no.
1964, we can just read it up and you can just Google it. I just Google it. Now, there's all sorts of information about quarks and gluons and what the Higgs field is,
You're
and
talking
the
about
interaction of the.
The Higgs boson is made up of quarks and gluons, whatever.
No,
But
a
the
boson's
Higgs
not.
field is something separate.
A boson, a Higgs boson is not made up of quarks and gluons and stuff like that.
It doesn't really make much. That doesn't make much sense because they're both subatomic particles. They're both fundamental particles.
Higgs field was proposed in 1964 as a new kind of field that fills the entire universe and gives mass to. This is right from CERN, by the way.
And that's what the ether was described as before the Higgs field.
No, it wasn't.
Well, it was.
Newton had described the ether as the medium that the gravity is. The way that it's connecting things like through empty space and stuff like that, but he just used that loosely, and it was mostly used by people who were describing light propagating, the field that light propagates through, the medium that light propagates through.
Right, and that's what that. But the Higgs field is a medium, which took the place. It is a Higgs field's a medium. It's your fundamental medium.
Particles get there. The Higgs field.
Guys don't have a clue.
They don't have. They say they don't. CERN. This is from CERN. They don't have mass on their own. The stronger a particle interacts with the Higgs field, the heavier the particle ends up being. Photons, for example, do not interact with this field and therefore have no mass. Yet other elementary particles, including electrons and quarks and bosons, do interact and hence have a variety of masses. This mass-giving interaction with the Higgs field is known as the Brout-Englert-Higgs mechanism, proposed by theorists Robert Brout, Francis Englert, and Peter Higgs. You haven't done your homework yet on this.
And the Higgs boson determines what atoms, quarks, gluons, how an atom actually, whether it be positively charged, negatively charged, or whatever, it creates. It decides what the interaction. It decides what the interaction of a particle that comes into our reality, or whatever you want to call it, where it shows itself.
Go to the CERN site, because that's where they actually are doing the particle physicists actually are there, that actually study this, have degrees and PhDs in the field, which you do not.
But you
might want to learn from them what they've discovered and what they have, the theories
that's what
behind
it
it.
is.
These are named after people.
Ali, all of what you were saying.
You do not.
Where are you getting that from, Ali? Ali, the stuff you saying. Who do you get that
I made it up in my head.
Yeah, he makes it up. He's so smart.
Like you,
he's
you make up shit in your head. Like these guys are making
in his own mind.
No, it's not.
Did you seriously make it up in your head, or are you being like?
No, I never. I know exactly what I'm fucking talking about. I've read the subject.
But like, what are you? Can you reference something? Something to back up what you're saying, or is it really just?
How about? Well, all right, okay. See what after years, I might be wrong. No, I'm not wrong. After years of being involved in this conversation, I just don't bother giving references. That's up to you. If you believe me, you believe me. If you don't, you don't. You can go and check it out, come back and refute me, and then give me a citation that says I'm wrong. I'm not going to go running about.
All right, Xanax.
No, you want a citation, but you don't want to provide a citation.
I just did. I gave it from
No,
CERN.
exactly. Yeah.
Xanax just gave you one that says you're wrong, Ali. So it's settled.
He never gave me one.
What? Xanax, give it to him again.
We'll give it to you again.
To be fair, most of what Ali said was true.
Yeah, I know. I know.
How is what Ali said true? What did he say? He just said that our ether is the Higgs boson medium or whatever.
Yeah, I know,
How
but
is that
I'm saying
true?
the way he was describing the Higgs field, he wasn't completely incorrect. And then he added the charge thing that was incorrect. But the part that said the particle's mass was correct.
Neat.
Yeah, the Higgs field gives most particles
You're out your
mass,
depth.
but I mean not all of them.
You're way out your depth.
How is the
Dude.
Higgs boson?
How am I out of my depth?
You're way
I
out
can
your
explain
depth.
the mechanism to you, Ellie, should I?
You're way out your
It's
depth.
pretty
mate.
funny. There's
Oh,
actually
do you want me to
pretty
explain it to
good.
you, Ellie? Get out of here.
Okay then. All right then. All right. Fair enough then, Nate. You explain what an up quark and a down quark is then.
And up quark and the down quark are just two different flavors of quark, right? So they have a different flavor charge. So this flavor
What
charge
do
is
you mean by
caused
flavor?
by flavor is an intrinsic property that matter could have. It's like charge, you have electric charge, flavor charge, color charge. So these are intrinsic properties.
No, but what's a
matter
flavor charge? What is a flavor?
It's a type of
Describe
charge.
what a flavor. A type. What type of charge is it? A flavor charge. What type is it?
It's cheery.
So you get different charges, right? You have flavor
Talking
charge,
about top
Ellie.
and bottom
Color
quarks.
charge,
Yeah,
and
okay,
you
but
have
what type is it?
electric charge.
What
do you
does
mean,
it
what
do?
type of charge?
Yeah,
So
what does it do?
does
What
is
is a flavor?
flavor charge allows certain particles to interact with the weak nuclear force. So through transmutation, they basically become different types of particles. So it can go from an up quark to a down quark to a top to a bottom to charm, and then there's one more. So it transmutates due to the weak nuclear force. Yeah, that's what it is, Ellen.
I love, honestly, I just love you guys getting, and you are totally oblivious to what a flavor charge, an up quark, a down quark, it's up spin,
You didn't
down
even know what a
spin.
flavor charge was 10 seconds ago. Shut the fuck up.
No, I was asking you what it was.
And I told you what it was. You had no idea what it was. You haven't heard of these things, Ellie. Don't act like you know what color charges. Can you explain quantum chromodynamics?
Right, okay, so I don't know. So what does a gluon? What does a gluon do then, Mr. Smarty? What is a gluon? And what does it does? What is its job?
A gluon is a force carrying particle for the strong nuclear force. The gauge boson for strong nuclear interactions. So gluons, you get different combinations. You can get a 3-pair or a 2-pair, and basically what they do is using different colors. They always cancel out to be white. So if you have red, blue, and green, they'll always cancel out to white. So those are the different colors gluons can come in. And what they do is they hold quarks together. And this is what creates protons and neutrons.
They create a charge. The interaction between the actual movement of the gluon. Yes. Well, wait a minute. Let me think, mate. Well, so I was right. So I must know a little bit about. I must know a little bit about what I'm talking about. If I know that the interaction.
You don't know anything about.
Can I finish? But I can have that. I had a listen, dude, guys. I had a conversation with an actual.
Why not ask
an actual theoretical physicist that I sat and had a great conversation. I sat and drank whiskey with this dude, and he worked on proton cancer therapy.
Ellie, I gotta go.
We had a great conversation.
Ask you a question.
Yeah, go on.
Ask you a question. You had a question.
Ask me a question. All right. My question is. All right. I'll ask you a question. After you saying flavors, can I finish? Flavors, colors, up spin, down spin, and all this kind of stuff, right? Have you ever seen any of that shit happen?
Yeah, I've worked with this stuff, yes. Obviously, you don't see it with your own eyes. These things are too small and moving too fast to see, but with the right equipment, you can detect them.
And what are you detecting?
You are detecting the interaction between this particle and the instrument you were using.
So a discharge of energy or something.
Yes,
be more specific.
Exactly. about detecting interactions, different types of interactions, each interaction mediated by a specific type of force, right? So you
Describe
have
some
your matter
readings.
particle.
Describe some of your readings and some of your differences and distinctions.
What do you mean? Like describe results of detections or what?
Yeah.
Like for what now? For which particle, Don? Don? Hello?
Any.
Right,
Oh,
I hear you.
still here?
Any of
Yeah,
them.
you're here.
Any of them.
To detect any particle? Don? Is he gone? All right. Anyway, I gotta go, but I'm not sure if Don's here. But give me 5 minutes and I'll be right back. Okay. If you can hear me,
Gotcha.
Don. I'll be right back. All right.
What are you playing at, Don?
He's Ali
Just
asked
kidding.
what
I
is
know
he
what you're playing at.
detecting? He said he's detecting things.
I know that, Don. Trust Don.
Describe
I
it.
know you better than you know you, Don.
Describe that shit, bro.
He's not here anymore, Don.
Can you not fucking hear me, bro?
Don, I hear you.
Okay, well, when he goes,
He's gone.
yo, we detect things, and then I say, describe any of them. Like, why would you say which one? Just describe any of them.
Don, I don't know if you're like blast from the past or what's going on with you, but he's gone, and he's already addressed you and stuff. I don't know if maybe you have a huge delay.
Oh, anyway, nice one, Die Slow. The point is, I was making, right?
Hey, you died slow.
They just replaced. I know you're kosher. They display. They actually display the same characteristics as what they describe the ether as, right? And the ether as well. I'm not an ether person myself, because when they first started, the ether was like a solid kind of thing, right? And they done the mathematics. Wait a minute, they done the mathematics and stuff like that. Then they started spotting anomalies, and they said, "Wait a minute, the ether can't be solid." So now, what they did, the eventuality of that conclusion was they changed it. It could stretch, and the medium that these particles, so-called, interact with, they changed the ether. And it could stretch instead of being like a solid, like a non-moving thing. But now it could stretch. Now, did not a guy with the name of Einstein decided about bendy space-time and stuff like that?
Wait,
All they're
which
doing is
Einstein?
they haven't got a clue. Listen, they haven't got a clue what the medium is, and they had to make shit up about it. And it's all theoretical. And then we get guys talking about it, saying, "Oh, it does this and does that," and it's basically just all energy levels between a certain frequency. They say, "Oh, that's a gluon," or "Oh, that's an electron," or "That's a quark." All they're doing is getting little readbacks of energy levels and what do you call it?
Other attributes and stuff. Yeah, like.
Yeah, and that's it.
The
And that's it.
characteristics of particular particles.
Yeah, exactly. But it's still all they're doing is like, for example, if you say got an electric wire and stuck a charge through it, and you stuck it on your tongue, for example, a 1.5 volt battery, you stick it on, you make the connection between your tongue, and you get a shock off it. It's not too strong, or whatever, and you would say, "Oh, well, that's not an electron, that's a something." And all they're doing is measuring different energy states and just charges. That's all it is. Putting names to it and
Ollie's now a
pretending.
particle physicist. I love it.
No, I'm not, but I've talked. Hey, listen, dude, I know exactly what you. I see the bigger
The
picture. That's
electrostatics
why it was a great
conversation. Why don't you tell us what your point of your kind of injections here are for? What do you actually
okay,
getting
I'll
at?
tell you
What do you
exactly.
disagree with in modern science? Can I finish my question? What do you disagree with? What is written incorrectly? And why do you think you're qualified to actually make that judgment?
Right. I'm not disagreeing. All I'm saying is these guys just make shit up. You guys don't understand what they're telling you.
Well, I would say
That's
you're partially correct. Like with Einstein, he just made shit up. He worked it out, to the nth degree mathematically, and then we started finding evidence and coming up with methods of testing what he said. And so far, it's borne out in many ways.
On different energy levels, you're only measuring like an electrical discharge or a radio wave discharge. You're measuring it by electronic devices, and you're just saying, oh, that's got 5 giga electron volts or whatever, so that must be a quark. But that's all these guys are doing, and then it's not very hard. It's not very hard to make predictions.
Nah, see, that's some bullshit. Nah. You gonna see? That's what we need him to talk about. You need to be real fucking specific if you about to say all they're doing is 5 electron volts, man. You better really fucking know what instruments are using and what they're fucking doing. You want to fucking bash
No, but the point is you're just reading an electrical charge. That's all. You don't see little bouncy. Wait a minute, let me finish. You don't see bouncy quarks. Well, all you're doing is taking a reading. It's not photographs or anything like that. It's electrical charges, how long they last. And you say, oh, well, a quark can only last a 1,000th or a 1,000,000th of a second before it decays.
Damn. I bet you his wife is pissed.
Yeah.
Predictions are a lot harder than you think. When you say all you do is make a prediction, Einstein makes a prediction that if something's moving so fast, it'll dilate in time this much.
What prediction did Einstein
with all
make?
the amount that you could dilate in the universe,
Name one.
To come up with a number.
Name one prediction.
Prediction?
Name one prediction
Time
Einstein
dilation.
made.
Time dilation and the specific amount.
And how did that get proven? Time
That was
dilation.
measured using precision clock and motion.
Say again?
That was measured using precision clocks and motion.
And what was that? Specifically.
They essentially stuck a series of atomic clocks, 1 or 2 on the ground, 2 in the air, 1 flying east, 1 flying west. And then
that was me that told you guys
the prediction
that.
ahead of time said that it will dilate by this much in microseconds, and it will be a negative time dilation or a positive time dilation. I can't remember the exact numbers, but those predictions came true within their tolerance.
Hey, Mark, there's rumors that you got that information from Ali himself.
Yeah.
Is that true? What?
Really?
Yes. That's true.
What?
Really?
Prove it. Provide evidence.
That's true.
I heard about it.
That's
I heard
actually
about
true.
that.
Go on, tell me the name of the experiment. All right, hey, listen, if you know so much about it, right, tell me the name of the experiment then that they did that. And what year was it they actually did that? Go for it.
What experiment?
Airplane.
Well, the experiment he's talking about, where they flew 2 planes, it was 2 planes east and 1 plane west. They had a so-called clock on the ground.
Yeah, that was
right?
that was a Tuskegee.
What year was that? What year was it? What year was that then?
So you taught that test to Moyoc, Ali?
No.
What year was that?
1971.
Was
if I'm not mistaken, 1971. I'm still reading. Yes.
Oh, you're still reading. And that's what I'm saying, but I could tell you straight away without reading it was 1972.
Tell us about that.
How do I know more about it than fucking you, Mr.
1971?
You guys want to play Jeopardy?
All right. Now, go ahead and prove it was 1972 because all the websites say it's 1971.
And it was 72 and it was a Hamilton.
All right, prove it. No, evidence. I have
Hamilton
evidence.
Yeah, provide evidence. Provide something, Ali, that it happened in 1972.
Hey, Ali, do you have any comebacks?
Hey, listen. I've already explained to you guys. I don't curtail. If you don't believe me, you don't believe me. That's fine.
Well, here you go. Here you go, 1971. I've got evidence. You don't.
The contention with this whole thing of time dilation is all we're talking about is the oscillation rate of the cesium atom, and obviously it's affected by the rate. Its rate is affected by which way you travel, either with the ether drift or against the ether drift, as well as elevation.
You know what though?
What direction is the ether flowing in?
What was that?
What direction is the ether flowing in? If there's a drift.
That would be east to west. But it's in a toroidal field. On the surface would be manifest in east to west.
And then why does the Foucault pendulum see different rotation rates anywhere on the sphere?
Because of the varying rotational rate depending on the placement of that on the surface of the Earth.
Why would it rotate differently at the south plane if it's flat versus the center axis on the North Pole? Or if it's not rotating, why would this field's rotation then have a different rotation rate? Is everything fluid?
So you're basically asking me, why is there a different rotational rate between the inside eye wall of a hurricane as opposed to the outside?
Yeah, the angle of velocity is usually the same.
Why does it reverse after the equator?
And if the ether is analogous to a hurricane, then plump off wouldn't be plump because the ether would push the plump.
I can't hear what this gentleman's saying.
Yeah, sorry, the angle of rotation would be different. Yeah.
Okay, so how do we press it?
Like a hurricane is not a solid object, right? You think the land
Bro,
is.
I used it as an analogy for a spinning vortex. That's it.
Okay, is the angular velocity the same at any point in the hurricane? To use your analogy?
Is the angular velocity the same?
Yes, if you from the center or to the outside.
Not necessarily.
Is the tangential speed the same at the outside versus the inside?
No.
Okay, so how does this relate, and how is this analogous to what we see on Earth?
The tangential speed is different on Earth, is it not? Between the equator and the North Pole?
But if you put a pendulum on a hurricane.
Hold on, I'm asking Zanuck. Is the tangential velocity different between the North Pole and the equator?
It's proportional. It's related to the curvature.
Is the tangential velocity
for a given angle velocity, we have a proportional change in tangential velocity based on a sphere. We don't have that in a hurricane.
So is that a yes?
I don't take what I just said as the answer.
Okay.
Why do we measure the same? Why do we measure that particular change in angular velocity at every different latitude on the surface of the Earth? It'd be different, proportional
because of the
to
vortexual nature of the ether drift. That's what
why
you
does
measure.
it follow? Why does it follow the dimensions of a sphere? A spinning sphere.
Have you proven that it follows the
Yes.
portions of a spinning
Yes, because we change the
sphere?
independent variable latitude, and when we change the latitude, we get a proportional change in the rotation rate, the precession rate, which corresponds to that latitude based on a sphere, a circle.
There's also
And this would happen within a torus as well, within the
No,
spin
it
of a
wouldn't.
torus.
You
Yes, it
gave
would.
the analogy of a
the same thing.
a hurricane.
It's
How?
the same
No, but
thing.
it wouldn't, because
How?
the pendulums wouldn't precess if it was just like a hurricane. It'll just align with the rotation
Correct.
and then just not
I
precess.
didn't say
And
it was
why would there be
exactly
why
like
okay
a
so also answer me
hurricane.
this then.
Bro.
Here's the answer you're looking for. Why is there no precession
Jesus Christ, you
at
guys.
the equator, which would be hey, listen, why would there be no precession as we see on the Earth at this middle line between the outer ring of this flat disk for Antarctica and the center pole axis rotation or axis rotation of the toroidal, whatever. Why in the middle band, right in the middle, why is there no precession there? Because we don't measure precession at the equator at all, 0.
Correct.
So how would a toroidal discern between, and also opposite directions too? It'd have to change directions as you go outside that little band, that circular band.
So
You're
sure.
just very confused. You're
So
just
this
very
is your
confused.
claim. So can you link me to the Foucault pendulum on the equator that substantiates this?
Did not see that coming.
Oh, that's a good question, and I'm going to have an answer for you. I'll give you a visual
It's
too.
fake because it has to be.
I didn't say anything about being fake, man. You don't need to interject these comments and try to speak for me.
Yeah, right now, Xanax in the hot
So now
seat.
you're see, we found a kink in the armor. You're like, that's kind of perplexing. How does that
Not
work?
really.
Well, I'm going to show you. So here's what happens. Either you don't believe it, but if it does happen, you're going to be like, wow, that kind of throws a wrench in the gear of this toroid.
How so?
Because if it has a toroid, it would affect the center of this flat Earth to the outer circumference of this flat Earth. There should be no change in direction midway through with a toroid. I just got a gift that shows what
the center of the toroid would be centered on the North Pole. And let's say that the outside of it would be somewhere on the external side of that.
Right, but why at the equator?
You know what the movement would
why
be
the
with
center
the
circle
torus on the center?
Why the
between
center?
those
Why
two
the
points?
equidistant point from the center between the North Pole or axis of rotation and the toroid, if it was, or the Antarctica? Why in the midpoint? Why is there no precession of the pendulum, and why does it change directions as you go further out toward the Antarctica circle around the North Pole?
You got him, Xanax.
Because if you cut that toroid, you would see that it's in an S pattern, right? So you would know the answer to your question.
No. There's no way I can imagine a toroid having a discernment between this point halfway between the North Pole and the Antarctica circle around the North Pole. Why don't you, since you're making this up and you asked me for a citation, I gave you something equivalent to a citation, more of an explanation. But if you can give me an explanation of how this works, that'd be great. So post anything where your imagination can cooperate with some type of example and be able to describe it to us, because right now you haven't done that.
Thought you had the Xanax.
Did Xanax
What's
drop
that?
the ball?
Yeah, give me some time to reference it. Give me a sec.
I'm just wondering why the pendulums wouldn't just align with the magnetic field. Why would they precess? They should just immediately align with the field, the toroid, and then just go back and forth on a straight line.
Even if it was a spinning toroid, you still would have then equal pressure if the line to the forces that were being applied.
Yeah, why would it change at the equator? Why would it change directions too? Not only does it change and not have any precession, it actually changes directions in the southern hemisphere.
Sort of like trying to imagine a pendulum in a wind. If you have a wind in the room and you swing a pendulum, it's not going to go around in a circle. It's going to go to a point and find an equilibrium point that it's going to balance out to that wind.
Yep. So it wouldn't do a 360 precession.
You guys can't know that.
Show me a pendulum in the wind.
Yeah, if I can get a pendulum and I can push it in the circle like I'm playing tetherball, if I can do that experiment, that basically proves that it's really just the wind doing it.
You can just manipulate the electrostatics of the pendulum, and then you just prove that it's electrostatic. I guess.
Lemon claims that there's little tiny vortices that exist everywhere. So the vortices actually cause the pendulum to spin, but that doesn't explain how if I move it 10 feet to the right or left,
Well, you know,
the vortices follow me.
Witzit's actually got a quote he's going to pull up from Einstein. I've just looked into it. from Mock had a theory. It's not even a real theory. Just kind of like a loosely, probably said it at a party or something, where like he thought that like when you're rotating, it's really caused by the rotation of the universe. That there's no way to tell the difference. And Einstein actually liked that idea for a little bit. Like he was probably smoking weed back then, but then he blatantly says that he dropped it. Like he used to say that it was one of the fundamental laws of the universe, but then he said that he's like, yeah, I'm dropping that.
And even if that was the case, we don't hold them as priests as Witte was suggesting. Like,
no, but Einstein actually did though. He said there's 3 principles of the universe: the general theory of relativity, fucking some other one, and then that law, Mach's law.
I get it, but what I'm saying is he was making the argument that we don't go with our priests' words, as if going against their word is the same thing as going against their theories, which is just not.
This is what he said. He said the principle of relativity as expressed by general covariance, the principle of equivalence, and Mach's principle. But then later on he said, you guys can leave Mach's principle out. Yeah, he said that like 3 years later.
I mean, yeah, even for him to say that the universe is rotating, what's the center of rotation? That would be almost a middle to the universe, right? It would need to rotate on a central axis. Like,
I think that it was during the time when he was coming out with general relativity, and so he was thinking about the universe as being this sort of fluid, this feedback thing where you can do stuff to it, does stuff to you and stuff. And I think he just was into the idea, but it wasn't really a fleshed out idea. And when it got fleshed out, Einstein blatantly says, yeah, you can leave. He says, he says you can leave that one out. Try to find his exact words. Yeah. Hold on.
that is a weird idea.
What did you say to me?
This is your mama's toast.
My mom's toast? What do you know about my mom's toast?
Your mom's toes.
Your mom's toes, bro. Toes.
As in, suck on your mom's toes?
Yeah. Is Allie still here? Is he done?
Yeah, I'm still here, Nate.
Allie's a dude, right?
I'm still here, Nate. So, what are you going to debunk me on or tell me I'm wrong about now?
No, I was waiting for you to teach me what you taught Moyak.
Yeah, I looked at the 1972 so that you so fervently argued that I was wrong.
Also, Ali, this standard you have where you don't have to provide evidence, we should believe you or we shouldn't believe you. Like, is that a standard you hold towards other people? Because I hear you ask plenty of people for evidence to back up their claims.
But wait a minute. Yeah, and it's up to you. It's up to you to provide me with the evidence and whether I believe you or not. But I ain't going to run about and provide evidence. But see if I'm wrong. The thing is, wait a minute. It's not fair. Listen, dude, wait a minute. Did you really say that? That's not fair. Fuck off.
Yeah, that's a double standard, Ali.
You don't.
Yeah, and so what? And what about it?
Well, Ali, just consider it the same answer to you anytime you ask us to provide evidence.
Yeah,
the earth is a globe. Get over it.
Ali, tell them that life's not fair.
Right, but wait a minute. The thing is, I've not got a problem. You could say the exact same to me, and I would have to say, okay, I'd have to accept that, right?
Yeah, but then you wouldn't have you wouldn't have debates with them anymore. You would feel like there's no value in having a debate with these people.
I've been having debates for the last 7 years, Kosho.
Nobody does that to you.
Earth is a globe, Ali. Get over it.
Yeah. And if it is, hey, listen. If it is, It won't change my life in any way at all whatsoever. Now, I ask you the same question. If the Earth was flat, would that change your life?
Yes.
No.
I would go propose.
See, but there's
propose
the big
right now.
difference. Look, here's the big difference, right? I don't give two flying fucks whether it's spinning, it's a ball, or anything like that. I've got more important things to worry about. You understand? It doesn't affect me. I wouldn't care. If I found out, listen, the difference between me and yous guys is if I found out it was a spinning ball tomorrow, I suddenly got convinced it was a spinning ball tomorrow, I'd come and say to you guys, I'd admit it. But you guys don't admit when you're wrong. I do. And if I'm wrong about the 72, the year 72, the experiment about the 72 experiment when they flew the planes, 1972. If I'm wrong about that, I don't give a fuck. I'll accept
Right, but you accused me of being wrong when I said it.
Yeah, and what
then you
about
said,
it?
I don't know anything about the experiment based.
And
What
if
do you
I
mean, what
find
about
out,
it? You can't just go around accusing people.
yeah, but
Come
wait a
on.
minute. Difference is, guys,
What
if
kind of
I
life is
find
that
out
to
that
live?
I'm wrong, if I find out that I am wrong and I look into it, I'll come back on this channel and admit I'm wrong. I've
That's
not got
very
a problem with
convenient,
being
though. You're
wrong.
not going to do it.
Well, the statement was made earlier,
That's
Ali,
where
that
you're wrong. That's where
Right,
you're wrong. I have to look at it myself. I'm on a mobile phone at the moment, and when I read back up about the experiment that I read about before, I know exactly about what the experiment was. And it's not oscillation. The cesium is decaying. It's not oscillation. It's not oscillating. It's decaying. You understand that?
right,
Everything decays.
you made a statement
Everything
earlier, Ali,
decays.
that it would not change your life. However, there are plenty of people here, the jobs that they do depend on knowing what shape the Earth is in order to accomplish useful work.
Yes.
So it does actually make a difference.
To them.
My job.
Yeah, to them, because they've spent, there's loads of scientists that have spent 30 fucking years doing all their calculations about this or that. Now, if it suddenly came up that not the Earth was flat, that the Earth was not rotating, they wouldn't have a job anymore. Now, they have dedicated 30 years of their fucking life to that. Do you think they're going to go around and admit it? No, they will hold on to that.
They would still have a job, man. They would have actually more.
No, they wouldn't.
They have more work now. Yeah, they wouldn't.
No, they wouldn't.
The
because
predictions being made by what we need to get
qualified.
accomplished would be totally different, and we wouldn't be able to
Yeah, but they
accomplish
wouldn't,
exactly the same things that we do, Ali.
No, because if you'd say, for example, if you'd worked on, say, a thing called quantum field theory, for example, right, and you dedicated that life, you'd got all the mathematics, you got all the funding, your whole premise that there was actually a quantum field there. You suddenly found out there wasn't a quantum field there. You would be out of a fucking job.
No, you wouldn't.
Because you wouldn't have been studying. An expert in quantum field theory is only an expert in quantum fucking field theory. Not fucking climate change or anything.
But
Specifically that subject.
If all the answers
right?
are already there,
So
then there's no
therefore,
work to do.
let me finish. So therefore,
Yeah,
these people
but
would be out
Ali,
of
all
a
these
fucking
sciences
job.
are. Yeah, but all these sciences are connected by fundamental laws.
No, they're not.
And these
They're not. An
fundamental laws
expert in
dictate that the
quantum
Earth
field
can't be
theory.
flat.
Listen, an expert on quantum field theory is not an expert in fucking climate change.
That's true.
Right? So they wouldn't have a fucking job.
What does
They
that have
wouldn't
to
have
do?
a job.
What does that have to do with anything? I'm
All
not.
right,
I'm
What's
not,
that
I'm
have
not
to do with the people that
Wait,
actually have
all right,
jobs that are not those
So an
scientists?
expert on the Higgs field, if it suddenly got discovered there was an ether, their job, they'd be all that shit that they were talking would be negated because it wouldn't exist. They would not have a job. They wouldn't have a fucking clue what the ether. Wait a minute. This is the thing: is a scientist on, say, proton theory or electrical theory or light propagation theory. They're only experts in that field. That's all. That one
Have you
field.
ever seen that picture of the
What does that
Copenhagen?
have to do with the people that employ that knowledge in their daily work activities?
They're employing their work on their belief that this is what they are studying is true.
No, I'm
And they
not talking
make
about the scientists, Ali. I'm talking about the people like myself who work in telecommunications, or Moyak, I think, has something similar that he works on. That
Oh, are you in
would totally be
telecommunications?
different if the shape of the Earth was not a spherical planet.
Well, straight away you would have to change your theory on the propagation of waves, sound waves. You would have to change that.
Not
Because
sound.
at the moment,
I don't get into sound waves.
wait a minute. At the moment, all your knowledge is based on, it's got to curve this way and go that way, and it's got to be this. But if it was flat, then it doesn't curve. It doesn't do that. It doesn't do what you're saying. So straight away, you'd be out of fucking job. Because
Right, I can tell
what
you
you were
how to verify
practicing.
that yourself, Ali.
Say again?
I can tell you how to confirm that for yourself. It's not just they tell us how it works and we just don't know. No, you can actually confirm this stuff.
Confirm.
You start pointing a dish at 25 miles or 30 miles. You start having to start.
Oh, who's
making
the guy?
things.
Are you an expert in telecommunications? Is that what you work in?
It's the kind of work that I end up doing on occasion. I mostly do IT stuff, but I also can set up microwave links too.
So you understand how radio waves propagate over the land, then?
Yeah, pretty good.
Right.
Pretty good
So
amount of knowledge on it. Yeah.
If I said to you, for example, do you believe that radio waves can actually follow the contour of lands and go over mountains? Actually, go over mountains and contour, follow the contour of land. What would you
Not at
say
my
to that?
frequency. Not at my
Yeah,
frequency.
not the frequencies that I work on.
But would you think it would be possible?
At very low frequencies, you could. For instance, anything below 30 megahertz might have that possibility depending on how much power you're using.
On higher
What about
frequencies, you
below?
can get knife edge diffraction and stuff and have it fill into a battery.
You should study wave propagation over land.
Yeah, I just said that I have.
All right, so you would agree with me that radio waves can actually adhere to the contours of the land and actually travel over mountains, down valleys, and all that?
Did you listen
Not
to
at the
anything he said?
frequencies that I employ, Ali. I know you're listening, right? You're listening to the conversation that's happening right now?
Yeah, but is it not in the frequencies that you employ, but it's possible for it to do that?
Yeah, below 30 megahertz. Ali, are you listening to the people talking to you?
No, I'm listening to you because I'm talking to you.
Yeah, I said that already.
All right, okay. So you're in agreement that radio waves can actually go over, so it can go over mountains, valleys, over a straight plane.
Are you in
Ground
agreement
wave
that they can do
propagation
it at
is
certain
a thing,
frequencies?
yes.
Are you in agreement, Ali, that they can only do it at certain frequencies?
I'd have to look into that.
Because you keep on asking the same question. The answer is yes, at given frequencies.
Right. There you go then. So,
What
there
did you
you go.
mean by this argument?
Could
Yes.
light do that? Could light do that then?
The mechanisms are slightly different there. If you're looking at low frequency radio, well, not, you wouldn't say LF anyway, but anything below 30 megahertz, given whatever power you're trying to use, that effect is caused by diffraction. And if you're talking about light, diffraction is very, very tiny. You're looking more into refraction, because refraction affects lower wavelengths very, very little, basically imperceptible for really low frequencies.
We just
All right,
call
okay,
that low
thanks.
band.
Yep. Thanks for that. I'll need to stop talking now because I've got my partner in the truck now, so he's just come back. So, but
All right.
thanks anyway for answering the question honestly, and thank you.
Yep.
That went nowhere. The loop.
Maybe not for you, it never, but it did for me. So that's all. Right, I'm muting now. So.
Topics changed. Got a little bit of a conversation with Zanig. You listening, Zanig? Zanig.
Take that as a no.
Some people confuse me for Xanax.
I was going to bring up the conversation me and you had the other day, Extremist, and see what you thought about it. You remember?
No. What? Refresh my memory.
It was the mass and energy are equivalent. Remember that? And what happens when you lose mass of an object? Does the energy go down?
Yes, I remember that.
Okay, so I'm gonna bring that back up to him.
Okay. But he's not here.
Well, he's in the chat, but he's not. I guess he's not responding. He's in the voice chat. Like I was thinking about this too. I was thinking about it earlier. It's funny that Xanax in here, and I thought about this earlier. I did look up all chemical reactions. There's probably some level of loss in mass from the reaction, either through energy loss or matter loss itself. So if there's a chemical reaction, the mass of it would go down to some level. I guess it might depend on the type of reaction, but just thinking about that a little bit deeper.
Right. The mass can be converted into energy. You're not really losing anything via the first law of thermodynamics. Nothing's really destroyed.
Right, but if I have an object, let's say, or whatever that may be, and there's a chemical reaction on that object, whatever this may be, whether oxidation or deterioration or whatever may be happening. If something is in a sense losing weight because of that reaction, even if it is minute, it might be just very minuscule, but not can't be perceived, but it's happening. In a sense, the entropy is increasing on that object because if mass and energy are equivalent, and you're losing mass from that object, then you're increasing the entropy of the object. So energy is being lost.
Right, not lost.
Why are you saying increase entropy? Why are you invoking entropy? That's not even needed in this conversation, I don't think, Paul.
Right, not here anyway.
Well, that's
entropy
why
is just spreading out of that energy.
Okay. Well, let me go back to clarify, because this is many extremists had this conversation 2 days ago. If under Einstein mass and energy are equivalent, would you agree?
There's an equivalence factor, but they're not equivalent.
Okay. So now we were talking about this earlier. So if you wind up a clock, right, they say the mass of that clock increases because you're winding up the clock, because there's potential energy added to that clock. So the mass of the clock is increasing. Do you agree with that? Yes, no, maybe. This is the globe side, not me or anybody. This is from the globe side.
Yeah, I think this comes down to the mostly theoretical. I don't know if you can measure the mass of the clock changing for winding it.
Well, if you're just using the formula, which math is supposedly the language of science, that would be the case. So if it's theoretical, then it's just theoretically math, but not proven in reality. That's what you're saying.
Well, no, just not measurable in any reasonable manner. So, like, if you wound a clock, it goes up by 1/10,000th of a nanogram. You're not going to measure that.
Okay. So, but I mean, if an object is losing mass, you're saying it's not losing energy. But in the clock analogy, if the mass decreases in that clock because the energy is expelled, through the clock running, then both of those would be an increase in entropy, right?
Yeah, I mean, I can't really talk on this much because this is in the realm of super theoretical BS.
Why do you keep on invoking entropy? I mean, that doesn't seem like it's even has any relevance here.
Right, and it's stored mechanically.
Well, right. And if mass and energy are equivalent under Einstein, this is what I'm driving at.
There's an equivalence factor. It's not that they're equivalent; they're different, right?
Right. And it's storage of mechanical energy is not the same thing as what's in the mass energy equivalents.
Right. For example, you raise that, you have potential energy, but raising something above your head has higher potential energy. It didn't change its mass.
Okay, well, let's look at it a different way. If I remove, it's going to have a weight, right? And it has a certain amount of potential energy because of its weight, right? Because if I remove the weight, I can raise it the same height, but the amount of energy that can be expelled from that, the kinetic energy, is reduced, right?
Does the entropy of an object when raised and having high potential change?
Okay, I'm talking about the object. It's still okay. If I have an object that weighs a certain amount, it has a certain mass, right? And I raise it, it has a potential energy at rest, and I raise it, there's a certain amount of kinetic energy.
No,
You're not changing the energy of the object.
No, you didn't. You're invoking two different forms of energy. You talked about potential, then you talked about kinetic. By just raising it, that didn't change. You just changed the potential energy of that object in a field. By the way, in a gravitational field, because without the gravitational field, you wouldn't have any weight.
Okay, I'm getting a call. I'll be right back. I'll be getting a call. I'll be right back.
Mechanical potential and kinetic energy, they aren't the same thing that's in the mass energy equivalent.
If I wind up a clock, if I'm going to transport a clock to Alpha Centauri, I got to make sure to leave it unwound so I have less mass to contend with.
I talked about with him this with him the other day, however you say that, and one of the things that we were discussing was if a wound clock weighs more than an unwound clock, or so to speak. But the point was, it was like you got to measure the weight out to 10 digits or something.
I don't know if anybody knows the answer to you, so do you have a place that you're going with this? Yeah. Are you going to be bringing this to a planetary scale, or what?
Are you talking to me?
What?
I don't know where he's going with it. This was his thing. Rag's thing, that is.
I'm reading, some things here. They say yes, it does. I don't see any map that describes how much a round clock weighs more.
I told him even if any of that does happen, again, you need like 10 decimal places to figure it out to get the accuracy needed to figure it out.
Right. That's what I was saying. A pico fart worth of increase in mass, maybe, and I have to push the I believe button on. Two things. I pushed the I believe button, and I couldn't give it what I said.
What's up, percent? Or everybody?
Hello. Yeah, what up, Don? How you doing? Mic check.
I get bored.
You have a mic.
What's up, y'all?
Smoke it waggy, the baggy, and the cagalaggy.
the back of Cadillac.
Hey, Napalm's here. Napalm here.
Who? Yeah, I'm here. Yo,
Yeah,
Moya. Moya, we had a friggin' car chase yesterday for 2 hours.
Who?
In Charlotte.
Ooh.
And they will not call it a chase. They keep going like it was a pursuit because the policy is not to pursue, but the cars didn't pursue, just the helicopter did. For two, like, and he was like, I think like jacking cars along the way, like trying to make moves, and just the chopper followed him for 2 hours, like across the state, back into the state.
Get to the chopper.
Wait, chopper from what? Like
The surveillance, like the police surveillance, like he knew the chopper was following him. So it's like, why didn't they just put the cars on him? And then like some people got hurt. I think he hit some people at the end, and they're like, well, why the fuck the cops just didn't stop him?
But state police chopper cross state lines?
Bro, I doubt it. I mean, I don't know. You know, maybe the fuck. I mean, the city is right on the edge of the state, and they're
It's a good way to pick federal charges. That's all.
What do you say, Kool-Aid?
That's a good way to pick up federal charges. Start crossing lines.
Yeah, but I also thought state police would had to stop at state lines because their jurisdiction ends. They'd have to like
not if they're in
for feds or something.
Yeah, if you initiate a pursuit within your boundaries, you could go outside.
Okay.
It's very, very timidly odd and all this. You know,
Did he get away at the end?
No. And then
if it's the one I'm thinking about, he wrecked out at an intersection, and then someone got out of their vehicle to check on another vehicle, and the perpetrator jumped in that vehicle and took off again, and then wrecked that vehicle, and then the cops got him.
Dude, he was awesome. So they were like, he didn't do anything violent, right? And that's why they didn't jump. But then at the end, like two cops grabbed him, and then like one ran and freaking tackled him. Like,
yeah.
And they're like, oh, like you should have hit him more. Hit him. Like, who the fuck cares? Is he okay? I'm sure it's just a tackle, bro. It's okay.
Yeah, bust a cap in him, get it over with, stop all the traffic.
Yeah, 2 hours is a long time. I mean, that's a long time, man.
Yeah, no, 15-minute car chase is the maximum, then start busting gas.
With all due respect to him, screw him. The person he wrecked out into, are they okay?
Yeah. No, they're not.
Well, then fuck him.
Yeah, that's some bullshit. This kind of topic sometimes transitions me into a societal awakening topic of community as insurance, stuff like that. Like you think about like some people need more insurance, some community, you know what I mean? Situations, some freak events. You know, I know I've heard, I think, of different like tax scales or something in European states. Like I've heard maybe they do insurance that way too. AFK.
Uh-oh, my son's getting a riot act read to him. Go find out what's getting him beat up for.
I guess I'm back, but Xanax gone. Okay.
No, we can summon him. Never mind, no, he's completely gone.
Just say his name three times. He'll show up.
I was in the kitchen, but what were you guys talking about? Adding energy to an object and not increasing its mass, or?
Well, what I was talking about, I mean, like, you know, the definition of energy is the ability to do work, right? And if I have a weight, I can do more work if it's heavier, right? Because the potential energy would seem to be greater because the mass is greater. I think. If I'm wrong, tell me. Like I can lift water, move, turn electricity, turn a mill with water if I have more water, which is more mass. So there seems to be some equivalent in that. Now, the argument I was going to bring up, so if an object loses mass, in a sense, it would be losing potential energy because the amount of mass that object has is decreasing.
Right.
So like
Don't
something
we know
deteriorating. Go ahead.
Sorry. You know this by E equals MC squared?
Well, that's what me and Extremis was talking about several days ago. I don't know if you're still here, but we were talking about that several days ago.
We were.
But what I was hearing when I had to take a phone call, they're saying that's not right. But I'm going like, I don't know. Are you sure? And that's what I was going to go through the process of trying to unpack it, but obviously we're gone now. So, unless somebody else wants to talk about it. And I might have said kinetic and potential, but I was mixing up terms a little bit, probably.
No, yeah, that's what they were saying wasn't right. That you, just because you raised it a height, you've now changed it from potential energy to kinetic energy. You wouldn't have done that. You would have just increased the potential energy of it.
But I mean, potential gravitational energy is relative, right? So, for example, if I have an object right next to me, and there's someone that is like in another floor below me, that same object has more potential energy for them than it has to me.
Mm-hmm.
So does it have the same mass for both of us? Or does it have different mass for both of us?
That's the question.
I don't know how that works.
He's saying because of E equals MC squared, because there's a difference in potential energy, and keep the subject the same. The object is moving. There's going to be a difference in potential energy. Therefore, there's a difference in mass.
Well, even like I was just thinking about this too. Even if an object is moving, like my vehicle, it takes more energy to get it moving, right, than it would if it was lighter. So that means that, but I'm also imparting that energy I'm getting to moving into the object, right? So, and then if E equals MC squared is correct, then that's also adding mass to the object, which is true. You know what I mean? Because they say if something moves faster, the mass of the object is increasing.
What did you say about it has more energy to get it moving than to keep it moving? Is that what you said, or what do you?
I didn't say keep it moving. I said once it gets moving.
Once it gets moving, what happens?
Well, the potential energy is transferred to kinetic energy once it's moving.
Potential energy
right?
is what potential energy?
What? Say that again.
What potential energy is converted to kinetic energy?
Well, if I'm at rest, I have potential energy. But if I'm moving, it's kinetic energy.
It possesses, it contains potential energy, and when it's not moving, because of why? Because it's above something that has a pull on it, correct?
Yeah, let's not move it just yet. Let's not get into kinetic energy just yet.
Well, he said, but he said once I got moving, it doesn't require as much energy.
I know, but let's first settle this.
First of all, let's get this energy
different
straight.
heights.
Energy is the capacity to do work, right?
Okay, that's good. Let's stop right there for a second. I agree. We all agree. That's part of what you came back in. I was talking about this. Okay, if I have a weight, let's say I have a 1 gram weight, a 10 gram weight, and a 100 gram weight, right? Which can do more work? Which of those 3 weights can do more work?
Which can do more work? What contains more energy? Potential energy?
Right.
Mass? So greater mass has potential to do more work. I mean, chemically.
Okay, so if I put a weight, if I have a let's say something that wheel, like let's say
Well,
water
why
wheel.
chemically? What about mechanically?
Well, that's what I'm talking mechanically.
Okay, so just talking physically. So none of them can do work unless there's something acting on them. A weight in itself does not possess any potential energy unless it's in relation to another
What do you mean?
kind of force.
Let's say they're sitting on a table side by side, and then you make the table disappear.
Okay, so they're sitting on a table and they all are exerting a force on the table. One is producing 10 newtons, and the other is producing 100 newtons, the other producing 1,000 newtons of force on that table.
Yeah,
you there's no energy.
You would say the one that has more mass has more
What's that?
energy, right?
Well, no, there's no energy being released. There's potential energy because it has weight, and it's a certain distance above the ground, and so the energy of the largest has the greatest potential energy.
There you go.
Okay, so now, that's kind of what I'm driving at now. Like I said, I was going to give it an illustration to kind of illustrate my point. If I have a 1 gram weight to move something, it's going to take more weight to move an object, and also work is what it's what an acceleration over distance or something like that, because that's work. So to move an object,
just displacement over distance, just displacement.
Right. So if I lay a 1 gram weight on let's say a board.
Displacement over distance.
Just don't get too technical.
Just mass times distance is
okay. That's fine. So you're moving a mass over a distance. So if I lay a 1 gram weight on a board, the board doesn't move, right? I lay a 10 gram weight on the board, it doesn't move. Then I lay 100 gram weight on the board, and the board moves, right? So it would seem that it took more, since there's more mass, to move that board, which in a sense it's moving an object, which means there's work being done on that board because it's moving, which means in a sense there's more energy in that 100 gram weight.
No, because where the potential energy comes from, it comes from the distance that is being held above the ground, because there's a force acting on it, and that force is caused by gravity. Once you put it in space and start doing this analogy rather than having weight, like you're in a spaceship floating in space, theoretical space, and you have this situation. Why would when they're both floating, you have 100 gram or a kilogram, which has the ability to do more work? Because mass is just its resistance to acceleration. It doesn't have any energy.
Okay, well, even in that thing, the larger, even in that 0G environment, the greater the mass, the greater the acceleration, correct?
No, there's no acceleration.
So if I have two objects and the mass is one mass is greater than the other mass, the acceleration is the same whether they're one smaller or larger. The acceleration
There's no
is exactly the
acceleration
same.
until you apply a force to it.
Well, I'm talking about even in your own Einstein theory of gravity, there is mass attracts mass, which means there's an acceleration.
Right, because now gravity is causing a force.
Okay.
Force is synonymous with gravity.
Okay,
and that force is also called weight. Weight is a force also.
Can I ask a question?
I have a quick question. So let's say you have this weight, right? And it's at a certain height, and you raise it. Now, in terms of gravity, the higher you get, the weaker gravity is. But in terms of this object, as you raise it, you're increasing the potential energy, therefore increasing the mass. So how does that work?
No.
What do you mean no?
You don't increase the mass because you increase the potential energy because you're moving at a higher point.
Why not? It's equals
because
MC
potential
squared,
energy
right?
doesn't give mass more mass.
Why not?
Because you're not adding energy to the object.
So E equals MC squared only goes one way? You would think as you increase the energy, you'd increase the mass.
The theory is with the quarks and the gluons, those give mass more weight, or it gives mass more mass. It increases mass.
Would it be fair to say that potential energy, something having the ability to gain potential energy, doesn't change its mass because the energy is just potential? It's
Yeah, I
not
guess you could say that.
actual physical energy,
It's
physicalized energy yet.
It's just with respect to something. I'm saying what will happen if you let go of it. In one case, you let go of it. See, what's the potential energy above the table? What if the table is next to a big sinkhole? Does the mass know that it's sitting above the ground? Or,
Introducing new
hold on, I'm
variables.
almost done. Does the mass know that it's sitting above a carpet or a sinkhole next to the carpet that is 100 feet deep? Now,
Why do you
above
have to?
above the bottom of the sinkhole, you have a higher potential energy because it's got 100-foot depth. But above the carpet, it's only got 1 foot. So the potential energy above the ground is different than above the sinkhole, but the mass is still the same.
Is it though? Because
of course so.
Because E equals
It doesn't
MC
know where it
squared
is. It doesn't
basically
know
saying
that it's
that the
above the
mass.
sinkhole because potential energy is relative.
Yeah, but apparently mass is as well because energy equals mass.
No, it's an equivalence factor. It's not equal to mass.
Equals MC squared. I mean, it's pretty
It's
clear. It's not kinetic
it's an
energy
equivalent.
equals
It's an
mass
equivalence
times
equation.
the speed of
It doesn't
light
say that's
squared.
one and the same.
Well,
I
I
didn't say
mean, even
it's
if,
the
okay,
same. They're proportional. So as you increase energy, you should be increasing mass.
No.
Proportional.
and as you decrease mass, you're decreasing energy.
Exactly. That's what equals mean. It's proportional.
Because it's relative to how high you're above where this object can fall. The force is actually
That's why. That's why. That's why I was using the table example, and I was using the okay. Does it take more force to move an object or more energy to move an object?
Depends how far it's moved.
Okay, can you use the same? Can you use a small amount of energy to move something? Well, okay, but
Yeah,
okay,
one will move
it logically makes sense to me. It makes logical sense to me. It takes more energy to move a heavier object than it does the amount of energy it takes to move a lighter object.
Well, let's do it. Let's get it a little clearer. Or do
Tell me
we
I'm wrong, Jason.
lifting? Because moving is a little bit confusing in this discussion because we have friction and things. We're talking about lifting. So if we lift 1 kilo, 1 meter in 1 second, that has a certain value. That's a certain energy factor, right?
That could be magnetic.
Stop
Don't
it.
go down that road. Yeah, don't go down that road. That's going to derail it.
My bad. I'm just trying to once you say lift it, because lifting it is what it costs the energy.
Are you still
1 kilo, 1 kilo lifted 1 meter in 1 second. That's a unit measure of energy.
Does the time matter?
That's a unit measure of energy. Would you agree?
Well, I mean,
Wait. If I do that in 1 second and if I do that in 2 seconds, wouldn't that require the same amount of energy?
okay, let's make some things equivalent.
So.
If the distance equivalent and the time is equivalent. Hold on a
same
second.
amount of energy, yes.
Force is what he
Let's-
Same amount
Let
of
me
energy.
jump back in. This
Lifting
is
at
actually
1
my
foot is 1 kilo lifted 1 foot is one unit measure of energy.
okay. Let's make some things equivalent, then we can talk about the mass and energy. The distance is the same. The speed is the same. Now, okay, so I'm moving at a distance, let's say 1 meter, and it takes the exact same amount of time. If I have a 1 gram weight, does it take more energy or less energy to move it that distance in that time than it does a 10 pound or 10 gram weight? How much energy is required?
Yo, Bacon.
Did I make it simple?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, the answer is pretty simple, but I'd like
It
to
takes
hear.
more energy to move a 10 gram weight than it does a 1 gram weight. Which means
I wouldn't even change the weight. I would just change the height of the object. I would just say you have like a 1 kilogram weight, on the ground, and then raise it like 10 meters high, and so you're changing the potential energy. Does that change the mass of it? if equals mc squared is true? That's my
Well,
question.
I'm
To
actually
Bacon specifically, if he can answer.
well. I'm trying to actually get to something that if the mass and energy is equivalent, and an object is losing mass, that means it is losing energy. That's what I'm trying to get to. And obviously, they don't want to go there because that means even entropy applies to the loss. You know, the increase in entropy applies to objects that lose mass.
Yeah, it's the same principle. You're just attacking it by changing the mass, and I'm changing the potential energy, right? If
Right,
equals mc
right.
squared is true, then either way, you're changing the other side of that equation, right? But they
Exactly. I'm working at it from one angle, right, instead of the other angle, right. And what me and chemists were talking about is like, and Zanuck said there's no work being done or whatever, but if I have a blender that's been sitting in my window for who knows how long, probably at least 10 years. It's the same blender, just been baking by the sun. There's been a chemical reaction occurring on the top, which means that it's changing color because of the sun, which means probably if it's having a chemical reaction, some mass is lost from that because of the chemical reaction. Or if if the plastic is deteriorating, that means there's a loss in mass. That means, in a sense, then the ability for that thing to do work, whatever it may be, is decreasing. It's losing energy. So, anyway, Zanuck must be gone again.
It's not losing energy, it's losing potential energy. The energy is never actually contained within the object.
Okay, so it's losing potential energy, but it's not losing energy. Is that what you just said?
It's not losing actualized energy. It's losing because the potential energy is not held within the object. It is just a potential.
You can never fully get rid of the potential energy, though, right?
Oh, wait a minute.
Right.
So energy can be created or destroyed, but you're saying it's losing potential energy, but it's not losing. That still doesn't make sense. Actual energy. Okay, so
the actual amount of energy it has remains the same, regardless of what its potential to do and to gain more energy is. I think is what they were trying to say, but I was honestly trying to figure it out myself. So
but that even your logic doesn't make sense. It's losing potential energy. Well, that energy is even that loss of potential energy. That energy is going somewhere. Is it turning into kinetic energy? What it's not.
It never existed.
Okay, so then so it doesn't exist until what? What makes it exist? Just coming out of nowhere?
Until it becomes actualized by the release and the ability to move. Then it actually becomes energy. And
so hold on a second. Let's logically think this through. Okay, so I have a battery sitting on my table. Because it's not plugged into anything, there's no energy in the battery until I start plugging it in and start using it.
Right.
So that's potential energy in the battery.
But
over time, the energy in the battery is lost because it eventually will drain out, even if I don't plug it into something.
That's chemical, but yeah.
Chemical potential. With the chemical potential, it's still energy. Mechanical or chemical is still energy.
No, because chemical energy remains in its form. It's an actualized energy source. Potential energy is literally called that because it's not an actualized energy force. It's
but
only
it's still
potential.
there. It's still there. And everything has electrostatic resting potential, so you can't get rid of that. So it's the cause of everything. Sorry about it.
Resistance to separation is mass.
Well, there's like 10 definitions of mass, yeah.
And that's the way I would explain it. I might be completely wrong, but that's the way it makes sense to me. Is it's not an actualized energy. It's still in potential. Once it becomes an actualized energy, then we have to deal with it.
What if it becomes actualized for just a fleeting second? Could you say it was never there?
Hold on a second before you go down that road. I want to think with this through with him. Because, the battery I can charge. I can either charge it through plugging it into an outlet, or I can take my mechanical arm. I can take the kinetic energy out of my arm and transfer it back to the battery through a generator and put electrical energy into that. Now, I could also take the object sitting on a table that has potential energy, and I can mold it down, add more mass to it, which in one sense of the word, and even though I myself am adding mass to that object through whatever work you want to call it, I will be increasing its mass, which also be increasing its potential energy through me manipulating that object somehow. Would you agree with that?
Let's say we were able to magically snap our fingers and make your workbench disappear. Your object with more mass will then hit the ground harder because it's heavier.
Right, which means that's back to what I said earlier. It would show that it has more energy in that.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
But it has the potential for more energy. It's not actually there yet because nothing's moving. Right? When it's just sitting on your workbench,
The battery's not
moving.
working yet. But it's not moving. Just like the battery's not working yet. The battery's not connected to the vehicle. That's potential for energy or the energy to be used in the phone. It's sitting on the table. It's potential chemical providing electrical power to my phone, or the object sitting on the table. It's just not working yet. Just like the battery's not working yet.
Well, just in rest, or just static and in rest. It's still there. They want to act like it's not there so they can make all kinds of additional claims and pretend that it's gone. That's all there is to it.
So the ability to do work is in the object. It's called potential energy. The ability.
Correct.
It's not doing work yet. I mean, actually, you could probably argue if it starts to break the table, work is being done because maybe the boards are starting to break because it's too heavy of a weight. The work is starting to be done. It's turning from potential energy into kinetic energy.
Yeah, but they're both called energy for a reason, like you said. So this capacity to do work doesn't mean it actually has to be doing the work to be energy.
Right. So now that back to my original thing, like we were talking about earlier. So if an object is losing mass, it's losing potential energy.
Yeah, because all matter is intrinsically electrostatic. So once you get rid of
I
it,
don't want to go that route. You can make that argument. That's not the argument I'm making. I'm actually trying to get to the point of entropy.
Well, what energy are you talking about?
That's where I'm going. That's the road I'm heading
It doesn't
down.
matter.
What
do you mean it doesn't matter?
It doesn't matter because E equals mc squared is just energy. It doesn't specify whether it's kinetic energy or a different type.
Yeah, but once
I know, but I'm actually. Well, there's a reason I'm going down. It's the second law of thermodynamics. I mean, what I'm trying to say is all objects, whether it's the tree over there, whether it's the thing on the blender on my windowsill, or all those things have to obey and follow the second law of thermodynamics. So energy is being lost. That's where I'm going.
Except for the atmosphere.
That's where I'm headed.
Yeah.
Except for the atmosphere. That's something different. Yeah, different argument. Same argument, different realm.
Well, what I'm trying to say is you can't find any energy that isn't electrostatic. So it seems worthy of note here because that's what electrostatic resting potential is, and that's what holds the matter itself together. So if you're going to conflate and basically like make it synonymous, energy and mass, and make them interchangeable, which I don't even necessarily disagree with, by the way. You have to properly define energy, but the point is that they're intrinsically tied together. Once you begin to eliminate matter, and then your quantification process of that being mass, then you're also eliminating energy potential intrinsically. You cannot separate the two. So it's not just completely out of left field. E equals mc squared isn't just like completely made up. It is made up in the sense that you attribute a constant speed to light and then squared it. That part's made up.
Yeah, it's interesting. This whole E equals mc squared thing, and like I understand your kind of goal is towards entropy and arguing that everything's kind of like losing energy, so therefore losing mass and what have you. But I think it's maybe more interesting to address the gravity thing, because they say that gravity gets weaker as you go up, but if I and that I'll weigh less as I go up. But if I go up, my potential energy is changing, my energy is increasing, so by equals mc squared, my mass should be increasing. I should be weighing more. So there's kind of a contradiction there.
Well, it all relies on the constant speed of light as well. That's how you quantify it. And Einstein himself said if that is not accurate, his entire theory is incorrect. So it's very dependent upon this constant speed of light. The quantification specifically. I understand what you're saying, though. That is pretty interesting. I don't know. I've never heard a Glover respond to that.
Like the only options that equals mc squared isn't true. Or that you don't lose weight as you go up because of gravity. Either gravity's not true or equals mc squared isn't true.
Well, yeah. Well, you're going up higher in the like the atmospheric electricity. So you're going further and further away from the negative charge on the surface. So then you'd also have to talk about the vortex movement.
Yeah, no, it could work with it could work with electromagnetism, right? But your mass wouldn't necessarily be increasing if you're going up, unless the equals mc squared was true, and the gravity thing that they say that the mass is decreasing as you go up because you're moving away from center of mass. That would be false. Yeah. So they have to choose one.
Yeah, I agree. They won't though. Yeah, but like there's some truth to the fact that energy and mass are interchangeable to an extent. Like that's kind of how this heliocentric paradigm works. It clamps onto truth and then kind of masquerades it with pseudoscience. Like again,
absolutely. If I had to choose one, I would say that the gravity. I'd say that the gravity that you're losing mass as you go up is false. It's counterintuitive to me. Because if anything, there's less resistance, less drag. You're gonna be falling faster. Your mass, your weight is gonna be more, and it's very hard to separate the acceleration from the drag.
Yeah, which I think everyone knows. Well, they'll deny, but if you had like a miles and miles long vertical vacuum chamber and you drop something, it would 100% increase in accelerative speed. It just 100% would. But they'll just never do it and then claim it wouldn't. It'll be the same the whole way. That's it. But the fundamental problem all comes down to the constant speed of light claim. And Einstein specifically said, like, I can't prove that. And if that's not true, then my entire model and my entire theory is wrong. So like that's the crux of the issue. And then no one even understands why he had to do that, but that's because it was in response to Michelson Morley, which is why he had to propose special relativity. So he attributed constant speed to light. And then no one knows why they came up with space and time. They just think he was a genius and figured out that that's all that was there. But no, he had to say that the measuring device contracted physically. Okay, and that's space, a smaller space. Once it physically contracts, you just can't perceive it or tell or measure it. And then since it got shorter, but the light took a certain amount of time to go that shorter distance, then the speed would have to change. The time would have to change because the speed can't change. So you contribute a constant speed of light, and then the measuring device contracts. That means that the time has to expand so that the contraction of the physical device and apparatus and then the expansion of time counteract each other so that it looks like nothing happened, as opposed to just nothing happening. Because if nothing happened, then the Earth wasn't moving. That's where relativity came from. It's actually insane. It's ridiculous. But we're insane if we question it. Think about that. We're insane if we question that the measuring device physically shrunk, but you couldn't tell, and then time physically expanded, but you couldn't tell.
Ridiculous.
Dude. Can someone prove that? And by the way, no one in physics even has an agreed upon methodology for determining this magic shortening or contraction, this physical contraction of the apparatus. No one can even, it's never been isolated, never been discovered, never been observed. They don't even agree on what it is or how it can manifest to this day in 2022. It just needed, the Lorentz transform is just needed mathematically to make everything relative and explain away the Michelson-Morley. So they just say it happens because it has to happen. That's literally what it is. That's what I'll say. The Glovers don't actually know where all this came from, you know. And then you'll have people just say, "We know for a fact time dilates and all this stuff." It's like, what? No, they just had to say that to explain Michelson-Morley. And they also don't know Michelson-Gelb then got a 98% consistent reading of the sidereal motion, the daily motion, in relation from the Earth and the sky. And so then the revolution wasn't detected at all. So what that says is that the Earth's actually not moving and the sky rotates around it, and there is no orbital motion. But they just hand-wave dismissed the two together, you know. And then Kosho says stuff like, "Oh, it's just not as easy to detect the orbital motion, or it just doesn't exist, bro." And you had to claim that the reason that you can't detect it is because the universe has this secretive conspiratorial plan to make sure you can never find out that the Earth is in motion. And so it physically contracts devices and physically expands time beyond your perception so that it's constantly tricking you just the right amount needed to make you think that the Earth isn't moving. So can any of the Globers prove that the apparatus, the measuring apparatus in Michelson-Morley actually contracted and shrank? Anyone prove that? Isn't that weird to be so confident in your claim, and your claim includes something counterintuitive, contrary to all observations and empirical measurements, and literally in no way demonstrated to be real, but it has to be real, but you can't even demonstrate how it possibly is? And they do this with everything, by the way. And then the mainstream tries to say, no, Einstein was just this genius, and out of the intellectual purity of his motivations, he's like, I need to fix Maxwell's equations. So then he figured out how to fix them with the Lorentz transform. And that's why he came up with relativity. And none of that's real. He came up with relativity to explain away the fact that Michelson-Morley debunked orbital motion. And so he had to come up with special relativity, then built upon it to general relativity. So that's what actually happened. It had nothing. And then what you do, then you apply Lorentz transformation, the Lorentz transform, to electromagnetic equations so that you can turn it from an absolute frame of reference to a relative frame of reference. Although we know electromagnetism is objectively absolute, they have to apply an equation to it to make it relative. And so they have the Lorentz transform, and they apply it to everything in physics. And it just turns everything from absolute to relative. It's just a mathematic trick.
Austin, so wasn't the Lorentz suggested years and years after the Michelson-Morley?
Yeah, quite a few years after, because Michelson-Morley was in 87, and then wasn't fully postulated until 1905.
Right. So then that would mean that they would have had to have done it again and measured this this effect. Right.
Yeah. What effect?
The shrinking of the apparatus.
Oh no, that was never measured. It was just assumed and said that you can't measure it.
Right. Well, that's my point. My point is that, and this was the question that I had asked before, is was it observed or was it postulated as necessary? Right. Because if it wasn't observed, then it's not empirical, it's not science, and it's just a mathematical representation of solving a problem.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, that's what it is. Yeah, that's what it is. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. So, I mean, your point is still a good one, too, to say, okay, where's this measurement? I mean, like, come on, really? This should be something that should be absolutely amazing. Like when we see things shrink because of their
motion, effectively.
Yeah, their motion. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. So anything in motion is contracting. According to relativity, when you throw a baseball, it's actually contracting. That the Glovers don't understand their world. I think that's the crux of the issue here. They just have this arrogance. But Einstein, of course, he made it. Einstein was a genius in the way he was like a textbook sophist. He made all of his arguments unfalsifiable. Basically, Einstein summarized is everything you ever observe is going to tell you the opposite of what I'm claiming. But it's just because here's some math, that's why you could never tell. That's literally what he's famous for. I just think that's super weird. I got this dude saying the Foucault's pendulum doesn't prove the Earth rotates. I literally have it in his own words. I think that's a big thing that flat Earth should do. I think we should re-aim at the movement part. Because once we establish that the Earth's not moving, because the centrifugal force based on the actual universe admittedly would flatten out the Earth. So, of course, if it's just a plane, then that works perfectly. So if you can get them to have to admit that intellectually they cannot prove or differentiate between geocentrism and heliocentrism, and in fact, geocentrism is more viable, then that's going to be a great first step, I think. Because once the normal person, not the person that has like a religious, like zealotry or whatever, motivating them, they're going to be like, whoa, so the entire thing I was taught as fact when I was 5 years old actually is philosophy, and it hasn't been proven to this day. That's going to make them rethink the whole thing. I think that we should really hone in on the motion thing, that the Earth doesn't move. But I guess that's just my opinion. So that's kind of what I'm planning on doing. I know that a lot more professors and stuff will be open to discuss it with me as opposed to flat Earth. If no one's going to talk, I can talk all day, bro. I'm driving. I'll just keep talking. So they say that the ring laser gyroscope proves that the Earth is moving, but of course it actually maintains its rigidity in space. And then any change in that space is going to be detected by the light interferometry pattern. Well, that's convenient because quote unquote space is the etheric background and it does have a motion. So of course you're going to detect precession. And the person that invented and discovered the very effect that the gyro is engineered with, called the Sagnac effect, said that it was detecting the vortex of the ether. And then Einstein himself said no optical experiment in context of Michael Samoy that's using light and interferometry, which Michael Samoy is the one that really spearheaded interferometry. He said that could never prove that the Earth was in motion. And then in 2007, that was cited by Stephen Hawking saying the same thing. Yet we still have people pretending that the ring laser gyro from 1952 proved that the Earth is moving. Every turn is so bad for the Globers when it comes to motion. It's so bad. See, it's all the same for the Globers. Flat Earth, stationary Earth, it's all the same. If it's contrary to the mainstream accepted model that they think is true, they have to fight against it. And even if it requires dishonesty. So you might as well just put them in the most blatantly dishonest part where they don't have these little excuses like refraction, and they have to concede they can't prove it because the people that brought them their very paradigm says you can't.
Hey Austin, what's your idea for the Cavendish? Because I was like, fuck, dude, I'm sitting here like telling you that I have the balls, like if you want to come get them or whatever. But I'm like, fuck, dude, I could probably just do whatever idea I was going to do and do what you was going to do, man. Might motivate me a little bit. But what idea did you have with that?
So I thought it would be a good idea to set up the Cavendish and then have a Van de Graaff generator. And so you delicately record the effect, any attraction between the two bodies, and you record the proportionate nature between the attraction and the increase in electrostatics. So like your Van de Graaff is going to increase electrostatics as you turn the wheel. And obviously those two balls are going to come together more and more so as you increase the electrostatic charge. So what that proves is that the electrostatic attractive force will cause them to come together. Then you can try you can put it in a Faraday cage, you can put it, you can do whatever you want to do. You can ground it, right? But you're never going to eliminate electrostatics. You can prove that. And then, so what you've now proven is that the independent variable that cannot be eliminated causes that effect. And we've proven it. Now they're trying to make an additional claim that actually what we know is there and does that isn't doing it. And here's the bending and warping of space-time, but we can't even in any way isolate or prove it. So it turns the experiment back on.
So you're talking about just hooking the Van de Graaff generator up to just one of the balls, like like the big, just either the big balls or the small balls, to give them an opposite charge.
You could do that, or ideally, if you could get a big enough one, it would be whatever enclosure that the entire apparatus is in. But you could do singular objects too. But you could actually hook it up to whatever the enclosure is.
I think if we give them all the same charge, I think it's going to make them repel. But I showed, man, that, you know, if you ground, I hung the lead balls up. This is a video I did a while back. I hung the lead balls up and then grounded each one of them and put them close to each other, and you get a charge. One of them acts as the positive and one of them acts as the negative. And the closer you get, the more. So it doesn't. Which what he's claiming. Here's the thing. So he's saying there's no electrostatic because basically you're turning it into electromagnetism and grounding it out into the ground. In other words, it's eliminating the electrostatic, making the potential equal by tying them together. He's I'm not trying to be a naysayer. I'm just trying to get you to think with me and tell you where I'm at in my mind. By him grounding all the balls together, they all have the same potential, so there's no difference. And there might still be, you know, but like as far as a voltmeter and shit, no, you're not going to read. It's going to read 0. But I'm not sure that has anything to do with the electrostatics all around it, like he was just saying, like in the setup and in the air even around it. I don't know, man. I was just thinking. Here's one of my ideas was maybe putting a lead ball like on each side. Instead of 2 little lead balls, like 4, and just see what it does and see if it's consistent. Because if it is the mass, then it should pretty much stall out. You know, if you're able to get the thing still, or if it does move just from just whatever random shit, it should vary, right?
Hey Brian, and Austin, like, what if you had 2 Cavendish, one with lead balls and one with others, so that you could compare the difference between the two, right?
Yeah,
so
that's why I did it. I'm definitely gonna do that.
That's a good idea because it's not supposed to change based on their paradigm. It's supposed to be mass alone.
Right.
Yeah, that's my whole reason of doing it is I wanted to try the lead, and instead of doing the quantitative, I just want to do the qualitative to see that it does attract. I've already seen that it does, but I haven't really done anything. But I'm going to try a bunch of different materials because and this is me, and this is kind of being sarcastic. So if I say, okay, so I took some lead balls, I applied some heat, and they melted. So heat melts mass. But here's the whole point is if you heat up wood, it's not going to fucking melt. It's just going to burn. You know, that's what my point is all you proved is lead attracts lead. You're just calling lead mass, and that's why I made up the Brian did.
Brian, just for giggle's sake, this has been done with just about every material you could think of within reason.
Yeah, and I've seen
it done with sand. I've seen it done with water. I've seen it done with plastics.
It's stalled with sand.
That's all electrostatic.
Okay, that's
hold on. It stalled when it did sand. It stalled.
And it's all electrostatic. So
Yeah, I couldn't hear you because Witsit doesn't have a shut his mouth. So what did you say, Don?
I've seen water. Shut up, man. I've seen water repel. I've seen sand stall. I have seen. There's other experiments McToon showed me the other night when I was fucking with him. But it's like a copper or it's like a copper alloy. And the point is that still fits the brine dish because heat still melts mass if you're using copper or cobalt or any of these conductors. Then the brine dish is still in effect. Heat still melts mass. But the point is we need to try all kinds of different materials, right?
Yeah, Brian, what if you did a different shape instead of a ball?
Well, I was gonna do a cylinder to just be easier to mold, but different shit. But
that's gonna change. That would work, but it's gonna change the center of mass. So we're gonna have to account.
No, it doesn't have anything to do with the center of mass, though.
That does have something to do with it because the radius is based on the center of mass. So
But how do you differentiate
here's another one. But you're wrong.
surface or the center of mass? How do you differentiate with the test?
Well, you would do the calculation based on the center of mass of a cube or a oblong banana, and you would have to find out what its radius is based on.
And then we can do the calculation based on Coulomb's law and then show the same exact thing, and that would debunk your claim that you've differentiated center of mass.
You got to hear this, Austin. I thought about this idea, man. Like the big lead ball, because I got a lot of leftover lead too from my batteries and shit. But I'm thinking about just taking a million little pieces, man, and just kind of pounding them together or mold them or even bag them or whatever, and seeing if that plays a difference. Like instead of one solid mass, to see if there's any verification or backing in the incoherent shit, with the electrostatics, man. You think that'd be worth trying? Like taking a 150 or 200 little lead pieces and making a mass out of the individual pieces, just kind of joining them somehow. That'd be interesting, wouldn't it?
Yeah, sure. Why not? Because all of it's gonna, incoherent magnetism is attractive only. So both sides are gonna all compel to that bigger mass.
Yep. That'd be interesting if it applied to electrostatics. That would be awesome, cool. That'd be a tough one for them to explain away, but I'm sure they would.
They're just gonna see. This is the thing, though. Already, all they say is they just pretend that they got rid of electrostatics, even though they objectively didn't. So they're already past the point of no return, and their fundamental argument is just dishonest and objectively wrong.
Coulomb's law doesn't that require for Coulomb's law? Doesn't that require a potential difference?
Does every single matter have electrostatic resting potential?
A potential difference.
So are you saying that different masses are going to have the same resting potential?
You connect them.
You have to find that out now, aren't you?
Yeah, it's getting rid of most of the. I gotta admit, it's getting rid of most of the electrostatics in the balls themselves, but not necessarily in I don't know, maybe not
First
all
of all,
of it.
It can get rid of all of it because the matter itself is held together by it, and then of course it's also in the air, which is why I'm saying if you connected the entire enclosement with the Van de Graaff generator, it's going to manipulate the entire environment, including the air, which is why you make things levitate.
Yeah, but if you took the two masses and you connected them with wire, then you wouldn't have the electrostatic potential.
Oh, it gets rid of it?
Yeah, there wouldn't be a potential between them.
You mean a potential difference?
No, there wouldn't be electrostatic potential. Like the electrostatic potential would be zero.
Well, how though? Because there's air in between them.
So what? The air between them?
Yeah.
Yeah, just because the electromagnetic is doesn't necessarily. Coach, you just made me think of something. Just because the electromagnetic difference is zero doesn't mean the electrostatic is all zero. I mean, it maybe, but not.
It means that
he just made a good point. He made a good point, man. Electrostatics is what bonds everything together. I mean, that's where they lean toward that.
But what does that mean, though? What does that mean? When you have electrostatic potential binding things together, if the only thing you'd be worried about is electrostatic potential between these two masses, is that them having an effect on each other and being drawn together?
Yeah.
If you can't do that, then that.
How can they not do that?
What?
What with the medium between it though? What about all the potential energy in the medium between it though?
The potential
The
energy
air
in the
between
medium
it.
between them, the air actually.
No, it's not just the air. You guys are going to get destroyed. I've set you up. You don't know, but keep laughing. So what about the medium between it?
I think that was Brian laughing.
Look at this dude laughing. He doesn't even know. He's about to get insulted and eviscerated.
I think it's Brian laughing. We don't know who's laughing.
No, it ain't me laughing.
It's Moyak.
Oh, okay. I didn't know who's laughing.
I'm
Okay,
just mocking the fact that that's what
It's like the 10th time you've
Witsit
done
keeps
it.
on doing. Witsit keeps on doing his little cackling
Okay, so
laughs.
can you answer my question? What about the medium
No,
between it?
he's laughing. He literally thinks there's no medium in between
I
the
know
two
the
balls.
air. The air would act as a resistor.
Not just
Yeah,
the air. It's not just the air though.
Right.
So let's do it in a vacuum chamber. Now, what about the medium in between them?
What about if there's air in there and then there's a resistor?
It's a vacuum.
Okay, well then there's no problem. Honestly,
What about 0 point energy, Kosho?
What do you think 0 point energy is going to do something?
Are you saying it's not going to do anything?
Yes.
Really? So there aren't quantum electromagnetic fluctuations within a vacuum?
No, if you do that one test, what's that one test called? What's the name of that test? Where they put the two plates together.
Casimir.
Yeah, the Casimir effect.
Yeah, Casimir effect.
That happens whenever those plates are abnormally close together, and you obviously wouldn't have these two masses set up in that same way. So I don't think that's going to.
Hey, you're telling me the Casimir effect Casimir effect has a distance limit, bro? That's what you're saying now?
Well, they use flat plates facing each other, extremely close.
They're conductive plates that you have to, in order for the Casimir effect to actually work, they have to be placed within micrometers of each other, because the QED effects are really small.
But
they're not seen on large scale.
But there are quantum electromagnetic fluctuations in a vacuum?
Yeah, but they're not going to be affecting something like the Cavendish experiment. You have to have things that are microns away from each other.
You don't know that, bro. We're coming up with ideas, and you just say it's not going to do this. That's why we're testing shit. Don't just say you know
They tried this with the Cavendish, and they show that there's no quantum electromagnetic fluctuations that affect the relationship between the two masses. Are you saying that's been done? Can you cite it, please?
No, you can show yourself by taking two conductive plates and seeing at which point the QED effects start to take place. You will notice when you do this experiment, as have I, that they don't start to take effect until the plates are micrometers from each other.
How big are the plates?
He's full of shit, dude. I did this, and I filmed it.
No, how big are
I made a video.
What
I
did you
just
use,
showed
Brian?
fucking one of the plates.
You did not demonstrate the Casimir effect.
How are you the
It's on
only
my
person in
on
the
my
world
channel, man.
who has seen large-scale Casimir effect?
No, bro. One of the plates is going to assume a positive. One's going to assume negative.
That's not the Casimir effect.
That's not the Casimir effect.
Oh, really? It's not electrostatic potential making it attract?
No, dude. We're talking about when you place
conductive
plates micrometers from each other. They will attract at a specific value for the strength of the attraction and the distance of the attraction.
Okay, so what are the variables? Okay, what's the distance limit?
I don't know what it is off the top of my head. They have to be micrometers.
I know you don't know, bro. You didn't even know that it's fucking that it's a positive and a negative.
Yeah, Brian, I don't have the fucking number at the top of my head, bro. Like, what the hell's wrong with you?
What
You have to place the plates micrometers from each other.
Is it always exactly the same?
Anyway, I showed this shit on my channel, bro. It's not micro fucking meters.
Is it always the same?
I've always observed it to be about the same.
Now, and we know it's not always the same because there's fluctuations within the quantum electromagnetic background that you guys pretend is nothing. There's fluctuations, so it can't be the same always.
Yeah, but you're just doing the sum of an infinite series of a finite series. Sorry, and it always sums up to a specific value.
So it's just convenience of a mathematical construct, but it's not entirely accurate because we know there's huge fluctuations. It's not the same.
No, you're confusing the measured value in the experiment for vacuum fluctuations. The measured value is always the same because those fluctuations are just being added in a finite series to a finite value, and that's what's measured.
So it is always the same.
Yes, there's a very small range with some uncertainty and error in the measurement. There's a very small range of values that it will be.
Interesting. And so then the net effect is always going to be the same because it's such a small window of difference. See, this is the thing, man.
Yes,
so
that's correct.
Gotcha. So you got the air. We should do it in a vacuum. This is an expensive test already, but you do it in a vacuum, and we know that there's quantum fluctuations of electromagnetic energy. That's not all that's there, though. Now we have all these pseudoscientific terms you guys have. So we have virtual particles, and we have all kinds of fluctuations on the quantum scale, not just electromagnetic, but primarily electromagnetic. Okay, now we have to dive into your world of pseudoscience to keep going. What we know is there's a medium there between the two balls. The balls are electrostatic, the air is electrostatic, the background medium has electrostatic potential, and a quantum electromagnetic fluctuations. Okay, now we're going to see barely any change at all. The ball is barely going to move at all. Now we're going to have to get an accurate ratio of all of these variables and then fluctuate them, because that's how science works. We don't just discount them because we're trying to prove what we want the result to show. And that's why I have to do it, because your side won't do any of that. It won't show the proportionate relationship between electrostatic attractive force and then the supposed mass attracting mass phenomenon. It won't actually. I've looked everywhere. It doesn't exist. They don't even show it.
That's a different test.
It's measured in the strength of the constants, the fine structure constant, the Coulomb constant, gravitational constant. When you set the strong nuclear interactions constant to 1, then you can compare the relative strength of all the forces, of all the interactions with each other.
And then there's just one force left over.
No, there's 4 fundamental interactions: strong and weak nuclear, electromagnetism, and gravity.
Okay, now last one is just a claim, though. The other ones are proven. You can actually physically.
You're standing
isolate.
on the earth, right? You're stuck to the ground.
So that's a reason.
Not just a claim.
Yeah, it is just a claim. It's a claim that the center of mass has a gravity well relative to it, displaced relative to it. It's a claim that the displacement of mass bends and warps concepts. It is just a claim. We're not talking about the gravitational constant as in things go down.
Plus, the strong force is being attributed nowadays to electromagnetism. So they're narrowing it down. Yes, it is, bro. This is ball fucking physics, man. That's
Brian,
what
I'm a freaking biochemist, man. No one attributes the strong force to electromagnetism. That's ridiculous.
Electrostatics is part of the electromagnetic force. It's cousins. Yeah, that's what they're saying, dude.
If all that matter is electrostatic, the air is electrostatic, the background medium has electrostatic potential, quantum fluctuations of electromagnetism, and many other things. And we can manipulate electrostatics and make these balls attract to each other stronger or weaker relative to how much we introduce. So we've manipulated the variable electrostatics and showed the effect. Now, can we please isolate and manipulate the bending and warping of space-time so we can even pretend yours is a viable option now? Or we have to just presuppose it?
Dude, they had to. Hey, listen, also they had to call the Casimir fucking microscope. Here's why they had to call the Casimir only working microscopically and then start changing shit. Because if you take any conductors, right? They say that shit attracts, but in quantum mechanics, there is no attraction between materials. So it's just when they use all these metals to try and gravity. Oh, listen, let me finish. They're using all these metals to try. On a small scale, you call it Casimir effect, whatever the fuck you want. But it's just the shit, the conductive shit attracting each other, man. And
he was
like I said,
breaking up for me.
They had to call it something else and scale it because they can't recognize
you're droning
gravity
on, man.
level.
Quantum mechanics says nothing of the sort. So your leading premise was incorrect.
Well, that's crazy.
So quantum mechanics recognizes gravity?
There's an
All I
intermediate
said-
etheric background. We can test it with Michelson-Morley and Michelson-Gell. We can test it with the Seidenk effect. Quantum does nothing but actually strengthen that postulation. It's combative to relativity, though. So we're now going to act like we can actually invoke the quantum scale to be able to solidify our argument about relativity.
Michelson Morley disproved the ether, right? That was the whole idea.
Okay, now here's the facts, though, Zach. That's your Glober script, but the facts are that Michelson-Morley could have detected as light of or as slow as 2 miles per second motion, yet the revolutionary claim is 20 miles per second. It didn't detect it, though, but then they did Michelson-Gell, and it got within a 98% accuracy of the sidereal rotation, the daily rotation between the Earth and the sky. So using the same methodology, assuming an etheric background, and then the motion of light within it, going with or against it, then we had a 98% success rate, but we used the same methodology and couldn't detect the orbital motion. So you decided to throw the ether out entirely. And in fact, Einstein wrote later, actually, that ether could still exist. And he had to acknowledge that it could exist, or it would go against his theory.
So the Earth could be rotating? Is that what you're saying?
To abolish it, they assumed it was stationary.
Wait, is the Earth rotating?
Okay, so the Earth's not rotating. Listen carefully.
It's
So
not rotating?
Listen carefully. So you just said Michelson-Morley debunked the ether because you have no idea what we're talking about, and you just know how to say scripts. The truth is, Michelson-Morley failed to detect the orbital motion, but then using the same methodology, we detected the sidereal rotation relative to the Earth and the sky. What that means is there's a rotation. Either it's the Earth as the absolute frame of reference, or it's the sky as the absolute frame of reference. And relativity itself says you could never tell the difference or distinguish between the two. So it doesn't prove the Earth's rotating. In fact,
that's not what they meant actually.
That's what he meant. I read it. You're making stuff up. So
they said to look at by looking at the sky, you can't tell whether the sky is moving or we're moving. That's true.
No, that's not what he said. That's not all he said.
In the Michelson, I'm reading the first page of the Michelson-Morley paper, and they're talking about the Earth rotating and its different positions in its orbit.
That's right. They were trying to prove that, and they were trying to test it out the year. But what actually happened was
they're testing the undulation theory. It says it right there.
I know that.
Did you read it? He has it up in front of him real quick, Austin. Why did they have to call the ether stationary? Why did they have to, after the test, when they wrote it up, measured and call the ether stationary? Whoever fucking made that claim?
Okay, so what actually happened was he said that we can detect as small as 2 miles per second, but the Earth's revolutionary orbit speed is supposed to be 20 miles per second. Yeah, we didn't even get 1/6 of what we were supposed to get. Okay, and so then they were forced to say, well, the ether can't be stationary, and the ether must be moving with the Earth, effectively stationary, but not stationary independent of the Earth. Okay, now then Einstein came in and said, and then he proposed a Lorentz transformation, saying the ether physically pushed in on the device, making it contract, using the Lorentz-Fitzgerald contraction transformation. Okay, then Einstein came and said, no, we can't have this ether. So he said, well, yeah, it's happening. The Lorentz transform is happening, and the physical measuring device is shrinking while time is physically expanding. So it counteracts each other, and it looks like nothing happened. It just basically the universe is tricking us, but there is no ether causing the physical mechanism, and he never even proposed what would cause the physical mechanism. So that's actually what happened. Back to the point, so we get a 98% accuracy of the sidereal rotation between the Earth relative to the sky, yet using the same methodology, it showed no orbital motion. Therefore, the only viable conclusion based on the combination of the two tests is that the Earth is at rest and there's a drift within the ether connected to the sky.
Well, why don't you do your full color pendulum experiment and tell me why it does not rotate at all at the equator, 0, and that you'll have a period of precession that'll basically corroborate the spherical Earth and the lines of latitude.
I set up a pendulum, dude, and it was not fucking dependable whatsoever.
Oh yeah, it's all every university around the globe has them, and they're all used, and there's never a problem. There's never an
all
error.
your electromagnetic devices to keep them going.
No, you can do it without. You can just drop. You can just take a precision one that's not powered and just drop the pendulum, and you'll see the precession over 15.
Okay, how come
minutes.
everything else goes counterclockwise and the Foucault pendulum goes clockwise? Zanuck? In the northern hemisphere, the precession, the fucking the hurricanes, everything goes counterclockwise in the fucking northern hemisphere, but your Foucault pendulum goes clockwise. Why is that?
Well, that's a little more complicated explanation than you probably can actually grasp right now, but I can go into it.
So it's not conservation of momentum, then, right?
It has nothing to do with the rotation. It does not have to do. Does not correlate with the direction of the rotation of the sphere.
They're
it
not
has to do with
Coriolis,
explain.
right?
It has to. Okay, so I'm not going to be able to explain it. So I'm not going to explain it because you're not going to let me.
Perfect, because I'm going to destroy you. So I'm going to destroy what you've already said. So you just act like the Foucault's pendulum proves the Earth is rotating. I have Einstein himself saying in a letter to Ernst Mach, June 25th, 1913, that in fact doesn't prove anything, and it could in fact be, like he said, the Machian principle relative to the universe moving. Uh-oh. I have physicists from as recently as 10 years ago saying that Foucault's pendulum could
Einstein was wrong about a lot of things that he said off the cuff, but no, that is not.
No,
that is not something that
from a few years
is possible because I want to ask you, why would not show that the Earth rotate? What other possibility would you have for having a Foucault pendulum, which is swinging in a nearly fixed plane? It's not exactly a fixed plane, but something in motion. It can stay in motion until acted upon by the force. So it's going basically in a plane. It scribes out a plane and is on a certain. You're still talking over me? As this rotation of the sphere occurs, it'll depict its precession rate will depend on where you are latitudinally from the North Pole to the equator and not have any rotation at the equator. Now, how does that work what happens to this toroidal field of whatever you call it, ether, that makes it so that it's this particular line that's halfway between the Antarctic, circle around the North Pole and the North Pole, halfway between, there's a line, circular line, a circle. Why would it that one particular circle? Almost done. Why at that one particular circle is there absolutely no precession at all?
You're claiming that. I want to see a pendulum in the southern hemisphere, and I want to see one at the equator because I think they're going to do the same thing they did at my house, and they're going to fucking do whatever
a lot of things. And that's Brian, and that's all nice, good questions. But yes, we can show you no precession at the equator and an opposite direction of precession in the southern hemisphere. And I've already given you how that works, why it works. That's why.
Let's see it. Give me a citation of the southern hemisphere.
Because I can't explain things because you always talk over me. So I'll just post that picture again. It's a GIF. Just look at it. What happens to a rotating body with a object that is swinging from a fixed point? Okay? That's all I need to say.
Janik, I've been listening to everything you say. I'm trying to get a quick word in.
Okay.
Go ahead, Austin. Go ahead.
I just want you guys to realize that this was his. First of all, he frantically brought up Foucault's pendulum because he said that Michelson Morley debunked the ether, and I intellectually eviscerated him and said actually Michelson Gale predicted it perfectly, measuring exactly what was supposed to happen with a sidereal motion, yet it didn't detect orbital motion. And combined, that means that the Earth is the rest frame, absolute frame of reference, and you can't explain it. Einstein couldn't explain it. No one's ever explained it.
It's orbital motion, not the rotation of the Earth. Do you not understand the things you actually say? Seriously.
You're not listening. So Michelson Gale was supposedly detecting the rotation. Michelson Morley would supposedly detect the revolution. But the Earth can't be rotating if it's not revolving. So
why not?
Because you can't explain the observations in the sky without both rotation and revolution.
No, the sun can be rotating around us. And we could be rotating also. They both could be rotating. So you're wrong there too.
They talk about multiple different ether hypotheses in this paper, and they explain why they're all wrong. They literally say it's incompatible with the results of this experiment.
Exactly.
They have to call ether whatever it is they need.
Listen to what JC's saying.
What they do. Hold on, Zanuck.
So that's presupposing the motion of the Earth. Okay. Now I've read all of their writings. You guys just make stuff up. So
no, but you've been saying specifically orbital. Orbital means
post it in the chat.
Okay, have you posted what Mike Michelson said about it in his later writings? Where he says,
I did earlier, maybe a year ago.
We were faced with the alternative that the Earth is at rest. Uh-oh. And if the Earth's at rest and there's an ether drift, uh-oh.
Does he have data and experiments for that claim?
It's coming from that test, and there's over a dozen people that did it within the next 30 years with the same exact result.
That's not the Foucault pendulum. That's not motion.
That is what he said. He said, in context of Michelson Morley, we were faced with the alternative.
Michelson Morley is not the Foucault pendulum. And what about the Sagnet effect?
We're not talking about Foucault's pendulum. Do I have to mute you? Stop. Okay, so Michelson himself said we were faced with the alternative that the Earth may be at rest. Arthur Eddington himself said we were faced with the alternative that the velocity of the Earth through space may happen to have been nil.
Through
Einstein
space.
himself,
Are you not listening to yourself?
Dude, are you dumb?
Seriously, Winston, you're being ridiculous right now. Seriously.
Watch this. You remember whenever you interrupted me frantically for 20 minutes saying I was dumb about the radar thing, and then you were proven to be wrong? This is the exact same thing.
I wasn't proven to be wrong. You
The
were.
whole room heard it. I have it clipped out.
Stop projecting, Rumpus.
Oh my God, you're totally wrong on the radar.
Okay, so now
And I gave you the frequencies and the error that would occur, and I totally got out. Now you remember things incorrectly, and then say I'm wrong. You're completely backward, dude. It's done and proved personified.
Hold on, y'all. Austin just quoted Eddington and Mike and a couple other people, and Zanuck said that's ridiculous. What's
no, because
ridiculous
it's talking about motion, not rotation.
But I didn't say he was talking about rotation. So this is the 50th time Zanuck
You did. You said path through the universe. Motion through the universe.
I'm going to mute you because now you're just trying to rumpus me and not let me say the point as a strong man. That's unacceptable. So I've never said this was about rotation. Since the beginning, I explained Michelson Gell's about rotation. Michelson Morley's about revolution. So when we're talking about Michelson Morley and you jump in and call me stupid because it's about revolution, you're the one that's stupid. So please stop interrupting. Thank you.
The point is they use each as a straw man. That's how they do it, man. And the Michelson Morley, after the fact, that's why Michelson, the guy who created the interferometer, invented it, never agreed with the results because they straw man the ether, put it as stationary.
That's not true.
Michelson himself said that we were faced with the alternative that the Earth could be at rest. Arthur Eddington himself said we were faced with the fact that the Earth's velocity through space could have happened to have been
velocity through space again.
I know that's what we're talking about.
No, we're talking about rotation.
No, we're not. We're talking about Michelson Morley. That's revolution. Catch up.
Thick.
Did Michelson Morley actually think the world was at rest, or did they say that this is one weird, other conclusion we can make? I mean, I don't think.
Okay, so Michelson Morley thought the Earth was in. Yeah, that's right. Michelson Morley thought the Earth was in motion. He went into the test with that presupposition not to be challenged. He believed in the Copernican principle. He believed in the Copernican principle. Michelson Morley believed in the Albert Michelson.
Albert Michelson was he was a geocentrist, man. Albert Michelson was.
Geocentrist doesn't mean anything.
No, actually, I don't know.
Oh, actually, sorry. I'm sorry. Geocentrist.
Unless you can cite that, because I'm pretty sure he believed in the Copernican principle, which is that the Earth does not occupy a special, unique position. So if you could, but either way, that's why he conceded over to Einstein, because he could think of no other way to explain it other than the Earth being at rest. So, and he conceded over to relativity. But anyway, the point is, Michelson himself said we were faced with the alternative that the Earth could be at rest. I never said that Einstein thought the Earth. I never said that Michelson was a flat earther that thought the Earth was at rest. No one said that.
Oh, good. I didn't think he was retarded.
His interpretation of the data was skewed by his philosophical bias that the Earth was spinning and revolving presupposed. So you're making my argument strong.
Yeah, I didn't think he was retarded. So, I mean, that's why I was surprised.
Oh, look at that. Very intellectually substantive remark back from him. So we're going to go on. So Michelson himself said it. Arthur Eddington himself said it. Albert Einstein himself said it. Stephen Hawking has said it. I have about 10 physicists from the last 20 years saying it. Wolfgang Pauli said it. They all said it. All the people that
They said something to the effect of, we faced with the alternative, the crazy alternative that's not possible. That's backed up by other things that would say that it's insane. So
many physicists at the time, there's nothing that says it's insane. They're just making stuff up.
We're not allowed to talk over people. I see. Because you only you don't like other people talking over you. I see how that works.
Because
you just
got joined just to disrupt. They got a no result. They got a no result, meaning the Earth is not moving.
Yeah, like it wasn't zero actually. So, and then by the way, Einstein never proposed an answer to what was measured. The Globers know nothing about this. Einstein never even proposed an answer as to why things were measured in Michelson Morley. He said it must have been instrument error. He couldn't even come up with an explanation because consistently, even in 1987, replicated by the Air Force, you always detect something. Everyone that's ever done it has detected something. Einstein didn't even offer a solution.
Yeah, Michelson proved it, and later on he detected the necessary ether to prove that that the ether did exist. You know, if you want to get technical, man, I'll post the video, man, with his paper in it.
Now, when he did Michelson-Gell, it proved it because it showed within a 98% accuracy of the sidereal rotation using the same methodology he used in Michelson-Morley, but aimed at the rotation. So that proves it can detect a change in motion, a relative motion or rotation. It does detect it. Therefore, we have a problem because it doesn't detect the revolution. So we're faced with two things. Either we philosophically cling on to the Copernican principle because we think we're special boys and like to be atheists, or we actually have to entertain that what the evidence shows us, which is that the Earth isn't moving, and the only thing you can detect is the motion of the sky. So what did they do? They threw the ether out, hid Michelson-Gell, never told you about them together with Michelson-Morley and Michelson-Gell and the implications thereof, never told you that Einstein couldn't offer a solution at all, even in theory, about Michelson-Morley, never tell you about how they had to say the measuring device itself was shrinking as time physically expanded to explain away that you didn't see anything. Never explain any of this to you, sweep it all under the rug, and then in 2022 we have anti-flat earthers ignorant of all of this, intellectually touting victory and claiming superiority and bashing other people when they literally don't even know the story.
Here's another key point, Austin. To call it instrument error, they had to stationary make the ether stationary in the Michelson-Morley and say and then after the fact say they were measuring the stationary ether like it was stationary to the Earth moving through, assuming it's moving through the solar system. And all they did is straw man the ether.
So show me where the Sagnet effect is caused by moving ether.
Hold on, why you interrupt me, man? I got documents. I'm gonna post a video with where the guy provides the engineering documents for the GPS, stating that the Sagnet effect is not due to the Earth rotation.
Wait, can Zanuck ever answer the question? Why does it detect the side to 98% accurate, but doesn't detect any orbital motions?
I think you cut out halfway through that question.
Oh, any Glover can tell me why it has a 98% accuracy prediction of sidereal motion, but it can't detect orbital motion.
Because the orbital motion is much out of its range of sensitivity.
No, wrong, actually, because they say that the orbital motion is 20 miles per second, and the device was sensitive to detect 2 miles per second. Try again.
It's not a velocity based. It's an angular velocity based.
Yeah, 20 miles per second. It can detect 2 miles.
It's not angular. That's velocity again.
Oh, so
you'd increase the tangential velocity, but you're not giving me an angular velocity.
That's crazy. So all these physicists are stupid then, and Zanuck should rewrite the heliocentric textbooks. That's crazy.
No, they've already been written, and they're all very accurate.
Okay, so what type of motion is it? What's the actual? Is it 20 miles per second? Yes or no?
What's 20 miles per second?
The Earth's orbital motion is 20 miles per second. You want to Google it?
Is that the tangential velocity?
Is there tangential velocity in Earth's orbit?
Well, yes.
Okay, so why can we not detect it then?
Because it's too small.
No, it's not. It's 20 miles per second. The device can measure as small as 2 miles per second. Try again.
Again, I'm going back. See, do you know what I'm asking you? I'm asking for the angular velocity.
Does the Earth have tangential velocity? Yes or no in orbit? Yes.
Of course.
No? Okay, so why can't we detect it?
Because it depends on the angular velocity.
Oh, okay. How so? Explain.
Because every force requires a change in momentum.
Okay, non sequitur.
A change in momentum is a change in direction. And change of direction, constant change of direction, is a circular path or an elliptical path.
Non sequitur. Okay, so move on.
So you need to know the change of you need to know the forces imparting on it to be able to detect it.
Oh, so
if it's too far out of the range of its sensitivity, then you won't detect it.
So the angular velocity.
You're saying it's 20 miles per second, or you're giving me these random numbers. That's just a linear velocity. I don't know if that applies to what. If I shoot a gun or a rocket, or what are you looking at?
So here's what actually happened, okay? The Earth's orbit is supposedly 20 miles per second. The device
is that a tangential velocity?
No.
Yes. Why is it not?
The Earth's orbit is once per year.
Okay, so how many miles per second?
I don't know. Once per year. I'm standing by my answer. Once per year.
Okay, so we're going to move on. So the Earth's orbital motion is supposedly 20 miles per second. The device was sensitive enough to actually detect as low as 2 miles per second. But yet it didn't even get within 1/6 of the reading needed for the Earth's orbital motion to be detected. So what
Again,
Einstein
you got
did was
it.
say
It's
that
only
the measuring
look at the
device,
calculations. It's based on angular velocity, not linear velocity.
so what Einstein did was say that
It only would detect a change in direction, not a zero change in direction, which is what you're telling me. I know what you're trying to say with it, but you don't understand it enough to actually explain it to me.
first of all,
It's
there's no zero change in direction.
Tangential velocity is not relate. Look, we have a velocity. You know what velocity is made of? It has two components. You know what they are?
Hey, how
Yes or
fast
no?
does the Earth go in miles per second?
Do you know what the velocity is made up of?
I'm not playing your game where you start asking me questions.
It's a simple. No, you've been asking me questions. I'm asking you one. You can't answer it.
You're trying to run
What
away
does
from the point. I'm not
velocity
playing your
mean? What does
Not playing
velocity
your game.
mean?
Not
What does
answering any of your
velocity
questions.
mean?
Answering zero of your questions.
What does a velocity mean?
When you want to answer my question, then we'll move on.
I have been. I'm trying to speak in a language that you might understand, and it
Well,
doesn't
see,
seem to
this
be
is-
working.
No, see, what doesn't seem to be working is that you don't even understand your own
So
claim.
I'll give you the answer. So velocity is made up of a magnitude and a direction. Would you agree?
Irrelevant.
How is it not relevant? If you can't,
Okay, well,
if
let
the
me explain.
detection
So-
of this device is based on a change of direction, then how is direction not relevant?
Okay, so now we're going to move on. So they say the Earth's orbit's going
See how he
20
does
miles
this?
per second.
He hand
Because this
waves
is a-
things he doesn't
No,
understand.
You're hand wave dismissing my point and trying to then pretend you're going to teach
I'm
me
not. You're
shit.
telling me it
It's
detects
not
20
gonna
miles per
happen.
second.
It's not going to
It
happen.
wouldn't.
You're going to keep
It wouldn't
interrupting.
detect 20 miles per second if
You're
it's in a
just gonna
straight
keep-
line.
You're just going to keep interrupting. That's all you can do. That's the only way you can debate.
That's what
So-
I was in the middle of a sentence.
No, you weren't. So they say that the Earth's orbit is 20 miles per second. Now, this device was sensitive enough to detect 2 miles per second. It did not detect it, though. So Einstein said what happened was the measuring device itself physically contracted, and that's why you couldn't measure it. And at the same time, time physically expanded so that you couldn't tell that it changed, so that it equaled out and looked like it was at rest. That's what Einstein said. He didn't say, what about angular velocity? Let me use semantical diversions to say the Earth is spinning. He said that the measuring device contracted so you couldn't tell. So you don't know your own argument.
What Einstein actually said was, in my own development, Michelson's result has not had a considerable influence. I even do not remember if I knew of it at all when I wrote my first paper on the subject of the electrodynamics of moving bodies in 1905,
Okay.
end quote.
Okay, so when I read his quote that says Michelson Morley is the one that started my path towards special relativity, what you're going to say then?
Well, he's contradicting himself then. Here.
Not my
Quite
problem.
embarrassing. Yeah.
Not my problem. So he
Well, that's why
specifically
we
says
don't rely. That's why we don't rely on people's words, even if
why
they're
don't
a
you cite what you
scientist.
just read because you're quote mining it.
No, it's from a paper to the It's from a letter to the American Physical Society. Here,
Cite it because
I'll
you're
post it.
quote mining it. Okay, because he gives a speech and he explains that Michelson Morley confounded and perplexed him, and so he wanted to explain it, and that's what led him on the path to special relativity.
I'd like to hear the other theory on why he was on that path then.
That is why, that's actually the truth, is that in 1887, so it started in 81, and then in 87 with Michelson Morley, they couldn't explain how the Earth's orbit couldn't be detected because all electromagnetic field theory at the time required a medium to sustain any type of propagation because that's just common logical sense.
Yeah,
So
I'm
they
saying
were
those
like,
who can test it. I'm asking those who can test it. What would be then? What would have been? What would have been his reason for this?
It was
this
what the
exploration?
paper is titled, On the Electrodynamics of Moving Bodies.
it was actually
Contrary-
to explain
contrary
Michelson
to what?
Morley. See, it explains Michelson Morley. That's where he got that's where he knew he needed to physically contract matter, you know? And that's where he knew he had to have time physically expand. That's how he knew that, was because of Michelson Morley. You guys
Okay.
don't know the history.
So what's the problem?
Okay, here's the problem. So in actuality, the experiment showed us one thing, but we had to just have a philosophical bias that the Earth is spinning and revolving. So instead of accepting the results, or at least honestly entertaining what the results show, We'll go as far as to making unfalsifiable metaphysical claims about how actually the measuring device itself contracted, you just can't tell, and time physically expanded, and you just can't tell, so it makes it look like the Earth's at rest, because it's not even possible that the Earth's at rest, because that goes against my religion. That's where relativity came from, and in his own words, that's why he came up with special relativity. That's real science right there, isn't it?
I don't really see a problem with that.
It's philosophical bias conflated to science. That's the problem.
But I mean, if you knew one option is impossible, why not go with the other?
Why is the Earth at rest impossible?
Well, you have to disprove. You have to falsify the other and disprove it. That's what I think Witt is saying was Einstein's objective, and for others to say no, that wasn't his objective, to falsify the existing to prove. That's how you have to prove your new model. Then what? Then what was the point of any of his stuff?
How is the Earth at rest impossible?
Oh, I'm not saying that. I'm saying that. Oh, okay, good.
He doesn't know. He just made that claim. So let's hear what he's got. Let's see how fast he can Google.
I mean, all the other observations.
Einstein himself literally
said that would have had to been the current claim for Einstein to make any other. That's what he had to disprove. Otherwise, what was
he wasn't
the point
trying
of
to
Einstein?
prove or disprove.
Well, yeah, he was trying to offer an alternative to that conclusion, because that's what Michelson-Morley showed. Just like Arthur Eddington said, we were forced with the result that the Earth's velocity in space may happen to have been nil. And just like Albert Michelson said, it showed us and faced us with the alternative that the Earth was actually at rest, just like Lorentz said. Briefly,
I'm just going along with the
the
Glober's idea here. Yeah, the Glober's idea here is that science proves nothing; it just falsifies. So then, what did he falsify? Because it didn't prove anything. What was he trying to falsify? Einstein.
Wasn't that first? That's inconclusive.
Right.
He falsified the Galilean model of relativity, along with the Newtonian model of mechanics.
Okay, and so how is the Earth being at rest impossible? See, what actually happened was they were never going to publicly admit that 500 years of mainstream science had misled the people.
It's written in their paper.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is. I posted it.
Inside it. What is it specifically?
I already did.
What makes the Earth at rest impossible?
They talk about it in the paper, man. They talk about Lorentz's version of the Earth being at rest and how it's incompatible with the experimental result.
Of what?
Of the Michelson-Morley.
You mean when Lorentz thought the ether was stationary?
Yeah, the Lorentz ether hypothesis. Okay. They were testing multiple different hypotheses. There was a Fresnel, there was a Lorentz, and there was another guy. I forget what his name.
And what all their conclusions was either the Earth is at rest and the ether drifts with the motion of the universe, or the absolute frame of reference is the universe and the Earth rotates, but there is no ether. And actually, Lorentz himself said that the reason that the device contracted was the ether physically contracting it. But Einstein threw that away because he knew he couldn't have the ether. Then he doubled back and said there could be an ether. But I'm still asking the question over and over and over until someone answers, because no one can answer. So why didn't we detect the orbital motion, but we can detect the sidereal rotation with a 98% accuracy? And what makes the Earth being at rest impossible? Because I have physicists from 5 years ago saying that you're wrong. I have Stephen Hawking saying that you're wrong. I have Wolfgang Pauli saying that you're wrong. Fred Hoyle saying that you're wrong. Everyone.
Well, that makes no sense. If all these people were saying that we were wrong, they would just present the model that works.
They did. So what they say is, because of the Copernican principle, it's illogical and intolerable to claim that the Earth has a special unique position. So based on these philosophical grounds of humility and modesty, we assume that the Earth is rotating and revolving, although that can never be proven. I've seen one of the quotes is, ironically, the holy grail of proving the Earth is heliocentric is stellar parallax, according to this author. But hilariously enough, a neotectonic system with motion relative to that body, that central body, would have the same effect. Stellar parallax doesn't do it. Retrograde doesn't do it. Jupiter's motions of moons don't do it. These are all the Google claims that you'll say, though. So there is nothing that proves that the Earth can't be geocentric. In fact, it doesn't have the 95% discrepancy when your expansion rate of the universe is off, when your 3% of needed mass in the galaxy is off, and when you're
You
off
know
by 10
that
to the 120th power due to dark energy.
that
Geocentrism.
quote has nothing to do about geocentrism.
It's in a movie. It's from an interview debating and interviewing about geocentrism.
Yeah.
What are you talking about?
Well, what I'm talking about is a cosmological principle is not based on anything geocentric, heliocentric, or anything like that. It's based it's based on the expansion, which is outside our local group of galaxies.
Which is needed if the Earth is heliocentric.
No, it's not.
Yes, see, the cosmological principle is built upon the idea that the Earth does not occupy a special, unique position. And everyone knows that actually the background has put the cosmological principle into jeopardy, as well as the Copernican principle, as well as relativity, special and general, but yet no one wants to publicly state it. Oh my God, what?
Cosmological principle doesn't put us at the center of the galaxy. And our galaxy is not expanding away from us with this cosmological redshift. So
the CMB... Sorry, Kosho, go ahead.
No, I'm just saying.
I was going to act like he knows more about CMB than the
astrophysics. Much bigger than our solar system, let alone Earth.
Okay, if the Earth is geocentric and stationary, okay, there would be more local. The lights would be more local. It would be more dense, and it would be a closed system. And everything is perceived relative to us as a central point because it is a central point. So you do not have the expansion requirements, the galaxy mass requirements. You do not have that. Heliocentrism, making a tiny speck of dust with an insignificant location, now has a plethora of other problems, including the fine-tuning problem. And the best in 2022 you guys have is the multiverse, which is just like an intellectual crackhead, unfalsifiable grasp at straws nonsense, so that you can just say anything can happen that I can't explain. The best you got is multiverse. There's infinite amounts of universes, and it just happens to work in this one. That's science. Because we can
I don't know of any scientists who take that version of the multiverse. Some of them subscribe to the many worlds hypothesis.
Oh my God.
Quantum mechanics, but the fine-tuning multiverse argument is like antiquated and a silly straw man.
Okay, then can you explain the fine-tuning problem? Can you
explain
the
fine-tuning? There isn't a fine-tuning problem.
Yes, there is.
Or tell me the version that science accepts, because that would be just as laughable, I'd imagine. But I'd like to hear that.
You guys contradict everything the actual people say. It's so funny.
It's not
because you quote mine silly things.
No, get specific. What did I quote mine?
I just posted the paper, man. The paper where Michelson's 1925 experiment. Hold on, real quick. I just posted real quick. I just posted the paper where Michelson detected 6.6 of the necessary ether in his 1925 experiment. The Michelson-Gale.
Yeah,
this
paper 95%, 95%, all the way up to 98%.
Yeah, but they attributed that to the rotation of the Earth.
But they couldn't, because that would mean that you would have to detect the revolution. That was the conundrum, and they write about it.
But they did, though. So they did attribute it to that. Even if you say they couldn't, they still did.
Because they assumed, again, they philosophically assumed the Earth was moving. But if you combine Michelson-Gale and Michelson-Morley, you can't explain it. That's why he said Einstein must be right, because he did away with the ether and still claimed contraction of the device. Because at that point, there was no way you could have an ether physically contracting the device. So it had to be left as an open-ended, unexplainable phenomenon. And to this day, that's what it is.
Right. Austin's right. I was just looking into it, and Fitzgerald, they had attributed the contraction of the ether is what contracted it when they come up with the contraction, and then Einstein.
But we're talking about Michelson-Gale.
Yeah, well,
same thing. When Michelson was asked about the Michelson-Gale, he said it proves relativity right. This is because he just assumed that we knew the Earth was spinning and revolving. That wasn't even on the table for discussion. So he had no explanation other than we're gonna have to rock with relativity. That's the best we got, because it throws away the ether, and this shows that the Earth cannot be spinning and revolving in an ether. So therefore, there must be a physical contraction of the device without the ether, like Einstein said.
Yeah,
If y'all want, I'll post Einstein's quote after the Michelson-Gale and Michelson-Morley. They come to the conclusion that no terrestrial experiment can detect the Earth's rotation or the Earth's motion in space.
The Earth's motion.
You're failing to quote.
Let me just post it. I might have butchered it.
You're
but let me
failing to quote mine Einstein's that no
I'll just
optical.
post it. Okay? I might have butchered
No,
it a little
no,
bit, but
you're
I'll post
wrong. He has two quotes. One is optical, one's terrestrial. So you need to walk it back now. You just said he was quote mining about a different quote. So you were wrong.
This one's terrestrial. This one he says terrestrial. I'm gonna post it.
That's in his book about special and general relativity. He said there's no terrestrial experiment that can prove it. And that's cited in 2007 by Hawking in his book. These are two different quotes.
Yeah, but he said movement through Earth. He just said they said orbit. I'm sorry, rotation, but they didn't say rotation. They said movement through Earth.
Yeah, I know I corrected him. It's motion, but this is the problem again. So the Earth can't be at rest if it's rotating. Heliocentric paradigm requires both rotation and revolution. And again, I have Einstein writing in his own words that the rotation can't be proven. You could be hijacking the frame of reference between the Earth. So the relative frame of reference between the Earth and the universe is indistinguishable according to relativity. That is, the Earth not moving and the universe moving, or the universe moving, or the universe not moving and the Earth moving, or the universe not are moving and then the Earth not moving, are indistinguishable according to relativity. So you guys are butchering the actual theory that is your glue.
As I told you many times, rotation can be detected. And so if you're saying that those two things go together, then by your own logic, then it's clear that we're also moving through space.
Now listen carefully.
Yeah, and
I've
we
already
have
stated that rotation can be detected. But what can't be proven is what is rotating. And according to relativity, you couldn't distinguish the two. So yes, you have a sidereal rotation that can be predicted with an etheric model with the Michelson-Gale and accurately measured within 98%. Consistent.
I feel like that's really easy to understand when you're. I feel like it's really easy to understand. You're given two choices: either the sky is moving or the Earth is moving. Pick one.
I literally pointed out multiple times where Michelson Morley said that these ether theories are incompatible with the results of their experiment.
Assuming that the Earth is rotating and revolving. I have Einstein explaining it in a letter. This is objective.
And if there's ever a gap in this conversation where one side could validate all the mainstream scientists with that multiverse theory, just hearing it out loud, I think would help us all understand and validate some of these scientists. I'd love to hear it.
Well, because they can never acknowledge the Earth was created, they have to say that there's a million different universes, and that's why everything looks like it was created.
Yeah, just real quick, the guy who said that the ether is incompatible, do you have their falsification tests for that?
Yeah, it was their Michelson Morley experiment. Posted the paper in the chat. Anyone can read in their own words where they say.
What he actually said was we did consistently detect something just 1/6 of what was expected. He later then wrote about it, and he said, well, the ether can still exist, but that would mean that the Earth's at rest. So the way that he interpreted the actual experiment was based on the presupposed bias that the Earth is spinning and revolving due to philosophical devotion, and the fact that would require them walk back 500 years of mainstream science and say that they were wrong. That wasn't even an option for them because of pride and philosophical bias. So it wasn't even on the table.
That's not how science works.
Exactly. You're learning.
Yeah, what you just said, that if they could have proven 500 years of science wrong, they would have gotten a Nobel Prize, dude.
No, they wouldn't have.
Yes,
we would
they
be
would
going
have.
backwards. We'd be going backwards. So everyone knew that the data showed either the ether exists and the Earth doesn't move, or the Earth moves and the ether doesn't exist, because it can't. Not because we actually can explain how else electromagnetic phenomena would work, but just because it can't if the Earth is spinning and revolving. And they did not even think twice. They went with the latter option, and that's when Einstein came in. And Einstein explains that's when he came in.
To think that that's an absurd idea is to think that all of us people here in this room didn't get to a 50-50, we can't prove either way, and made it a philosophical choice as well. I mean, it happens all the time. So to just pretend that's not what happened is unreasonable.
Yeah, I posted. I posted the quote several times where Einstein clearly took that back about what he said about
I just posted it too, man. I posted the whole page, so if you think it's out of context, you can read it.
I'm not even talking to you. I'm not even talking to you, dude. Or I'm not talking about what you're talking about either.
Cite the whole thing.
They mentioned multiple times that they can't prove nothing.
Brian, I wasn't talking to you. I was talking to Whitson.
Source the whole thing.
Let me say something real quick. When Michelson did this experiment, he wasn't testing for no ether. He was testing the Earth's absolute motion in space, and he could come up with a device that could measure fucking up to like 1/6 of the freaking of the speed that was claimed. And like I said, they added on all the ether shit as straw man, dude. He set out to measure the Earth's absolute motion in space. He didn't have nothing to do with the fucking ether.
Brian, they aren't straw mans when Michelson Morley talk in their paper reporting the results of their experiment. When they talk about the different ether theories and how they are incompatible with their experimental results.
I'm talking about Michelson's paper.
Why do you keep doing this to be so dishonest? Assuming that the Earth is moving. That's why in his other writings he explains one of the alternatives was that the ether does exist, but the Earth is at rest. Why do you keep repeating it and leaving out the context that it's assumed if the Earth is moving? Why do you keep doing that?
The only result was the fucking.
What he says in his paper that people can replicate.
So what were you tell me? What were the results of the experiment? What were the results of the Michelson Morley? Right after they did it, what was the result?
Michelson Morley, wasn't that inconclusive?
No, I'm just asking. Well, y'all keep talking about the results of the experiment. What y'all tell me? What did the experiment? What were the results of the experiment?
From my understanding, I thought that was inconclusive.
It detected something every single time.
It was
It
no.
was nothing about ether. It was a null result to detect the Earth's absolute motion in space. It was a null result. That was the result.
It was a no result to detect the ether.
It
was no result to detect the ether.
Both of you are wrong.
There was nothing. The ether, all that shit was added in years later.
No, listen. It was to detect the motion of the Earth within the ether. Yes, it was
within the ether. Yes.
That's right. So it's not either or. Both of you are wrong.
He says
how do they
he
detect
says
it now?
in the results, he says in what precedes, only the orbital motion of the Earth is considered. If this is combined with the motion of the solar system, concerning which but little is known with certainty, the results would have to be modified. So they're talking about the orbital motion of the Earth, but not the motion of the solar system through the universe.
We're talking about the orbital motion. It's supposed to be 20 miles per second. This was sensitive enough to detect 2 miles per second. It didn't detect anything. It did detect something, but not what it was supposed to, and consistently. And it was done by 12 people over the next 20 years. And it was done in 1987 with the same result. You always detect something, but it's very slight. It's not what would be needed for orbital movement. And it was 10 times more sensitive than it needed to be to detect the orbital motion of the Earth being 20 miles per second. And yet, then they detected it with Michelson-Gale with 98% accuracy. If you combine those two, what it proves is that there's a sidereal rotation that can be measured with the ether, but not an orbital rotation, which means that the Earth is stationary, but the sky moves. But instead of being honest about it, they tried to say that the contraction physically, or that the apparatus physically contracted, and that simultaneously time physically expanded, so that it looked like it was the same distance in the same time. That's the actual argument that you have.
Let me ask them a question. Why do we need ether to measure for an interferometer to measure motion? Why do we need ether?
We don't. That's the point.
Okay, so then why was ether? They put in ether afterwards. I'm telling you, Michelson's own word. In Michelson's own words,
they thought.
Listen, hold on, man. In his own words, he said he set out to detect the Earth's absolute motion in space. Nothing to do with ether. You don't need ether to detect motion. That was added as a fucking straw man to knock down.
No.
At the time, there were a lot of reputable scientists who thought that ether was the medium that light propagated through, but they had never really proven that. So throughout the 1850s to 1915-ish, they were doing, even 25 with Michelson Gale, they were doing experiments to try to detect this ether medium that light propagated through.
So the ether was a straw man then, right? Because there's no ether needed. And
it's not a straw man. It's an idea. It's a hypothesis they had at the time.
No, the hypothesis was
that they were
was
trying
the
to either
absolute motion in
confirm
space.
or refute.
I see what you're saying about the straw man. Yeah, I do.
Albert
How is
Michelson
it-
didn't say nothing about no ether, dude. All that shit was fucking
you
added
guys
in.
have to be joking.
It was all added in the paper, fucking in the next quarter century when physics
Added it in the paper later.
Was upside down.
This is like the hand. I have like the handwritten paper from it.
Well, if I were to go,
Not from Michelson, you don't.
outside to a large body of water and start measuring, like 2 inches above it, right? And I say, okay, let me see if the Earth is curved. All right, boom, Earth must be flat. Is that not a straw man? No, I was going to.
No,
I was
but that's
going to
just
test that it's
wrong.
curved.
It's not a straw man. It's just wrong. A straw man is when I build a model for you, and then I attack that model, saying how it's wrong or how ridiculous it is. That's a straw man.
The ether was not in question, bro. In science, the ether was not in question. It was established, and with Maxwell's
No, it
equation, all the
wasn't,
other shit, it was
Brian.
established. Okay,
That's
all
what
that
these
shit was
tests
added
were
in because of Michelson's null result. Here, anyway, the result. Nobody answered. The result of that experiment was a null result to detect the Earth's motion. That was the result.
George Airy and Sagnet were doing experiments before this. They all had assumed that this ether thing that light propagated through existed, and they had never verified or refuted it. So from about the 1850s and on, they started actually testing it. That's why they developed these technologies to test both the ether thing and the movements of the Earth.
No, they didn't. He developed it. I told you, man. In his own words, he did for the last time. Last time I'm gonna say it. In Michelson's own words, he invented it in fucking Germany, and fucking to detect the Earth's absolute motion in space. Nothing to do with the ether.
Yeah, so therefore it's a straw man. I agree. Yeah.
I don't know, man. They're
If you're
testing
going in
these
with a
other
clear, when you're going in with a
scientists like
clear
Lorentz and
hypothesis,
Fresnel had hypothesis ether, and they were included in this paper, and how they predict certain values for the results, and it's not consistent with the results that were obtained.
It took them 25 years to come up with all that bullshit, dude. It took them 25 years to fucking.
This is the original paper.
There were so many hypotheses put forward, but they had to do anything they could to fucking keep the Earth in motion. That was it. There was several different hypotheses put forward, but they just had to do whatever it took.
I think it's pretty clear to understand. I really do.
This is the results before they even waited the 3 months for the orbital position to change, because they repeated the experiment when we're at a different position in the orbit.
No, they left it there. They left it there continuous, and
Yeah,
it
they have.
didn't measure shit throughout the season. It didn't record shit. It was a null result. It recorded
lasers now that can observe the.
All
the
it picked
wobble.
up was the ether or the fucking heavenly drift, which is not what they were measuring for.
Yeah, they were going in there to find a certain thing. They couldn't find it, and then they started to say, well, it can't be the ether because the ether's fucked up too. So, I mean, yeah, it's a straw man. And then let's speed up the ether and tell you how that's impossible. That which will help.
They were just testing multiple hypotheses. You can test multiple hypotheses in an experiment.
How can you put an ether in there, claim that it's stationary, and then abolish it?
They didn't
all
put it
of
there.
the same results, dude. That's the best they come up with.
They didn't put it there. Lorentz and Fresnel and these other people had proposed hypotheses for the ether and results that should be measured, and Michelson Morley had the device that could potentially measure those results. So they tested those hypotheses.
Yeah, they didn't build the straw man; they invoked the straw man, something they felt they could easily beat up.
Oh, dude, but fucking Lorenz died
You know what a
believing in
straw
the
man
ether still.
is?
He died in like 1912, still believing that in the ether.
If you say you have a hypothesis for how fast a car is, and you say it's going 60 miles per hour, and I use a radar gun to measure the speed of the car for you, I'm not straw manning. I'm taking your hypothesis and testing it. It's not a straw man, dude.
Bro, if you're measuring the car and you get a result that says the car's not moving, and then you say, well, the car's not moving in terms of the freeway, so you abolish the freeway. Okay, you're just testing you've got a device to detect the speed, well sensitive enough to detect the speed of the car, and you got a no result, so you abolish the fucking the engine or something. You abolish the fucking the asphalt. It's goddamn.
You understand that speed's not usually even measured that way, right?
In my scenario, the hypotheses were the specific value. They had a hypothesis that the car was going 60 miles per hour. 60 miles per hour. That's the hypothesis. If I measure that the car is actually only going 35 miles per hour, then your hypothesis is wrong. And it's not a straw man by any means.
Let me ask you this: if you say that experiment was to measure ether, what did they do? Sorry, go ahead, dude.
No, as long as you don't bring anything else into it, like they did with the ether, then your analogy is good.
I don't know what you mean by bring anything else into it. They took what these other scientists had proposed and tested it.
What did they do to abolish the ether? I mean, what result? What about that result proved? Even if they were measuring for the ether and not trying to measure the absolute motion in space, which is exactly what he was doing, but even if they were testing for an ether, what results? What about the results disproved an ether anyway?
Because it gives a certain value for how the light, the phase shift, and it's the value of that. It gives a certain prediction for the value at different angles and different times during the rotation or during the orbit of the Earth and things like that.
Yeah, but you're not answering my
real
question.
death.
I'm saying what about the result is saying that there can't be an ether. I mean, I'm asking you with that experiment, what about the no result says there's no ether?
Because it had a predicted value that these other scientists were putting forth, and they didn't measure that value. But the real death.
How does that abolish the ether? I'm saying, how does that abolish the ether? How does that say there's no ether just because they didn't get just because they got a no result?
If you say that the car is going 60 miles per hour and I measure it at 35 miles per hour, then it's not going 60 miles
There's still a speed. It's still going 30. There's still a speed present. Just
You're
not
not getting the
speed.
analogy.
Maybe. Just because it's not.
Anyways, the real death of
mean
the
not
ether
speed.
came with the development of quantum field theory. That's what really.
Anyway, the whole thing. He just said it though. The prediction. It didn't go. They didn't get the desired outcome. Okay, and it took them 25 years with multiple different hypotheses. And Lorentz said that the ether contracted, and Einstein just threw that away. Nothing about the experiment disproved the ether. I'm not even fighting for the ether. I'm just saying the original experiment, the device had nothing to do with ether. That's what they came up with. But final point, nothing about the experiment proved or disproved an ether. Period. You know, they went in with an assumption. They went in with an assumption. That's not science. If you do your whole results, build it around an assumption you're not willing to let go of, that the Earth's moving 20 miles per second, then that's not science.
Right, and just real quick, I mean, whether or not
they said we didn't get the results we wanted or were expecting, that goes against the entire principle of falsification, right? Because you're supposed to disprove the alternative. So you should get exactly what you wanted. You should be disproving the alternatives. That should be exactly
They
what you wanted.
didn't. I don't. In their paper, they don't ever say we didn't get the results we wanted. That would be silly.
What?
They
Yeah, a lot
say
of
the
physicists did, though.
predictions of the Lorentz ether and the Fresnel ether and one of the other guys had a ether theory.
What could Michelson have
Predicted
done?
the fringe shifts of the
Right,
interferometer.
what could Michelson have done to disprove?
They say
Hold on,
that
what
their
could-
results are compatible.
Real quick, what could Michelson have done to show that the Earth has no absolute motion in space? What could he have possibly done other than what he did to your satisfaction to prove the Earth is not in motion?
What do you mean? What are you talking about?
I'm saying he set out to see if the Earth was moving in space. He wanted to see if the Earth had absolute motion in space. What could he have possibly done to prove the Earth is not moving? I mean, he did exactly that. But I'm asking you, what could he have done? What could have happened for that to be the result?
Oh, whatever you want, man. Get creative. Show the world. They were
A null
testing
result, bro. It's pretty obvious.
the
A null
path
result.
length-
My
They were
point is
testing
there's
if the
nothing he could have.
They were testing if the path length and consequently the speed of light changed at different angles and at different positions during the Earth's orbit. That's what they were
My
testing.
point is, here's my point: is no matter what he could have did, no matter what he did or said, and they were never gonna freaking no matter how much proof is there, how many null results like Aries, Michelson Morley, and then Michelson Gale detected the ether, 95% of it. No matter what is done in science, they won't let go of the Earth's motion. It's
Well, the good news
pathetic,
is that one day
pathetic.
everybody will die and new people will be born with more open minds. There's always a brighter side. I just showed.
I just asked that
Well, I
question
don't
to
know.
get him to open his mind up
You
to
guys
say,
been
"Damn,
at
you know
it
what?
for
There is
10
nothing he could have
years
did to
now?
prove Earth ain't moving."
You guys been at
No,
it
it's
for
not been
10
10.
years and
No, it's not been 10.
got about nothing to show for it?
No, it's not been 10 years. No.
Yeah, when was Dubé's video?
That doesn't mean that we've all been at this for 10 years. Not only that, do you think we're spending full time
Well, I mean,
doing
people
this
have
research?
been thinking the Earth was flat for centuries, but
I could
about the
counter that
modern
because
day,
the flat Earth grows, which makes the globe Earth shrink. So yeah, the flat Earth is the only one winning.
hey, are you living in reality, bro?
Yeah, not to mention, dude, most people don't give a shit and never even heard of this. So as far as all the people who've seen all the evidence, flat Earth is growing like a motherfucker. There's just a few anti-flat Earthers here in the, that won't give up and they'll defend NASA to the death. It's all them people are scared to let go of space, man. It all boils down to they don't want to let go of their fucking Mars rover.
I'm just saying, objectively, that the globe theory can't grow according to your standard. That it is what it is. It can only shrink, and it is shrinking, and that's all it can do. It can never grow.
Well, it would grow to the new dimensions of whatever the barrier or the limit of the flat Earth is, be it a firmament dome that touches down somewhere past Antarctica or whatever it actually is. It would grow up to that point at the very least.
Yeah, it's like magic.
Lemon, he meant growing popularity, Lemon. He was talking about growing popularity, knucklehead.
Yeah.
Well, what's
Yeah,
interesting about it, the thing about it, JA, that's interesting is that you've got, okay, you might have this feeling of, oh, everybody thinks the Earth is a globe. Yeah, that's true. Everybody was taught it as a child in this current generation that we're in. So yes, most people are going to go right to that and pictures of NASA and all that. However, of the masses, 99.99999% of them don't know anything about the globe. They just believe it. Oh, pictures from NASA. They don't even know literally anything about it. They don't know any of the details. And then you have, I said 99.99. It's hard to say what the exact percentage, but you probably have a couple percent of the population of people that have various whatever education that are involved in some field related to the globe to some degree, to where they do know some information. They'll know about Eratosthenes. They'll know about, but even those are very few. And then you have all of the people who have looked into it and who have, either questioning the globe, either a globe skeptic and or thinking, coming to the conclusion that the Earth is stationary and planar in nature. So when you actually look at the numbers, you have this huge mass of people that haven't even looked into it. They haven't even started their journey. They're just believing the globe because NASA. And then you have this group of people that kind of are educated about the globe on that level. You have an even smaller amount of anti-flat Earth type people that are on the internet debating it. And then you have this massively growing group of people that are either questioning the globe or realizing it's not a globe. So when you actually look at the numbers like that, it's actually not very heavily weighted towards the globe. And like that guy was saying, the globe is shrinking in numbers daily.
Well put.
Well, you're going to have
Yeah.
going to use their own senses to
I
look and see
agree
how
that
flat it is. That's going to be a much more organic indicator of growth than having to have it drilled into your head that it's a globe based off of NASA's fake pictures and CGI.
I agree that most people don't care and they don't even bother with it. But this mass growth thing is just don't think it's reflective of reality.
Yeah,
I think most people just don't care.
Yeah, I do go out into the world and ask people what they think, and I'll tell you, it is teetered a lot to the point where if you mention it to somebody, they'll just say, "Yeah, maybe it's a simulation." They don't go right to globe.
Yeah, it's no longer a knee jerk like it used to be 6 years ago. People would laugh and but now every now and then you'll get somebody who hadn't heard about it or some people will ridicule you, but nowadays people will give you an opinion on what they think, or they'll try and give you proof. Anyone interested in that? It's not a knee jerk reaction.
It's a silver lining of the pandemic, right? So most people used to say that, you might have a point there, but, how does it affect me? And now everybody knows how massive lies affect them.
Yep. Silver lining for sure.
Well, the thing is, that's a cop-out if you say it's a simulation. That's like avoiding establishing any sort of shape. You're just like, it could be fake, so there's no need to establish anything. If you ask people to establish what shape it is or is not based off of their senses would declare that it's flat and that it's not moving as well if people, would be brave enough to be honest and just state what
it takes bravery, but I can't imagine our forefathers 40, 50 years ago in World War II saying, "Yeah, it's probably just a fucking simulation, Pete." No, people are different now.
I mean, a simulation, how do you establish that? That's just kicking the can down the road or just avoiding establishing anything. It's just,
I agree.
It's all this bullshit, artificial digital technology, man. Technology. We still ain't even broke the speed record from like almost 60 years ago with the fucking Blackbird, bro. I mean,
what it speaks is distrust, that they don't trust any longer. They don't. If you question the globe to them, they just say meaning they don't trust that either. They don't trust that it's a globe. When you ask them about it,
That
and I
hasn't
think a
been
lot more
my
people
experience, and I've asked hundreds, if not thousands, of people.
Wow, then you must be pretty famous.
No,
I'd be happy if everybody came out and was honest.
With people at the uni.
Well, like I said, it's kind of there's just different groups, if you're talking about at a university, people that have that, well, for lack of a better term, a little bit more indoctrination, like they're more deep in it, they're committed to it, they've paid a lot of money to their education system, so they are going to support. And if they know a little bit about the globe model, or they're into cosmology or Neil deGrasse or whatever they're into, they're going to be very like, oh, of course it's a globe. Like they're going to be on that side. So if you're asking people in that category, they're more committed to the educational system and to the kind of standing on the shoulders of giants and all this kind of stuff that they've been programmed for. So they're all into that.
Well, I've asked just random business majors that are first term
Well, if
first
you have a
semester,
this,
first
take it
semester
off.
freshmen, and they have the same answer. But yeah, of course, the people who actually study this stuff and know how it works are going to reflect how it works.
Well, that's what I was.
Yeah, but here's the
I
thing.
said,
Here's the thing. But progress, you can't stop progress, bro. I know everybody's reluctant. They always are. Everybody's scared of change. But for physics to progress, we got to fucking let go of relativity and fucking all this stupid shit and light years, stars, all this bullshit. We got to get the smart people in science and in technology instead of fucking looking out in the la la
We have
land.
to let go of the Far East mystical paradigms that don't allow truth to be established or anything to be established scientifically. Saying, something that's relative, like you could be moving and or I could be moving, you can't establish anything off of that. That's where the mind stops and goes to die. It's not where science goes to establish engineering or any sort of foundation or any sort of principle. And so we need to let go of these, frankly, nihilistic, truth-hating concepts that don't let you establish anything, relativity or not.
What are you talking
Very,
about?
very eloquent. So when I said that you must be famous, that's exactly what I meant. Was you must have a platform where you're speaking to others who are paying to see you, or have, who would, if you were telling thousands of people and they have never said anything to the contrary to you, you must have some kind of platform where they pay or somehow invested in seeing or listening to you to never have
They're
heard a
just
question. Somebody
normal
question
people.
it. Do you
They're
have
Or you
just
knew something was,
normal
or you knew
people.
something was off your whole life. You knew something was off, and then you hear the chants. People don't even need to say, okay, the Earth's flat for sure, and for me to be happy, I think if everybody is just honest and hears all the facts and say that that we're gonna double check everything, we think the Earth's a sphere, but but it's a good debate, just honesty, a
It's a good debate,
possibility
but
that it might be flat or concave or anything, man. Just the way they hang on to shit like they're certain of it. That's not an honest stance.
it's not. And to Fish's point, that is where I came here to see growth. Like, meaning, like, I expect to someday, now that the flat Earth has been rediscovered, now I expect growth from this point because we couldn't get anywhere before this. Yeah,
Well, you're
real
gonna
growth.
be let down, bro, because there hasn't been any growth in the
Growth
last
in
10 years.
it doesn't even need to be growth in the flat Earth. I'm talking about just like how he was saying, growth in physics, growth in exploration, growth in other
Yeah,
areas
I
of
would
life.
say, I would say that that's absolutely false. In the past 4 years, my hypotheses have grown, so that I've refined my hypotheses. So, absolutely, I've grown in the past 4 years.
Yeah,
And I do,
You're welcome.
and I do have an hypothesis that does challenge the modern scientific understanding of what a mirage is.
And
You're
I have
welcome.
a model. I have a model that explains 69 miles per degree and works with celestial navigation.
Yeah, JH, what did you mean by no growth? I mean, from my perspective, I've been involved virtually daily since 2015, and I've seen nothing but growth. Now, if you're talking about numbers of people on the internet, I mean, there has been massive amounts of censorship, and there's only a limited amount of people that are talking about it every day. That is true, meaning that there's not 50,000 people every single day talking about it, like online. I mean, there might be around the earth talking about it, but I'm just saying, there's like, you've got your YouTube channels, there's the Discord servers of people. Discord is really the only place I'm aware of that people are like actively, lively talking about it in terms of like, just people from the general population, as it were, coming in. Whereas most of the YouTube channels are either people's channels or it's like a panel, of like Globebusters, let's say, of like, people that are doing a panel show like that.
It was growing like crazy, man.
So
it was
is
growing like
yeah.
crazy until it went to Congress, man. It went to Congress and they called it misinformation and said that they're going to do whatever resources necessary to stop the spread of disinformation. So they called it disinformation. We call it a debate in reality. They call it disinformation, and they're spending whatever money and doing whatever necessary to squash it. And it's still not being squashed.
Yeah, so flat earthers are aware that if it was allowed to organically grow, that it would take over. And I think the Globers may be aware of that as well. But there's an outside influence coming in to stunt that growth, and it's still growing in spite of that. And if it was allowed to naturally grow, it would take over, of course, because that's common sense.
on national radio in Australia a couple of months ago. The topic of discussion was anti-vaxxers who had been led by flat earthers and brainwashed by flat earthers, and now flat earthers were the reason why we're having so much COVID. And that was the main topic of discussion on national radio. In my local town, in Victoria, there's like a freedom group that people got together, don't want to wear the masks and all that sort of crap. Basically, one day someone mentioned flat Earth, and then every single one of us discovered that we're all flat earthers.
Yeah, no, for real. No, yeah, that was a recent report. That wasn't even long ago at all, what you're talking about, right?
Yeah, a couple of months ago, I switched on the radio on ABC radio. I pulled out my AUX cord, and then the radio automatically went on. So I would never listen to the radio, don't you get me wrong. But yeah, as soon as I pulled it out, the main topic of conversation started was flat earthers are the ones that the anti-science people that are brainwashing everyone to believe that COVID's a hoax.
I brought it up to my buddy, like maybe sorry.
It was all about the rest of the segment was all about what to do about it.
They straw man us, so we never. I mean, COVID is just a fucking damn flu. Okay, whatever it is, I had a little bout with it, and I know other people who did. Look, whatever it is, it was what it was, you know. But but no flat earther wanted to shut the world down, you know. And I seen a meme. It showed our forefathers facing their fears, and it showed a dude storming Normandy Beach with dead people around him and shit, and sweating and bleeding. And then it said nowadays men confronting their fears. It shows a dork with a fucking mask on peeking around the corner like a fucking coward. So let nature run its course. Let nature run its course, and fucking the world goes on.
Let's not talk about COVID thing too much, but the question of whether flat Earth is growing or not, or is ridiculous. It's obviously it's been censored that hard on YouTube, censored that hard on Google, but yet, I mean, there's a guy created an app where there's a flat Earth friend finder. When he started that app in Victoria, there's like probably 50, 60 dots. There's literally thousands of dots. I'm in a country town 4 hours away from Melbourne, and there's dots. I met a group of like maybe 15 dots off of that app. I downloaded it because I was getting sick of feeling like I was pushing it. So I downloaded it. I met 15 people down at the beach. They were just having lunch. I mean, they were like, "Hey, meet up here." And these are the flat earthers that have a bloody iPhone, bro, or they carry a smartphone. Most flat earthers don't even want this sort of shit. They don't want apps. They just want to live their life, fucking live off the vegetables that they grow themselves and look after their children. So, I mean, God knows how big this has gotten now.
I only said that just in case somebody was going to say those are just fake blue dots. They're not real people. They're real people.
My area is so blue. It's black, man.
So blue is black.
It literally is. My whole state's almost blacked out.
If I had mentioned flat Earth in my town, or tried to find flat Earth 6 years ago, I wouldn't have found. I think I found one person. Now it's like I always, me and my son. I've got a 6-year-old son. We're all like, we go on the top of this balcony at this pub, and like from the top of the balcony, you're at the main street of the town, and I'll survey people as they walk past just for a laugh. Fuck, most people are off the globe. But most people don't even want to say they believe the globe anymore. I think everyone's realised, okay, we never got a fucking live feed. You'd think there'd be a live feed on YouTube of a fucking massive spinning globe. We could zoom in on someone walking sideways by now. We all know it's fucking bullshit. Every single one of us knows it. Everyone's worried. They don't want to be not part of the majority. We're pack animals, for Christ's sake. So
that's
we're
waiting
for the fucking majority. We're waiting for the TV to tell us, and then we'll follow the way. It's a no-brainer.
There's a group of people who won't let go, though, man.
Preach, brother.
There's still that group who won't let go, man. There's what it is. Like I said, they don't want to let go of space. The anti-flat earthers, they're scared to let go of space, man. So they'll defend NASA to the death.
Yeah, but Brian, you know what? Everything has a purpose, right? These anti-flat earthers are helping us to work hard to make sure our story
Yeah,
is
absolutely.
fucking straight. So fuck it, man. Like let the anti-flat earthers do their thing. They all fucking know the earth. They all know there's no
I think
massive
so.
balls in fucking vacuums. They're not
I think
stupid
so.
either. Everyone knows it now.
I really don't. I don't think that they're globers. They're just anti-flat earthers. Yeah. Yep. I know. It's hard to. Yeah. Listen, I'm on board with that. I don't even see. I
They
don't meet
see
many
they see the
globers.
high altitude balloon footage, bro. They see that the stars fucking disappear at a certain height. It's a black void up
Mate,
there.
Mate, you can hear it. You can hear it in Kosho's voice every day. The guy's getting more and more depressed, saying that he's a fucking glober. Like, it's starting to get out of hand how obvious it is. So, like, you know, it's good having the discussions. Though I'm really enjoying today's chat.
Hey, I'm gonna be on
yeah.
Modern Day Debate July 16th at I think noon Eastern time. I'm gonna be on Modern Day Debates, man, and I'm gonna fucking tear the globe.
Who you going
down.
up against?
Mr. Sensible.
Mr. Sensible.
Yep, I'm gonna tear the globe down, dog. Y'all don't miss this one, man, because I got it I got it mapped out, man. I'm gonna tear the globe down, man.
Oh, you got a map?
Oh, boy.
If you got a model, you're gonna take on, Brian? Yeah.
No, what I'm gonna do, man, is I'm gonna make the point, and I'm gonna bring the evidence that's non-refutable. At least you can't ignore it. I'm gonna bring evidence and prove that you know, maybe I can't prove it's flat, but I can prove it ain't what they're telling us. And at least to the point of an honest stance is to admit that we're not certain one way or another. That's where the end of this debate. If you're an honest person, that's where it'll leave you.
Oh, well, imagine
Brian, when you said
to
you
be an
had it
honest
all
person.
mapped out,
Imagine
When you said you had
thinking
it-
that it was irrefutable, right? That the Earth was a globe. Imagine thinking like flat Earth is stupid, and then sitting on your fucking computer every day talking to flat Earthers arguing about it. How fucking dumb would that be? If you think it's obvious that the Earth's a globe, why the hell would you ever want to talk to anyone about it?
I was really hoping when you said you had it all mapped out, Brian, you were going to present a working flat Earth map. I was super excited for it, but
Google Earth, man.
Oh well.
Google Earth. Google Earth is a working flat Earth.
Except it's not, is it? And we both know it's not.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, it's called 1 mile equals 1 mile. Next.
Yeah, you see how the Earth, when you start to see curve, it turns into a fucking cartoon. Everywhere you go up close, you see squares. Everywhere is squares, but then you zoom out and you see fucking you see like spherical or triangular excess or whatever you want to call it. But everywhere you go, you have nothing but little squares. And like I said, you can cartoon it. You can turn it into a cartoon when you zoom out and show a ball, but it's a flat Earth representation. There's no elevation changes from one side to the other.
And how would we see boats over the horizon?
I don't know, because if I'm standing off to the side, I can see you looking at what you think is a boat going over the horizon, and parallel to that, straight as a board, I can see the boat. So why is your curve so particular about how we see it? You know, we go up 120,000 feet, it ain't there. You know, we go off to the side and we see two islands 10 miles apart. You're standing on one island, you say a boat's going over Earth curve, but I'm watching that boat go straight across to the other island, bro. So
Well,
you can hang on to your desperation, bro, but that's all it is, desperation,
if
in my opinion.
somebody's postulating that gravity, right, always will just curve to your elevation, right, like 2 feet will just curve with you, then how would we ever see boats go over a horizon? We wouldn't, due to curvature. It would be, so now we're left with zero proofs of curvature. That's our only material. That's the globe's only material proof of curvature.
Sure. I would say we have great evidence of the distance between known points on the surface. That's pretty good evidence.
So there's physical dip and curve.
I don't know about that. I don't argue for that. I know there is a known distance from, say, New York to Chicago. There's a known distance from Chicago to Los Angeles. These are known distances. We can begin to make maps.
Yeah. So I'm like what I'm curious about is the gravity that you believe, right? So like if you're 3 feet off of the ocean, right, and I travel in a straight line, I should eventually, I should get then 4 feet off,
So
5
1
feet
mile
off,
equals
6 feet off, right? I should.
curvature.
Robot.
So
You're roboting real bad,
distance-
Travis.
so
You're roboting.
distance
We can't
equals
hear you,
curvature.
bro. Oh, there you go. Now we hear you. Repeat that.
No, I haven't heard anything you said so far. Robot, and that's it. You just got to exit and come back in usually.
Yeah, if you're talking, we can't hear nothing now, Travis. I caught the last 2 words of your last sentence. It was roboting real bad, so you might want to drop and rejoin, man. That's my man Travis from the Plain Truth. Go check out his channel if you want to see what they call Earth Curve. He shows he's actually showed like inferior mirages that if there was nothing around, you wouldn't even know that it was an inferior mirage. You would if there was nothing to reference to, you'd think it was Earth Curve. And they've showed pictures just like that with nothing to reference it to. But then he shows like a little bit to the side where the inferior mirage is kind of breaking up a little bit, and you could see through the freaking mirage to see, just that it's optics. It's the medium. He's proven it that it's the medium that's causing obstruction or letting us see further. It's not Earth curve plus optics. It's just optics.
He's like he's like in that movie that they chase the tornadoes. He chases the mirages.
Well, that's kind of the conclusion that just from all the hours and hours of he did a smart thing, man. Like I wish I'd have done this all the time I spent photograph or video and shit. He went to the same places with the same setup and had a couple cameras often and just did different days, different times of the year, and that was the right thing to do. A couple other people did that, but he's documented so much of it, man. He's got a good hypothesis, man. The thing is, they're like, write a paper. I think he's working on that, but to get them to accept it's a different story. They make it sound like we can just publish anything. They act like science is wide open to ideas or to disproving shit. They are not.
Well, you'd have to form a community, right, or whatever. Incorporate it, right? Then each of us do the experiment to peer review it and then publish it, and it's official. That's it. Nothing to it but to do it. And it'll be a peer reviewed by an established, incorporated, community of scientific minds, and then you publish it. And I'm sure there's somewhere that you could also, permanently publish it because of those standards that were met.
Dude, I guarantee you, he spent more time out there than well, I'm not 100% sure, but I would bet. I'd bet some money he spent more time out there than Andrew Thomas Young. He's been to a couple of different places, like I said, and stuck to the same area, same viewer heights for the most part. And after a while, man, it tells a tale. And
You don't you don't need the mainstream to accept in their community. You need to establish your own community. Oh, sorry.
Dude, you sound like you're talking about forming a cult, bro.
Yeah, maybe with a U or an O. It depends.
To anyone who isn't behind it.
What's that?
to anybody who isn't biased, you sound like you're forming a cult.
Sure, yeah. So you form a community of science seekers. Like, I don't believe that those two people are on the same side of the argument. Who are him and his buddy, right?
Wait, who?
He said him and Travis, are they on the same side of the argument? Him and Travis?
Yeah, Andrew Thomas Young is not, but I think he's had discussions with him. But he's the guy who wrote the book on refraction. But this is before all his papers were before the debate. So half the shit he says is kind of backing us up. And they have the anti-flat earthers have literally evolved their debate and their points, their facts. They've literally changed arguments and evolved their debate to keep up with all the observations and all the tests and all the freaking shit we come out with, man. And they've made it where their globe, in their mind, their globe is 100% unfalsifiable. And on a good day, you can see your ass through a telescope. On a good day, it wouldn't prove nothing else. It'd still be a globe, and you could see all the way around it. It'd never be looking over a flat plane, no matter what. They have shut that down.
The globe is falsifiable. It's just not falsified, and it's not false. So
yeah, there's a big difference between a hypothesis or idea being unfalsifiable and a hypothesis or an idea not yet being falsified.
It's definitely falsifiable. I'm talking about to y'all. Y'all have shut it down in y'all's minds. In y'all's minds, NASA is ironclad. NASA's ironclad, and everything they do is
forget about
everything
NASA,
they say
man.
is what they've done, and
not
the
true.
Earth is a ball, and there's nothing you can do to prove otherwise.
Forget about NASA, dude.
Yeah, make your forget about make your own. You don't have to start with NASA, but you need to establish a community, give it a name, brand it, right?
Oh.
Then peer review your experiments and publish them. And they don't have to be published in the community.
Dude, you don't have to do any of that. If you want to falsify, there's plenty of ways to falsify the globe Earth. One way would be take the measure, the celestial navigation thing. Where you have the measurements based on the spherical Earth. Like you can use
it's not
stuff like
based
that
on
to
a spherical Earth, bro.
falsify the globe.
It's not based on a spherical Earth, man. It's
That's how you
model.
falsify something.
It's based on a spherical model, based on measurements taken from a flat Earth. But here's the thing: it's not the globe that they don't want to let go of, bro. They could care less about the globe. It's the space. It's the outer space that they don't
Why
want
don't
to
you
let
just
go of,
ask
bro.
us, man? Why are you sitting there talking about us, man?
Yeah, we have falsified it, bro. Dude, there are pages, there are video
How
after
have you
video. and
falsified that the
experiment
Earth
after
is not
experiment.
round? Brian, you
It's
said
been
you
done.
falsified it by the Black Swan. Is that a falsification?
Yes.
Also, you don't have to create a community. You can
No.
publish
Well, hold on a second,
anything
JC.
free.
JC, hold on a second.
Let
You said
Jake
you
finish what he was
falsified.
saying. He's been trying to
Hold on a
finish
second,
it.
just real quick. So, Brian, you said you falsified it with the Black Swan, but did you know that you can make those measurements to the outriggers or to these platforms by raising your point of view and then validating that the distortion, this change in position called looming, is due to refraction? Because you can prove that by raising your point of observation. And thanks for talking over me. I was almost done. I was almost done.
Bro. No geometrical horizon, bro. The Black
No,
Swan,
I just told you could. You would measure as you go up. Hold on.
Right?
You can actually measure it with a drone at sea level and all the way to right above it, and the distance that the drone travels to determine that you are over a sphere. There's no question about it.
So you're refracted. Yeah, we can measure a refracted horizon different.
No, you can measure the refraction by changing your position. I've said this a million. Every time I say it, you talk over me. You've never listened. What am I going to say? Why don't you tell me what I'm going to say? Why don't you tell me what I'm going to say?
Let me respond. Dude, you didn't have to interrupt me.
Why don't you tell me what I'm going to say? You were interrupting me the whole time. You talk. I'm not going to talk. You want to talk? You do this every single time. So why don't you just talk?
Freaking sentence I wanted to say.
Yeah. You said you're gonna be real quick, and
because Brian kept on talking over me.
Yeah, you're starting a whole new conversation.
Yeah. To conclude what was happening before, the only thing I was going to say is that you have to form your little cult society or whatever, anybody can publish anything for free on the archive. There's a physics archive, there's a bio archive, there's a medicine archive, and anyone can publish there for free.
Yeah,
sure.
You say that the guy who just updated the MRI and disproved the theory. He had to spend his own money and run his paper through the New York Times to get attention, and then they got his attention, and then he was able to update the MRI machine, saving tens of thousands of lives. But since science already had the equation and the theory, that they wouldn't accept his work, so he had to go through other channels.
Revisionist. That's a bit of revisionist history.
Listen,
That's not what happened.
That's exactly what happened, bro.
No,
the difference between what I'm putting forward and what you're saying is the difference between the right and the left. There's no need to change the system. You just create your own system. I don't need to look for. Nobody should be looking to change the system.
Good luck
you need
to you on that.
Yeah, thank you.
What purpose would that have?
I feel like this guy must be new. He has like hopes and dreams for this whole. It's kind of funny.
Yeah, so I mean, like naming something a community is exactly what I'm saying, right? So I'm not asking to change your community. I'm saying form your own community. You're calling it a cult, and you will until one becomes bigger than the other, I guess.
Yeah, but these kind of communities are only impactful and useful if people are, if the wide ranges of people are accepting it, or have hold any sort of legitimacy to it.
And until then, it's in your eyes a cult, right? So that's the whole purpose of forming the community and having it enlarged until it's no longer seen as a cult. It just is. Yeah.
Rather than spending time and energy on forming some community, you could just demonstrate the practical use of this knowledge that you have.
Well,
and
you're in the community.
Notice of it.
But you're in the community.
Yeah. Why waste the energy? It's more energy to combat the community than to live freely with open minds in a new community. Why waste energy combating community?
Because ultimately,
you were the one who was talking about it, not me.
Right, that would be the waste of energy, is to combat the community. I'm saying save your energy, use it for positive things, form your own community, and people will catch on based on the fruits of your labor. And that is what the flat Earth has produced, is fruits.
No, we're not combating it. We're combating it here as a small group, a very, very tiny group of society, wanting to help people like yourself that maybe think the Earth is flat without any kind of basis.
You're not helping anyone, and if you think so, you're deluded.
I'm not here to help anyone.
Zanuck, he didn't mean us when he said combating the community. He meant them. Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
No, I mean,
he wasn't talking about us.
Thought he meant us combating them because we're not such a small slice of.
No. Why try to get why try to have your experiments shown in mainstream science textbooks? Form your own community, peer review it on separate from them. You don't need their approval.
Yeah, and another approval, but you do. Their exposure is what's valuable, right?
Right. So why try to? That's what I'm saying. So why try? If they're exposed, right? So why are you going to fight uphill against what we know they're never going to give any credit to? Form your own. Yeah.
You're not fighting anyone, dude. If you can show the practical use of this knowledge that you have, then I and other scientists and other people, engineers, mathematicians, whoever, the normal guy off the street, will take notice of it.
Right, and that's what the flat Earth does show. The flat Earth shows exactly that. What they show is that you are wrapping all of the discoveries that were based on a flat Earth into your globe. That you're not even getting them from the globe; you're getting them from the flat Earth. Yeah.
Let me say something real quick too. Michelson invented a fucking tool to measure and to see if the Earth was moving in space, and science they got no result. And science with a conjoined effort, 25 year, quarter century joined effort to fucking keep the fucking Earth out of the center and keep it moving. So you act like we could just present anything. I mean, dude, no matter what we do, no matter what is shown, y'all won't let go, bro, of the space. It's not the ball, it's space, bro.
This is the issue. The reality is that the Earth is a level plane, right? So once you show people that it's a level plane, all credit that Globe discovered this and that is trash, and then people see that it's discovered on a flat level plane using angles with a few straight lines, everything else that goes along with a level plane, an airplane flying over a level plane that doesn't account for Coriolis or curvature, then yes, all credits go to the truth, which is that the Earth is flat. Yeah.
I don't get it. If it's that simple, then why not follow Jace's the simple suggestion? Because if it's that simple, all you got to do is put that in a nice presentable package. And he said there's
give 2 examples, bro.
Yeah, I think it's going to take time, Kosho. What are you suggesting? I mean, we are at the civilian level. When I say that, meaning people have limited funds and we're not supported by huge organizations to do huge research projects. So we're going to have to do it on our own. So what are you suggesting is going to happen? What are you suggesting is done?
Well,
you're doing it now.
Whatever collection of information was put together to convince any one of you guys to have the resolve that he was just expressing, somebody could put something like this in a tighter package and a neater package and present this same sort of collection of full proof, evidences or whatever in a paper and.
Like the null result, bro.
Not like the null result. Like any evidence you have.
Hold on, dude. Right when I go to talk, man, you got to interrupt. It's like a habit of you. But
no,
anyway,
you said whatever you said. You get these. I said
Xanax, just let him speak, dude.
You can refute the globe.
Anyway, what happens is nowadays they don't let go of the model, dude. They don't let go of the models. They update. They throw away the facts, not the model, man. You know what they do. Like I said, a null result, bro.
It's not how science works.
To keep the Earth's motion, keep it
not how
out of the
science works. And
why don't you wait? Why don't you wait till he's done speaking before you refute?
Yeah, you can refute the globe all you want. It doesn't make the Earth flat. That's a separate claim that you then have to provide evidence for. So if it's your goal to show that the Earth is flat, you have to obtain evidence for that. You have to present that.
It doesn't matter because all you'll ever witness is a flat plane. You'll never witness.
Brian. So let me. I haven't said a sentence yet. I brought up every single time.
Dude,
I'm going to say one thing right now. So I have pictures I put in the chat of the horizon below level. That's evidence that the Earth is not flat. Okay, so you can try to refute it by saying it's refraction, but it'd be a hard discussion and a hard argument for you to actually allegedly claim that. I don't know whether you claim that or not, but that would be a hard one to prove.
Hold on, before we get into Xanax thing, because we could loop in that, but I was gonna. There's so many problems with that. It's just
there's not really any problems with that. You have a level line in a horizon below level. That shows that the Earth is round, but you can say that it's not, and then we can discuss that. But that is strong evidence that the Earth is not flat.
All right. Well, we'll put that forward to everybody and see what they think. And but cool. But yeah, no. But the point is a good point. Yeah. Put it. And that's the thing. Like the flat earthers have seen the package, right? And it's been put together by certain people. And what I'm saying, you're saying, how does it benefit it? The flat earthers realize that all the benefits we have were derived from a flat, stationary, non-moving plane. And the Globers just have not realized that yet. And that's how you become a flat earther and realize the potential in it.
No, you ignore all the other evidence. That's what you're doing.
No, we showed all the classified documents say a flat, non-rotating Earth, and y'all say, "Well, that was just." Hold on, man! Jesus Christ! Anyway, them documents, you say, "Well, that was just because it was easier due to the math." So that proves they're measuring everything on a flat, non-rotating Earth, and then just mathematically and putting it in a model, bro.
All right. So how did we discover how to make planes or other things move on a rotating surface, not the Earth, just like in a rotating area, like while it's rotating and everything? How did we do that? Right, because that would be a great.
Are you trying to defend his position that because he's seen documents where it has statements such as assume a flat and non-rotating surface? That's evidence that the Earth is acknowledging.
I'm saying.
So I was talking.
Okay. You asked me.
I didn't finish talking. So is that the evidence you're saying that?
You asked him a question, asshole.
My God.
You guys, please stop with interruptions.
So is that the
It kind of
evidence that
sounded
he's
like
claiming?
it kind of sounded like you were done, but yeah, go ahead and finish.
No, I mean, it was in the middle of a sentence. Is that the evidence that you're claiming to validate Brian's assessment that the Earth is flat, because these documents state that in order to do whatever they're doing in these manuals or engineering texts or whatever, that they're assuming a flat and stationary Earth? Is that the logic?
Ignore the text for now. I'm saying where.
That's
Right,
my question, though. Don't ignore it because I asked the question.
Okay, so I don't know. So the answer is, you're saying science produces these things on the globe, so they gives credit to the airplane learning to fly on the globe. Where can we do that at other places? Like, where can we take this object
You're not
on
answering my
a moving
question.
surface, right? And where can we take this object on a moving surface while it's rotating, and then we can navigate around? What have we created that does that? Nothing, right? Would be the answer.
Well, no,
we haven't created that.
That's not the answer, because a lot of simulators will, in fact, take into account
Simulator.
a rotate. Hold on, the modern simulators do take into account the rotating sphere. But the point I'm trying to make is that the evidence.
No, they don't.
You've diverted already, and Brian's going to talk over me. Brian said the evidence is that in the documents, engineering documents, they have statements such as assume a flat, non-rotating Earth as evidence that the Earth is already acknowledging to be flat by the round Earthers.
Yeah,
so
and all
let
technology. Let me respond real quick. And all technology.
You know the flaw in that argument. You know what the flaw is?
No, you're going like 10 steps into your own mind, but go ahead.
Yeah,
I just made a simple statement. I just reflected what Brian said, and I'm going to give the answer. They make that statement, and Brian kind of alluded to it, because in a lot of the questions in those texts or engineering documents, they must assume a flat and non-rotating Earth, because that doesn't complicate the calculations. That's the only reason.
Right. That's my whole point, Xander, is that with all the radar, all the ballistics, all the freaking the GPS, the other satellites, the everything high altitude, all the airplanes, all the microwave, the sonar, everything is measured and equated using a flat non-rotating
that is
Earth,
a false.
and then applied to your model. So, dude, we'll say, yeah, you got a working model, but you measured it all from a flat plane, flat non-rotating plane.
I would just say, ask the common man, like how did they figure this out on the ball? It's the air moves with it, and the ball moves with it, right? And it all equates to a non-rotating plane.
No, because they sit there and they notice that there's no wind. And they also have documents, strong declassified documents, that show the Coriolis effect of objects being shot 20 miles out of a 50 caliber cannon. These are documents that actually say this is what happens due to a rotating Earth.
Sure. And then how was your trip to Florida? And let's say it was fine. I didn't experience Coriolis. So I just reference back to their experience. And I'll say, well, how do you grant the globe has created this great aviation over a moving surface? They'll say, no, it's all still. So then
they don't say it's
get any
still.
credit.
They say for certain calculations, assume. I was in aviation engineering. I was an aeronautical engineer back in college.
I'm just saying,
and I have text. I can pull up any text and find some paragraph when it has a question that's in the back of a chapter that says, answer this question, but assume a non-rotating stationary Earth, because if you didn't, it would be a very complicated calculation. So I know why they do this, because I actually studied it. For fuck's sake.
So they measure it on a flat Earth and then model it to a globe. That's my whole point. They measure it on a flat, non-rotating Earth, and then
they don't measure it on a flat, rotating globe.
Who gets the credit for the airplane flying over a plane? Does the globe unanimously get the credit for learning how to move on a spinning, rotating, orbiting object, or did people just assume it's a plane? So why would the globe get credit for it? So once you explain to people and they realize, oh, it is a plane, and this is how we can get further we can advance further by coming to the conclusion or negating everything and making it a non-rotating plane. Then that's
why there is Coriolis, and that's why there are plane flights that you can track that contradict any kind of assumption that the Earth is flat, because it takes the great circle.
And people can just look into the equipment and instruments that planes have, like the Ataru and the ADIRS, just work based on the Earth being a globe. They calculate their paths and path lengths based on the Haversine formula,
No, they
which is
don't.
all
No, they
based on the
model it.
Hold
globe.
on, Brian.
using
You're
that.
just hold on, dude. You're interrupting. Please try not to do that. Jace, go ahead.
I was just saying, it's all based on a globe. If you ever try to do anything practical in aviation, it's going to be based on reality, which is the globe.
The Haversine
Right.
is a circle, bro. It doesn't. It ain't necessarily a sphere, bro.
Yeah. So when I go to people and I try to convince them that the straight line that they're walking in is a curved path, they're not going to buy it. They're going to say, "No, dude, it's a straight line." And you're going to tell them it's a curved path, and they're going to say,
But it's like
"You say so."
brainless, dude.
Yeah.
It's
They're
like
going to say, "If you
brainless.
say so." Yeah.
Most people have the spatial reasoning skills of like a kindergartner, where they can determine that when you're on a very big sphere, you can approximate a straight line over a distance of a few steps.
That's what they do in their loop.
Most people have the spatial reasoning capacity to understand that.
Guess what? You'll never witness curve. You'll only ever witness a flat Earth, and you'll only ever witness a stationary Earth. So just deal with it, bro. It's what we witness. It's what's around us, bro. If you want to try and apply curvature to long distances, that's fine. But everything's measured flat and stationary, and then you can apply your Haversine. You can model your shit out all you want.
It's not. Everything is not.
That's not how math works to begin with. And it's not.
Yeah, but there's a difference, Jace.
A table and a basketball are two distinctly different shapes.
Would you agree, Jace, if there's a difference between calculations and putting those onto models that are part of a larger system versus like the actual mapping on the Earth? Like, I guess what I'm trying to ask is, can you conceive of a possibility that there is essentially, what's the word I was looking for? Like the word faux, like FAUX, but it's a different word I was looking for. Anyways, but
reverse engineer is the word.
No, not necessarily. That's I forget the word I was. Like when you make like a fake system, essentially, like
fabricate, facade.
I'll forget. I'll just move on with what I can't think of the word at the moment. But what I was trying to say is like a fudged system, like that's why I was trying to use, like, think of the word FAUX, like faux. But I guess what I'm basically what?
Counterfeit.
Well, we often talk about it with GPS. We talk about like them having anyways, I just can't think of the word right now. But I guess what I'm trying to ask though, J.A., like the difference between the Earth and a model of coordinates that is put onto the Earth. So what I'm asking is that, do you think that can you conceive of a possibility that there has been a faux coordinate system, a false coordinate system that doesn't actually link to the Earth, but that is sold as being what the Earth is? And then that's what some of you folks are clinging on to. And you're like, oh, look at this and the flight paths and the distances. But you're actually just looking at that model, that fabricated model. And you haven't actually verified that it links to the Earth, like to the soil. It has to link to the soil. Now, I'm not saying that they haven't linked it somewhat to the soil. Clearly they have, because I agree with you. Like there's flight plans and there's what you're talking about, Haversine formulas. But I'm asking, can you conceive of a possibility that could be fudged in a sense?
No, not really, because what you're talking about is something. Hey, can I finish? What you're talking about is something that is doable, but it's much more complicated than you think. A sphere and a flat surface are not a one-to-one map to each other. So if you were trying to map a flat surface as a sphere to fool people, the equations that would be needed to be used to do that, and even the equations for pilots to travel accurately and for boats to travel accurately, would be far more complicated than the Haversine equation
We thought
and
that
other
too, bro.
trigonometric functions, because it's not a one-to-one map. In the
We thought that
Jacobian,
too, bro.
they don't.
And then we hold on, you're
Guys,
dragging
come on,
on.
you got to let him
We
finish,
did the
man.
math. We did
You
the
guys-
math, and
you
we
guys-
figured
hold
out
on, you're
that over 69 miles, it was only like a few feet difference between a flat and a globe Earth.
Yeah,
Yes,
I mean,
but
so
Brian,
you're
a
saying there's no.
basketball and a tabletop are two different shapes, bro.
They've
Yeah, I
done
know,
it in
man.
4 years with the I don't want to quote it, but right, it's not as a model, but they've done it in like 4 years with the flat Earth model, right? I mean the model, right? But they've done it exactly what he's saying. What you said couldn't be done in about 4 years, and there's
I
just a couple little
started
hitches.
with saying it's not impossible.
No, of course not. They just
So
did it
the
on the flat
first
Earth
thing
model.
that I said.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
I said it's not impossible, but it's if you were to actually try to do it yourself, you would find that it's far more complicated than you currently think it is. And people wouldn't to be able to navigate accurately using the type of navigation that we currently use.
That's horseshit, bro. That is horse crap,
You can
bro.
say that all you want.
But you
Go
would
ahead and
agree,
try
though,
it.
JAs, but you would
a
agree.
couple little spots that are like a hiccup, like the Santiago to here. There'd be like a couple little spots that the flat earthers couldn't quite get to fixing yet, but they'll find a way, right?
Here's my question to you, JAs. Here's my question. Since you're obviously in this community talking about this, you're obviously, thinking about all this stuff. So the main question is this: can you conceive of a possibility that the Earth is planar in nature, and the system that they've given seems to match up at least enough to work enough? To
Was
where
the word you were looking for
works?
pseudo? By the way, was it pseudo?
It isn't, but that's kind of in the same category of Well, it's a word I often use when we talk about GPS. It's like having like a mock system, but I just can't think of the word still. But what I'm saying, J-Ace, is that let's just say for a moment in your mind that yes, the Earth absolutely is planar in nature. How would you then figure out how they've fudged it? How they've created a coordinate system that seems to match up from what you've found and some of the flight paths and things, but it is being done on a planar Earth.
Well, that's exactly it. I would map the coordinates, and we do this all the time in biochemistry with crystallography. It's much more complicated than what you think, and it won't result in these simplistic formulas that pilots and ship captains can use. Is what I'm saying. I'm saying I think you guys, your understanding is portraying it as being far more simpler than it really is, to try to
Nobody
map
said it was
a
simple.
planar
If it was that
surface
simple,
to a sphere.
If it was that simple, bro, there wouldn't be a debate, dude. Nobody will ever know what the whole damn world is. There's going to be
A
flaws
lot
in
of it
every system, bro.
checks out.
Yeah, you
Not
would think.
all of it doesn't. Yeah, it's not. There isn't a problem at every turn doing what he just proposed. That could you imagine doing? Because, yeah. So can you imagine the opposite then? Could you imagine a way the opposite of it? The Earth truly being a globe. Is there a way to plot it out on a flat map to trick everybody?
We don't have to imagine. You can map spheres to a flat surface and a flat surface. Those are things you can do. And I think if you were to take the time to try to do it yourself, you would discover that this idea that it's just been reverse engineered doesn't line up with how it actually works.
Where
in
would I run
reality.
into? Where would I run into a problem? That's what I'm saying. I want to
Because they aren't linear maps, so the equations don't simplify down into the simple Haversine and other trigonometric functions.
Well, J.A.,
those wouldn't get you accurately to places.
J.A., I just posted something
in
the chat. Can you see the chat?
Yeah.
For some reason, it's not loading.
It wouldn't become apparent until you got down, like
loaded.
the northern hemisphere is almost identical.
Can you see that? Do you see how, like, with this layout, how the longitude lines are similar to what it would be on a globe. Like, for example, if you cut out if you printed this on a sheet of paper and you cut out the southern regions with a scissors, and then you wrapped it all, you see how you could wrap that around a globe? But you see how those longitude lines, how they expand and contract in the north and the south, and how they fit a globe?
Yes, I see that. But what I'm saying is, Gio, that if it was really like that, the equations that people use to navigate would be far more complicated than the ones that we actually use in
No, they
reality.
wouldn't, bro. It's 69 miles per degree, regardless whether it's the Earth curving or the light curving. It's still 69 miles per degree.
Not true.
That is empirical, bro.
No, that's not true, Brian.
That is empirical. You telling me that the
Can I say
stars are
something?
spinning around at 69 miles per degree? Because the ones spinning around Polaris certainly ain't going 69 miles per degree, are they?
Okay, can I ask J Ace a question? J Ace, if it, let's just say it is actually a stationary plane, like a table, like it seems all the time, and they actually did reverse engineer it into make it a globe. You'd agree that's a very complicated process, right?
Yes.
Right. So that's why it's complicated, right? So if you're talking about it being complicated to reverse the reverse engineering, that makes perfect sense. It would be complicated, right?
You run it with a pear-shaped Earth.
It's not just
chubbier in the south.
complicated. It's not complicated that it's hard to do. Anyone can learn how to do it. It's that the results don't match up with reality. The equations that when you do these reverse engineering, really talking about is quadratic maps. When we map a sphere to a
quadratic, bro.
flat
What's
surface
quadratic have to do
or
with
a flat
Ryan,
surface
dude, you can't. If you do, I know you want to speak next, but if you do that, it just interrupts everything. Sorry, JS, go ahead and try to
It's
finish.
okay. That's all right. All I'm saying is it's not complicated in the sense only a select few people can ever figure out how to do it. Anyone can figure out how to do it. It's complicated in the sense that the resulting equations that you would use to navigate around these coordinate systems they don't simplify down. You can't formulate them into the types of equations that we actually use in reality.
Right. So I want to know.
Are you
what the
talking about
problem is.
equations for navigation?
What would be the
Yes.
problem? Like we're making
They
a fake
use flat
thing, right?
maps for navigation. What are you talking about?
Yeah. So if we're making a fake thing, right? Like what would be the problem? I would have to stretch the land a little bit, and then it would work out. Like where's the actual problem line?
Yes, they're all projections. They have distortions.
So is the globe.
In the math, that just means they have extra terms that are either cubic or quadratic in some sense.
Yeah, but we could do it if I just stretch the land a little bit this way, make the water a little bit bigger this way, then it could all work out. Is that what you're saying?
That's what I'm saying. Your simplistic view, it doesn't work just like that. I can't just just stretch the land a little bit here. That's a complicated mathematical process if you then want to try to use math to navigate around those coordinates.
And it becomes more apparent where? In the north or the south?
But when you do celestial navigation, everywhere.
Well,
Or any
we
kind of
don't know.
navigation.
On the land, we're going to stick to the land, right? Like where would it become more
And
complicated? In the north or the south? It would be just as complicated in the north?
Yeah.
All right. I'm just curious.
It'd be more apparent in the south, probably, but it'd be complicated in the north as well.
Well, the difference is the 8 inches per mile squared at the end of the day. I mean, that's the difference. And of course, if on an AE type layout, the southern regions are going to be way more dramatically, especially like the southern oceans. Although you can still draw those longitude lines like that Pierce quincuncial layout that I posted a second ago in the chat. Like you can actually still draw the longitude lines to converge in the south, but instead of them converging at the bottom of a ball, they're converging to four corners. And of course, a lot of
here's the thing.
talks about the four
Here's
corners.
the thing. They break down celestial navigation into 4 quadrants. They do on one side of the prime meridian and the other side, and then north of the northern hemisphere and the southern hemisphere. So and it's based on the stars going in circles, repeatable, predictable circles. Okay, it's not based on they want to hog 69 miles per degree and say, well, that you can't have that in your model because we're measuring from the center. Y'all shit don't even work on the surface where you're measuring it from. You have to move it down to a flat.
You have no
center. You
justifiable
have to
reason
flatten
for
out the
using
center
that,
of your
man.
globe and convert. You have to convert your
It's
angles to a
Yeah,
spot you're not even at. Bro.
the center of the Earth
it's
becomes the
all
new
nice
horizon.
and
Yeah.
dandy to show it on a map, and it's simple. We can just shorten the lines, expand the lines, or converge and diverge them. But what that actually means to the equations that then use to navigate is you're adding either one or two terms to that equation that have very specific behavior where they converge under certain values for the equation and they diverge for other values. And that's a very hard thing to get a mathematical equation to
You may
do.
not.
Maybe it's
Right,
only hard
you're gonna
because
use
you're
using
thinking of it
logic
as
here.
a globe. Maybe it's just because you really do think it's a globe and you're very mathematically minded that you think the equations are the biggest problem and you're saying that the navigation as well as pilots would use these equations. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, pilots
Because
use certain equations to navigate.
we talked once about this before, and I was asking you why is it that all flight simulators assume and use a stationary plane for training pilots on, and you said something about it would be too complicated to include the Coriolis and all of that with or the globe for the program or for the pilots, or like it'd be too hard, or I didn't get what your answer was
It's a
to that.
much harder calculation. Yes.
Yeah.
For example,
Okay,
if you
so
point
that's
yourself,
the reason
if
that
you
they
point, hold on,
train
let me finish.
pilots to
If you point
fly
yourself
over a
east,
stationary plane.
if you point yourself, even if it's not moving, if you point yourself east, you will not follow that line of latitude. You will actually go south. That's part of Coriolis as well.
So it's funny because it's the opposite of what Jay Ace is saying, because it's actually a lot more simple to make a program that where a pilot flies over a stationary plane and they stick to that, according to you guys, only because that's the simple way of looking at it and the way that they train them. And then they put them over a spinning globe to start flying. I mean, that makes no sense to begin with, but it would be more complicated.
It doesn't matter.
And so you're saying it's more
These are less
complicated
than rounding
for it
errors.
to be a globe instead of
Yes, they're less than
a
rounding
flat plane.
errors.
I would just fly in a straight line. I mean,
Thank
Well,
God,
you'll go
thank
south.
God for the Blue Angels, man. If there really was Coriolis, the Blue Angels would be they'd be dead
Why?
every
Why
show.
would you say that?
They'd be fucked.
Of the globe that pilots use are getting the distance, right? They need to know the distance of their flight so that they can put the right amount of gas and that other stuff. And also the verification of their starting location, which is done by the Adaroo, and that needs to use the rotation, the speed of the rotation at the location that the plane is at. And it verifies that the pilot
Are you kidding me?
putting the correct.
He's using his model to prove
They don't use Coriolis for training pilots.
Isn't it funny how you guys would use
So none of this has anything to do with the simulator, and that's why it's not included in the
Right.
simulator.
It would be a totally different experience for them to train on a stationary
No, it
plane
won't be.
and then
It
go up.
would
Yes,
not
it
be.
would be. You like
I'm
to
telling
think
you
it
it's
wouldn't
not,
be,
because
but
I
it would
actually,
be
you haven't flown.
completely
I do.
different.
I
You
have.
guys
So
are
I know it's
being
not.
crazy.
Yeah,
Or
but
would
like
it
I
be?
was,
no
I was,
curve,
like I was
dude.
saying before,
Look around.
like I was saying before, though, there's like if you go through all the pilot training, you're given a lot of data and information. You're given that data, charts, layouts, globe, coordinates. You're given all of that. That is what it is, and they're given that information, so they're flying within that sort of simulation. Yes, that matches to the Earth good enough to get them to their locations and to do fuel calculations, but that pilot is not matching exactly what they're doing to the soil. That's what I'm saying. They're not meticulously matching everything to the soil to account for some 8 inches per mile square difference. That's how they've done this.
No, they don't have to, because it's not a point, because they're flying in an atmosphere that is also curved. They fly at an equilibrium pressure, a pressure density, an altitude density that is not going to change for a certain distance above the surface. So it doesn't matter.
Hold on. So does a rocket, Vanek. So does a rocket, but you're saying it levels out and it just flies, and from it being level, it goes into space. Why wouldn't a plane do that? Why wouldn't an airplane do that?
A plane flies at a pressure equilibrium. It cannot go higher because the air is thinner and it will need more power to maintain an altitude.
Wait,
if
a
it goes
rocket-
lower,
a ro-
it will go. Come on, let me finish, please.
Yeah, sorry, man. Sorry.
So it flies just like a submarine will fly over curved surface, flying, so to speak, in the water. It won't have to change and do any kind of adjustments to its elevators because it just follows a pressure density.
Well, it's the old difference between it's the old difference between the map and the territory. You know that old phrase, the map
But
is
the
not,
main thing-
not necessarily the territory. So they're following a particular map and coordinate system. Yes, that overlays on the Earth enough to be consistent, but that doesn't mean that what they're using is what the Earth is. You can map things on coordinate systems. Of course, it's not going to be exact because if they believe it's a globe and it's a coordinate system on a globe, it's not going to be exact. But it
is actually.
There is a way to fit it enough.
No, Gio, that's incorrect. Those maps are designed with curvature in mind. If you have a map of the United States and look at what east and west is and north-south is and see where these lines are parallel or not, they are made to be parallel with the curvature factor taken into account. Let me just make one point I want to make earlier that was real quick. When you guys start talking about arguing, like I posted the pictures of the HUD display and showing level and showing the horizon below level by 3 or 4 degrees. If you argument is like, well, we have evidence too, we have the black swan, but that's black swan is a 0.02 degree error. It should be 0.04 and it should be 0.02 degrees. 0.02 off. I'm 3 degree drop. You're 0.02. We're talking about many orders of magnitude difference. Even if we had the most incredible refraction value ever, a half a degree at some incredibly high altitude for the sun rising above the Earth.
No,
I'm not talking about 3 degrees. I'm talking about a half a degree.
Baumgartner.
So if it's somewhere between 0.2 and the maximum ever seen is a half a degree, why isn't my evidence stronger than your evidence when your evidence is so minusculely small compared to what I'm showing from a airplane at 35,000 feet of 3 degrees? It's 3 degrees versus 0.2 or 0.5 degrees. Isn't my evidence a little stronger? Isn't my evidence a little stronger? Talk over me. Go ahead. Can I ask the question? Isn't my evidence a little stronger?
We heard you.
Isn't my evidence a little stronger?
Panic, man. We heard.
Because he keeps on lighting up. Brian can't shut his fucking trap.
Dude, you're three people, bro. Can I respond, or do you just want to talk?
Yeah, Zanuck, you've said your point, so go ahead, Brian.
Okay, Felix Baumgartner freaking showed that I drew the horizon line when his capsule was dangling, okay, and it got up to altitude 127,000 feet stationary. He was still sitting down. He sat there for a minute and no movement in that capsule. He was above all the weather, and he opened the door and the line was right on the new horizon. It never moved at all, and it's supposed to be like 7 degrees off. So you're talking about your little 3 degrees, bro. We showed where your shit's off 7 degrees, meaning
can I address that?
Off in the distance, yeah, really off in the distance. The ground is supposed to be like 80 miles lower, plus the height of the balloon itself. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so I actually didn't know they actually have a reference point. Problem with your horizon and your horizontal or whatever you call that line, there's no reference points. I have 2 pictures I just posted in the chat that show a distinct difference between what he saw at 94,000 feet and what the camera saw, which is fixed to the structure at 128,000 feet. And you can see there is a much greater drop of the horizon from the higher altitude. So you're wrong again.
Yeah, so it's a straight. So you
deny your own eyes.
I would travel in straight lines.
Oh, there's a reference point there. This camera's not moving. We see the horizon. The only thing that's changed is the altitude. We see now the same exact line and position on the craft is now greater with the higher altitude. How do you explain that?
No,
be a 70, I think it was 78
one camera you can mark at the ground. There's only one camera they show that you can mark the
There's
horizon
no reference
from the
points, Brian.
ground.
I have
And,
reference
and
points
that's
in
the
my
one I
picture.
use. Yeah,
That was
show me a
from
mark from the ground.
feed. I took a snapshot in that live video feed to show you the difference, how it changed.
Show me it from the ground, stationary. Show me it
Oh my
stationary.
God, Brian, you are incorrigible.
I like that word, incorrigible. Good word.
If you can't show it stationary, that's pointless. I showed it stationary in 2 different scenes. From the ground, not moving. You can't show me one from the ground not moving, so you're just guessing.
I'm showing the horizon drop with altitude. I'm not talking about any motion.
Hey, no tanks. What word did you say? What word you say you liked?
I like that incorrigible. It's good to drop into like.
I knew it. You fucking stole. You got that from me, fucking Zanuck. I just called you incorrigible 20 minutes ago.
Real quick. With an airplane, if it's pitched up at like 2 degrees, right? if an airplane's cruising at 2 degrees pitch, you say it's cruising around the Earth. If it throttles up at that 2 degrees pitch, and if it pitches up like 2 more degrees, okay, and just hauls back, it's gonna keep climbing. So you're saying that it's just gonna cruise around the Earth? No. If you pitch up, you're gonna go up, and if you're gonna curve down, you're gonna have to pitch down.
Yeah, if you increase the throttles and you're basically at an equilibrium while you're flying, you will start gaining altitude. However, your horizon will stay fixed at a certain point, and you will go higher than level. You will be higher than the horizon as you go higher. The horizon will drop as you go higher.
Yeah, I mean, Zanuck, at the end of the day, I don't think that being up in an airplane and looking out at the horizon is not the way to decipher the shape of the Earth.
Actually, that's a good way.
Either way, because you have the horizon is the optical extinction point between the ground and the sky. That's going to change based upon how far you can see and your position.
No, because
hold on, dude, please just let me finish. You don't have to jump all over me. So that is going to change. So I wouldn't use that as proof of shape of anything. If you want to measure the shape of the Earth, you should measure the Earth, not going up in the sky and looking at horizons. So I just think your argument is just poor on that in and of itself.
Said that 4 times. It's not poor because you can actually determine the shape and size of the Earth with that measurement. Number 2, you can look at objects that are discernible, that are within the diffractive limit. See those objects, see blinking light, point sources of light, and measure the angle from level to those points. And on a curved surface, it would not be as close as they are to you, or assuming as far away as they are.
You forgot, you lost your geometric horizon, right? You remember you lost your geometric horizon.
Objects, I'm talking to Geo, Brian. So those objects that are 200 miles away that you can actually barely make out should be much greater in angular position than they are. So what we're seeing is something 200 miles an hour, 200 miles away, which should only be 100 miles away if you were on a flat surface and you're looking 3 degrees down. 3 degrees down should be 100 miles, Geo. 3 degrees down should not be 200 miles. Brian!
You've called me George. It's not my real name, George.
I call my brother's name is George, so I always call him George.
Okay. You said it like 2 or 3 times, and I'm always wondering.
I know, because it's a good habit. Sorry, so take it as a compliment.
I know, but when you say it, I feel like people are like, "Oh, maybe his name's George," and it's not.
Oh.
He just goes by Geo.
Geo stand for geological?
No, the name started as Geocentric Love originally, and then it ended up being Geo Love, and then I just ended up doing Geo with the heart.
Now I know. You kind of blew my image of you.
Be careful.
The point is, we see objects that are 200 miles away at a 3 degree drop from level, and they should be 100 miles away on a level flat surface. Yet we're seeing them 200 miles, twice as far, twice as far as they should be.
Yeah. So, but are you trying to invoke your geometric horizon that you already declared?
No. I just got to tell you, no horizon. Objects in your field of view that are 3 degrees below level are 200 miles away where they should be only 100 miles away based on simple trigonometry. Why is that?
Degrees of level according to what?
Dude, this is just
perpendicularity to plumb.
So Zanuck, when we see way too far, you guys are going to say, "Oh, it's refraction. Things are not actually where they are." It's
out of context, straw man.
No, it's not a straw man.
It is a straw man. I'm not talking. You know, I'm not talking about that, Geo. I'm not talking about
concept.
See way too far.
You're claiming right now that things are in a position based on a geometric globe, but when things are not in position based on a geometric globe, you guys will evoke some kind of refraction.
Geo, it's a straw man because I'm not talking about that.
No, it's not a straw man.
Let me explain why, and I'll tell you. You'll figure it out why. So you see too far.
Zanuck, I encourage you to explain why it's a straw man. You know why?
So
because you're incorrigible.
No, I'm not incorrigible. If you see too far on a shoreline, it's because of looming, right? That's not related to seeing too far for a 3 degree angle drop from level and seeing too far in the distance, which is 200 miles, and it should be 100 miles. They're 2 different phenomena.
But you're relying on optics either way. You're saying optics prove something. But then when it doesn't work in your favor.
That works against the too far straw man of seeing.
What are you saying? That you're twice as high.
You guys can't help yourself. Just can't
he's pointing out that your optics are you're relying on optics and you're trusting them.
No, we're looking at eyesight.
Hold on, I want to read something here. I want your response to this, Zanuck or Jay. This is just a claim that I posted. It's that the military grid reference system is a geographic coordinate system that comes from the Universal Transverse Mercator grid system, which is based on a flat world, not a sphere. Then there's a whole thing you can read about it. But yeah, I've heard this many times that all military, navigation, I mean, any navigation is based on this grid system that's a Mercator map. What's your response to that?
That map's wrong, man.
Maybe the sky is curved.
They're also
and the ground is
when
flat.
when I was in the military, the maps that we would use, they're of very local regions. They're not like continent or world maps. They're of a very small place.
Well, are you guys denying that they actually do use this transverse Mercator grid system?
No, they use some funky maps. As I said, that I was in the military.
Well, what if it's accurate?
The maps.
Why wouldn't it be accurate?
Flat and funky.
They are accurate.
Oh, okay. Funky but accurate. Okay.
Yes, they're not the normal map that a regular civilian.
Okay,
What
so
would
the
they have
Mercator
to
map.
distort?
Yeah.
I wonder. What would they have to distort to make that map work, like you were saying earlier?
It's just a small region.
So the distortion is minimal.
Yes.
But what is it that would distort?
Either the longitude lines, longitude or latitude lines, depending on how you're mapping it.
Yeah, but the Mercator map's not dealing with small regions. This is a grid world map. This universal transverse.
The maps that we used, we weren't looking at like whole continents.
I'm not talking about what you use. I'm saying what's your dispute with what I posted?
Hold on. Robert Simmons admitted that they used stitched together strip data into a flat map and then wrapped it around a ball. So that's where your shit's coming from. It's stitched data. And then when they put the satellites up there, they said it was pear-shaped. Wasn't just Neil deGrasse Tyson. It was the DOD and the Navy. The commentators, they all said the Earth is pear-shaped. That's what they would have to do if it's flat and it's bigger in the southern hemisphere. They're not just talking about a little bulge at the equator. They said that literally the southern hemisphere is bigger. And the North would be about the same, really. The North would be almost similar, if not almost exact. It would be the South. It'd be like once you got past about 45 degrees, which there's nobody, there's no shipping channels really down there to speak of, no underground cables. And in the part that we can measure beneath the equator, they say it's chubbier.
Yeah, but if they're lying, if they're lying and they're just putting out fake pictures, why not just correct that? Like, why would they be doing? Why would they?
Well, because
would they do both those two things?
It would have to match up in reality. So that may be the reason. I wanted to run a scenario by Jace, if you didn't mind. Yeah, right. So like, so in this scenario, if I had a piece of paper, right, and I drew two lines diverging from each other like 1 degree apart, right, two straight lines on a piece of paper, right, like 1 degree, and then we measure like other 5 feet apart, then 10 feet apart. They're gonna constantly go away from each other, right?
Okay.
No, they won't ever come back together.
A flat piece of paper.
Right. Okay. So I mean, would the same apply? Like if I was at the North Pole and you were at the North Pole, and we walked in straight lines 1 degree apart, we would just get further and further away from each other. Is that true?
Sure, to an extent, right? You'd walk down to the equator, then around the South Pole, and you come back up the other side, back to where you started.
So are they straight lines?
Yeah, sure. You can walk a straight line.
So it's a straight line, and it keeps getting further and further apart. But then when you get to this 0 degree equator, they're still straight lines.
Sure.
All right. Okay, but then they would never come back together. You said.
No, they do.
Yeah,
They
on
would
a
come back
sphere they do because of the geometry that you're.
So in order for those straight lines to come back together on a piece of paper or whatever, or we'd have to distort something, right? So we'd have to distort for them to come back together. We have to distort something, right? So what will we distort? Would it be the
You're
line?
distorting the latitude lines.
Right. You'd either have to like physically distort the Earth to match it, or you'd have to physically or you'd have to just distort the coordinate model that is being given.
Okay. Yeah.
That's,
No,
how
it's one of those.
that's how they've done this. The coordinate
how
system that they give of the globe does not match up to the physical soil, but it matches up enough with the main coordinates that are used for travel, enough to where the difference is not one that a normal civilian is going to pick up on.
Is that why it's pear shaped, like he said earlier?
That is why they've had to do that. Yeah, partly.
Okay.
No, the pear shape. Oh, good lord! The pear shape thing is just in effect due to the rotation, the centrifugal force.
No, it's not.
And it coincidentally allows two straight lines to continue to do what they would in reality, which is get wider as you go further south.
Right, on a globe, yeah.
That's
It's
regardless.
24. It's an increase of the radius of like 24 miles over the entire southern hemisphere.
That's incorrect. That's incorrect.
Go ahead, correct me.
Yeah, I'll post a video where they show a picture of the Earth. The Navy does an updated picture, and it's not a pear. They show a picture of Earth,
Yeah.
and it's not just the little
No shit, it's not a
bulge at the
pear.
equator that y'all are talking about. Okay, it's they
Only
show
like a
picture of-
child would
that's a
take it
graphic.
literally as a pear.
It's an extreme
There's
exaggeration.
no better way to describe it because it's bigger. Okay, and just watch this little minute and a half video.
I just
It's not
posted a
just Neil
picture of the
deGrasse
Earth, man.
Tyson. We're not talking about the equator bulge. That has nothing to do with the equator. Is not the southern hemisphere, guys.
Yeah, it's
And
right below the
how would
it's right below the equator.
How would you check
regardless,
those measurements, Jace, against like land, right? You would go to the land and check that.
you can look.
pear.
You can take this picture and check.
The thing
You have to
guys are
match it to the
talking-
soil.
The thing you guys are talking about, right? If it was flat and I wanted to map it to a sphere or a spheroid, whatever, a pear-shaped thing, whatever the hell you want. If I was to, rather than just saying it like it's very easy and simple and I can just willy-nilly do it, if I was to actually do the work to do that, it would become apparent to me that the distance equations or the displacement equations or the distance formula that you get for this map, because it's not a one-to-one map. If you try to map a basketball to a tabletop, they're not linearly mapped. It's not one-to-one. You would see that this displacement equation, so if I was to try to transport from point A to point B in this new grid system, the distances would be off from the flat
No, they wouldn't.
considerably, because it would be a
No, they
whole
wouldn't, bro.
different equation that you're using.
No, it wouldn't, man. It's based on the
Well, you would have
circles.
to
The
check-
stars doing a circle. Just because Earth's pear-shaped, the stars are doing the circles that have been charted. Okay, you can
I
put your
challenge
latitudes and
you to
longitudes
do the
wherever.
work.
It's all in how you model it, bro. If you model it,
Yeah, it doesn't
and you have
matter.
the
You
stars
can
doing in
have
certain positions. Okay, they're doing the
you
same
can-
circles, bro.
So then,
You can
Jace,
make
how
the
would you?
latitude or longitude lines. You can make them zigzags. You can smiley faces.
But they
Do them
won't be
however
straight
you
lines.
want. When
All right,
you
so
try
Jace,
to
how
map
would
them, you're
how would
going to get a displacement equation that doesn't look anything like the ones we have in reality.
You have to
And
do
if
it with
you
straight lines.
try to simplify it, or you try to use it, or try to get it closer to the ones that we have in reality, you're going to find discrepancies, noticeable discrepancies that anybody in a plane, in a boat, even driving on land, if you drove far enough, you would notice these distance discrepancies.
So go down,
sound like
go down to Antarctica and prove it.
You kind of sound like you're more confident in that than perhaps you actually are.
Yeah, I do
Well, how
these
much-
kind of mapping all the time.
How much soil? Like, what did he call it? Soil test or soil touching? What was it? How much ground? Like, how much ground is there below that 0 degree equator that we can check it against?
You're not gonna like this, and I'm started to take your answer, Jace. I don't know if you're about to say something, but yeah, flat earthers aren't gonna like this. But for me personally, it's enough for me to understand how the longitude and latitude lines, how they behave on the Earth and what they represent, and that they actually represent definite consequences. They're not arbitrary locations. So it doesn't matter if it's over the land or over the water. If I know that, that there's like somebody's at this latitude and longitude, that defines that that's a definite position. And, with a small margin of error, you can't just arbitrarily put that somewhere. So if you have a coordinate in South Africa and you have a coordinate in South America, I can understand those as being correct.
Yeah, I mean, you're trying to use your model to prove your model. That's just fucking insanity. But you got a good coordinate system. That's fine, but it's based on the stars doing circles, okay? And and just because the Earth is pear shaped, look, the video I just posted has a graphic. And when they literally say, and it ain't just Neil deGrasse, they all say they don't speak of the equator. We all know the equator's got a little bit of a bulge. We're talking about the southern hemisphere, okay? Quote, southern hemisphere is larger. Okay, then another quote, the southern hemisphere is chubbier. We're not talking about the equator. And they show a graphic of Earth in the little minute and 30 video I posted. They show a graphic of Earth. It's bigger in the south. And that wouldn't even mess up your, if you want to do navigation over a super long distance, you could say it might be off a little bit. But up close, you could use flat maps. You use whatever you want, man. Within a couple thousand miles, you're safe, man. You're gonna be safe, but your model don't prove your model.
How do you feel when you're like nobody even had to put forth that the Earth was pear shaped, right? For the flat Earth model, right? It automatically is pear shaped, right? Like how do you feel when you get to that contradiction or that situation where that would be a requirement for the Earth to be flat, and it just so happens that it is even in the globe model? Like, are you at peace with that?
Earth is pear shaped.
Dude, the flat. Yeah, what are you talking about?
Yeah, that it would get wider as you go further from the center point.
Dude, how wide do you think it's getting?
No, just the point that on this flat Earth model that you've seen, I'm sure, right? You've seen the model, right?
Sure,
the idea of the model.
I'm just trying to how wide do you think it's
no
getting?
Worries, yeah. No
just
worries,
look
yeah,
at the
right?
video, bro. It's a short video, bro. They show an animation of Earth, and they show it exactly how they describe it. It's kind of like a pear.
Right. So just the reality that if the Earth were flat, like if these idiots were right, then it would require that the further south, the further away from north that we went, it would get wider and wider, and then
nobody,
boom, but they're idiots because the Earth is a perfect circle. But they're idiots because the Earth is a perfect circle, so they're dead wrong. And then mainstream comes out and says, "Well, it's actually wider and wider as you go south." How do you?
That's
They don't say
satellite
that.
data. Hold on, the satellite data. It's the satellite data that showed the Earth to be the early satellite data. However, the altitude was, but we're not measuring it. The great oceans down there. You can't get accurate freaking measurements, man. You can go off a model and try and verify based on speed that your model dictates, but nobody's got